After 12 days of action in Portugal at the European Cricket Series, the domestic T10 has been run, done and won by Marlow, their fourth ECS victory. Now we turn our attention to the internationals. 3 international sides here, each vying for the trophy over 9 matches across the weekend. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECI Portugal, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you, bom dia. Welcome back to Portugal. Welcome to Portugal if you are joining us for the first time in our 2-week adventure. It is time for the weekend, and that means it is time for this Tri-Series, International Tri-Series T10 International Cricket. We have the host Portugal against Netherlands and Gibraltar this weekend. They'll each play 6 matches, and whoever's top of the table after the 9 matches total will be the ECI winner this weekend. So we are starting with match 1. This is a real doozy of a clash. Portugal, the hosts, taking on the defending ECC champions Netherlands. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Tyrone Peters has the 2 skippers.
The Netherlands to call.
Tails.
Tails the call. And it's a tail.
We'll have a ball.
We're going to have a ball first.
So it is Sebastian Braat, the Dutch skipper, who's won the toss, and he's elected to bowl in match 1. Of course, we'll have 5 matches today. This is just the beginning, but I think that perhaps he'd just like to get out there, get the whole team out there, experience the conditions. We know it's a slightly different field. The outfield is super fast and has an interesting slope away from the pitch. Also, this actual playing surface is fairly new. So I think that the Dutch bowling first, not a particularly bad thing for them. We know that they are reigning ECC champions. They were the winning nation out of 21 teams that competed in ECC 22, and it's the first chance to see them back in action in the T10 format. So you're really looking forward to seeing plenty of their players, actually, including Clayton Floyd, who was the MVP of ECC 21. I think they're going to rely quite a lot on spin. I think they've done their homework. They realise that, the spinners probably, pound for pound, have a bit more of an impact in this format. But, yeah, looking forward to seeing the Zulfiqar triplets in particular. I wonder if they'll be on the park together at some point. But let's talk about Portugal. We think they have the benefit of recent cricket, I suppose, with a lot of them having played in the ECS that's just finished. I know that Sean Gomes has come into their setup once again, which is a great pickup for them. Also, you got people like Mohamed Siraj Nippo, who's coming back. He's been playing cricket in the UK, but still a healthy kind of smattering of players that we did see in the ECS. Great to see Suman Ghamire and Parveen Singh making their international debut in this match. So it should be a really good one. Can't wait for it. Conditions today looking great. I mean, we've had such great weather in Portugal. Currently, it's around about 12 degrees, but it should get up to about 28. So you can't wait for a big day. Well, here's a man who's having a big day because it's our last day together for a little while anyway, for a couple of weeks. Rico Full will take you to the first ball. Portugal, Netherlands, what a game. First up, it's the Dutch that have won the toss. They've sent in the Portuguese. It's over to you. Let's get ready for match 1 of this FanCode European Cricket International.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, looking very fresh and dazzling out there in the middle of the SCG. And yes, it is time for European Cricket International style. ECI is here in Portugal. Portugal, of course, the host, taking on Netherlands first up. Also looking forward to welcoming Gibraltar to the party as well. What a match it's going to be. Of course, we've seen a lot of the names there on the Portugal side. I mean, Gomes is coming in, so I'll be looking forward to seeing him. He was sensational the last time I saw him playing for Portugal. The Conrad Greenshields is in very good form, as is the wicketkeeper batter, Kuldeep Gulaya. And I think we're going to see a really good contest here. Francis Stoneman has been very good with the ball. Of course, Amardeep Singh, who was sensational in the series, just recently came to a conclusion here. And Junaid Khan as well. And, of course, Suman Ghamire. A lot of key names there for Portugal. And on the Netherlands side, well, I think Sebastian Braat will be hoping that the likes of Clayton Floyd, Boris Gawley, and, of course, you heard Maximo talk about the Zulfiqar triplets as well, that they perform. And also, Rath Alphonse. It's his birthday today, so I hope he puts a good performance in as well. So happy birthday to Rath Alphonse as we get ready for the action here. And it's going to be, as Vinny said, it's going to be a tremendous day. The sun is shining. You couldn't ask for better. And I know that a lot of people on the chat are already there. Maya Patel, Chris Smith, Liam Day, all looking forward to a very good, exciting day of cricket. And you know what? I'm pretty sure we're going to have one. And, well, I'm liking that look there in the background. I'll tell you what, every time we look at this one, we're going to get hungry because I think there's some proper pucker. Well, that's a proper braai that's going on there. We're going to see some authentic food as well. Being promised that the bangers are going to be absolutely delicious. So the smell is going to be making our tummies rumble. Well, our tummies will be rumbling, but out there in the middle, there's going to be a different kind of rumble. And I think that's going to be the balls being smashed to the boundary. So we get ready. Umpires are out there, and we can see that Nilkesh Patel from Barcelona is there, and we're going to see Naeem Malik as well. There's Nilkesh in the shot. And it's going to be Kuldeep Gulaya who will face the first ball. And he'll be hoping that he can stay in the sort of form that he's shown already. And, well, it's also Gomes. He's coming straight into the side. I think he only landed pretty late yesterday. So let's see how he kicks off in the form that he's in. So here's the first delivery. And it's just a tantalising one outside the off stump. On that. Making the start here for the Netherlands. They're going with a bit of spin, so I think the Netherlands probably have been watching a fair bit of the European Cricket Series that just came to a conclusion yesterday. Congratulations again to Marlow, who were able to get one over Owarish once again. This one just gets chipped up. It'll be a single. If he hits, he's going to be in trouble, you know. That's a great bit of fielding. And that's the captain, Sebastian Bratt. We all know about his catching abilities. He's a sensational catcher of the ball. One question, and a lot of people will be wondering, is just how the Netherlands get on in with this field, because it can be a testing one. There's a few Tortuga bounces out there, but no issues first up for Sebastian. Oh, look at the smoke coming up. Oh, that barbecue. First thing in the morning. That's cruel. First thing in the morning. Well, we put our orders in now. And I tell you what, I'm pretty surprised that we haven't seen a personality there already. Because one man who loves his food, as you know, is Mr. Maximo. And let's see if he can resist. I reckon he can't. I reckon on his way here from doing the duties in the middle, he's going to get stopped by that smell. He's going to draw him to it. I'm just fishing a few spiders off my head, because of course this is not just the cube, this is the spider hub. Well, there we go. Look, customers already in the background queuing up. Oh, look, who's that man in blue? No way. I knew it. I knew the Smurf would make his way over there for a bit of grub. There he is. Look, he's running to it. He's running. His mouth is what? He's pushing into the queue. Okay, back to the cricket. And that just gets past him. They'll take a single. Yeah, be a bit disappointed he wasn't able to stop this. So, tiki-taka at the moment. Comes 13 on his bat, the left-hander. Unlucky for some. Oh dear, you can see everybody, and you can see what's in the background there. This is well dug out. So it's another dot, just 3 on the board so far. Look at him, he's already there, and he thinks, look, he doesn't think we can see him. Oh, I bet he brings nothing for me. Greedy so-and-so. The Smurf in blue. Papa Smurf pushes into the queue, pushes that kid is now bawling her eyes out. That man came and he pushed me out of the way. He took my sausage. Well bowled to the left hander. Another dot and ended the over. So go with spin to start off with, and it's a nice one from Arundat. Just 3 runs come from it. And let's have a look at some of the squads here. And as you know, that 3 teams taking part in these ECIs. And let's look at Netherlands there. They're out there in the middle. Sebastian Bratt, Latha Fons, Aaron Dutt, we just saw him bowl there. Oliver Allenbass, Clayton Floyd, Tim Etman, Boris. I mean, these are all names that we know very well. Some new ones in there. And of course, the Zulfika triplets. And Gibraltar, we'll see them later with Evanes Pye. Got some youngsters, Samantha Borda and Louis Bruce, who do, well, they're young themselves, but do great work for the junior scene in Gibraltar as well. Then you've got the likes of Ian Latin, Ken Roy Nesta, the experienced players as well. And I think I had a word with Kabir Mirpuri this morning. He says he's fit and will be bowling, so that's good because he wasn't 100% when we were in Gibraltar earlier. But anyway, we're going to see plenty of good cricket. Been a low-key start from Portugal. Just gets played out into the offside. We'll take another single. Oliver Ellenbaas into the attack. Gomes. I guess it's going to be a wide ball. It's interesting that Gomes, I mean, obviously there's going to be a lot of cricket here, and Gomes is a key player. I just would have thought that Portugal maybe would have gone with some of the players that we've already seen in the European Cricket Series, and maybe gone with even Suman Gumir up there with Kulip Goliath, just to give them a good start and also to ease Gomes into it. I mean, Sean Gomes, I'm sure he wanted to go straight out there. Because, I mean, you know, he says, I am an opener, I want to go out there. But he's just, don't forget, he hasn't probably played, I don't know how much cricket he's played on this pitch, whether he's played on it at all. I'm pretty sure he must have done. But when you've got other good batters out there, I mean, I'm just looking at their lineup, there's a number of key players that could have gone up there to open up. But I think it's the first game where maybe the captain, Conrad Greenshields, is saying, well, look, you know, he's got to start somewhere, rather him get a knockout there in the first match, and then he'll just, you know, get used to it, get better. Greenshields, of course, been in good form himself. It's another wide from Ellenbaas. He just can't get this in the right areas at the moment. Good work there from the keeper, Ratha Alphonse. So there he is, Ratha. Happy birthday to you. Feliz cumpleaños. And I hope he has a good performance on his birthday and has a good day. Pretty sure he's already waiting to have a few beverages as Ellenbaas continues to fire it down the leg side. He just not, I can see, I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because he can't go closer to the stumps because he'll be running probably in the protected area. So he can't force himself body-wise to go that way. So he's got to be all on his arm and his action. But his natural action just doesn't look like he's going to get there. Maybe he needs to try to come from the other side of the wicket. That may help. But he's making a change in the field here, so he's obviously going to try something different because he's pushing back the mid-wicket. So, not sure what he's thinking, because he's probably thinking, well, I'm probably going to try and go straight, and that's where the batter may target me. And, well, he does get this one right, so perhaps the plan was different. So he says, okay, that's not working. I'm going to go for the B plan now, which means I've got to change the field, but a much better delivery. Yeah. Ratha Alphonse, happy birthday. And yeah, I was saying, I bet he's waiting till the end of the day where he can have a few cold beverages and, well, take a ticket from the braai, the barbecue there, and wait his turn and get his food. Not do what Maximo did and jump the queue and nick the poor little girl's sausage out of her hand. Up in the air, chance, and taken. That's the first wicket. And Kulip Goliath, a dangerous, hard-hitting batter, falls pretty cheaply. Boris Gawley taking the catch. That's the first wicket in this ECI Portugal, and it goes to the bowler, Ellenbaas, who finally gets his line right. A little bit of away movement, late movement, but I don't think Gawley will be happy with that shot. He's got it completely wrong. He's gone for timing, but he gets the bottom of the bat, and he has to depart. So first wicket goes down, and Kulip Goliath just 3 to his name of the 5th ball that he faces. He'll be disappointed with that one. I think having the amount of practice that he's had out there, he would have expected to do better. But one thing that we have seen a lot out there in the middle is that when one batter departs, sometimes it can be a good thing because the next guy can come in and blast the ball all over the place. And one man who's shown plenty of that is Conrad Greenshields, who has to put all the disappointment of losing out in the final yesterday for his Awaris side behind him now and focus on the international stuff. And I wish him luck out there in the middle. He's a lovely guy. He's had a lot of work behind the scenes also around the ground. Conrad Greenshields, the captain of Portugal, comes in. And talking about coming in to the comedy box right now is Mr. Maximo after having a hot dog or two.
I think I found my new favourite cube, and you're looking at it right there on the screen in the background. Yeah, Conrad doesn't have too much time to dwell on last night. Here we go. First ball of the series he watches is a wide. Ellenbaas getting some good out movement. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a, what can I say, lackluster start. I think that Dunt, he's coming straight off that Zimbabwe tour, don't forget, where he was representing the Netherlands against some of the top players in the world. And so it's great to see him out there. Yeah, Conrad, I suppose he's got the benefit of some recent form and recent runs.
Hits this on the up, and he'll get 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. Get used to the bounce, boys. Well, I don't know where he's come from, Aaron Dart. You just said he'd just come back from tour. Well, I bet you he didn't have this to contend with.
Yeah, that first bounce skips on. And I said it'll be a little bit like fielding on the moon. And yeah, once it bounces, you just got no hope of catching up with it.
Did you like the way he looked at the pitch and said, hello, it's not supposed to do that?
But there's going to be some fun this weekend. Conrad gets a bit of width and goes with it, goes up and over. So I don't think it's a bad time for him to come to the crease at all. He's one of the form batters of that recent ECS.
He just stops his shot here, but he keeps it controlled and pretty low. That was the one that called it. Went for, and he ends up chipping it to the hands of Gawley. So I think he does well. I think you either go through with it as the throw comes in, direct hit, but he's easily in his crease. Good take there from the keeper, Alphonse, because that quite easily could have ricocheted and gone for extras.
Good take on the rebound. Yeah, happy birthday to Ratha. Sat next to him on the bus this morning, didn't realise it was his birthday. So I was a happy birthday now. We were talking about some of his great times on ECN, including the time that he ran to take the stumps off when both batters were at one end and he missed. And he ran about 5 metres past and had to turn around and hit them again.
Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty. Oh, that's a good way to finish the over. Alan Baz, he had a few issues getting the line right, but no problems now. That's a great delivery. And the Gomes, what are your thoughts? I mean, hasn't played in the series here. There's a lot of other batters, I think, that have performed openers. Would you have held him back just to let him, he's only just got off the plane, hasn't he?
No, sometimes you get out there straight away. This is his hit out. I mean, he hasn't really faced too many balls, to be fair. He's 2 off 5. This is the table. A few comments about the Netherlands team. You got to realise that typically in the T10 format, Netherlands play more or less what they would call an A team. So it won't typically be, the Scott Edwards maxed out, with the schedule they've got at the moment. That's just not typically what we see. But, you'll have some of the players are kind of on the fringe of that squad. So they'll use this as an opportunity to give chances to other players that are on the cusp. So, all of these players playing, I think they'll have aspirations to make that Netherlands T20 team and 50 over team as well, probably. So here's a player we haven't seen before. It's Maes van Vliet, who is coming on to bowl over number 3. He's a tall pacer. And let's see how he goes against Conrad Greenshields.
Yeah, Vliet, just saw him marking up his run, and he comes. It's nicely played. But he's a tall man, isn't he? And I expect him to get some good reward from this deck.
Yeah, no, you'd expect he would. I like this pitch. It's only, 3 weeks old, this pitch. So there's still a bit in it. We have seen prodigious seam movement over the 2 weeks here with the balls we're using. A bit of variable bounce, not too much. I think it actually plays quite a lot like a turf wicket with some of that natural variation. I want to say hello to Minas Khan, who's watching from Cyprus as well. Well, we'll be seeing you soon, Minas. Look forward to that. Yeah, but Gomes, he's got to get moving. He'll get out of the way, doesn't he? 2 or 5.
Gets tucked up by this one. I think he just gets onto him a little bit quicker than he expects as Gomes. So he'll get the single though, but I'm liking to look at Vliet already.
Let's not forget, Netherlands are the reigning ECC champions. They're the champions of the Euros. And so they take pride in their performances. And I was speaking to their coach, Piers Fletcher, he was saying, done our homework, had a look at the other players. They approach it in a real professional fashion. So
yeah.
I think it'll be interesting to see how they go this weekend.
On there, good delivery, good areas from Vliet. I like the way that Miss Van Vliet is there as well to not allow the batters to a sniff of taking a single. So he knows it's easy. He's the only man that can stop it. Gets there, no run.
Yeah, that's well bowled. He's got that natural in angle, doesn't he? He's your typical in-swing bowler, but with a bit of pop off the pitch. Like he's got a good stall. He's got a front-on action. Looks like a handy bowler, Van Vliet.
This one just goes down the leg side and he gets put away. Bolle, goodness on her. Well, that's a beautiful shot from a man who's in form. Conrad Greenshields hits the first boundary of the ECIs here in Portugal, and he does it in style. It's shaka time, 6 carreras.
Yeah, good shot. And that's the thing with these in-swing bowlers. If they get too straight, and you can whip him away over the leg side. That was a nice shot. Greenshields, he's at his desk and he's ready to go to work.
Good comeback from the ball. Well, it's called a wide.
Yeah, that looked way too high.
Yeah,
Let's have
just
a look
watch.
on the replay.
Is it on the screen?
Just,
yeah.
So you're not offering it that. There's Malik doing the umpiring out there. Looks like Nilkesh with him. So, you know, great opportunity for the umpires to umpire some international cricket as well. It's the most, I suppose, new international format, T10. It's great to be the pioneers of it.
This one is angled in, but it's a bit more leggish, and it gets whipped away. And this time is going to be cuatro carreras, so 6-4. Hungry for more, Conrad Greenshields. And you can see every time that Valit has gone for the Yorker length, it just strays ever so slightly down the leg side, but it gets put away.
Yeah.
Well, at least we now know what that chair was there for. It was there all through the European Cricket Series, and nobody sat on it. Oh, it's for what? Is that security?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know exactly. Well, I thought it was, you know, the kind of VIP, VVVIP, and it was such an expensive seat that we weren't able to sell it. But, yeah, someone's got there. Maybe a ball retriever down there.
This time it comes back with goes back to the corridor outside the off stump, and this time it will just be a single. That's also the end of the over. So power play comes to an end, and a much better over there, much better over. 29 is the score, and that one from Valit goes for 14.
Yeah, much better over for Portugal. I want to say hello to a few people in the chat as well. Looks like we've got quite a few viewers from the Netherlands that are joining us. I want to say hello to Max O'Dowd, who's in the chat. Hello, Maxie. Hope you're well. And hello to Terry as well. And, yeah, to everyone in there. Keep the comments coming in. I don't mind. I like it. It prompts some discussion about players they'd like to see playing. Yeah, we had the fair few of the national side for the Netherlands at the moment. We did see an ECL 19, such as Max O'Dowd and Scotty Edwards. And, of course, Peter Saylor, we saw him recently playing for VOC in the ECL. And as soon as his back is taped back together, I'd like to see him maybe in this format, because I think, especially with the stick, he was very, very destructive. Right, here's Floyd getting a bowl. A bit too full first up. It'll just be a single out to deep square.
Yeah, single taken. I think this is where Gomes, for me, has to really get going. I think he's faced 6 deliveries, 3 runs, so he's got to make a move in this over.
Yeah, well, you want a birthday present? Here's a birthday present, Ratha. He gets a throw that he pretty much has to block with his solar plexus. But yeah, he loves throwing himself around. I've got a couple of keepers I love to watch, actually, in Ratha Alphonse and also Asad Zulfikar. Asad not in the 11 this game.
Well, it gets funky, and he's going to get 4 runs. Well, this is a lovely shot. Well, I said Gomes has to get going, and he does it in style. Well, it's sunny. We are in Portugal. Sunseas Sand and sexy cricket. 4 runs.
You say, well, left-handed's not really working for me. Let's try right-handed. He plays that shot really well. I remember he scored some big runs against the Netherlands in an upset. Remember, Portugal beat Netherlands back in the ECC in 21. And so he played that shot very well.
This time, Clayton goes much fuller and says, well, let's see you do the same with this one. Of course, it's not on. So, dot ball. And this one's a bit of a full toss. He works it away, and he's going to get 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. So, Gomes has finally got going, and this one just too full toss, and it's an easy hit, really. It's not a good delivery from Clayton Floyd.
Yeah, we kind of mentioned over the ECS that we see about 50% more 4s than average on this field, because it really does race away. The outfielders don't have as much range, and yeah, that was a bit of a gift, but Gomes had to cash it in. He did. Floyd will often really take the pace off. I wonder if he's got one of those in him, and he gets good bounce on that delivery. Still pretty fast from Clayton, but he is a class player. He was the first ever T10 international centurion, don't forget, back in the ECC in 21. MVP of that tournament. This will be a good battle now, Clayton Floyd versus Conrad Greenshields, as those sausages continue to cook in the corner. And our TV crew are right there. This is probably going to test the field. It does really well down there. That is Boris Gourlay, who just knocks it back to the keeper, into the 4th. It's 40 for 1. Yeah, Our director, Andres, is situated right next to that food stand, and he said it's absolute torture so far because he's having to push the buttons. He's not able to free up his hands to eat, but we'll definitely be visiting a few times during the day. Yeah, so look, 40 for 1. I feel like at par score in an international here, you're probably looking at 120 to 130, honestly. Maybe I use that 120 figure. So for me, Portugal maybe 8 to 10 behind where they'd like to be at this stage, but still they haven't really gotten in trouble as far as wickets lost, and they've still got plenty of batting to come. And now this will be really interesting because Sakib Zulfikar's going to bowl. He is a super clever leg spinner. He was one of the bowlers of the ECC when they won it back in October.
Okay, so test up. I mean, these both batters have got going now. He starts with a bit of a full toss, and he's going to get a wicket. He's missed out on this as Conrad Greenshields. I just get the feeling his eyes lit up. He sees it coming, thinks, right, I'm going to get a full toss here from Sakib Zulfikar. I'm going to make the most of it. He misses it, and he's right in front.
Yeah, I don't think he could believe it, to be honest. And it's plump. You know, it hits him in front of middle stump. Again, that's the ball he can kind of hit wherever he wants, but because he goes across the line, makes a poor choice. If he goes straight, then you can make a slight misjudgment and still get bad on it. So Sakib gets a wicket with the old mystery ball. Who knows which way that would have turned? But it's the end of the Portuguese skipper, and a bit of a break, to be honest, for the Dutch. It's 40 for 2.
You saw Conrad Greenshields' reaction when he misses out on it, and he's being given. He knows it's a poor shot. He he misses it. That's it. It's as simple as that. He misses it, and it goes and hits him on the pad. He's right in front. An easy decision for Nilkesh Patel.
I mean, the full toss surprised me. I think it surprised Conrad as well, because Sakib is probably one of the most difficult bowlers to face because he can turn it both ways. And so you're already kind of thinking like, okay, what's he bowling? Is it a wrong end? Which way is it turning? And then you get that, and it kind of just throws you for a bit of a loop. And so this will be Miguel Machado to come out at number 4. Nice to see him in the lineup. He had an interesting week, didn't he, Machado, for Warash? Had some issues with run-outs. Yeah. Anyway, here he is facing Sakib.
Well, he wants to go for that favoured shot of his. When he's in full flow, he's a lovely guy to watch, Machado, because I love his footwork. I like the way he comes down the pitch and he whips the ball so well in the gap between square leg and mid-wicket. Goes for outside the off, decides not to take the run as the fielder comes in and they decide it's not worth taking on with it.
There's a bit of an adage, which is if you can't pick it, sweep it. And I think that was the first shot from Machado. He drives the second one. 2 dot balls will be feeling the heat already. That's the wrong one. See, it turns back.
Yeah, it's a very good delivery, and I think you saw Miguel hoping that it might catch a bit of that line, but it doesn't.
Such a clever bowler. That's why it was such a surprise that he dished up a full toss first up, but it worked.
Yeah, well, he goes for that shot once more. Does Machado, misses out again. He's just not getting the foot to the pitcher. It's probably the right shot to play, but he's not getting that foot further forward. Needs to go a bit forward. As more dignitaries roll in. That car park's going to be full pretty soon. Look at this one. This was an interesting delivery, because I think he goes wider, and he delivers the ball at a slightly lower angle as well. But what a very good over that is. It's the end of the over, and Sakib Zulfikar has just bowled a wicket maiden, no runs off the over, and that's class for you. So a wicket maiden from Zulfikar.
Such a good player. Yeah, so let's have a quick look as we get to the end of the 5th over at what's coming up. Of course, we've got Cyprus starting on Monday, and you'll be there travelling tomorrow. I know that Nish will be with you for most of that series. I'll be there for the very end, and then we go to Milan, and then Austria. So that's now on the list. Confirmed that we'll have 2 weeks in Austria at the Saban Cricket Ground, and I think we're doing that one together, which will be fun.
Yeah,
and it will end in another ECI International Tri-Series. It's such a great way to cap off a 2 weeks at an event, isn't it?
It certainly is. As back to the action, and we're going to go back to Arandat. He starts with quite a wide one, which gets played away. And single taken.
So nice to be back in Cyprus. We haven't been there for a little bit over a year, but I know that they've been working hard in that ground, ready for play. It's an interesting one, that Ipsonis Cricket Ground. That's also a pretty high-scoring ground, and it's got some pretty short boundaries, particularly straight.
Yeah, of course, we saw some of the guys there at the ECI, didn't we, from the Nicosia Punjab Lions, and it was good to talk to them. Also, it was great that Mohammed Hussain, who was playing for them, was there as well. He does a lot of work behind the scenes of cricket in Cyprus, and he was telling us about some of the improvements, and we've seen some of those improvements in the pictures of the ground. So you're right, looking forward to being there again, and looking forward to their lovely hospitality as well. And hey, I'm looking forward to some more of those sweets that they gave us. What was that? The Cyprus Delight.
Oh, yeah. We were well looked after, weren't we?
So, just right. This is where they got to put the accelerator down now, haven't they? I mean, just having a look on the boundary count. I think we've just seen what we saw. Seen 2 boundaries from Gomes. Conrad Green shows 1 6 and 2 4s before he departed. But they really need to get going here now. And this one will help. It's a Gundy ball. Full toss on the leg side. And that has been dispatched. Aaron Dutt gets it wrong. And Miguel Machado gets off the mark with a Maximo. 6 runs. He had to wait 7 balls for it. But, well, now he's got that one out the middle. He'll certainly feel a lot more confident.
Here's the thing with Aaron Dutt, though. You can't really play him as a spinner. You got to play him as a medium pacer because he's bowling pace on. He's just trying to use that angle. And it's a slight change in mindset you got to have. Finally gets a bit too straight, but for most of the time he's been sliding across the right-handers and causing them a few problems.
Yeah, I mean, that's an area that we know that Miguel Machado is really strong. And he'll just feel, I mean, a lot of these players also, I'm talking about the Portugal players, I mean, I think they're probably thinking coming into the matches today, right, this is not ECS, this is international. So, you know, they're going to be a little bit of nerves flying in. But what they've got to do is stop thinking that. Just imagine they're out there playing another ECS and bat the same way. It's the same pitch, it's the same wicket. Okay, the standard, the quality of the bowling here that they're getting is going to be higher. But play a normal game, play a natural game. Don't get put under the weather by the thought of that you're now playing international. I think if you can do that and play your natural game, it will serve them better. And that's what certainly someone like Miguel Machado will need to do. Been looking to try. I still think in this first match against the Netherlands, sort of 110 to 120 could be a very competitive score. Yeah,
could be. Got to say, I think they've actually fielded pretty well, this Netherlands team. I know that the challenge for them was how they will handle this field. They've taken the challenge with both hands so far. As we get to the end of the 6th over, it's 49 for 2. Bruno looks like he's guarding. We have to come up with a name for that. What do we just call that? The sausage cube or the sausage tent?
The sausage tent, we can call it. Yeah, I mean, we'll come up with one, but certainly we're all... Maybe it's the banger, well, the banger cube.
To be honest, it's probably the braai zone, because braai is the South African word for barbecue, and it's a genuine braai that they're doing down there. So I think that is the braai zone, and I'd like to be the mayor of the braai zone, actually. I'll be over there.
Well, Anna Stoneman promised me last night. She said, well, before you go, Rico, I'm going to make sure you have a proper South African braai. And she was talking about some sausages, and, well, I can't wait. Okay, can't wait for this competition as well, as Saqib Zulfikar comes back and he's bowling to Gomes, who comes down the pitch and plays a beautiful shot. And look at the footwork on this. Footwork, timing, precision, placement, 4 runs. Beautiful from Gomes.
Yeah, and so it's taken a little while to get in, but I think he's probably the man for the job. He's the one that can compete, I suppose, with the next level bowling, which you should be getting at international level. He's done it before. Okay, he's been a bit scratchy first up, but he's only going to get better. Remember, this is 6 teams per match. 6 matches per team even. 6 teams per match could be a bit crazy. But, they'll get 6 matches across the weekend, so I think they're deciding he's the man for the job. I can understand that.
Good comeback from Zulfikar. And well, this is the wrong one. And he picks it, but he picks out the fielder as well. So back of the hand jobby in this one. Just watch this, but I think his shape gives it away a little bit. So Gomes is ready for it early. Just watch. So he's there early, but it's the bounce. This is pitch. It will give good bounce to the spinners as well. And I think Gomes there just surprised about the bounce slightly. Gets the single. Machado. He sees his feet, but he only manages to clip this away to the fielder. And that square leg keeps it just to the 1. So just keeping the screw tightened. Like the Netherlands, though, deploying the spin really well. I know they've got a number of good spinners in the squad. And looks like Piers Fletcher has done his homework and decided that on this surface, spin would reward. And so far, that's keeping Portugal pretty tight. That one gets worked away. Gomes to the man at backward point to him.
Apologies, by the way, because we had a slight power outage, so the score not on the screen right now. We'll keep you up to date. Right now, it is 55 for 2, and it's off 6.4 overs. So stay tuned. We'll keep you up to date with the score.
Yeah, we might just have, looks like we may have a slight delay here as a result of that while the technical whizzes work behind the scenes to get that up and running for you. So I think there is, oh, hang on a minute, what's going on here? Are we?
Might be a no ball. Maybe it's a no ball for too many outfielders.
Is that a no ball being signalled, or is he saying wait? I think, well, let's see here.
Let's see what we got here.
It looks like, yeah, it's a free hit coming up here. So obviously there was an error in the field.
So keeps going, please, not me, not off my bowling. Well, now what do? Do you run at him? If you're ever going to run at him, it'd be this ball, because he can't be stumped.
Well, he misses out on it. So misses out on this one, and it's a dot ball.
So last ball of the over coming up. The score in a minute. Is that wrong? And again, he's bowled really well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And this will take us to the end of the over. So the score is 57 for 2 after 7. Great job, great holding job by the Dutch in the middle of the innings. I want to say hello to everyone. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full, and hope you're enjoying the international action. It's a new innovation this year to have T10 internationals outside of the ECC. And look, it's a different kind of cricket. I mean, we know an ECN cricket with this different kind of ground dimensions, with the fast pace of the game, the timed innings, things like that. It is a different test for these players. Speaking to all of them, though, I think they really enjoyed the challenge.
Yeah, of course they do. This is, look, we've said this before so many times, is now that we've got these ECIs going and the top players from their own countries taking part, this is where and how they improve. They're playing better competition, better bowlers, they're bowling against better batters. They have to raise their standards in the field, and we're seeing that. And every time we get to an ECO, every time we see ECC, and we see the other countries playing, they just get better and better.
If you just joined us, this is also known as the spider cube, because there are spiders everywhere. And occasionally they actually will probably crawl across the lenses as well.
You know the bad news?
So, yeah.
You know the one that we had on the lens yesterday?
Yeah.
Well, we forgot about him, and when we closed the camera, he got squashed.
Oh, no.
So
that's the way I'd want to go.
R.I.P. the spider that became famous yesterday for making an appearance on the...
He's a martyr.
The camera. He's gone now.
It's Easter weekend, or maybe he'll come back after a couple of days. And, wow, look at this. It's a bit of a kamikaze roll. This is Sikander Zulfikar, by the way, who is bowling. And he is the triplet brother of Saqib that bowled the last over. So all 3 triplets in the squad this weekend. Asad, who ordinarily is a keeper. He's 12th man for this game. This is up, up and away, lifted over the leg side. Maximo Machado, a bit more comfortable against the pace on the ball. He lifts this one handsomely out of the ground, 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It just held up for him. It allowed him to get right under it. Good shot, coming at the right time. This is the time to get the acceleration in. Zulfikar, Sikander Zulfikar. Gets this one inside that line. Good take there by Ratha Alphonse. Top ball.
Yeah, been a pretty polished performance from the Dutch bowlers so far. I realise they're coming off the off-season, though some of them have played some cricket, I know that. Obviously, Aaron Dutt's come back from South Africa, playing a high level of cricket. Anyway, Sikander trying to keep things quiet.
Hits this pretty well, but can't pierce the field in the 30-yard circle. Just get the single.
The score is up to 65 off 7.4. So, yeah, pretty quiet going. Again, apologies for the lack of on-screen graphics at the moment. We had a slight power outage, which has affected that aspect of the broadcast. We'll have that up and running as soon as possible.
Clever, slow delivery. Gomes gets bat onto it. Will take the single. So, up to the end of this, the 8th over So still a little bit short of where Portugal would like to be. They've really been put under the cosh, if you like, the squeeze. The Netherlands haven't really let them get away with anything, and it's been good bowling like that one again. Just executing the line so well, aren't they, the bowlers?
And it's something we saw probably wasn't done that well for most of the ECS here. It was the accuracy of the bowlers was a bit all over the place. Anyway, it's the end of the 8th over, and it's 66 for 2 off 8. So, again, apologies. We'll try and get the scoreboard back and up and running for the second innings. But right now, you'll have to just listen to the score. We'll give it to you every so often. And, yeah, loving the interaction. Austin looks like he asked me a question. I must have missed it. So, if you want to post it again, that's okay, Austin. And he's asking where we're commentating from. So, yeah, we're at kind of long off in the spider cube, we're calling it. And, yeah, these things multiply pretty quickly. So, you know, I'm not going to mourn our spider friend that was closed into the camera yesterday.
Don't kill anymore. When you kill them, I think they come back.
It'd be the easiest case for the cops to crack, though, wouldn't it? Because it's all on film. Yeah. Anyway, here's Clayton Floyd. Left-hander to left-hander over number 9. And that looks like it might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo! 6 to start the 9th as Clayton dishes up a full banger. And Combs makes it disappear. They're up to 72 now with 11 balls remaining.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a good delivery, is it, Clayton? He's bowled a couple of these. He bowled one in his first over as well. And it just gets walloped away. So this is why Gomes has really got to get the acceleration in. I think I can understand him opening, even though he didn't play during the European Cricket Series. I think he's a class batter, and you think, right, we're gonna use him. And
I mean, he's 28 off 19. It's not the worst.
Yeah,
you know.
For T10, he's not great though either, is it? Let's face it. He's doing shots like that. I think if Corey was here, he'd be saying like, okay, he gets a single there, but the intent to go bigger wasn't there. Remember, you've only lost 2 wickets, and that's why I think that's the one thing that Portugal will be disappointed about. They've lost only 2 wickets. They've got. I mean, look at the bat. Well, we know. We've seen these guys smash it all over the place. You've still got like someone like Suman Ghamiri there.
Yeah, that's right.
You know?
Might get a chance now because this is in the end. It's going to go straight through 2 fielders.
Oh,
well, it's going, and that is just stopped. I think they ran 2. Yeah, have a look at this. I think it is pulled back as a clean boundary stop. But this is the ground. I said it's like you're playing on the moon. And gravity's different on the moon. And Van Vliet, he rushes at it. Before he knows it, almost takes his head off. And then it gets past the backup fielder, Sakana Zulfikar, as well. And then third man, Ellenbus comes and he pulls it back just in time.
Well, it took 3 guys to stop that one. And this one goes into the same area. And he has another attempt. This time it's a one-hander. Almost takes a jalebi catch. And they just this time keep it to the 1. So plenty of action happening out there in the minute. And I think that's Vliet once again here.
Van Vliet is the only man on the field that would have touched this. I mean, it was going to be 4 otherwise, so I suppose he saves 3. Anyway, you can see they're just gathering a few technical snafus, but that's just the meat fumes getting into the TV truck, that's all. So the next one is carved away, and
great start.
Make it 76 with the last ball of the 9th to come from Clayton Floyd.
Yeah, that's a good bit of fielding, the standards that we expect to see. Floyd, I mean, he's not been at his best. 21 has come off his spell so far. This one gets worked away. Better delivery. He coaxes Gomes to come out of the crease he does, and he just manages to get a bit onto that. Otherwise, I think Rath Alphonse was waiting to whip off the bails. That is the end of the 9th over now, folks, and the score 77 for 2.
So last over to come. I mean, they're going to get to something in the 80s, you'd imagine. Looks like Sebastian Bratt, the captain's going to come back. He bowled. I don't think he has bowled so far in this innings, Sebastian Bratt. He's comfortable closing it out. Hey, so look, the scoreboard's back. That's good. Just in time. Great job by Andrus and all of our team behind the scenes.
It must be so difficult to concentrate when you've got that constant smell of food coming into your heart.
I mean, they've got food to deal with. We've got spiders to deal with. I know what I'd choose. Anyway, here we go.
Well, you'll be killing the food as often as you're killing the spiders, that's for sure. Gandhi ball, and it's going to be a marvellous stop from the fielder. So, sort of, I suppose, he's got to play at this, but one way of looking at this is that you waste a wide, as it is Sebastian Bratt, the captain, comes on the ball.
He clunks it, doesn't he? And Yeah, decent contact. That's definitely going for 4. Good fielding. So, yeah, Sebastian Bratt, again, love what he brings to the table in this format. He's a destructive hitter of a cricket ball. He's a very useful bowler, got good change of pace, and he's an outstanding fielder. Took one of the catches of the tournament back in the Euros last year.
Oh, this is wide. It will be called one. Just looks maybe just a little bit rusty. Just needs to get it. It's like, you know, when you wake up in the morning a bit tired, you need to have a big yawn. It just needs a big yawn, a big stretch. It's a clever bowler, though, Sebastian. He's got so many variations, and I think he's the one for me who mastered that slow bouncer. That really is a tricky one to get hold of. This is going to be another wide, so hasn't quite got his radar.
So, yeah, he steps across a bit, but it's still miles wide. This is where it sometimes becomes a race to the wide line, doesn't it? Because Sebastian Bratt's kind of aiming for that wide hole, so the bowler sneaks across, and then he tries to sneak across even more. I'd like to see a bit more bowling at the stumps just for the spectators. But anyway, Machado, he's chugged to a run of ball 18.
Oh, he goes right across. He's in the air. Catch is taken. You're not going to see too many put down, I don't think. That's just nice and easily done. And, well, he's got the gear as well. He's got the cap. He's got the shades. He's looking cool. And picks it early and takes a very safe, comfortable catch. And just look the way those fingers wrap around that delivery. So, Miguel Machado, it's, well, just he was at a run of ball 18, but ball number 19 is the one that gets in. Portugal here, they're in the 80s, and it looks like it could be a Grady 81. The big man who's coming in now, and this guy, I think he's been sent in up the order to do one thing, and that's to smash it big, is Najam Shazad.
Yeah, great seeing Shazad back as well. Again, he took one of the catches of the tournament in 2021, a one-hand effort on the boundary. He doesn't have too much time to work with, does he? 80s up, 4 balls to come.
Nice catch there, taken by Vettergan.
Yeah, so
Verhagen, I think.
Verhagen was a late replacement as well. That's Roel Verhagen, who looks very comfortable taking that outfield catch. All right, Najam's got no time to waste. He'll be swinging.
Well, we can't do too much about that. And what a good take this is from Rato Alphonse, because this one, once it gets past the batter, starts to go the other way.
It's a really good ball because it comes back, but not in time. You can see it goes around the wide line. But yeah, there's a bit of seam in this. And this is a good flying effort from the birthday boy, Rato Alphonse.
Well, superb take. And you can tell he's not had any birthday cake yet, because you're not going to be able to move like that with a belly full of cake. Good stop. And this one probably would have been wide as well, but he says it's in me slot, I'm going to have a go, but he finds the fielder. A very comfortable catch taken. And it's the end of Najam Shazad. And, well, it may be internationals, but it doesn't mean that Derek doesn't come to give you a send-off when you don't score any runs. So it's going to be a duck for Najam Shazad, and it's going to be a first ball as well. It's a golden duck.
Najam, he actually gets a pretty good piece of that. It was nicely taken by Olivier Ellenbaas out there. Again, I don't think there's easy catches out here. It's very kind of bright. That sounds like a good thing, but it's almost too bright, like overexposed. And yeah, the ball's just on you quickly on the boundary. So that's the end of Shazad. But, well, proud moment for Parveen Singh. He's making his international debut tonight for Portugal. So yeah, he's getting an opportunity to at least face 1 or 2 deliveries towards the end of the innings. 3 to come, in fact. 81 for 4.
Yeah, wish him well. Praveen, I think he's a good all-rounder. I like watching him play. I like what he did with the ball as well. And I think being a left-hander as well, he can just cause maybe a few more issues for somebody like Sebastian Bratt, who, by the way, despite all his issues in trying to get the ball in the right place, he's picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, he's done pretty well. He's smart. Bowls the 10th over. He knows he can clean up.
And, this is a swing and a miss, so no issues with the lefty. Have there been any runs off the bat in this over? They've all been wides.
There's been a single to start it, yeah, but then we've had wide wicket, dot. So add all those up, you've got 4 runs off the over, 3 of them in wides.
So a couple of balls left.
You want Parveen to get his first international run, though, one way or another. And he'll be a pretty handy left-arm bowler in the second half of this game.
Well, he hits this pretty well, and he will, and he'll do it with the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Well done to Pravan Singh Bopatanya. Shaba Parveen. His first international runs as he clubs this straight as he can hit it for 4.
Great shot, economy of movement. Looked like a slight slower ball, kind of rolled out the side of the hand from Brat. But he picks it and he smashes it, so 85 for 4. Last ball coming up, everyone. Eye off the emergency exits and fasten your seatbelts. Here we go.
Slower full toss, and it's the slow ball that gets him. I mean, if he steps inside of it, it would have been a wide, but you can see your eyes light up. You think you're going to crack it to the boundary, and before you know it, you've been outfoxed. Sebastian Brat, the captain of the Netherlands, finishes with figures of 2 for 8. And Portugal, 85 for 4. They do get to the 80s. It's going to be a Grady 80.
Yeah, but you just feel the international level. It's a bit light on. And yeah, just frustration, I think, for a couple of batters that were there for a lot of it. I mean, Gomshen's up 31 of 23. This is Machado, not quite able to crack a runner ball in the middle order. And yeah, it's also partly the bowling. That's the thing. I don't think there's lack of intent there most of the time. I just think the bowling's quite polished. They know their plans. They know their structures. The Dutch side, they are the reigning champions of Europe, and they were keen to show it as they won the toss and bowled. And yeah, early on, had the wicket of Philippe Goliath, who could never get going. 3 or 5 for him. But it's an innings that kind of just failed to launch for the most part. But Portugal do have 85 to bowl at here in the second innings.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that Conrad Greenshields, we showed some of the form that he's in at the moment, and he showed in the European Cricket Series, placed a nice shot. That was a delightful shot from Gomes, and at that point you thought, well, maybe this partnership is going to produce it's going to produce some entertainment. They're going to get to a good score, and then, well, that one, Conrad Greenshields, you can see here the disappointment. He misses out on a full toss, and it was a wicket from the very first delivery of Saqib Zulfikar. I think that surprised everybody, including Conrad. And then things just dried up a little bit. That was a lovely shot from Gomes, but I don't think he was able to go back-to-back boundaries. He was never able to get, he may get a boundary in an over, but then they kept him quiet to take a single, and none of the other batters really were able to go big. Miguel Machado, he went for basically a runner ball. So 3 fielders getting to this one. A good recovery in the end to stop the boundary. But that's what we're going to see. We're going to see very good high standards from a very polished Netherlands side. So it's going to be difficult to get big scores against them. But I still do feel that Portugal, though I can understand the reasonings, I think they got bigger and better informed batters that could have probably been sent out there a bit earlier. And maybe that would have helped them to get a bigger score. I think also only losing 4 wickets there as well, that they had scope to go with some other players and really go out there and lash at the ball. I mean, unfortunate, of course, for somebody like Nadam Shazad, and he's going to put all of the excitement and the buzz of winning for Marlow yesterday in the European Cricket Series behind him and focus on his internationals. But he goes out there to do what the captain wants him to do, go out there and try and hit a few boundaries, hits it pretty well, but Alan Bass takes a really good catch there on the boundary. Praveen Singh, congratulations to him, comes out, doesn't have too many balls to face, but does get his first international runs, hits the ball for 4 as we take a look at the scorecard. So Sean Gomes, 31 of 23. Okay, I think he did stay there, but for me, he just batted too slow. But I reckon he's got a feel of it now. Next time we see him, I think we'll see better from him. So maybe Conrad Greenshields, that's what the plan was. Get him out there, get him used to it, and then hope he'll go bigger and better in the other matches to come. But I just feel that with other players in the side, the likes of Suman Gamir, Francis Stoneman, and other big hitters there, they could have made a few changes. Maybe even Junaid Khan could have come out and got you a little flurry of runs. The bowling wise, though, top bowling. Sebastian Brat, the captain, 1 over from him, picked up 2 wickets. I think Saqib Zulfikar was class. And Aaron Dutt is always going to cause problems, though he doesn't pick up a wicket. And we also, of course, saw that over number 5, I believe it was, from Saqib Zulfikar, was also a wicket maiden as well. So he certainly bowled very well with figures of 1 for 8. So the mid-match summary of this very first ECI in Portugal. at the Centurion Cricket Ground. It is the Netherlands, the ECC champions, that hold the upper hand. They've managed to restrict Portugal to 85, and they'll be looking to get out there and knocking these off pretty quickly. But remember, it's the first time that their batters are going to be out there, so I think they'll be probably quite pleased that it's not a big score. It's not a score that they have to go ballistic in. I think when you got batters that haven't played on a pitch before, ideally you don't want to be chasing too many. They're going to need to go at around just under 9 and over, and I think that will suit them well. So I think the bowlers have done their job really well, and I think it's going to be probably a bit of a, I reckon, cautious approach from the batters from the Netherlands, but they will still put the bad ball away pretty quickly if it's presented to them. So looking forward to the response from the Netherlands. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximum when we return in just under 10 minutes time.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Centurion Cricket Ground. And yes, big thank you to our partners as well. And of course, we thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network as we get ready for the reply from the Netherlands. Portugal, they will restrict it to 85. And most people are expecting the Netherlands to knock this off pretty easily. But remember, it's the first time they're batting on that strip. Oh no, there he is, Maximo. Now he's eating. Doesn't he look like he looks so little. He looks like a short person. Doesn't he look like a short person? It's like these are all giants. This one races away, but there is a fielder out there. That's Amandeep Singh. That makes the stop. Junaid Khan. Here's the bowler. The first delivery was to Tim Edmund. Look, he looks like a dwarf. He looks like a little man, and everybody is playing. Everybody around him is giants, and he just looks so little. I love that shot. Clayton Floyd back on strike after the bye was taken. High up in the air. Where's this going to land? Junaid wants it. And oh no! Oh no! This is, I can tell you straight away, this is pressure. This is nerves. This is the ball going up in the air and Junaid saying it's an international wicket. And he puts it down because, I tell you what, over the last 12 days playing in the European Cricket Series, there is no way on this planet he's dropping that one. Well, what a big let-off that is. Clayton Floyd will get a run, but he knows he should be back in the shed. And, well, that's disappointment for Junaid. He comes back into Edmund. Oh, this is Gundy, and this is, well, it's gone to his head. It's the only way to put it. It's gone to his head. Either that or he did eat some aloo parontas. He's got butter on his fingers. He couldn't take the catch, and now the same butter on the fingers means he can't get the ball in the right place. And, well, this is disappointment for Junaid. He's just got to clear his head. And, well, how'd that one take off as well? A good stop from Kuldeep Gulaya. Come on, Junaid. Get it back. And this is smashed. Remember, it's a free hit, so we won't be out there celebrating. And, well, come on, boys, get with it. Free hit was called. There was a yes, yeah, hey. Well, Junaid, it's going to be one of those days. What have you got there?
Okay, so I made a visit, and it was awesome. And I brought back some genuine biltong for you. And if you want to know where the rest of the bag went, don't ask any more questions.
That's what I get.
I was shared it. Let's just say my story is I've shared it around. I know you're busy talking, so I don't want to give you a taste of it.
What is it? What did you say it is?
It's biltong, so it's kind of like it's South African, not jerky, because jerky is very American, but it's beef.
Are you sure you didn't find a bit spider on your way back and just step on it and give me the remnants?
A couple of balls, if you like, to taste it. It is amazing. So, yeah.
Well, I'm going to stick with Junaid first because I'm feeling for him. I'm feeling for him.
Had a bit of a shocker this over, hasn't he? Hung in there for a long time and then tried to bowl the ball for 6.
Well, that's better. That's where he should be. It's just, you know it, right? I mean, even the best players in the world are affected by it. He's gone from playing a European Cricket Series where everything he did was just fantastic. He was great. He caught everything that came his way. We saw even yesterday in the final, he took some great catches for Irish. And then just out there, ball goes up in the air. And it's just his nerves is the moment, the nerves. It catches up with you, puts the catch down. Then he bowls that horrible no ball. But it looks like he's back into his rhythm here now. This one was wide and it's been hit firmly. And they've done well to catch up with this because not too many balls hit that deck and slow down. This is a rarity.
It's super rare that you get a plug up, but that's what happened. Maybe hit the backside of a rock. But anyway, it is the end of the over. That would have been a wide. Instead it's 2. And Netherlands are 7 without loss after 1.
Yeah, so maybe he does get, well, they can't say the rub of the green, but maybe he gets the stop of the green go his way towards the end there of that over from Junaid. It only goes for just 7 in the end. 87 matches since the last golden ball that we've had. So, well, that was worse in the European Cricket League. Wouldn't it be exciting to have one international style?
Yeah, last time it went off at 101. That was the last golden ball we had in the ECL Championship Week. Hornchurch for England defeating Beveren of Belgium in a golden ball. It's always a good time for a golden ball. We didn't have one in the ECS here over the 59 matches, but who knows. And now this is a big moment because Parveen Singh on international debut is going to get the second over with his left arm. He's had a pretty good series, didn't he, during the ECS? So let's see what he can do here at the international level. Good challenge for him.
Yeah, wish him well. He's got his first international runs. He'd love to get his first international wicket, the left armour. And he played down the ground and good work from the fielder. Gets there, makes a stop. That's Amir Zahib. Another guy who didn't get on looking with the bat. You know that he certainly played beautiful for his side as well. Praveen, good start. I think getting that first ball out of your system, getting up there is a huge plus, and it didn't go to the boundary as well, so even better. Oh, now, if there's a touch on this, it could have been. I don't think he gets anything on it. It goes right onto the stumps. How close was he to getting a hand on this?
Well, first thing is he out or not?
Really close.
I think he's back in anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he touches it. That could have been a nice little bit of luck for Parveen there.
Yeah, that's very, very good, though, isn't it? From, I think that's Clayton. That manages to...
Yeah, doesn't get a touch. But, almost. So, let's see if Floyd can get going.
He's into the ground. They want to take the single, but that's good fielding. And, well, one man who's been sensational in the field for a while, which was... God, you just saw a quick glimpse of there. Faf Stoneman, he was sensational. Pretty sure they may vary the bowlers a bit here as well, whether Faf comes and bowls the third or not. Normally he would bowl straight after Junaid for the club, but I like the fact that they're going with Praveen Singh here. As a beautiful butterfly flies into the box. Well, the butterfly is flying, with the cricket ball is flying as well, flying all the way to the boundary. That's 6 runs. Boom! Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, what a shot that was. And he just kind of eases this one over the offside. Just a bit more relaxed that time, not trying to hit the ball too hard. It's more the Clayton Floyd that we know. Say hello to Steve McVeigh, who's in the chat as well, and he's watching from the ground. And he's just giving a few tips to people. He's enjoying the local specialty drinks, including the diesel. But he's saying fun people, great cricket. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Steve. A few people, I think, a little bit jealous, and rightly so. We'd love to see an ECS event at some point. This is a great one to come to.
Yeah, I hope Steve's not on the diesel already. Steve, tell me you're not on the diesel already. Otherwise, well, we'll catch it later, maybe tomorrow, as this one gets whacked away. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. Shaba, Shaba. Look how quickly he gets into position. And that's, well, that's what Clayton Floyd does. That's Clayton at his best.
Yeah, he's just gotten into an early position, and you already feel like Parveen's on the back foot here. Floyd's making the running. 21 now. This innings has exploded to life in the second.
Ball to go. Comes Praveen. And good reply, you'd think, but Clayton Floyd is up for it, and the ball goes over the boundary once more. Balle, 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 kinna sona. Shaka Lagya. It's a different ball game, isn't it? That didn't look like a bad delivery at all. But Clayton Floyd gets right under it and sends it over the boundary for another big 6. 27 without loss after 2.
Yeah, the key is when you're batting here, you want to try it, but not try too hard. I think he found the balance there in the second half of the over. 27 without loss after 2. And yes, Steve saying actually walked up the hill, so he was kind of sweating out some of the drinks he had yesterday. That's good to hear, Steve. Hello to John Gray as well. And Liam Day watching from New Zealand. And yeah, I'll try and take part in that discussion when I can as well. So well, it's going to be an interesting one. And yeah, some people already mentioning that drop of Clayton Floyd already coming back to bite Portugal somewhat. It looks like Faf Stoneman is going to bowl over number 3. Looks like, have you never had biltong before, Rico?
Speaking of bite, I'll have a bite. No, I haven't.
You've never had biltong?
No, I'm gonna.
You haven't lived. I'm going to turn the mic off.
Try it now.
I've got this one covered. All right. So Tim Etman, I see him in this T10 side for the first time. Weirdest face. It's nice. Yeah. There's a reason I only brought you that much, because otherwise you would have eaten the whole bag, like I did. Anyway, it's a low full toss. It's everyone treating this biltong in the cube like it's something on a challenge on Fear Factor, but it's not. It's actually very good.
It's like a bit of roast beef.
Yeah, it is.
It's not bad at
It's
all.
slightly dried
It
out.
doesn't look as appetizing, but it actually is pretty nice.
Right. Yeah, you guys are so strange. You've got Diana in here at the moment as well. She's just trying a little bit of it as well. Wow, it's a shot, isn't it? And he uses the pace, goes full and goes all the way. Maximo! What a shot this is from Floyd. Gets inventive and he gets 6.
Yeah, well, he knows he's lucky to be there, and that's just beautiful, isn't it? Just look at it, just using the pace of Faf. It's a little bit over pitch, and it's all about positioning. And, well, after that opportunity that he got gifted by Junaid Khan, he's making it count, and he's racing along now. It's 27 of 8 deliveries.
They've done their homework on Stoneman. They know that he likes to go full. So these Netherlands players, quite a few of them like that deflection shot, that kind of ramp shot. And so they'll know that Stoneman's a good candidate to do it too. Forces the field changes. The fine leg goes back.
It's a Gundy ball. This one may get called for height as well. It's going to be 4 for sure, but there may be a no ball here as well. I think this is going to be called because he's gone back into his crease and it's still high. Well, what a shot this is. He's just seen the ball so well, but it's all about positioning. Look, there's only a couple of centimetres between that back foot of his and the stumps, but it's all about getting into position early and putting it away, and it will be a free hit as well, so it's too high.
Yeah, trouble. And, you know, yes, they've had some recent cricket, but they also, there's a bit of a fatigue kind of performance. Bit of the morning after the night before about this from Portugal at the moment. And the free hit is absolutely swatted away. And that one, all the way to cow corner, that's going to endanger one of the team tents. But Floyd goes Maximo again. And really, this total not looking like it's enough to defend. This power play has exploded there. That was halfway to cow corner, wasn't it, Rico?
Yeah, but there's the cows first thing in the morning. And watch out because they're coming your way. That's a biggie. And Clayton Floyd is turning on the style here. Oh, he said, look at that strike rate. It's almost at 400. It's quite incredible. Just 39 of 10 deliveries. Faf Stoneman. Now, when he tries to get... Oh, this is going to be out, I think. The catch is taken. What does it come off? I think this comes off the gloves.
I don't know. This could have come off the arm.
What does this come off? Well, if this comes off the arm, why isn't he on the floor in pain?
Or it's off his body.
Well, Clayton, he just dismissively looks away. What's it come off? I thought it...
yeah, see, I think it misses the gloves.
Is it in the chest?
And it comes off the chest, and it goes around his arm. I think it's a good decision.
What a good call that is from the umpire, because when you look at that, you think, surely there's a bit of glove on it. Great bit of umpiring from Lucas.
Yeah, it didn't make it sound of bat either, and not really a glovey sound. No ball call. This must be for front foot, so a few avoidables creeping in.
This is not good, is it? Faf Stoneman must have overstepped here. I don't know if you can pick anything up from this angle. It's usually quite difficult unless it's a biggie.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, he's pushing it anyway. So we don't get a great look at that because the other foot's in the way. But another free hit coming up. Bit of a disaster, this one, to be honest, with the Portuguese this morning.
Christian Etman, is this the first time we've seen him, I think?
Tim Etman, we would call him.
Okay, free hit, so if the fielder does get to it, it will be in vain, and he does. Oh, it's extraordinary well. What a save that is. Fantastic. Shaba from Amir Zahib. It's the Rock.
Such a good one, but I'm suspicious about the last time he touches the ball.
I think he's all right.
I
mean, it happened right in front of me. I think it was good.
This is fine, but what about the last time he slaps the ball here? About now. I mean, I'm hoping he's right. That's okay. Yeah, it's good. It's gone. Yeah, it touches the rope, but the ball's already gone, right?
Yeah, it's good. Look, at this point, he's not touching. That's a really good save.
Yeah, brilliant work.
Fantastic from Zahib. Well done, that man.
50's up for Netherlands on the 50 partnership.
And this one, after taking a couple, will just be a single, and Etman will stay on strike. 52 without loss after 3. So looking to get there pretty rapido, aren't they?
Yeah, they sure will. 34 or 42. We'll see 5 matches today. So, yeah, Portugal mentioned the fact they've had recent cricket is probably a benefit, and it probably is a net benefit, but it's always a bit tough, even though it's a step up in intensity. But, you know, quite a few players here did play in the final yesterday, or the final day yesterday in the ECS. Of course, that was a pretty onerous schedule as well. We're 59 matches here in Portugal, but now it's going to be Najam Shahzad, who we didn't really see in the first half of the tournament, but then he was a winner with Marlow yesterday. Marlow securing their 4th ECS trophy, their 5th ECN trophy overall. He's going to come on and bowl the 4th over.
Yeah, Najam Shahzad. Would you, I mean, look, I'm just having a quick look. Amandeep Singh, spin, try a bit of spin. Why not?
Maybe. Yeah, I think you want to try and bowl as many people as you can just to give them an over, get them feeling a bit more comfortable. So Najam hasn't bowled yet. I don't mind that. Again, strategically, just don't see you holding them down here.
What? And this is another one that will go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya. Well, there you go. It's Miguel Stoneman that has nicked that chair that's reserved for the VIPs. Well, I'm glad somebody's making use of it. We waited for 2 weeks for somebody to just finally plant themselves on it, and Miguel Stoneman says, it's all mine.
And unfortunately for him, I think he's going to be a bit busy there, the way things are going at the moment. Tim Etman goes big, out of the ground. Shahzad is getting a little bit too straight to him. Good shooting, though.
Slowed ball, but it's a full toss. I think this will be called as well. Good effort to take the catch from the fielder, but I don't think it would have mattered. And I know it's a slower one, it's dipping, but not enough. And it's called on the fielder plate. Naeem Malik, the umpire, making the signal.
Yeah, it's an easy call, really. It was initially called at square leg by Neil Cash, but it's a free hit coming up. There's just been a few shooting themselves in the foot moments, but also some very good batting. So, free hit coming up, and it will be Etman to face it.
It's a Gandhi, and well, look at the bounce here. That's well dealt with by the keeper. This is a really good take from Kuldeep Gulaya. I had visions of this going over his shoulder. It's a Gandhi ball. And
yeah, and that's almost lights out if that bounces slightly differently, but Golly's got really good reflexes. He's had his hands full literally with a couple of awkward takes in this innings.
Yeah, just a few. I mean, I just think a few probably...
Nerves?
No, not nerves. Not nerves. No, I'm just thinking more of the way that the players have been deployed here by Portugal. I still think the batting order is something that they could have looked at differently. And I also think here now with the bowling, I think you've been too predictable. I think other teams, when you paces like the likes of Junaid Khan, all right, the first over wasn't too bad though. There should have been a wicket. But when you saw Praveen go for 20, Stoneman also go for plenty, you got to then say, right, let's learn. It's obviously not working with the pace. Let's deploy our spinners. They should have used spin here. I mean, that's exactly what Netherlands did, use the spin. And I think for Portugal, you have the opportunity. You got the spinners there, use them. By the time they're going to come on here now, if we do see any spin, this game is already done.
Yeah, I think you could argue it's already done. A bit like my hot dog that I ordered in the mid-innings break. Might have ordered it for the 5 over mark. Anyway, this is another one which is driven firmly. It's knocked down. Conrad Greenshield's normally a bit of a weapon with the ball for Portugal, but due to his shoulder injury, we've hardly seen him bowling. He's not meant to bowl. He bowled occasionally in that ECS, but I don't think he'll be used as a bowler in this series.
Yeah. Well, Steve McVeigh, I know you're at the ground, and a lot of people are talking to him about what's at the ground, etc. Well, why don't you go there and just let us know what's on offer at that barbecue, the braai, apart from the bangers, of course. So this will be a wide, so this over just becomes longer and becomes more frustrating. There's 14 come off it now. Still 3 balls to go in it. Already seen a couple of magical overs. So Portugal, you got to be, I think they will know themselves that they've kind of let themselves down a little bit in this first match. I think everybody expected probably a little bit more from them. Bearing in mind that they've had some time out there in the middle. We've seen 2 magical overs already, over number 2 and 3. This one is called again. This is a tight call. You can see Najam Shahzad's a little bit disappointed, but I think it might just, I think there's a fair call. It catches a bit of line. You've got to call him.
It's wide. It's just been a frustrating one. Because it's one thing to be beaten by a team that's maybe slightly different level to you are, but you just want to play well, and Portugal haven't played well this morning. They haven't played to their own ability. And if you go down that way, then you don't mind it as much. Again, they'll get 4 matches today, so hopefully it becomes a distant memory. As we see an attempted reverse, he swings and misses at it.
Yeah, it would have been, I mean, if he goes to play orthodox style, Clayton Floyd, and misses it, it would have been another wide, I'm sure of it. I mean, that's going to be a wide.
I still think that's a wide, because that's the offside. It's still outside the offside tram line, so that should be a wide. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he doesn't try to play. Yeah, he doesn't try and change his...
That's still a wide.
Yeah.
because it's missed the tram line.
I think maybe the umpire in his mind is thinking he's actually changed his stance and tried to play.
That's what I'm saying, but that just, it means you can't get a wide for missing the leg stump. But it's still, the tram lines are still the wide.
Tram lines, you're right.
Yeah. So anyway, I probably don't need it. Shazad, we'll be thankful for small mercies.
Well, there's nothing small about this, as this one is in the gap, beautifully placed. Clayton Floyd just keeps on going, 4 more runs. He's looking up to bring his half century up. And remember, he was gifted by that drop when it was Junaid Khan could have had him for 0. And the difference is, and this is what Portugal and the players in their side will learn pretty quickly, that in this format, when you're playing at this level, unlike club level where you can drop catches and still recover, thing is, at this international higher level, you drop a good player, he will punish you. Hit straight down the ground, chases on, and it's well dealt with by Faf Stoneman. Good fielding, gets a good throw in as well. That will be the end of the over, but it does. It's another one that goes magical. So over number 2, 20 came off Preven, 25 come off this one off the one of Faf Stoneman, and 20 now of this one of Shazad.
Looking forward to seeing Gibraltar for the first time in match 2, taking on Portugal. So yeah, Portugal, they want to play better, no doubt about that. They won the toss and elected to bat, so let's see if they can bat better. Gibraltar, though, plenty of players to watch, including Ian Latton, who had a great domestic series earlier in the year. Louis Bruce and Avinash Pai to open the batting, I think. Got Rakes in the middle order. Keynes in there as well. I think Cameron Stagno will have the gloves. And yeah, got Jack
Well, the toss is that
with Fitzgerald as well to bowl some pace. And yeah, plenty of names we've seen a fair bit of on ECN this year. So that match is coming up and it starts in 40 minutes time. Plenty of time for me to grab some snaggers in the break as well.
Amandeep. Yeah, we'll go for spin, but he's only got 14 runs really to defend here, because 14 is what's required. And let's see, it'd be interesting to see just the approach here. He's going to be bowling to Christian Hetman first.
All right, here's time for some spin. And it's another full toss. There's been so many of these in this innings. And, like I say, I think this is the kind of performance, Rico, you draw a line under it. You say, look, we're starting again here. We still got 5 internationals to go and we want to play well.
Yeah.
Just leave that one in the rearview mirror, I think.
There he goes down the ground, gets his foot down, but it could be a wicket, and it will be. Faf Stoneman takes a catch. So Tim Hetman will depart. He goes for 19 of ball number 14. And well done. I kept saying it. Bring the spin on. Learn. And, well, he comes on. And even though he hasn't got too many to defend, he gets a wicket straight away. Take the pace off. Pace off. I mean, against pace, this is going to the boundary. No pace on it. The catch is taken. Well done, Faf Stoneman.
Yeah,
and well done to Amandeep Singh.
Really good job by Amandeep, who changes it up. And it's not an easy catch, I think. It looks easy. There aren't easy catches on this field, I think, coming out of that background, but he judges it well and pulls it down. So 73 for 1, and Portugal finally have their first wicket of this series.
Yeah, and congratulations to Amandeep, who's the man who picks it up. So well done to him. Coming on when he really is. Coming on to bowl in the firing line. It starts off with a full toss, but gets the next one right. Is there. He challenges the batter. Hetman goes for it. Doesn't quite get it. He'll go for 19 of 14 deliveries.
Meanwhile, Floyd's quietly chugged to 46 off 16. Gawley, the new batter, he likes to get funky a lot of the time, but with no pace on the ball, he might play a bit more orthodox. He is quite a powerful driver down the ground as well.
He's a lovely guy to watch when he's batting, when he's in full flow. He really is. He's remarkable. He's got a remarkable eye, and he's a very talented player. He'll start with a full toss as well, which he'll just work to the man at the mid-wicket boundary, so just a single.
And Boris is one guy, he holds a special place in my heart. He's the best player I've ever seen bowled off a ball that bounces twice. Or maybe 3 times. I'm sure he's enjoying me bringing that up. Anyway, here's Floyd on 46, and boundary gets him to his 50.
Now it's Topish, gets it over the infield. Should be dealt with out there on the boundary. And get the throw in straight away, just get the single.
I'm just happy to take the one there. So yeah, Netherlands cruising to victory. Remember, each team will play 6 matches across this weekend. Whoever tops the table will take that ECI trophy.
Nice delivery outside the off. That's good. That's better. So got this one to actually pitch. The other two that he's bowled out there have been full tosses. So, yeah, I'm liking this from Amandeep. Last ball of his over. Goes after him. And, oh, it's so close to going back onto the stumps. Pretty close, but what a good over. Well done to Amandeep. He takes it into the next. Only 3 come off it.
Oh, did they hit the stumps?
Picks up the wicket as well.
I think that actually hit. Am I crazy? Have you got one more replay for me, Andrews?
Does it kiss the base of the stumps
I
here?
think it does, look. Boof. Yeah. It does knock the bails off because that's quite hard down there. So, bit of luck. Anyway, this is what's coming up on Monday. So, of course, we've got cricket every day at the moment. But tomorrow, Rico won't be here because he's going to be travelling to Cyprus. I think you're flying out tonight, right? So, we've got 5 matches there. Fair few Kings around there. You've got the Cyprus Super Kings, Napa Royal Kings. The battle of the Kings in match 4. But starting off with the Tigers versus the Limassol Qalandars. And also get to see Everest on day 1. So 5 matches a day. There are 12 days of group play. So there's 2 groups of 6. Each team plays 10 games in their group. And then quarterfinals on Saturday, which I'll be back for. And then finals on Sunday, the 23rd of April. So stay tuned for more ECS action.
Looking forward to it. And of course, we're going to have Nish out there as well, who's the Cyprus expert, already sending me lots of info through. So thank you to Nish. And looking forward to getting into the cube with you there. This one is a wide, the first one up from Suman Gamir.
And Gamir is also making his international debut today. He's just qualified. A very classy player. Also a good keeper. He's been bowling spin in the recent domestic series. And a very good bat. We didn't get to see him, unfortunately, with the bat in the previous game, in the previous innings.
Goes for the reverse. And I don't know if there's any bat involved here. I don't think so. No bias signal. Just changes his up slightly, doesn't it? You can see batters now, because they're not getting the pace, just having to be a little bit more creative. So I'm liking it.
Not exactly sprinting through the finish line here, Netherlands, but I feel like the target's not far away.
Well, he gets hold of this pretty well, and it will go all the way. Bolle. Nice clean hit. Gets it over the boundary. So Boris Gawley brings up his first boundary, and now we're really just one big hit away from a finish here, and a comprehensive victory for Netherlands it will be.
Yeah, he may be able to cost Floyd a 50 here.
Oh, no ball. This one comes out completely wrong. And once again, another player just feeling the pressure of changing up from domestic to international level. It's all in the mind, isn't it? All in the mind. So, here we go. Short, and this probably should have been it, but it won't be. It will give an opportunity for Clayton Floyd.
This is a good result for Floyd. He wants to pad the stats with a 50. He's earned it. Always nice to get a 50 when you've hit a ball straight up in the air earlier in innings. And well, he hasn't given them another look in, has he? So any score wins it for the Netherlands. And Floyd, with a boundary, can go to a 50.
And he will go for it as well. That will be the end of the match. Balle, shaba, kinna sona. Badanya, Netherlands to Nali Apna batter. Clayton Floyd, Apni 50 Puri Kali, 53 he will finish on, not out of 19. It's a win for Netherlands, but it's also a lesson for Portugal. At this level, if you give a chance, then you'll live to rue it. They dropped him on 0. He came back and he hits a half century and gets the victory for Netherlands, and they do it with plenty of balls left on the table.
Yeah, they do. And look, it was 2 teams that are still finding their way as a combination. Obviously, Portugal coming together as a group didn't quite gel in that game. Had to deal with a Netherlands team, which haven't had as much cricket, but you just know they've done their homework. They're very good cricketers, and they're going to probably only get better. That's a scary thing. So, a fairly easy win in the end for the Dutch as they bring up the victory with 26 balls to spare. And, well, Floyd did end up making his 50, but it could have been very different because he skied one. Junaid had most of it, but he let it get away. And, well, that set the tone for a little bit of a disappointing performance from the host country.
Yeah, it was. I mean, even though, having said that over only went for 7, but then the next 3 went magical with Praveen going for 20, Fash Doman 25, and Najam Shahzad's over also going for 20. Amandeep Singh with the spin slowed things up slightly, but really, I mean, they've got a lot of improving to do. But we did see, as we expected to see, some funky, imaginative and creative batting from the Netherlands.
Yeah, and like I said, they've done their homework, so they know who likes to bowl full, and they got in positions to play those ramp shots because they're fairly safe shots if the ball's in the right spot. This is an interesting one, but I think it was a good decision. I don't think it hits the glove or the bat. It comes off the body of Floyd, and yeah, as far as the target was concerned, just wasn't enough. And Shazad came on again. He doesn't quite look himself at the moment either. But, you know, some positives in there. I think Amandeep Singh bowled a good over. He ended up taking the wicket, which we'll see shortly, and only going for 3 in that over. As spin came on, and it was a good catch by Faf Stoneman to remove Tim Etman and break that opening partnership. That brought Gawley to the crease, and yeah, just wasn't far away. As Gamiere went for a couple of Maximos, and it wasn't long before this game was over, sending us into the break, and yeah, half an hour away from the first ball of the next game. And so we'll get to see Gibraltar on the park. This game will start in around about half an hour. Like I said, news from the toss, Portugal winning the toss and batting first. Look, I think we might see some changes there. I think you'd rather be proactive than reactive. I think, you know, if guys aren't working, you know, switch them out, you know, give them a different look, give them a different position. Maybe they can find some confidence. Gibraltar, though, I think they'll be chasing and they'll feel pretty confident doing that as well. Really good matchup, I think, coming up in match 2. So don't go anywhere. Let's have a look at the scorecard, you know, and it was a fairly routine chase, wasn't it, for the Netherlands? Floyd gave life early, bit motored to 53, and he brought up his half century off the last ball of the game. 19 to Tim Etman, didn't do too much wrong. And Gawley, we know how good he is. He came in to finish it off. But yeah, the extra is a bit of a problem. I mean, 5 no balls in just over 5 overs. It's way too many. 4 wides as well. So certainly something to work on for Portugal. But Amandeep Singh bowled a good over. That was probably the only positive, but I mean, they won't have too long to dwell on it because they got another game just half an hour away.
Yeah, I think they're very happy to get that game out of the way. I think Portugal, I think that's what the captain, Conor Greenshields, will be saying to his players there. Right, look, it wasn't a good one, but we've got it out of the way. From here, we can only get better. And he'll be saying to them, hey guys, you know you're better than that. We've seen it. You've shown it the last few weeks. Come on, just that one. Wipe the slate clean and let's start again. Let's do what we can do. I'm hoping to see Amandeep with the bat as well. I'm hoping to see Saman Gamiri out there as well with the bat. I think those two early up with Kuldeep Gulaya and maybe then Gormish playing his part as well, Conor Greenshields as well. I think I'm looking forward to seeing a good response from them. But this time around, I think the Netherlands, well, a few people were thinking, well, how would they perform? Would they get used to these conditions? Will they get used to this pitch in the outfield? The answer to all of those was yes.
They did. They're a class act. So we'll see you back in the SCG in around about 25 minutes. Take you into match 2, and I might head over to the Bri Zone. But until then, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you after the break for Portugal, Gibraltar. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket International.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to the Santhrone Cricket Round. Vinny Sandu here, part-time commentator, full-time food lover. We have Miguel, the Borabosh guy. He's the real star of the show here. We've got Leonardo, he's working hard as well. Nice to see the kids working. We've got Valerie, we've got Manuel here as well. This is the Borabosh stand, so I'm going to get stuck in here. Meanwhile, let's see what happens in the coin toss for match 2. It's going to be Portugal versus Gibraltar, who we see for the first time. Let's get into the middle. While I'm busy here, Tyrone Peters, he's going to have to get to work.
Gibraltar to call.
Or what is what?
That is your head. That is your tail.
Heads, please.
Heads is the call. The tail.
We'll have a bat.
You know that.
Well, the news from the toss is that Portugal have won the toss. They're going to bat. That is smart. Always get the runs on the board if you can, and always get the sausages just right. This is Manuel. He looks like he knows what he's doing, so I'm not going to interfere too much. But I tell you what, smoking out here. It's pretty hot out there in the middle as well. Great to see the Jibs on the park for the first time. Probably Louis Bruce, a player we'll see at the top of the order with the captain Avinash Pai. But I mean, they've got a lot of players that have recent T10 experience with the Lasbury Lightning, and I think this will be a really good game. I think this is a good place to stay as well. So Rico Ford, I'm going to let you go to the first ball with the news that Portugal, the hosts, have won the toss. They've elected to bat. Let's get ready for match 2, and I'm going to get ready to do some more work right here.
Don't let that man in your kitchen. And you've been warned, because he will set fire to the place to do something else. Anyway, I was interested. I was excited. He had the gloves on. I thought he was actually going to get down to doing some work, but he obviously just likes wearing those rubber gloves. But yeah, I'm liking that look, and I'm sure that a lot of people, a lot of folk, are going to be very thankful to having that little food tent over there and the old barbecue, and looking forward to having a few sausages myself later. This is what we got coming up next. Match number 2 of this ECI. Portugal looking to bounce back after being, well, you got to say, a bit of a thrashing there from the Netherlands. I think Portugal were expecting to put in a much better performance. Up against Gibraltar. A quick look at the Gibraltar side. Louis Bruce, Avinash Pai, and Ian Latin. And nice to see a mixture of the youngsters and the experienced players there as well. Latin was just fantastic in the series there in Gibraltar. Another man who was right up there with the runs is Kenroy Nestor as well. And I think some like Julian Ferrone also. And James Fitzgerald will be looking to make good inroads in this. But with the ball, because that's what they're doing first up, as we saw from the coin toss, it's going to be somebody. I think Jack Horrocks on this wicket, if he can get it right, will be very interesting. And also Kabir Mirpuri with his spin. It'll be interesting to see how he goes. And Louis Bruce, the young bowler, we're looking to, I think he'll enjoy bowling on this pitch as well, with that little bit of extra bounce. More bounce than what you probably get in the pitch that they have there in Gibraltar. 100 to 96 is what the bat versus ball wall is saying in favour of Portugal. And Portugal looking to get a much better performance out there. The captain, got a green shield, sticking with the same openers, Kuldigulaya and Sean Gomes will be doing the opening. I'm expecting to see Conrad coming in at 3, though I must admit I would like to see that maybe him trialling the likes of Amandeep or also Saman Gamiri there at the top as well, maybe rotating the likes of Kuldi with one of those two, because I think somebody like Gomesh probably does need to spend as much time out there in the middle if he's going to make a good contribution. Probably, I think a lot of people will feel that he looks more suited as a T20 player, but he can turn it on in T10 style. Loving the kits from both these sides, and well, Gibraltar, good kit, and loving the numbers on the back, nice and clear. Here's the first runs. And a bit of a misfield. Well, get used to it. It is not like playing in Gibraltar. This is not the same sort of... they play in Gibraltar on... It's a carpet. It's not just a artificial pitch, but the whole outfield is artificial as well. So you're going to have to get used to this pretty quickly. And it's taken a lot of victims already. And nice delivery. And it is Mirpuri that opens up. Nice to see him bowling when we were there. He had a bit of an injury, so he wasn't bowling much. And I spoke to him very briefly this morning. And he said, yeah, everything is good. He's recovered well. And he was saying that his bowling arm is doing good. And from the start he's made, it looks like he's in pretty good shape. Here's Mirpuri. Kuldeep up in the air, shouts of catch, but he gets enough of it, gets over the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs, 4 carreras. And a little bit unfortunate here. I think the bowler, I think he beats Goliath with the flight. It's a good shot to play, I guess, in the power play. Once you get it over that infield, you're going to get value for money. 4 runs. First boundary comes up. Portugal looking to get a much better start in the power play. Welcome back to everybody in the chat as well. Hello to Liam Day, Chris Smith as well. This is short down the leg side, and it's an easy hit, isn't it? A bit of a gundy ball there from Graya after focusing well on the off stump. He goes for the quicker one. It's quicker, is flatter, but it's ill-directed, and that's going to be 4 carreras. 4 more. Back-to-back boundary from Kuldeep Goliath. This is better. A better start. Nipuri just wants to get back outside the off. In the area of long on. And Louis Bruce in the action early. Keeping an eye on that, getting the throw in. And Stagno behind the stumps. And a very hard hitter of the ball is Stagno. This format really suits him really well. Time for Chankomesh to take guarding. The only batter really that made any inroads in that first match against Netherlands. He made 31 not out of 23. So, I think the early criticism would be that he never really got going early enough, though he did play some delightful shots. So he's been looking, now that he's been out there and got a feel for it, to make a quicker start. And, well, he tries, but he gives the wicket, the first wicket for Gibraltar, to the spinner, Kabir Puri. Well, this Puri is a little bit too thicky for Gomes. Gomes rocks back, and he puts a gentle catch into the hands of the fielder, who makes no mistake. So the first wicket, and Gomes, who, well, like I was saying, he was the only batter that made any contribution last time around. He's going to go for a first baller. And it's time for us to see Derek. And that's the way we do it out here at the SCG. You get a duck, well, you're going to know about it. Well, that's another one that's going to end up in the pool of our hotel partner, Centrum Hotel, who have been, well, they've been great hosts for us when we get back to base. So a little shout out to the Centrum Hotel. What a beautiful hotel it is. It gives you everything that you want when you want a pleasant stay. And a lovely outdoor and indoor pool. A little bit too chilly for the outdoor pool at the moment, but the ducks are liking it. And that's another one, unfortunately. It's Gomes, who would go early. And well caught also to James Fitzgerald. It was also the end of the over, so 11 for 1. A good start for Gibraltar. And that does bring Conrad Greenshields out to the middle, the captain. Kuldeep gets lucky with this. Hay poquito de suerte as Horrocks rocks it, and he goes for the short one straight away. And it's not a bad delivery. It's straight at Kuldeep. Kuldeep swings. He gets lucky. Fortune favors the brave. Suerte, suerte, suerte ahí. Goliath, 4 más, 4 more. I think somebody like Jack Horrocks will generate some pace on this pitch. Comes in again. And this one has been hit cleanly. It's 4 more back-to-back boundaries. This one a little bit more orthodox. It's there in the slot. And Kuldeep works it away. So aiming to make the most of the power play. Tell you what's thrown me a little bit is that, of course, we've seen these players play for 2 weeks here now, and now they're playing in the international kit. The numbers on their bags don't correspond with the numbers that they were playing for the club. So I'm saying Kuldeep, then I'm seeing a flash of the number saying, Kuldeep's not number 4, he's not. But of course, it's international numbers now, not their clubs. And this is another one. Kuldeep, 2 4s and out. And that man there, Avinash Pai, the captain, is sensational in the field. He doesn't drop too many. And he gives Horrocks his first wicket. I think this is a slightly slower delivery. Yeah, it is. He rolls the fingers around it. Kuldeep Goliath, he's out in the same area as he was against the Netherlands. He just doesn't go through this shot. It's a wicket. The second one goes down. So Kuldeep, after hitting a couple of boundaries on the spin, 4 boundaries in the inning. So it's a quick 19, but it's 19 and out for him. And, the combination of Horrocks and Avinash Pai see the back of him. 19 for 2. Still 3 balls to go in this second over. Kuldeep scored all the runs so far. A good catch from Avinash, and you'll see just not just Avinash, but a couple of these guys here from Gibraltar, very, very good fielders, got very good safe hands. And a good moment there for Horrocks as well. Get to wicket. He was a bit unfortunate not to get one with the first delivery that beat Kuldeep Goliath with the pace. So Miguel Machado comes ahead of the likes of Amardeep Singh and also Suman Ghamiri once more. Made a good start, but he was a little bit slow going himself. He went to run a ball 18, more or less, but well, he maybe, you like the bowling of Gibraltar slightly better. The Netherlands did bowl very, very well. Rico Full in the house, and joining me in our cube, it's Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, nice to be back, and yeah, I just think Portugal need to shelve that performance first up. It was a rough one. And they are sticking with pretty much the same order. I think what they're saying is, look, this is the order. Let's try it again and do it better this time before they look for alternatives. Horrocks, I think you will enjoy this, but he's launched up and out of the ground. Greenshield first ball he faces disappears. Maximo, what a confident start from the Portuguese skipper.
Well, Greenshields has just got to imagine that he's out there playing for Owarish in the ECS and continue to do what we see him do a lot of. And this is a very good, confident shot from a man who's in good form at the moment.
It's just a good cricket shot, isn't it? You're in the power play, so they are going to make a field change. Long on's going to go back. That's Louis Bruce, and the deep kind of forward square legs coming up. So trying to encourage Conrad to hit squarer, a bit more sideways. Now, it's a bit more careful. They push, they run. And these two teammates at Owarish as well that made the final but weren't able to win the final yesterday. Marlow winning that one. Yeah, but Gibraltar, this is actually the first time we've ever seen them play in a T10 international because they haven't been part of the ECC to this point. And so, yeah, we have a look at the standings. And, yeah, we've got to see that Netherlands on the board with a pretty comprehensive win first up. But these two teams, they'll be fighting for their first points of the tournament.
Yeah, and a good start. All right, 2 wickets down, but in terms of runs, they're pretty healthy. And I think that's the thing that Portugal have to focus on. I think first time around, they only lost 4 wickets, getting to 85. And I think Conrad Greenshields has probably said to the guys, hey, look at the batting we got. We bat all the way down. And they literally do. They bat all the way down. So go out there, be brave, play your shots. If you're out, you're out. Another guy can come in and take over. And I think that's the way they've got to be. And they go with Mirpuri back again. And he sneaks this one past Greenshields. So good start. I'm liking the spin being used here in combination with pace. I think that's a good philosophy. Works well. Well, it's high up in the air, but it's a catching opportunity, is it? No. He goes all the way over Louis Bruce. Balle, kinna sona. Shaka lagya. Well, Greenshields, he opens up his shoulders. He goes high. He goes long. It goes big. It's 6. Nice shot.
Yeah, really good shot and got the distance on that. Well struck. Looking dangerous, isn't he?
Gets with, this will be called a wide. Yeah. Well, hang on a minute now. There's an excitement from the wicketkeeper. He thinks he's got his man. He's quite excited about this. Let's have a look. Does Conrad Greenshield lift that foot up at all? Let's see. It is up. Is it up or is it down? Oh, you make up your mind. I think maybe the toe is still down.
It. I don't think he actually lifts it. Nah. For me, he doesn't ever lift it.
Yeah, I think he's sliding the toe along. It's just, I mean, there was a moment where it might have been up, but I don't think the bells came off in that instant.
It's not so much here about the moment. It's just, does that ever leave the ground? I don't think so.
I think it does for just one moment, Vinny, but I don't think the bells come off at that point.
Yeah, I still am not convinced it It really leaves the ground.
Not out is the decision. But, okay, could have been a cheeky one there from Curran Stagno. Now watch out for number 13. Well, could be unlucky for some, couldn't he? Anyway, Mirpuri. He does correctly get called wide. They're making a slight change to the field. Still, of course, inside the power play. And that's why I think Green Shields wants to go after him. And they're asking again. I don't know about this one. From what I see from this angle, the foot's down. I like the way that Stagno goes racing up to the bowl straight away. Well, let's have a look at this. This will be closer,
I'm more convinced this time.
This will be closer.
Oh, I'm going to find the right shot here.
And I reckon this time he could be gone. This time I don't think the foot is down. You know why I don't think it's down? Because I think I see his shadow.
I don't know. It's inconclusive for me. I think from there it could easily be down. It looks like he has been given. Yeah, maybe just in the air because you see it come down slightly afterwards. It's a tough one. I mean, maybe they go with the on-field call there, but the Green Shields is going to go. And the game comes alive. Mirpuri spins a web and he gets the Portuguese skipper. He has to go for 13 off just 5 balls. It's 34 for 3.
Yeah, well, Mirpuri gets another. And, well, he is turning out to be a thicky puri. Too thicky for Conrad Green Shields. Very good work from Stagno. Well, I told you, number 13 on his back, be warned. Well, it's runs 13 to Conrad Green Shields as well. So it's a double whammy for him. 13 the score. You see it there?
Yeah.
The foot is up in the air.
Just probably a micrometer in the air. it's a tough one. It's Stagno. He's been kind of prowling behind the stumps, and so he will get the stumping. Mirpuri gets the big wicket. So this is Najam Shazad coming out at number 5. Let's see what he can do. Portugal, run rate's good, but those 3 wickets could be telling.
Yeah, Shazad's a good player. He's not really in the best of his form. Still, unconfused, unpuzzled. Amandeep Singh, where is he? Saman Gumair, where is he? Amir Zahib could also be him as well. I get Najam being there, but it's only we're still in the power play. I think you got to go with people like Amandeep Singh and also Samir Gumiri, who've been they're genuine openers. I don't know why we're not seeing them. Anyway, let's see what Najam Shazad can do. Remember, got a duck. He got a first baller in the last one, but it was a different circumstances. hello. And I don't think they take anything here. They get a single.
You're free, One. Let's having to deal with this. I don't think he can blame the field on that occasion. That was a Europa-style roll that he got, but he just found a way to still fumble it.
Okay, so Machado. Mirpuri's been good. Floats this one up there, and this one gets absolutely clobbered, and he will go all the way. Bolle. Machado, this is one thing he's so good at. He uses his feet well. He's very quick to come forward. It probably always was going to be a full toss, but, well, he gets there, hits it out of the meat of the bat. Big 6.
He made it into a bigger full toss. You're right, just baseballed it. So, yeah, different game, different attitude from Machado. He's being a bit more proactive against the spin bowling. Mirpuri, last ball of his spell coming up. Push through, clocks it, back to the bowler. So, end of a very entertaining power play. There were runs, there were wickets. They were Maximos. It's 41 for 3 after 3.
Yeah, I think Gibraltar will take that. It's always a bit of a risk to go with the spinner first up, but the plan is that maybe runs will come, but if we can pick a few key wickets up as well, then we'll take it. And look, I mean, Mirpuri has seen the back of Sean Gomes and also Conrad Green Shields. I think you take that. 2 for 25. Well bowled.
I think you just got to try and keep that run rate high. And if you lose wickets doing it, so be it. I think that they've got a pretty long batting order. If I look down, they've listed Amandeep Singh at 9, for example. And they've listed Parveen Singh at 10 in this game. Junaid Khan is listed 11. And he came out and batted really well yesterday, albeit it was a brief innings. So, yeah, change bowling here. It's James Fitzgerald that's going to bowl for the first time. Remember, this is Gibraltar's first ever T10 international for men, I should say, because their women's team we saw as part of the ECIW earlier this year. So, a few people have picked up, as have I. We're missing the Gibraltar flag. It will be there shortly. Don't worry. let's not open that can of worms again. But it will be a fairly circumspect start for Shazad against Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald's a good pacer, isn't he? Right arm up. Saw him as part of the ECL squad for Lathbury Lightning recently. And Shazad also, you know, again, he hasn't played a lot of cricket. I think he'll get better and better.
And listen, why have we got a pepperoni pizza on the display?
Where's that?
It's just there, a slice of pepperoni pizza, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, the Gibraltar cricket logo.
You look at it at a glance and think, okay, well, there's food all around us. And this one is played all around.
It's pretty early.
Najam Shazad.
Pretty early for food chat, but I did try the boerewors roll, and it was delicious, I've got to say. The sausages were as good as they smelled. And you saw me in the introduction there. Just
I noticed you had
the
gloves
sack
on.
Yeah.
But you didn't get your hands. Well, you didn't. What do you use your gloves? What do you put them on for?
No, it was just
kinky. What?
It was precautionary. Swing and a miss, but called
I
wide.
did warn them to don't allow you in the kitchen. That's a mistake.
It is so that I could just pull the sausages off the barbecue with my bare hands and eat them. That was what it was for.
My ball signal there. Only just trying a little bit too wide from Fitzgerald, but liking the look of Fitzy here. Coming in, big, tall, well-built, broad chap.
We'll enjoy the pitch. It goes on the offside, going, and gone. Maximo! Shazad takes him on down the ground. He gets just the right distance. Good club selections down towards the bottom of the bat, but it had the journey, 6 runs.
Nice shot, keeps his shape, hits it nice and straight, hits through the ball. And that's what he's got to do. When the ball's up there, hit it straight, not try to card it onto the leg side. Good shot from Shazad.
Yeah, and that's more him, I think. Playing in the V, trusting that he's got the power to clear those boundaries. Fitzgerald just missing the block hole there, something that Najam could get under. Run rate still very good for Portugal. This one's shorter. Oh, this one gets him, beats him for pace.
Yeah, look, it's international cricket, but Najam Shazad doesn't want to wear the lid. I think that's always it's always scary for me, and I don't think it's a good decision, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to call for it now. He probably should. And he is. So, look, I'm just glad that doesn't get him, because that could have been really nasty. He's a good player, but I mean, even good players get hit. We've seen that time and time again. We saw helmets saving skulls several times during the ECS we just had, because there is a bit in this deck, isn't there? There's a bit of extra bounce sometimes, a bit of unexpected bounce.
Yeah, I think at this level, I mean, you're playing international cricket here, guys. You know, when the cricket's on, he's gonna be attacking you, and if he sees you're not wearing a lid, he's going to go after you.
So it's a good comeback from Fitzgerald. Bit of old school cricket here. He gets banged for 6 down the ground, and then he gives Najam a bruise. I'm just so happy that didn't get him above the shoulders. But still, it's an interesting battle you're watching live.
Yeah, I think that's what you're right. Old-fashioned cricket. You bowl, you pitch up, you get banged down the ground. Well, okay, I'm not pitching up again. I'll give you a short one. And I reckon Fitzgerald, if I'm Fitzgerald here, I'm saying, all right, you might have the lid on, but I'm going to give you another short one.
Yeah, because I don't think that was above the shoulder. I don't think he hit him above the shoulder. He goes a little bit short again, but I think Najam's sweating on it. He was expecting this one. That's the difference, and he was ready for it, and he dispatches it. Maximo also brings up the 50 for Portugal.
Yeah, he just sort of swivels on this, hits it on the up, and it just keeps going all the way. Well, they're in the firing line there, aren't they? The ball boys. It's a good shot, a good comeback from Shazad, and I think it was important he plays that shot, because he's basically now giving the signal back to the bowler saying, well, okay, you thought I can't hit the short one. Well, I can. I'm ready. I'm prepared. I'm going to send you away.
Didn't have the element of surprise, that the one did the ball before. I want to say hello to Wayne. Looks like he's lurking. He's lurking with the zombie emoji. Okay. Nice to see you, Wayne, as always. Pitched up. And this one pretty much shoots. I'm not sure if there's a little bottom edge on this from Shazad. Check out the replay. Maybe it just didn't really bounce, did it? Compared to the other one. That isn't a good shot. That's not really his zone. Could have held his shape a bit better. Into 4 overs. Portugal 54 for 3.
Yeah, continuing to go nicely, and it's a much better progress from them compared to the last match. I think they're not taking too much value or paying too much value into the wickets. They're trying to get the runs going. So 3 wickets that have fallen, which have just slowed things down slightly, but I like the intent from the batters. I like the fact that Shazad is out there to try and get things moving, and if he gets out, he gets out, because as we've already mentioned, Portugal, as do I think all 3 teams playing here today, they bat pretty deep all the way down to the bottom.
It's normally the thing at international level. You should have kind of 8 guys that you're super confident can do the job of hitting those boundaries. Anyway, this is going to be Avinash Pai, the captain, coming into bowl. So I would have thought they'd go pretty spin heavy. I guess it has been so far. Sometimes Avi will open the bowling. It's been a good strategy for teams I've seen Avinash Pai captain, where sometimes they'll go 8 overs of spin even if they're confident they've got those spinners. I suppose compared to Lashbury Lightning side, they don't have someone like a Samir Nayak in the squad, so it's going to be a little bit more pace, I think.
Bit of width, and well, they think they decide to go for it, but you can see that the striker turns around and Shazad says, no way I'm making it to go back, so Machado has to run back. Well, Machado, he's been snookered and
If he gets run out again,
he's been on the braai a few times himself, hasn't
happen.
he? He's been on the braai a few times himself, yesterday twice. But maybe he's probably grateful that he hasn't got Andani at the other end, but he's keen, but Shazad says no, but they will take the single this time, so he will get on strike. I just get the feeling that he, seeing what's coming out of the hand of Avinash Pai, he's liking it. I get the feeling that he'll take this little walk and try and whip this onto the onside. Let's see. Well, there's the walk, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. That is his shot. He gets himself into position straight away, and he absolutely pings it for 6.
Yeah, and it kind of goes with the perceived spin of Avinash Pai. He plays it on length and was confident he could clear the ropes. Is exactly what he did. And he runs for Portugal, setting the base for a good score here despite those 3 wickets. They're still up at that kind of 130s pace. There's one wide and well watched by Machado. So yeah, they can be confident here. They're not really in wicket trouble, even though they've lost 3 in the first half. And you've got Gamire listed at 8 for an example. This time he comes down the wicket and he bangs it.
Oh dear.
And well, there we go.
Dear.
The Tortuga has appeared, and poor Louis Bruce, well, there's not much of that body to get behind the ball. And this one eats him up, and the result's going to be 4.
Yeah, well, we're not back at home now, Louis. The ball can misbehave sometimes. Let's see if there is a little bit of a Tortuga here. And let's see. There's the ball, and not a biggie.
Not the hugest.
But I think he'd be disappointed.
I think it's in your mind that it could take a crazy bounce. That was a bit more of a normal bounce. Anyway, steps across and slog sweeps this one out of the ground. More work for the ball retrievers. Maximo as Pai goes for 19 in the 5th. And the score is 73 for 3 at the halfway point of this innings. I want to welcome you into the cube. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, here with Rico Full on our last day together, actually, because we'll have, well, I'll be here tomorrow, but you'll be on the way to Cyprus for ECS on Monday. Hey, big milestone, Rico, because this is our 100th event on the European Cricket Network.
Woo! Yeah, celebration time. Is that why we got the barbecue?
Could be, but I'd like to have it at all of the games.
Is it a few bottles on ice as well?
I think we'll do some celebrating. I think maybe we'll have to do a few pre-celebrations tonight, because I know that you won't be here tomorrow night because you're flying out. But I want to say a big thank you to all of you guys out there that have been so supportive. We couldn't do it without all the crew. Obviously, the viewers, they are the heartbeat of what we do. And it's because people are watching, finding it interested, finding it entertaining. That is why we're able to keep doing what we're doing. So big thank you for all the support. It is different, but different sometimes is good.
Yeah, muchas gracias. Much shukriya tada support, European Cricket Ball. As this one is a full toss. I get the feeling they're saying 4, so 4 is being signalled. It's a pretty close one, you know. I think it must have just bounced before the rope. Shazad goes big once more, gives it a big old swing. And keep an eye on this ball. I think there's not much in it.
Yeah, just 4, I think. Plus, if he would have had a good look. So, yeah, Latin is going to get an over here with his leg spin. That's a good one. Perhaps a little bit of the edge, I think, and runs away. How fast? Oh, dear.
4 runs.
Wow.
Well, this is a bit, he tries with his foot. He doesn't get success with his foot, does he, Julian Ferrone? Then he tries with his hand. Well, foot and hand action, but it still goes for
You
4.
say that, I think it's actually the head, the third touch that goes over the rope.
Let's see.
We'll get a load of this one. Goes the step over first, then tries with the hand, and in the end, yeah, it's the old forehead over the line, and then the cap falls
I
off.
like that when the hat comes and says, put your pennies in the cap, please, for that little bit of action. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Poor Freona's had a bit of a shocker so far in that region. I'd want to move just so I can get out of that zone. Bad memories. Now, another leg spinner. So we'll test the field, and this is going to eat up Fitzgerald too. That's 4. We'll cue the music. This ain't Europa Point anymore. This is natural terrain, and unfortunately Gibraltar having a few follies in the last 5 minutes.
Well, I like the way he gets up there. That's a bit of style. Well, that's one way to get up. He says, no, I'm not going to bury myself in the ground. I'm going to pick myself up. Well, I think we need to say both of those together, and when we get a bit more time, see them later. I'm loving the one from Julian Ferrone when the hat comes off and says, put your euros in this. Well, this one is up, and over. Yeah, shaka. And I'm a little bit surprised, I have to say, the way that Avanes Pai got dealt with and he went for 19. I'm surprised they went back to spin, because spin not seem to be working here. These two playing it pretty well. And Ian Latin now is under attack.
Yeah, Latin's a different kind of spinner though. He's a wrist spinner. And yeah, I guess the thing is, can he land them? Still 2 to come. This one's in danger of going magical. And this is a slight miss hit. Louis Bruce, he's back with us.
Yeah, can you see just something, a quick observation. When the ball's coming to the fielders in the deep, have a look at the way the Gibraltar players are fielding it. They're actually putting their hands forward to the ball and very sort of face onto it. And that's because what they're used to, opportunity. But I think the bounce does the keeper. It's a difficult one, I think, for Stagnote, but it definitely is a chance.
Yeah, actually does well to get it, but the batter was just too quick getting back. So it's actually a brilliant piece of keeping from Stagno to ride the bounce, but then had the issue of trying to get it back down. That's the end of the over, and the score's 92-3. Let's go back and watch this again.
Oh, please.
I love the big air swing there, and then the hand misses with that too. And then, I don't know if you can slow down the ball coming off the head.
Ching. Put your euros in the cap, please. Thank you very much. Oh, I love it. I love it.
It only could have been finished off if his pants fell down or something as well. It was a proper blooper. But anyway, we're going to see plenty of them. So you shouldn't feel too bad about it.
We shouldn't do. Pants come down. You're talking trousers, of course. We had this discussion the other day when we actually did see a player eject his trousers.
There's a very famous underwear brand in Australia, and their slogan was, or their kind of jingle was, one day you're going to get caught with your pants down. But it has a completely different meaning. Yeah. If you go to the UK.
92 for 3, 6 overs. They're looking to put a big score on here, but well, Gibraltar, they know, pick up a couple of wickets and slow the rate right down. At the moment, there could be, between a 150 and 170 score here, Vin.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, also, Gibraltar can work their way back into this. I do think it's a fast-scoring field, and they've got good batters. So, yeah, you could chase something kind of 140. As it is, let's say you can hold them to 10 and over here, 130. It's not great, but it's probably chaseable. Here is Fitzgerald in over number 7. Ball's a pretty good one. It's fallen. Well, again, I'm getting nervous every time the ball's in that area. But this time, Freone's got it covered.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly, get it covered. And that's why was the point I was trying to make when I started talking earlier. I think when you're not used to this field, when you're used to what they field at the Europa Point, you can go just hands forward and expect the ball to just roll in there beautifully.
You've got
to go side on.
You've got to
get it covered.
Read the last bounce before it reaches you, because that's the bounce that's going to matter, determine the height. Even the line. This is well struck down the ground again. This won't be an easy one to stop. Pai uses his seniority to sneak in ahead of Bruce.
Well, that's a little bit of touchy here.
Thing is, even if they touch, and anyway, he's not over the boundary anyway, but if they were to touch and Bruce is over the line, it's not 4 automatically unless Bruce is deliberately trying to assist him in fielding the ball. Anyway, how many spiders have I got in my face right now? Well, I can't see what happened because you were picking a spider out of my face, but it looks like a boundary. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, he just goes with the length, doesn't he? Shazad. And this one has, what, might have been put down by the ball retriever down there. Maximum time, Portugal up to 100 now.
Well, the VIP in the action, and yeah, I think he gets put down. He's had all sorts of bombs coming his way. His ankles have not. What does he try to do here?
Coming ugly as well. Anyway, the next one is elevated to the leg side again. Going, gone. Maximo. Shazad's hit his straps here, and he's looking dangerous. 46 off 17.
Yeah, he certainly is. And I was saying that Shazad comes out. They could have gone one or two other options, but the captain, Conrad Greenshields, has stuck with the man he knows, and he knows that the Jem Shazad, he is a match winner. If he comes good, if he finds his form, and it looks like he's finding his form at the right time for Portugal. Big hit, 6 runs, 46 of 17. He'll be looking to bring up his half-century in style as well.
Yeah, what a great return for Najam this is turning out to be. Gets a full toss. This looks too high. It's going to be a no ball. A few people making comparisons to, okay, a lot of the Gibraltar players have played at Cartermore Oval, but this is a very different surface to field on than the Cartermore Oval. That one's just way too high. Comes off the very toe of the bat. Have a look at that. So the jump won't face the free hit because they changed the strike. Machado will gleefully accept it. Fitzgerald, I think, attempting a Yorker there, but getting it wrong. Steps across and gets this. Kind of off the toe, but I think it's out of here. It is Maximo. So Gibraltar, no ball, creating a problem, and then it gets compounded as Machado takes it deep.
Yeah, it gets absolutely smashed. As the spider gets smashed, that was crawling all over me.
The spider count is up.
What's going on
in the
here?
cube today.
I reckon the spiders can smell the food as well, and they're coming out from everywhere.
They should be over in the Bry zone, not in our cube.
What a partnership, 80 of 27 deliveries.
Fitzgerald trying to pull one out of the fire. This will be a wide, just misses the leg stump.
Oh, well, that's where the bowler knows things aren't going your way. I mean, he's had all sorts of problem with his length, and then he just misses. He just misses shaving that off that leg stick, but it's called a wide.
Didn't miss by much, but still miss. It's a wide. Yeah, they've got to rein it back in, don't they? Fitzgerald, stuck in the dirty 30s, doesn't want to turn into the naughty 40s with a boundary off his last ball. Well, it's a good one. And he's the one who's been trying all along. Finally nails it, and he's out of delivery. So 7 overs down, and Portugal 116 for 3.
Good cricket all round because he blocks it out, but I'm liking that Najam Shazad, even though he knows it's the end of the over, he wants to run, he takes a run. He won't be on strike, but it's all about playing smart cricket.
Let's have a bit of a chat about where we'll be next. I know that our next event is in Cyprus starting on Monday. I'll be there for the last couple of days, but I know Nish will be helping out in the commentary box for the first week and a bit of that one. Then we're off to Milan for a 2-week series, which will end in ECI. Likewise in Austria, and then squeezed in we have some cricket from Gibraltar with a T20 International Series on the 4th to the 7th of May. I know Charlie Hunt will be there. He's looking forward to being back at the Rock. So hello to all of our Gibraltar viewers, and hopefully you're enjoying the broadcast so far. And here's a good young player to come on at the death. And it's Louis Bruce to bowl, and he's just a bit of a prodigy, isn't he, Louis? Always happy to see him. And he's already a very good player, but he seems to get better every time I see him as well, with more international experience. Here he is in over number 8.
And he's going to get a wicket straight away, the very first ball.
Doesn't waste any time, does he? It's asking the right questions of Machado. He just tries to slam him back over his head, but it's a little feather. An easy take for Stagno behind the stumps. So Louis starts his series on a good note, with the ball at least, and that's the 4th wicket down. Breaks the partnership as well, 116 for 4.
Well, what a wonderful moment this is for young Louis Bruce. I mean, you've said it, it's the first time that Gibraltar are playing in an ECI. He comes on to bowl with, well, all the other bowlers, let's face it, they've been taken to the sword. He bowls his first delivery, and he picks up a wicket. Well bowled, young man. And, well, what a sensational moment for him. Is being captured, of course, by the European Cricket Network, and it will be up there for him to enjoy and watch over and over again. He'll be talking about that to his kids and maybe to his grandchildren one day.
Yeah, with his first ball in T10 international cricket. And I think they have deliberately bowled him here in the 8th, and they want him to bowl the 8th and the 10th. That's how they've used him. He's also a pretty good new ball bowler. He swings it a lot, but sometimes too much, I think, with that new ball. And yeah, some of the top order batters, they can kind of predict his swing because it swings from the hand. So it doesn't get as pronounced movement towards the end, but I think he can control it a lot better. So, yeah, nice one. And now Pavin Singh is going to get a go at number 6. He hit a nice shot down the ground towards the end of the first game against the Netherlands. And see what he can do to Louis Bruce. Of course, you've got the left-hand, right-hand combination now, which always just throws the balls a little bit.
Yeah, Louis Bruce just rearranging his field, moving players around. So he wants to have a man at backward point that he gets to the lefty.
All right, good contest this. Yep, bowls around him. Just got to watch the clock as well. I mean, they should be okay. I wonder who'll bowl the ninth, because I feel like they might need to bowl a spinner then. You've probably got maybe Avinash Pai to come back. I wouldn't bowl a pacer in the ninth. Just with, what's it? It's 6 minutes essentially to bowl 11 balls. So, yeah, it's getting a little bit concerning. But still, I think they should do it. Well, Parveen just horns him out of the ground and says, well, international cricket, that's no problem for me. Maximo! His first 6 he hits for Portugal, and it's a biggie.
Yeah, lovely shot right out the middle. Oh, Pravini opened his account with international cricket with a 4, and now he adds a 6 to it as well. Good hit. And I think this is just Conor Greenshaw's thinking, well, what would throw it a little bit is to have a lefty up there. He's got options, hasn't he? He goes with Praveen, and Praveen smacks a big 6.
Yeah, and so you can see what Louis trying to do. He's trying to sneak it in. And now they're going to get an extra run as the throwback from the keeper, Stagno, was a bit too powerful for Louis Bruce in his follow-through. So that's 2 wides. Yeah. And Shazad gets the strike back.
Yeah, not clever, is it? Because I'm not saying that Praveen Singh is the weaker of the two, but the set batter now gets an opportunity. Shazad, and he'll be eyeing up, getting to his 50 here. 47 of 18 so far.
There's another chance to raise his bat for a half century. Najam Shazad. This is out. Called a wide, though. This is a bit of a concern with the extra balls. They're going to have to bowl here at the moment. I talked about the clock. Normally, you, I suppose, comfortable with 3.5 to 4 minutes on the clock to start the last over. But, I mean, I think, is that just 2 legal deliveries in this over so far? So still 4 to come in this over.
Yeah, it's really going to be tight. I don't know how they're going to do it. That's well hit down the ground. Work to be done. Avinash Pai. Oh, well, it's another one that escaped him. Avinash is disappointed about this. He seems to have done everything right. Gets his hands and his body behind it. But even still, that ball finds a way to muscle its way away from him and go to the boundary.
Yeah, he tries to put out the foot to stop it as a bit of a last-minute insurance policy, but it doesn't work. Just skid it onto him. Again, there's no easy boundary stops on this field.
Oh, another wide. So I don't see how they're going to avoid these penalty runs. He's still got 3 balls to bowl in this one. And the clock is ticking.
Yeah, Pai's got to bowl the next one and hustle through it. Because otherwise they're going to incur a 5-run penalty. You need to deliver the last legal ball before that clock hits 0. And the other thing is if they take a 5th... Ooh, okay, it's fine. Fitzgerald. If they take a wicket, they won't get an allowance for it because the first 5 wickets, you don't get an extra minute. Only a 6 wicket onwards. So this is where, wicket might actually work against Gibraltar as well.
Yeah, see, it doesn't help when the ball doesn't go straight back to the bowler either. It gets thrown, the bowler can't get to it, goes to a fielder has to pass it back, and now they have to change the field as a left-hander. All of these things going against Gibraltar at the moment.
Yeah, it's well bowled. And yeah, has to kind of aim a little bit back towards the stumps now because he's lost a few and they can't afford to have any extra deliveries from here, I don't think, already at kind of like probably 2.5 minutes. Might be down to 2 minutes by the time they start the over. So yeah, I just think it's going to be really tough for them to bowl it in time. Big swing and a miss, so this helps. Won't take too much time, so you do get to the end of the over. It's not the worst over ever. Bruce goes for 15, and the score is 131 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, got to hustle fast, and see the bowler getting ready.
See, Horrocks bowling now. I don't know, because with only 2 minutes on the clock, if you bowl a fast bowler, it...
Yeah, hang on. They're making a quick change. Look, Avinash Pai has taken his cap off, and he says, hey, look, I'm going to have to bowl this one because look at the time. Whether he's heard us, Vinny, he just probably thought, hang on, did I just hear 2 minutes? He goes running up there, still, I mean, a couple of balls get hit to the boundary. They're not going to do it. I don't think they're going to do it. I'll be amazed.
I'll be amazed. So let's do a ball by ball. They've got 110 seconds divided by 6. So you're talking about 18 seconds a ball. Can be done, but you need a lot of swings and misses. Here we go. Pie in the 9th. That's all right. He's got to get straight back. I've seen some amazing 9th over jobs, though. So, I mean, that one, they pretty much do it if he gets back and bowls straight away. And he's saying, look, don't worry. Everyone stay where you are.
This is where the time, see, this is where you lose the time.
Left hand, right hand.
Left and right, yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, there goes the 20 seconds there. 5 to come. You've got, 70 seconds, or 14 seconds a ball. This is in the air, and it's going to be over the field. It'll probably run away for 4. All roads lead to the rope here at this Anthem Cricket Ground. It's all downhill, and I feel like that might not just be a 4, that might be a 9, Rico.
Yeah, I think you're there because the clock keeps going tick-tock, tick-tock. Just look at that now. We're into the last minute. It's got to get 4 deliveries in here.
So now I think if you could see the clock, you just wear it and say, look, we're going to cop it. Let's get our field right. You know, let's not give away extra runs just because we're rushing.
That helps. Straight back. So you've got to go straight back to the bowler.
Yeah.
Okay, straight back.
Thing is, they're going to be so strict on it. So, yeah. See what I mean? They're still not going to get close here. It's not going too far either. We're going to throw it.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
So it didn't cost him a run in the end, so it's just a single.
It's the time. If that went straight back to the bowler, it would have been closer. It's not going to happen. We're going to see
I like
5.
that he's given him a fighting chance to do it, but I hate to say it. Time's up. And now it's going to be the 50 up for Shazad, who launches over long on. Maximo! Half century off 21 balls to Jam Shazad. He has been brilliant. And he's rocketed past the milestone, and he's hungry for more, Rico.
Yeah, that's a beautiful strike. Board Badaya, Najam Shazad, new Apni half century Portugal. That wasn't just 6, that was 9.
And this will be the end of the over. And I think we'll keep an eye on the umpires here, but 144 for 4. I think it's going to be 149 for 4 in a second. I'm sure we're going to see some penalty runs.
Yeah, I think that big 6 that was hit, I mean, it was 6 off the bat, but you might as well add another 5 to it. That's what that cost you. And I think that we were saying at one point, watch for it. Here we go. Umpire is ready to do the patting. 5 fingers. Patting means 5 runs go onto the batting side. So 5 penalty runs because of slow over rate. Other thing that's interesting here is Avinash Pai steals the ball from the hand of Horrocks to try and get the over in quickly. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
So Horrocks doesn't get to bowl that over. Now he's not going to get to bowl the last over at all either because Louis Bruce is going to get the bowl. So Horrocks loses out.
Yeah, poor Horrocks. He becomes collateral damage. Here's Bruce then in the 10th. And, I don't think Avinash Pai was going to bowl himself at all. So it's a shame, but, you know, everyone knows the rules. Actually, Gibraltar have just had a bunch of games up at Europa Point. So, I mean, they know the rules, and that's just the way it goes. Well done to Shazad, though. He's batted really well.
We haven't had those runs come up yet on the penalty run, so...
They're coming. That's 150 now. And, Nilkesh, he enjoys that signal. Because Nilkesh was the umpire that when Beverin won their group final in the ECL, he had all the cameras on him, zoomed in, and it was basically, it's the equivalent of raising your bat for 100 for the umpiring version, as he tapped his shoulder and he sent the Belgians into championship week. At that stage, they needed 4 off the last over, and the 5 runs put them over. You see the 5 runs now have been put on the score, so the 150's up for Portugal. Now, this could be gone. Yeah, I think it's been given.
Yeah, it's a good pick. Eventually he gets the ball in his hands to Stagno, and he says, no, you don't. You don't take a cheeky one like that against me. And you can see there, good shot there. Naeem Akhtar putting the finger up. So it will be a run out. And once again, that's all what it's all about. It's about playing for your team. And Najam Shazad, he's batted beautifully, hasn't he? And he tries to get to the the end where he's done all the damage. He doesn't, gets run out, but I like that. He's not playing for himself. He's playing for his team.
Yeah, that's right. So try to steal it back, but caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Amandeep Singh's going to come and get it back now at number 7. I want to say hello to Lily Panda. Nice to see you in there. Gary Wheeler as well, and everyone else that's in the chat right now. Hopefully you're enjoying your day. How are you enjoying these European Cricket Internationals? Must be nice to watch it from a spider-free environment. Unlike the Cube right now, but anyway, 150 is up, and there's 3 to come. And Louis Bruce, and he's certainly one player we always like to watch, and he offers a lot.
Well batted to Najam Shazad, 60 of 24. Getting run out, trying to get back in the action. This is going to be a no ball. It's a no ball, free hit. It will also go to the boundary. Bolle, bolle, bolle. That, my friends, is a 7 up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster, isn't it? Even though he's a step out of his crease, I just don't think it was coming down in time, so I think it's a good call. And Amandeep Singh, well, he's enjoying himself, isn't he? He whacks that out of the ground and now gets a free hit. So Portugal kind of pouring fuel on the fire somewhat. And let's see if Louis can rein it back in.
Yeah, Amandeep Singh, I like this guy. He's scored stat loads of runs in that European Cricket Series. Then he went through a period of 3 golden ducks on the spin, but he kept sticking to being the opener, and he came good again, and now he's looking to show some of the talents that he has in the, 4 balls that he's had.
Yeah.
The first one goes for 6.
When it rains, it pours, though. Gets all the luck, has 6 off a no ball. Now gets a free hit. It's a clever bit of bowling from Louis Bruce, who does bowl that kind of rolling cutter pretty well as a change of pace. Brave bowling as well to bowl a slower ball on a free hit, but clever bowling.
Yeah, clever bowling from a young man who's maturing into a very good cricketer. And he's under the cosh. It's a free hit, but he backs himself to get the slow ball in, and he does.
Yeah, a little bit short. This is a good pull shot. He was sitting and he was waiting for it. Maximal 6 runs, and I'm not sure what happened with Shub
He
there.
puts another one down. That is 4 on the spin from the Shub. Well, Shubi Dooby Shubi Doo puts another one down. Down it goes.
Ooh.
And that is a straightforward one. Shub, give up. Just pick up the paperwork and just stick to putting the dots in the right place.
No easy catches on or off the field here. Reached the 160 now. The floodgates are open. Last ball coming up from Bruce. Amandeep gets that slow ball. He can't deal with it. And they won't even try a run in the end. And yeah, well, he steps across there, and that's why I think he doesn't get the wide call, because the umpire thinks he moves outside to the left before the ball's bowled. So that's why. And it'll be the end of the innings, and probably a merciful end, really, because Portugal, completely different looking team, weren't they, in this game? I think they had the confidence. They probably got a few more bad balls along the way as well. And they have amassed 164 here. A rough initiation for Gibraltar in the T10 international format.
Yeah, it certainly was. We saw a good positive start, didn't we? But don't forget, there was that wicket first up. The very first ball this time we saw Gomesh went. And it was a Mirpuri. That was a Tiki Puri. This is it here. So Gomesh wasn't able to stay up there with Kuldeep Gulai. Kuldeep himself got raced off to 19 of 8 before he went. So they picked up those early wickets, didn't they? I mean, the first 2 overs brought about a couple of wickets, even though Kuldeep Gulai got away with a few shots early on. And Conrad Greenshields as well. But that was a really, really good catch there from, well, we know he's a great player, Avinash Pai. Takes the catch, the captain of Gibraltar. Conrad Greenshields came out and he played some lovely shots, didn't he? Looked like he was going to carry on in the sort of form that he was in the ECIs. He got away with 1, but not with the second. Just off balance, leans forward, and as he does, you can tell when the batter's off balance. And great work from Karan Stagnate to nip the bails off. Miguel Machado, though, he kept things going. He played some very nice shots. He's very quick on his feet and got quick hands as well. And they went with Najam Shazad. They have options at Portugal. And Shazad was the man that got the call. He's been a little bit out of form. Well, he knocked himself into form, got the opportunity from the captain, Greenshields, and says, thanks, Skip. I'm going to show you what I can do. There were a few of these, it has to be said. That was one from Louis Bruce, when really he doesn't get anything behind it, lets the ball get past him. There was a few of those as well, where that man in the VIP section was under attack. And well, we saw there was a glaring one from, well, this was just, oh, well, first the feet, then the hands. He said, like the show, put your money in the hat. And then there was one straight down the ground as well, where, well, this time, watch the way he gets up, though. I liking that. He says, ninja style, but Fitzgerald knows he should have done better. And just a few little hiccups in the field. But Gibraltar, they'll learn from those pretty quickly. They'll get used to this pitch. They'll get used to the outfield. And I'm sure that we're going to see better from them in the field next time we see them. But at the moment, they're going to focus on trying to get to a very big score. It's going to be a humongous chase for them. They're going to need to get to 165. Louis Bruce came into the action. A magical moment for the young man. And picking up a wicket the first time. Gibraltar playing in an ECI. But after that, and he got it just a little bit wrong, didn't he? There was a few extras. That one, courtesy of an error from the captain, Evan Aspire, who's normally so good in the field. He'll be disappointed with that. And then, of course, they were running low on time, and the ball was snatched away from Horrocks, who's a pace bowler, the left armour. He would have taken some time to bowl that, the 9th over. And Evan says, give it to me, I can do it. He wasn't able to do it. They still gave 5 penalty runs away because that over could not be completed in time. And Louis Bruce coming in for the last one. He went for a few, and I like the fact that Amardeep Singh got the opportunity to get out there. He played a miss, had a couple. The slower ball was a little bit too good for him from Louis Bruce, but once he did get hold of it, went big. Another person who couldn't get hold of it was Shubna. Shubna putting another one down. Well, Shub, I tell you what, when you get back to Hungary, maybe you need to go to the to get your eyes checked, because that's not a good sign for you, Shubi. 4 on the spin, letting the side down. But look, one man who doesn't let his side down this time was Najam Shazad. 60 of 24. What a good knock that was. Miguel Machado is always up there with the runs as well. And I like the rate that he scored at as well. 32 of just 12 and 60 of 24 from Najam Shazad. But that was a key this time around for me for Portugal. It wasn't like the first match against Netherlands. They didn't chew up a lot of deliveries. They got out there, they played their shots. And if it didn't work, you come back. Somebody else comes in and takes over. We said they bat all the way down deep. And Amardeep Singh just proved that when he went out there and smashed 2 big sixes. On the bowling front, Mir Puri bowled well in the power play. Bowling spin in the power play is always difficult. He picked up 2 wickets. A wicket also for Jack Horrocks, but unfortunately for him, because of the time issues, he never got his second over, so we never know what could have been. Louis Bruce, the young man, 1 for 31. And but once again, like I say, I think this one's a bit of a feeler for Gibraltar to go out there and get used to these standings. Evan Aspire, well, he didn't pick up any either. It was a little bit too expensive. And that one over from Ian Latin, also going for 19. So this is the mid-match summary. Portugal, 164, much better from them. I knew that they would bounce back strong. For Gibraltar, let's see what they can do out there with the bat and how quickly they can get used to this surface. 165 required for victory in match number 2 in these ECIs. It's a big, tall order, but look, one thing I can tell you, they have got the batters that can do it if they can click. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximum when we return in just under 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the ECIs here at the SCG. Portugal looking to bounce back after being thrashed by Netherlands in match number 1, and they've certainly come out with a purpose. 164 they've put on the board. We saw a sensational half century from Najam Shazad, 60 of 24, so he's back to the sort of form that Portugal want to see him in if they're to play well in this one. Another guy who needs to bounce back is Junaid Khan. And he's going to start with a wide. It goes a long way across there, does Avanish Pai, the opener. So really exposing his leg stick. And he's opening up with the young Louis Bruce. These two, I've seen them open at that Europa Point ground in Gibraltar, and they certainly are a good pair together. The thing is here, they're really got to get going pretty quickly. Put away, and we'll get the single. Faf Stoneman making the stop. So off the mark, Avanish Pai. I know the captain speaks very highly of Louis Bruce, and Louis Bruce will tell you Avanish has supported him a lot in developing him and his skills. Here's Louis. Face his first delivery. And it's an opportunity, it's uppish. And that's a chance that goes down. It's a really good effort from the fielder. That's Miguel Machado. It's hit pretty well. And just have a look, diving to his right is definitely an opportunity. Catch goes down. I guess he does save the boundary, but I know that he'll know that he probably should have held on to that, Machado. So Bruce gets lucky on being dropped on 0. That's a good leave there once again by Avanish Pai. It's another wide. I think he'd be hoping that he, Louis Bruce, and one or two of the other batters can use this first match just to get used to this pitch and play some nice shots and see how close they can get to this score. That's played out in the off. That's going to be 4 runs. That's not going to be 4 runs actually. So what happens there? I was pretty sure that's going to go all the way to the boundary. There must have been a touch on here from somewhere. Here's the hit. What am I missing here? See if the camera picks in. Well, come on, camera, move. Well, we don't know what happens there. I'm sure it's got to have come off somebody, or whether that ball just dies, which is, well, not what we've used to seeing on this pitch. But we'll get a couple, and this is going to be another wide. So Junaid, I just wonder here, after playing all those matches in the European Cricket Series, whether he's just feeling a little bit lethargic. Maybe he's feeling a bit tired. It's not like him to be bowling so many wides. We certainly picked up that in the last couple of matches that the Warriors played as well. Let's see if he can get his radar back on track. And that's better. That's where he needs to be, outside the off. Nice clean take by Kuldeep Bulaia. Welcome back is what I think I hear Conrad Greenshield shout out. He knows that Junaid, it's unlike him to bowl so many extras. And that's one thing that they can also improve on. I think there was too many extras bowled against the Netherlands as well. Oh, this is a beautiful shot. Lovely. All the way along the deck. That's 4 runs. Look how quickly he gets into position. And that is exquisite. 4 runs. Delightfully played. Going to go in the over, and Junaid once again just having a few issues with his line. Remember, his first over against the Netherlands was pretty tidy, 7 off it, but he had that horrendous quarter bowl drop, which would have had Clayton Ford out for 0. And this one's going to be a single. Louis Bruce responds to the call from his captain, and he will finish with a single. 12 off the first. Of course, Portugal know that they've got to be going at bigger than that if they're going to go on and threaten winning this match. It's a very high chase required. 165 the target. 88 matches without a golden ball. And, well, I don't think this one is going to quite be one. So maybe we're going to see 89 next as we see Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu coming into the box.
Yep, I'm back. And it's like the helmet's coming out for the keeper. It's called Galia, who is doing the keeping in this game once again for Portugal. Yeah, Gibraltar, it's going to be rough. It'll be the biggest chase we've ever seen if they can pull it off. But I think they're just concentrating about putting together a good innings and let the chips fall as they may. And already seen some really nice striking, particularly from Pye, who faced most of the first over. Yeah, Junaid, yeah, not quite himself. I mean, Zaib's going to bowl, and it's going to be one that slides down the leg side. It's blocked partially by Golia, and they'll get 2 runs. So in Gibraltar, I think they had a bit of a team meeting after that first innings, just getting together going, look, I know it was a rough 10 overs in the field. Let's not worry about it. Let's go out there. Let's show what we can do with the bat. Again, it's a long series. So you've got 6 matches to try and gain experience and gain some results along the way. This is much more on target from Zai, but a good understanding between these two.
Yeah.
Opening the batting for Antanas in their previous ECT 10. Also, we saw them playing together for Lethbury Lightning in the ECL. And look, they're a good opening partnership, and I think they've recognised already you can play cricket shots on this and get value with this outfield. Nice to see The Rock Hamizai bowling to the team from The Rock. This is a little bit short, though, and it's whacked away. And I think that might have gone 1 bounce 4. It has. So Cuatro Carreras, just a fraction short, and Avi pounces.
Beautiful shot, really. It's waits for it, rocks back, and plays it away. He's got lovely, lovely hands, lovely wrists. He's having a spiral when he's in full as well. And we've seen that already. He played a lovely shot out through the covers. And now he whips this one away into that square leg area. So, yeah, it's good to see him in good form.
He's a bit careful of this one. Zai back on track, so being a bit selective. Yeah, so if they were to chase this down, they need to be going at 33 per 2 overs. So it's quite a big pace. I suppose if there is a field in European cricket you could do it, it probably could be here.
Yeah.
Not on top of the bowling, but you feel like Portugal would really have to lose the plot. They need a big partnership. Pitched up and driven, finds the fielder. We have seen Gibraltar in T20 cricket at least on ECN. They played in the Valletta Cup last year, and they had some good results there.
I do love the shot when we see that angle from camera 4, and you see some people on the boundary. They just look.
Yeah.
Doesn't it look like this? That
Cut off at the waist.
giants and
Yeah.
everybody else are little people.
Well, I know you caught me eating my biltong before.
I did.
And it looked like I was sitting on the ground, but I wasn't. I was standing up.
You just look. They just look like little people. It's like we're the giants. We're playing cricket in the middle,
Yeah.
and all the little people are watching.
It is so cool, though, because that's why partly how this field is so fast. It is anyway, but the fact that everything is downhill from the middle.
It gives you a sense. Yeah, exactly. It gives you a sense of what it is like out there because
Yeah.
that's what you're seeing as well from
Yeah.
one end of the field to the other.
Exactly. Yes, that means that from our vantage point, he went straight down the ground.
Oh, this is close, you
I
know.
feel like he's all right. But from our vantage point, we can't see the boundary rope behind the keeper, right? Is he all right? I think he is. Oh, Bales didn't come off straight away.
Oh, I think
he's
he's
still
out.
gone.
He's
He's
out.
plugged. Oh, he's going to be out here. That is a total disaster. It's a bat plug victim. And, yeah, it is out. He should have made it. That's why I wasn't too concerned. But Avinash Pai, he batted well for 13, but 13 is his unlucky number because he's run out. He doesn't get the full extension of the bat slide, so the captain has to go. Bit of a disaster for Gibraltar.
Yeah.
20 for 1.
Yeah, I just thought when I saw it, I thought it doesn't look as straightforward as it is. And, yeah, the bat definitely plugs. And good work from Portugal there in the field. I was about to say Irish. I was looking at a couple of Irish players. Good work from Irish. Oh, that's Portugal. Yeah, that's good. It's good stand. That's what Conor Green is. It's always trying to plough into his side. Standards. And, well, they don't let him down there.
They say you make your own luck. You know, obviously it was good fielding, getting it back, and yeah, then the bit of luck comes, doesn't it, with the bat plug from Avinash Pai. Again, running off the surface. I mean, most of the time you'd imagine it would
But the
slide
thing
nicely,
is,
but not that time.
you and I know they don't have those problems in Gibraltar because
true.
they don't have turf. So in Gib, this is not a problem. You can slide your bat in from 2 meters off the pitch, but on other surfaces, I mean, they should, though. Having said that, they should be used to it because I know that Avnis has played in Cardamom and he's gone. It's going to be a wicket first up in the second over of Junaid Khan. This is more like it. He's back on the money, and LBW Louis Bruce will have to go for 2. So both the openers go within balls of each other.
Yeah, so this one looks like it nips back a bit from Junaid Khan. Let's see it on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. And, yeah, it just plays inside it. Just doesn't get the bat on it. Certainly hits the pad first. I think that's a fair decision. I think it's hitting in line. It's going on to smash the stumps. So, yeah, Louis Bruce, again, good young player, but it's always frustrating thing in this form of the game when you get out still trying to defend, and that's the way he goes in the end. So 2 new batters at the crease, 2 wickets and 2 balls, and it's 20 for 2.
Well, you got 2 good batters that I've seen play at that Europa Point ground. You got Ian Latin. We know he was in sensational form out there. And also, a guy I didn't see too much of because he played a lot of his cricket when I was in there. I know Charlie Hunt's seen a lot of Conan Stagno. This guy can whack it too. So I think they've just got to, maybe they've got to make a call and say, right, when is this game out of control? I mean, they needed almost 19 and over now. But it's all about preparing you for the other matches coming. And these 2 could really do well. Just play some nice shots and get themselves in some sort of form here.
Junaid Khan to Stagno. Stagno has 0 patience for Junaid. This one's angled in towards his body. It disappears for 4. Good start for Kairon.
Yeah, good shot. That's Alex Macy doing some, I was going to say ball boy, I say man boy duties out there. The hammer, MC Hammer. Good shot, Stagno. This is what he does. He's an aggressive player. And when he does get going, well, he scores his runs very quickly.
And that in angle suiting Stagno first ball. This one's more or less holds its line, but he's going to hack it out to the offside. He's going to get 4 more. So a confident start, and that's all he can do. I think Gibraltar still finding their way. I mean, they have played here before internationally. Not all their players were there. Were here a couple of years ago. It's quite a few years ago. I think 3 or 4 years ago now. But yeah, just try and put a good innings together, see where you fall. Obviously, they've got a big game against the Netherlands coming up as well, and they want to be firing.
I see a short one coming here now, you know. Let's try the pitched up, and it worked. Try the wide one. I can see that Junaid Khan might go for straight and short.
It's a well-located delivery. Won't beat the infield. So it's just really great for us, at least, to have international cricket outside the ECC, to see some of these guys that we do encounter on the tour from time to time, to see them going up against each other. Also, it's the next level of cricket, isn't it? So they're able to improve their skills and learn from each other as well. Full toss. Doesn't beat the cover. That's frustrating. Don't think this is too high, but it's close. Let's have a look on the replay.
I think he probably takes the pace off this because it takes him a while to come.
Yeah.
I think that's okay. It's a slower delivery, and that's probably why Stagno misses out on it. So ball to go in the spell of Junaid Khan. It's been a much better second over from him. And, 20 off his spell so far, 28 for 2. Be the last in the power play.
Well, lucky one. You make your own luck. He swings hard, gets top edge, flies down the hill to the boundary. So Stagno with 3 boundaries. Put some power into the power play. It's 32 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, swings hard. You know he's going to do that. And if you swing hard, but sometimes the luck goes in your favour as well. And that's only just bounces before the boundary. Hello to Gary Wheeler on the chat as well. A few people getting involved here. And I hope you're liking the ECIs here. And it is the weekend as well. So
Yeah.
I hope you're all having a happy weekend.
Welcome to the weekend. Yeah, Gary called the last wicket LBW. Not leg before wicket, Louis Bruce wicket, LBW. Very clever, Gary.
Well done.
He certainly got up on the right side of the bed. Here's Ian Latin. Again, Ian Latin had a great domestic series in Gibraltar at the start of the year. But, I mean, the real test is, can he do it against better bowling? So I think he'll enjoy the test. Let's see if he can have a good weekend and make some runs. As we're going to see some spin with Amandeep Singh bowling for Portugal. He was the best of the bowlers for Portugal in that previous match where they got shellacked by the Netherlands.
Yeah, it certainly was. Picked up 1 for just 8.
First ball doesn't bounce, but stroked away for 1. So these are the balls that, if you're in and you're firing, they're disappearing for 6. We've seen a couple of full tosses not put away by the Gibraltarians. We'll say hello to Ivan. He's just saying good afternoon, just back from his 5K. He does like to do the 5K run. And it was his fastest time of the year. Great to hear, Ivan. This one sneaks past the back.
So you're going to miss. Listen, I can hear your stomach rumbling because you can smell the braai like we all can. At least we're better off than Andres and the crew that are right next to that barbecue.
The braai zone. Already run up a tab.
Struck well, but it's not going to beat the fielder. It's Jamshazad does the fielding, but I'm gonna make your stomach rumble even more now.
Okay. Well,
you know
first,
what?
Yeah, go on.
You know what National Day is today?
Tell me.
National Empanada Day.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
It is
Are you
national-
serious?
I am definitely serious.
Oh,
Empanadas.
I'm going to message Don Mundo then and just wish him a happy
Listen,
National Empanada Day.
originally from Galicia in Spain, empanadas now exist in over 30 countries. And the name that empanar, which means to bread in Spanish and Portuguese. So there you go, Empanada Day. And
I'm down. What's the drive? 6.5 hours from here?
maybe you can meet them halfway.
I should mention, the Gibraltar team, they all drove here. So about 6 or 7 hour drive. So if you haven't killed each other on the drive, then you probably bond as a team. As the Dutch did fly here. Last ball, the over coming out. It's been a good one from Amandeep. Hasn't been hurt yet. This one should disappear, and it does. It is out of here. Maximo. I spoke too soon. Latin decides it's time to get moving. He gets the ball to hit and hits it really well into the over as well. The score is 42 for 2.
Yeah, Praveen Singh jumping high. It's like he's got springs in his feet, but he can't get there. The big 6. So it's a nice way to finish the over, 42. So they're not going at a bad rate. If they were batting first here, we'd be saying that's not bad. They could accelerate. So it's just that, unfortunately, Portugal put such a big score on the board. So everybody in Spain and, well, to all the other 30 countries that have empanadas, enjoy your empanadas today.
Empanadas are amazing, and that's all I really have to say about it. I don't think I have to say anymore.
I'm surprised that you're not actually sponsored by empanadas, especially when you're in Spain.
We talked about buying the shop. There were some discussions. You'd have your El Mundo de la Empanada player of the match.
The biggest groan as we see this delivery first. That's some Saman Gamir that comes on the bolt. The biggest groan that I heard in Spain, Karma, during the ECL was when we were coming back from the ground one day in the minibus, and the empanada shop was closed, and everybody went, oh, and it was like what? It's like kids when you go somewhere and there's no Wi-Fi.
Yeah, well, we have a tradition that we always salute the empanada shop, whether we are able to visit or not, every time we drive past it with a kind of a solo trumpet note like, oh, and we kind of salute, pay our respects. Anyway, let's get off food chat for a while. I want to say well done to Ivan. He said he did the 5K in 27 minutes,
Hey,
which
well
is
done,
pretty good.
Ivan.
In first place for 16 minutes. That's a cracking pace. Yeah, right. This is going to be a no ball for off the pitch, and luckily it's going to be fielded. Yeah, so he does switch around, but all that means is that the tram line is still the wide line, but that one misses the pitch, so it's an easy call for the umpires. He's got a free hit coming up.
Yeah, he did that in the first match.
I'd love to see him just bowling out the stumps in that situation.
Why is he not bowling what we saw him bowling when he was playing the ECS? He's just trying to do things differently. That's going to get past the fielder. There's going to be 4 runs. This is definitely off the bat.
Yeah.
And gets past the keeper. And you see the fielder there inside the 30-yard circle trying to get to it. So watch the bounce here. Just bounces away from him, and he can't get there.
Such a fast field. And his little flowers aren't slowing it down. Junaid, he'll be disappointed though. He'll think that he should have got to that. Just got beaten for pace. Yeah, give me a rate. I'd like to see him probably varying his pace a little bit. He's pulling that finger spin. Time he does, turns into a low full toss, and it's going to beat the fielder at long on. So they just brought that man round, and Latin, again, he's cashing in the gifts. Good footwork. Turns into a bigger full toss than it would have been otherwise. Cuatro carreras más, and Gibraltar, well, they've hit 50 now, and they're putting together a decent total in match 2.
It's a really good shot, isn't it? He just dances down the pitch, and then when he gets there, he gives it a good clonk. But he doesn't try and hit across the line, hit through the ball. He knows it's a safe shot to play, 1 bounce for.
So, hello to Chris Smith as well, and everyone that's joined us. Hope you're enjoying the ECI action, T10 International action. Give me a rate. And this is better. Thinks about a sneaky behind the back, but holds on to it. And Latin off to the races, isn't he? 17 already, just 7 balls. This time he premeditates a little bit, comes down the wicket, but can't beat the outfielder. And that is the end of the 5th over. And the score is 55 for 2, so 110 pace at the moment. And just a reminder that we will have more cricket coming to you on Monday. We will still be here for the whole weekend. We've got the matches 6 through 9 tomorrow in this series, but then coming on Monday, we have cricket from Cyprus. And Rico, you'll be there. I think you're flying out overnight, aren't you?
Yeah.
So we'll get to see 12 teams in that ECS, and it all starts slightly earlier time, 5:30 a.m. GMT, 7:30 in Central Europe, and 11 a.m. in India. Do you know what that means, Rico? You will lose 2 hours of sleep tonight.
You're joking me.
Overnight, because Cyprus are 2 hours ahead of Portugal. So sorry about that. But you got a 22-hour day coming up, my friend.
Oh, well. You always find a way to snooker me, don't you? Hang on, what's the local start time there? Don't tell me I'm starting early as well.
Local start time.
It's got to be 8:30, isn't it?
I think so.
Okay.
I'll tell you in a minute.
If it's earlier than that, I'm going on strike. Amandeep back into the attack.
That could be interesting. Anyway,
I'm going to spend the day eating empanadas as Amandeep takes the catch. And as well, mention empanadas. And with that man there, Faf Stoneman says, I'm in. I think he likes his empanadas as well. And that one was nice and crispy, right in his hands.
He's caught well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Faf Stoneman, again, I think it's got to be an advantage to field it on here. And he goes the fingers up. It's pretty low down to do that, but he just feels that gives him the best protection from it kind of bursting through. So, unfortunately for Stagno, he started with a bit of a flourish and ended with a bit of a whimper as he couldn't get that around or over the outfielder. 56 for 3. Again, it is 8:30 local time in Cyprus, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, or it's 6:30 in Portugal time. So let me just do the maths. So you're probably going to have to leave, let's say, 7 in the morning from the hotel, which is 5 a.m. in the morning, Portugal time, which you've been on, which means you're probably going to have to get up about 4 in the morning on Monday. Meanwhile, I'll be sleeping in and enjoying the first day of my vacation. But anyway, have a great time.
I will do. And you have a great time on your vacation.
I'll be watching game 1 from bed. I can tell you that much. All right, so it's Rikes, who is the new batter, coming out at 5. We haven't seen too much of him on ECN, so looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table. Looks for a run. He won't get one there. And so it's an opportunity for more of the Gibraltar order to come out and try and get a score for themselves. I think any runs are good runs. Obviously, I don't think they're going to be able to pull this victory off. Just waiting to see what's going on here. Some discussion, I think, maybe about the field, but I think they're okay to continue. It's pretty well bowled in that offside channel. Great pick up and throw. Almost created something out of nothing.
Yeah, good bit of cricket there, right? Gets himself off the mark.
And Machado maybe did the keeping for Awerash in that ECS, but he already showed, even through his keeping, he's a really good fielder. The way that he approaches the ball, he can pick it up and throw on the run. Now this is going to be testing the outfielder. He does well. It's Sean Gomes. As Deep, if the bowler could get hit and hit wicket, he would have been out, because he has a bit of an altercation with the stumps.
Well, no damage done. Amandeep, I'll be very impressed with him. He was the pick of the bowlers against the Netherlands. He got a wicket. He just conceded 3 runs in that one over that he got to bowl. And in this one, he's been nice and tidy, getting the ball in good areas, gets a nice loop. He's intelligent. He gets the quicker ball in as well. End of the over. So he finishes for 1 for 14, and it's 59 for 3 at the end of 6.
Chris Schinkel is joining us from the Netherlands, and we've got the lineups for you coming up in a few minutes' time, because Netherlands will be back in action in match 3. Hello to you, Chris. Hope you're enjoying the international action from Portugal. I'm going to miss this cricket ground, though. Yes, I'm going on
Yeah.
a short vacation, but there's worse places to be. I think a lot of the Dutch are enjoying the weather. Of course, Gibraltar have had pretty good weather as well. We spent some time there, but it's been a bit bleak, I think, a bit further north in Europe.
Yeah, we've been so fortunate here.
Yeah.
The weather has been absolutely beautiful. The cricket's great. I just, you know what, maybe I'm a bit of a country boy. I love the countryside. I love wildlife. I love the greenery. And this ground has just been absolutely amazing. And the hospitality from everyone has been super duper. Really going to miss it here. And now I know why you've kept me away from it. Well, you're not going to keep me away from it anymore. I'm coming back. As, that one gets played away.
I tell you who's been lurking is Corey, and he's got a bit of FOMO because he loves coming to Portugal.
Yeah.
And I'd love to bring him here as well. So even though he cheesed everyone off because he was drinking the bar dry after work, I think that's the reason they asked me not to invite him again. But yes, Corey, I know you'd love to be here. Maybe next time. But I had to get you here because you worked the Portugal night series. I know a lot of the guys have been missing you here, Rico, so I'm so glad that you've made it. And you've come at a great time because there's awesome things happening with this cricket ground. There's been a lot of hard work that's gone into it.
It's so good. You know, I think Portugal is, for me, it tells you the story of European cricket and the growth and the development that certainly I've seen in my time with ECN. This one gets worked away on the leg side. Just a thing. I mean, I remember that night series in Coimbra when I saw some of the teams. I remember the standard of cricket there as well. And seeing how those sides, the domestic sides and also the national side have improved, I think it's just fantastic. And Portugal are not just the only side. The cricket's got better. The fielding particularly, we've seen players that come into the scene that nobody's heard of and they've made their way into the national sides. And I think it's just a great advert for European cricket. And also, you know, during that time, I also have to focus on the fact that not only has the cricket got better, but things like the standard of the umpiring. You know, our umpires now are the best of the cream of the crop. We've got some really good umpires.
I've said this before. I'm going to say it again because I honestly believe it. After this ball from Shazad, he's trying to put the exclamation point on his player of the match performance. I think in match 2, this will test the fielder, and he's not going to be able to get down. My side probably should have done a little bit better. Couldn't quite find the path back down to the Earth's surface. Check this out. It was hit pretty well, though. I'll give you that from Nateen. He gets 4.
Yeah, but you got to be sliding there. You got to slide. You got to get your body there. You got to, you know, that's one thing that I think and just going that will underline what I'm talking about. I mean, in another 6 months to a year, those balls will be stopped because they're improving all the time. They're learning from the likes of playing against the Netherlands like they're doing here. And Gibraltar, Portugal, the likes like we've seen Spain do, like we've seen Hungary do, like we've seen Belgium do. They're learning so much from the amount of cricket they're playing at the moment and the exposure they're getting. Youngsters want to get into the game because now there's something that they're inspiring to. I'm loving the fact that the women are getting into the game. Cricket in Europe at the moment is looking so good.
We saw so many boys and girls here yesterday playing on the ground. For a lot of them, it was their first time playing on an actual cricket ground. They've been working so hard on their cricket.
And I have to say, I've mentioned the cricket and the cricketers, the clubs, the grounds, the umpires, the production. Spring Productions, they have just, you know as well as I do where we started, where they are. This is up in the air. Oh. It was almost an incredible catch from Miguel Machado. Almost. And, well, you can see the fielder there. The fielder there, that's Amir Zahib, who made the error in the field. He's probably thinking, no way. If you'd taken that, I would have eaten the cap that I'm wearing on my head. That was an incredible effort.
Great effort. So end of 7 overs, the score 69 for 3. Coming up next, it's going to be Gibraltar and Netherlands locking horns for the first time in this series. Zach Simpson, a late addition to the side, but he will come in for Gibraltar. So I'm really excited to see him in this format. He had a good series up at the Rock. And look, you know, Gibraltar, they're going to have to chase again because Netherlands won the toss, elected to bat. Listed Assad Zulfikar and Roel Verhagen into the lineup. I think Verhagen will have the gloves for the Dutch, and that's coming up in around about half an hour's time right here on the European Cricket Network. Time for over number 8. Now, we'll finish what I was saying about the umpires. I actually think we have some of the best decision makers in world cricket umpiring now. If you looked at the standard of what we saw at the Carlton Oval, and my theory is that they are just so match fit and they're making so many of these decisions in a short amount of time, and we saw a very high accuracy rate. And this is a really nice looking drive, but doesn't beat the bowler. Yeah, so I just can't say enough good things about the standard of umpiring. It's one of the things I think over the last 2.5 years, we've been doing full-time cricket, almost 3 years now, that you'd say has come so far.
Yeah, it does. And a lot of it is all down to, I mean, the same way players need coaching, the same way players will gain from knowledge, understanding, etc. I think the umpires as well, and I think that's one good thing about the likes of our tournament referees, the likes of Tyrone Peters here. I mean, he's not just looking after the guys, but he's continually, working with them, coaching them, getting them to understand some of the new principles about the game, the rules, etc. It's an ongoing process, and we're starting to see the rewards of that. Not just we, but I think federations themselves, because the players will say, "Is this one's up in the air? Will they get to this?" No, another diving effort.
And he touches that.
Fielder. That's Green Shields.
I mean, it's like watching an Olympic diving competition in the last 5 minutes. I mean, did he get a fingernail on this? I think he does. Oh, maybe not, but it would have been an all-time hanger from Conrad.
Yeah, well, and also, amazingly, those shades must be super glued to his cap because they don't come off at all. And this one will be a wide from Francois. But yeah, I mean, it's an ongoing process. So there's a big part to be played with the likes of Sir Rob Kemin, Tyrone Peters, that are always educating the umpires, and the likes of Nilkes Patel. Remember when we saw Nilkes the first time in Barcelona? How much he's improved. Now he is an international umpire.
I think he's had to insure his 5 fingers as well because they're pretty valuable for batting teams anyway. He's the specialist 5-run signal giver when there's time penalties. Nilkes.
So a big shout out to everybody involved in cricket in Europe, all the federations, all the work federations are putting in to promote cricket as well. And I think it's just a wonderful time at the moment to be involved with European cricket.
Yeah, well said. Anyway, back to the action. Stoneman getting it over in the 8th. They didn't use him up front this time. And just bangs this one in slightly. So yeah, Gibraltar kind of lost their way a little bit. It'll be a really good test for them, particularly their bowling and their fielding first up in the next game against the Netherlands, who kind of won the first game of the day in a bit of a stroll. But I think, the Dutch they'll be experimenting with lineups, trying to give all 13 players in the squad opportunities. I think you're already seeing that with the order they listed in that game coming up. Faf just loses this one a bit to the left. He'll have to re-bowl that. But I think you want to see competitive cricket, and I think that when you are representing your country, you want to test yourself. You want to be tested, and that's what we're going to see. We're going to see players being tested in ways they might not have been tested before. Even the Dutch team, which are the most accomplished team, I suppose, in this competition, the ECC trophy holders, having to deal with foreign conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. This is being played out. Test for the fielder. It does pretty well. That's nicely done by Suman, and they will get to really good fielding. And this one, he deals with the bounce, and then he knows he's running out of the fielder play, so he just manages to knock this back to the fielder.
Look what he does. He's over the boundary, but as long as he takes off here, as long as that's a fine, it's close, but probably doesn't quite touch, and throws it away. So, clever work from Suman. Prevents the boundary. Right, trying to get going. He'll get some mat on this, and he'll get a single as we go to the last couple of overs. 8 down now, and the score is 77 for 3.
77 for 3 is the score. A few people saying hellos to us. Chris Moore, of course, Gary Wheeler's in there as well. And also, hello to Yasmin Khan. He's saying, hi, everyone. Hi back to you, Yasmin.
Hello, Yasmin. Well, you can see a tale of 2 worms. One made it to the red line, one didn't. And Gibraltar, maybe they'll be a little bit disappointed that they haven't been able to at least maintain the run rate they said early. They seem to be kind of diving a bit. They're finding boundaries hard to come by. Obviously, we haven't seen Keynes at all, which I think is a bit of a shame. I'd love to see him out there. Even if we see him now, we won't have too long to impact the game because he's a bit of a wild card X factor with the bat. Anyway, full toss. Not the first one we've seen, not the last one we'll see. Rax knocks it down for a single.
Yeah, Praveen Singh comes back into the attack. Just interesting to see how high this was. He goes back into his crease, but yeah, that's okay. It's not the best of deliveries, but he'll get away with that one.
Even the way we look at those quickly and make a judgment, I like. It's good for the game. This time, Latin goes leg side. Again, can't beat the fielder, Faf Stoneman. He's got leather poisoning. He's had so much of the ball in this innings. And so, Gibraltar, I think, obviously not a greater start for them. I think Portugal probably better for Reading having played a game. They didn't play well in the first game either. Portugal first game they played. And so, Gibraltar Netherlands coming up should be a good one. Now we got a bit of hesitation, but they're going to get away with it. There's also forced a bit of a fumble from the fielder. So 2 more to Rikes.
Where does the bowler Praveen go here? I mean, there's nobody at home at the bowler.
Well, he went walkabout after the ball, you see.
What is Praveen doing chasing this one when he's got 2 fielders out there?
Yeah, he wanted to race them. That's the enthusiasm of someone playing their first day of international cricket. That's well bowled. This is an interesting one, I got a feeling that he hits the ground, but he also nicks it. That's just my initial...
Well, let's have a look.
My initial feeling is that he bounces, and I think it takes a big edge, but he also hits the ground, and so the umpire says, look, he's hit the ground, of which I'd be saying, yeah, I know, but he's also smashed it.
The shot on the look of the bowler and the wicketkeeper when that one's not given. I think you're right, Benny. I think the bat hits the ground but catches the ball on the way up.
Your double jeopardy, where one noise saves the other, because they happen pretty much simultaneously. Anyway, probably won't make too much of a difference. I tell you what, Parveen would have enjoyed an international wicket, but he still has to wait.
Yeah, well, great fielding again from him. Look at this, rock and roll, makes the stop, throws it in, and just the bowler decides, just a little bit too spicy for me, says Praveen.
Yeah, get down, get dirty. Last ball for Parveen. This is hit away to the leg side, and it's into the gap, so that's 4. Nice shot by Rikes. It just shows you placement over power, I think, sometimes on this field. Let the field do the work. And Jam Shazad probably felt he was a chance to stop that, but that ball kept rolling down the hill, and it takes us to the end of the 9th over. It's 87 for 3.
Yeah, 87 for 3. The next match, of course, as you said, it's going to be Gibraltar taking on the Netherlands. What a massive moment that is for those players from Gibraltar. I mean, to be playing out there in the middle against the Netherlands. And like I say, I've said already, it's these sort of matches that you play that you learn so much from them as well. And what an opportunity for them to perform well here.
Yeah, definitely. It's not the start that the Gibraltarians would have wanted, but they still have 5 more matches. And just got to feel, well, so far there's a pecking order, isn't there? It goes Netherlands, Portugal, Gibraltar in that order, based on the 2 matches we've seen so far.
Yeah.
But you got to feel that at some stage this weekend, that order will be toppled. There'll be more or less, I suppose you'd call it an upset, a result that goes against that natural order. Latin quietly moved to 28. He's got the last over to play, and he tries to go leg side, but he goes aerial. It should be an easy catch, and Golia does the rest. So it's going to be a wicket for Najam Shazad, following on from his good half-century. Latin tries to elevate, but more or less a top edge, and nicely handled by the keeper. The 4th wicket is down. It's 87 for 4.
Yeah, Latin will go. I think he'll be pretty happy that he's got the opportunity to go out there. He's not done too badly for himself. He's scored some nice runs, hasn't he? Got 28 on the board of 17 deliveries. And I think it's important that the likes of Latin, Avanesh Pai, Louis Bruce lost out on this time, but Stagno as well. They just get the feel of it out there. Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed maybe that a player that we know very well, somebody like somebody like Kano Nesta, who's good at this format, and I think he's he's built for it. I reckon that we haven't seen him yet, and
it might have been interesting chasing 165 to just throw him out there opening and seeing if he can just have the heater of all heaters. Anyway, Freo Nat, another player I enjoy watching. He's got 5 balls to play with. He's quite good technically, Julian, and you can see he gets off the mark with a pretty confident-looking drive. So Portugal, okay, they're tracking in the right direction. Don't forget Portugal, though. They have 4 matches today. So 4 of the 5 they play, because you've basically got 10 slots, 5 matches times 2 teams. One of the teams has to play 4 times. The others just play 3. So Portugal have a big afternoon ahead. They'll get the next game off. This is a little hoik from Rikes, but he's going to find the fielder. And once again, Faf Stoneman, he has been so safe in the field. And he grabs that one as well. Rikes goes for 18. Najam Shazad with another wicket, and it's 88 for 5.
Yeah, 18 of the 6 deliveries. Faf Stoneman, he's catching has impressed me so much that I reckon in terms of all the catches that we've seen, and just going to go by the ECS European Cricket Series, I reckon that he is by far right up there as one of the best catchers, probably right behind or level terms with Simranjit Singh. His catching is outstanding. He is caught no matter whether it's high up in the air, is blasted at him, whether he's standing right on the boundary. His catching's been superb.
Yeah, it's true. He's got good fundamentals, got a good eye. Thing is, like, no matter who you are, you will put one down occasionally. And also, the skill is to not worry about it and just keep backing yourself, take the catches, and he's very solid. Well, here's Big Keynes, back by popular demand, and he's got 3 balls to face. I think he's going to try and hit 3 sixes. Well, he won't get to, because this one is on him pretty quickly. Chopped away for 1. He's off the mark in the series.
Yeah, but I think that's important as well. Gets out there, right? He's not gonna. That might be the only ball he faces, but he gets a run. He gets batted onto ball, and I know it sounds crazy, but that it just gives you so much more confidence going into the next match, knowing that at least you got out there and you got a run to your name.
Yeah, one thing about Gibraltar here, they have not been able to harness the power of the Maximo. Just 1-6 in this first 9.5 overs. Meanwhile, okay, yeah, they have hit a few 4s. They've hit 9 4s along the way, so pretty much a boundary and over. Boundary and over will get you around the 100 mark.
Yeah.
90 to 100, that's where they are. Anyway, last ball coming up, Shazad. I'm sure he'll be player of the match for his performance. And he jams this one to the block hole. Nesta can't do much with it. So it will take us to the end of match 2. Final score is Portugal 164, Gibraltar 91. And yeah, Portugal, a bit of a rebuilding effort from them after they got blown away in the first game. But Gibraltar, look, some positives there. I think they'll just be a little bit upset they couldn't play more to their potential. But we already saw Portugal play a lot better in their second game than their first. Hopefully it's the same for the Gibraltarians, and maybe they can push the Dutch coming up in match 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing with Gibraltar is they feel they're far better, knowing that they've been out there, they know what sort of to expect. I'm liking that as well. Look, the players, a lot of respect, mutual respect between them. I mean, at the end of the day, you battle hard when you're out the middle, but once it's all done, we are a family, we are a cricket family, not just the players on the pitch, the umpires, and of course everybody that's watching around the world. And that's why European cricket is growing so fast and so strong. So it's nice to see that the players come together at the end and enjoying each other's company. And I'm sure that will continue throughout the day. And once the last match is played as well, I'm looking forward to enjoying a little bit of social company with all the players as they mix and match together. But this one is done. Portugal, they just got too many runs on the board. That's what it was. And I think Gibraltar, they knew that at some point they were going to have to make a call when they decided it was all about maybe trying to just spend a bit of time out there in the middle and prepare themselves for the next match. I think that's probably what Ian Letton decided at some point. But there were still some good shots. There were still some good highlights. And Avinash Pai, I think he timed the ball beautifully. But that run out will hurt you because I think he's taken on, this is it here. It's a lovely underarm throw and a great bit of work. And once again, one man who's just impressed and keeps continuing to impress out there in the field, that's Miguel Machado, who gets the underarm throw and no mistakes from Goliath. This was the OBW. Junaid Khan didn't have the best of first overs when he went for 12, having some issues getting the ball in the right area. But when it matters, the big man comes good, and he got the young Louis Bruce LBW for 2. Then we saw a bit of a fight back. I'm liking the little partnership that came together between Ian Latin and Kyron Stagno. Stagno, he didn't want to hang around. He's a big unit. He's a hard-hitting unit. And he just showed signs of what he could do if he get going out there as well. But he was eventually caught by a man who's got very good hands. And Faf Stoneman took 2 catches in this one. This one, well, he hits it pretty hard. And that one does get to the boundary. But this one, though, there he is, Faf. Like I said, just catches so well. No matter where he is, no matter how he has to deal with it, he finds a way. This one was Amir. And he would have been disappointed with this effort. This would have been just an amazing, a Superman catch.
There are a couple for the highlights through here. Pity they didn't stick. There's that one. And then Green Shield said, for my next trick, I'm going to fly, put a cape on those guys. But unfortunately, they couldn't quite pull off the one-hand stunner. And look, it was a brave effort from Gibraltar. A bit of improvisational stuff from Gamire to give that one away late in the piece. You just have to find a gear. I think this is an interesting one for me. I think he does hit it, actually, but he hits the ground as well. That's what caused the umpire to have some doubt about giving the decision. they got to find some sixes. That's what I think they got to do. And so I think you got to throw people up there that can clear the boundaries. I think they're so important on this field. And so someone like a Nesta for me, yes, he's a gamble. He might go cheaply, but he might also whack a few around and give you something to work with. They never really got that foundation, I think, in that innings. But, I mean, they'll be better for the run, no doubt about it. Don't forget, we'll see Gibraltar again in the next match coming up against the Netherlands. And that match is starting in around about 15 minutes' time. And the Netherlands won the toss, and they are batting in that one. The team leads the scoring with 28. Apart from that, Rakes with 18 towards the end. 4 batters reach double figures. Just Bruce went fairly cheaply. And Ferran Nesta were there towards the end. Look, not too bad with the extras. 9 wides and no balls, so about 1 and over. Not the worst effort. And as far as the bowlers went, I think that Conrad Greenshield took the opportunity to try out a few different options, didn't he? We saw 7 bowlers in total. Shazad, 2 for 14, stole the figures in a player of the match performance. The other wickets went to Amandeep Singh, who continues his good start to his international career. 1 for 14 off his spell. Junaid Khan, 1 wicket, but again, a little bit expensive, I think, compared to what he would have liked. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back pretty shortly in about 10 minutes to take you into the third match of the day. It'll be the Dutch taking on the Gibraltarians. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you after the break for more ECI action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket International.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the SCG, the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal. And it's time now for the third match of the 5 today. Of course, there's also 4 tomorrow, 9-match series in the ECI this weekend in Portugal. And for the first time, we'll see Gibraltar taking on the Netherlands. I know at the other end, the 2 captains are with Tyrone Peters. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Netherlands to call. It is your tails. That is your head.
Tails.
Tails to call. It is a tail.
And we'll have a bet.
So the news from the toss is that Sebastian Braat, the Dutch skipper, once again has won the toss, and this time he wants to bat first. So interesting that he wants to do that. I think it's a good toss to win and put some big runs on the board. We certainly saw that Gibraltar conceded a lot of runs bowling first in their previous game against Portugal. Having said that, I wonder what the Dutch will do with their order, whether they will change anything, even though Clayton Floyd gave a life early, but it wasn't taken, and he was able to score a half century. Tim Etman didn't do too much wrong at the top of the order, but I just feel that the Dutch may take this opportunity to try a few things that might be a little bit different from their standard plan. Also think Gibraltar will need to deal with the spin of the Dutch in the second innings. So that's not going to be easy, but a great test for the team from the Rock to see if they are able to compete with the reigning European champions. Let's go over to the commentary box now. The news from the toss in match 3 is that the Netherlands, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. It's over to Rico Full. Let's get ready for the start of this international match.
Thank you very much. Well, it's the SCG International Style match number 3 coming up, and features the Netherlands, who were victorious against Portugal, winning with 26 balls to go, chasing down the target of an 86. So a good win for them. And well, Gibraltar didn't quite get it going their way against Portugal. Portugal coming back with a win themselves after losing out to the Netherlands. It's going to be an interesting one. A couple of changes there. You can see that behind the stumps, it's, well, I'm not sure. I think behind the stumps, you're probably going to be Verhagen. So that's a change that's coming up. And I think also that we'll probably see that Tim Etman is not going to be inside the stumps. They're going to give an opportunity to somebody like Alex Roy to come in to the side. There he is, Alexander Roy. And Gibraltar, I think their side looks like Samanth Bodda, really youngster coming into the side. And Zachary Simpson, well, I think those of you that followed the night series in Gibraltar will know all about Zachary Simpson, a.k.a. the Duracell Bunny. So the Bunny makes his way up here. The bat versus ball wall is saying that this is going to be 113 to 99 in favour of the Netherlands. One thing I will say about that is I think the Netherlands probably will be looking to score a little bit more than that. Last time round, I think when we looked at the bat versus ball wall in that match against Portugal and Gibraltar, I think it was 100 to 96 in favour of Portugal. Well, Portugal added 64 more onto that, and I think well, Gibraltar were not too far behind the prediction. I think it could be the same here again. I think the Netherlands are going to be looking to get a score between a 130 and 150 for sure. They're really going to try and go after this. I think they started well last time, as you heard Mr. Maximo say. They did get a little bit of luck that went their way with Clayton being dropped on 0 by Junaid Khan, but he made it count, didn't he? That's what good players do. Here we go, first ball. They will stick with Mir Puri to start in the power play. And this is being cut away hard, and there's going to be 4 runs. So they open up with Asad Zulfikar, and he cuts this away viciously. And it's 4 off the first delivery. Not a bad delivery by any means, but I just think that when you are going with spin in the power play, you've got to try and cover all your angles. And when you only can have just a 2-man outside the 30-yard circle, it's always going to be a hard task. Zulfikar off and running with a cracking shot. And he goes outside the off again, and he's going to get rewards. 4 more back-to-back boundaries. The fielder tries to get fingertips on it. He may have just got something, but not enough to stop this going. See, a good effort, but not enough. 4 more. There's Louis Bruce. We'll have to pick that one up from the other side of the boundary. Verhagen is the other opener. Is that the non-strikers then? Roll. Puri This time it goes a little bit fuller, and it's going to be 4 more. This time he's played out onto the leg side. And Cuatro Carreras más. So a hat-trick of boundaries at the start of this match number 3 here at the Centre Ryan Cricket Ground, a beautiful ground, just an hour outside of Lisbon, the capital city, out in the countryside. Goes wider, and this one straight at the fielder. That's a good pickup from Samarth Bodder. Nice to see Samarth up there. Does a lot of good work in Gibraltar with the juniors. We've seen him a few times, and out there at the Europa Point ground with the juniors in the nets. Well, this one is floated up, but it's too wide and quarter wide. Nice to see Paulo Butsamatsa out there, along with Shub Navjot Singh is the third leg, the third umpire. That square leg. Oh, this is another wide. And umpire Buck Stoneman will be doing the third umpire duty. So, Mirpuri. Well, he gets a little bit of movement here. This goes up, up, up in the air, and that's a really good catch taken. So they get the wicket, and Mirpuri is loving it. And after being hit for a few, you see Assad just trying to get a little bit funky, but that's such a good catch by Ian Latin, patrolling the boundary. And he takes a very, very good catch. Just see, he moves quite early, wants to get right under it, but he gets too under it, loses his balance. That's a key. I don't know if you'll be able to see the batter and how he ends up, but if you lose your balance and your shape, you don't get it right. And that's what happens there to Assad Zulfikar. So loses his shape, ends up falling on the floor, loses balance. So that's why the ball, because of his shape, watch this here now, as he's hitting this, he's actually falling. He falls, he rolls over, and while he's rolling around, is Latin that takes a catch. And we also don't get, well, there you go, that's a reaction from Kabir Mirpuri. He is absolutely delighted, picks up a wicket. And after going for 3 boundaries on the spin and a couple of wides, he comes back with a wicket. So 1 for 14 with the ball to go in the first. Assad Zulfikar is the man that has to depart for 12 of 5 balls. New batter comes in is Boris Gawley. Gawley comes out to this, hits it on the full. Latin again does the fielding. End of the over. Productive one. Yeah. 15 runs come off it, but also a wicket as well. And I think he'll take that. I think Gibraltar. And this is, of course, the 100th event in the ECS campaign, and it comes this weekend. And what a great and exciting time it is. And to have this 100th event and it also being ECIs is absolutely fantastic. One man that's very excited about it as well is Vinny Sandu, who joins me back in the cube.
I am very excited. Yeah, it's crazy. If you want to know how many matches that is, let me see if I can give you a slightly out-of-date count. It's just over 3,250 cricket matches that we've done. So it's pretty crazy, isn't it? And we've seen pretty much 500,000 balls bowled, and yeah, over 600,000 runs scored, and we've seen around 34,000 wickets in that time. So more cricket than you'd think you'd see in a lifetime, probably 10 lifetimes. You've seen it here. All right, Gawley really deep in his crease. He gets a full toss and he hits it, and he hits it pretty well. That's going to be 4. It's high-ish. I'm not so sure it's above the weight.
He's deep inside his crease. Oh, you know what? I think they might call this. You have to go with where the crease is. And this is tight. It's going to be tight.
It could go either way.
On-field umpire is calling it.
Yeah, it's called now. Here's the thing. When we say it could go either way, they're normally ones that do get called. So they decide that is waist high. And so he gets the boundary. He's going to get a free hit as well. Louis Bruce being used up front here. He needs to sort it out and quick. So they're hoping to get some swing out of Louis. He's a natural swing bowler. This is a slower ball. And we've seen him go to that on the free hit. I mean, yeah. These players are clever at the international level, so I think Netherlands coaching staff will be noticing, okay, every time Bruce bowls a free hit, it's a slower ball, so set up for a slower ball. They have done their homework, Netherlands. They were telling me all about it. Anyway, Deep in his crease again. Hits and runs. It makes it slightly further to run. He gets away with it. So, yeah, Netherlands had the second game off. I think they've been recuperating. They would have watched the previous game as well. I'm sure the coaching staff have at least. And they'll tell me how much they've been enjoying it so far. Obviously, the weather's about 20 degrees warmer than it has been. So they're loving the sunshine. They're loving this Santarém cricket ground. And Gibraltar, I mean, yeah, they were maybe a bit underdone in the first game against Portugal, who already had a game under their belt. And let's hope that they can play something more like their best cricket this time around.
Hagen just getting ready to face his first delivery. And Louis Bruce. I hope he can get it right to the left-hander. And this is a good take, but, well, this doesn't get called. I'm surprised by this.
He struggled
Why
with...
is this not a wide?
He lost his battles.
Why is this not a wide?
Yeah, it's a bad call. Because he doesn't go outside off stump before the ball's bowled.
That, for me, is a wide delivery.
Yeah, 100%. So, Bruce gets lucky. And, yeah, that's the sort of ball we would normally see called.
Well, this one is plays at it. Says, well, okay, umps, if you're not going to call them, I'm going to pay them. And, okay, in Latin. Now, we know he's a physio for... oh, well, we've got... He's a physio.
Is, right?
Yeah, I do know. That is our man. That is Zachary Simpson, Jurasobani. In Latin, we know he's a physio, isn't he, for the national football team of Gibraltar. Well, there you go. Wow. That was a fantastic sliding stop. I think that's okay. I don't think he touches line. And then Zachary Simpson, well, he can't pick up the ball.
The footballing's good. The goalkeeper from Zach Simpson, not so good.
So we're going to miss. Hagen. But what a great stop that was. Well, that was a proper sliding tackle from Ian Latin. Well, maybe he's also the coach for the defenders. A defender would be proud of that one.
Well, lucky there wasn't a player in the way because it's probably a straight red card. But still, Everett Hagen, nice to see him out there. And again, we haven't really seen him on ECN, so let's see what he can do. Lefty, he'll also have the gloves this game.
Too short, and that one will be whipped away. Well, he's shown you what he can do. That's 4 runs. It's a little bit too short for Louis Bruce. And, well, maybe it's the sort of deliveries that perhaps he'll get away with when he's playing the domestic cricket back in Gibraltar. But against these top performers, there's no room for error. Just a small margin, and they'll get put away pretty quickly. But that's the standings so far after 2 matches.
Gibraltar flag is still loading, just to let everyone know. We will get it there, as God is my witness. Okay, so it's 27-1 after 2, but... yeah, Portugal having played 2 games. This is the only game that Portugal aren't playing today, so they've got a full program. They'll be playing, once again, the Netherlands and Gibraltar in that order in matches 4 and 5. So right now, these 2 teams meet for the only time today. Gibraltar and the Netherlands, they'll play twice against each other tomorrow. Looks like Horrocks is finally going to get his second over of the day. He almost had it earlier, and Avinash Pai pinched it because they were running out of time. They still couldn't make the time. So I guess they'll be pretty conscious of that. And 10 minutes to bowl the first 2 overs, just a little bit behind, I think, at the moment. Anyway, here's Horrocks.
This could be out, you know, it's full, and it is out. And he tries to get funky. Jack Horrocks does what we always say. If you see a batter moving around too much, just get it right up there. And Gawley, he tries to get funky. Now, where does this make contact? And, yeah, that's plumb. Yeah. That's plumb for me. That's hitting middle stick. I mean, of course, if it hits him outside the line, a lot of people will say, yeah, but there's no yeah buts about this. Gawley gets it wrong. Horrocks gets it on the money, and he gets his wicket. Good reward for getting the ball right up there at the stumps. Well bowled by Jack Horrocks.
It's a good decision. I mean, it's an easy decision. This is why, even against someone like Gawley, who is one of the best at that shot, I still think the percentages are, especially early in the game, get him out. Yeah. If you can get him out, it saves a lot of runs down the stretch. And that is Paolo Buchimatsa on his international umpiring debut. There's Paolo. And that's a nice little confidence booster, as it wasn't a difficult decision. And yeah, look, there he is. And that's his good side as well, Paolo. He's holding the bowler up. But he is a wonderful host as well here in Portugal. Great to say now that he's an international umpire. Okay, so Saqib Zulfikar comes out at number 4. He gets a full toss as well. This time he's going to deal with it. So that's 4. Not a great ball from Horrocks. I think he was trying to replicate the last ball that was striking Gawley on the full. And that's going to be 4. Just counting my Zulfiqars in the team this time. 1, 2, 3. Yes, all 3 Zulfiqar triplets are in this playing 11 for the Netherlands. Steve McVeigh lurking around in the background.
Yeah, nice to see Steve at the venue. And once again, thank you to Steve for bringing us our Easter eggs on Good Friday yesterday. Here comes Horrocks once more. Better Arius. And it's caught. What a cracking catch this is. And boy, is he pumped. That's Kabir Mir Puri. Well, Puri's the name, but I think it's a spicy Tiki Puri who takes the catch. But this was absolutely cracked by Sakib Zulfiqar. What a catch this is, really.
Unbelievable catch. I mean, I always didn't have time to track it with the camera. It was hit that hard. And Kabir pumps the air with delight. And it was a mixture of excitement and surprise from his teammates. They came from everywhere. That was incredible stuff.
It was whacked.
Yeah.
That was absolutely whacked. Cream crackered, as you'd say. What a catch. Well, he was giving us the celebrations when he took the wicket of his bowling, and now he takes a catch. Well, what an amazing moment this is for him. I mean, playing in the first time Gibraltar, playing ECIs, and not only has he picked up a wicket, well, he takes what has to be put down, an outstanding catch.
Brilliant catch. And look, Kabir, he's a guy who's put a lot of work into cricket as well. He was heavily involved during the ECIW when we were there in developing cricket at the Rock. And so what a bit of fielding that is. And Skip Zulfiqar, he's a guy, he can hit the ball really well, as you saw first ball. But Horrocks gets him for an out. So it's going to be the captain, Sebastian Brandt, to come out. And again, he's a guy, he was a cornerstone of their middle order, wasn't he, along with Ryan Klein in their ECC win. So the ECC, if you don't realise, it's the Euros of cricket. There were 21 nations last year that competed in this format. And Netherlands came out on top.
Well bowled, good areas. Nice and full. And Sebastian Brandt takes the single. I see that Netherlands also here, taking the opportunity in match number 2 for them, just to give others probably a bit of a chance. Clayton Floyd, probably we'll see him, but by now normally Clayton would be out there. So Sebastian, the captain, pretty key to have a knock himself and maybe give 1 or 2 others an opportunity.
So, see that Charlie Hunt's popped in, and hello Charlie. Of course, he did a lot of cricket at the Rock earlier in the year.
This has been put away high, and it will go all the way. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, that's power, because he didn't really time that, but still had what it took to clear the boundary. So Verhagen just kind of goes up, and he knows there's no outfielder back there. So he's got that extra insurance, I suppose. Just got to get it over the circle. He did. He got it over the outer circle too.
Yeah, that's a delightful shot, isn't it? Nicely played. He's seen a few wickets fall around him, 3 of them. But he's determined to stay there. And now he gets his stumps knocked over. Determined to stay there, maybe. With Jack Horrocks. Gets a beauty in there. Gets it on the stumps. And Verhagen going for the shot. Straight. Misses it. And that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball as he knocks the stumps over. Jagde fatte style. Dande tor ke rakh dete.
How about this from Horrocks? I mean, talk about keeping him waiting. He's been waiting about an hour or two to bowl a second over because he got it stolen last time. But this is how he comes back. Maybe they should do it all the time because he takes 3 wickets in that over. It was quite an incredible third over. 3 for 11 with a 4, a 6, a 1 and 3 wickets. And so Netherlands, let's hit the skids a bit, and we're seeing a bit more of what Gibraltar can offer here this time in the field. And, of course, with the ball, 38 for 4.
Yeah, wonderful piece of bowling from Jack Horrocks. Well, just remember, in the last match, he was about to bowl, and the ball was snatched away from him, from the captain, in that over number 9, trying to get the over in the little time they had. It didn't work. He didn't bowl. Well, maybe he's been sat brewing. He's come out and he's produced a marvellous over. Fantastic from him. What an over. 3 wickets, only 11 runs from it. And all of a sudden, Gibraltar, well, they'll feel that they're winning this one. This is going to be interesting. Zachary Simpson going to be bowling here. I don't think some of the Netherlands batters would have seen anything like what's about to come.
Yeah, I think you're right. But having said that, he's still got 2 really good hitters at the crease here. Sebastian Brandt and now Skander Zulfiqar. This is Zach Simpson. What a great challenge to him. But the challenge will be finding this ball as Bratt goes large. First ball, Maximo. And yeah, well, Zach Simpson, he had a really good night series. He will go shopping, as they like to say in the Netherlands. He's going shopping for wickets. But in the end, we might have to shop for a new ball. That went a long way.
Yeah, look, Zach Simpson back at the Europa Point. I mean, he was outstanding, and he's got a big following, you know, in Gibraltar. And
they call him the Duracell Bunny, which I still think is funny because it's meant to be the Energizer Bunny. It's the wrong battery company, but I'll roll with it. I hope he can still throw it up, and let's see what happens.
Well, it's going to be a repeat. It's another one. This is even bigger. Back-to-back sixes. Bowl, and this is blasted out of here. And Sebastian Bratt, he says, well, I don't know who you are, but if you're going to be bowling me those, so I'm going to be smashing it big.
Here's the thing. At international level, you normally can't get away with being so slow through the air. And so let's just see. It might work, but it'll be interesting to watch.
Oh, well, he doesn't flight this one up. So he'll just get a single. But what I was going to say about Zach Simpson, I've seen this before in Gibraltar, but he just has a knack of getting wicket. When he comes on the bowl, he's one of those bowlers. If you sat with your pads on, he's saying, I want to go out there because I'm going to hammer him all over the place. But when you get out there, he comes up with a couple of deliveries that are unplayable, and you're back.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to, I mean, what a moment this is for him, first of all, to be playing for Gibraltar, out there bowling. All right, hasn't gone to plan so far, 13 of 2 deliveries. But, I mean, he can come up with a surprise. I can tell you that, as it is now. Sikender Zulfiqar just sees this one. And, well, he places cautiously to get himself off the mark. It's nicely fielded there by Philip Reichs. So, goes back to the captain. Right. 50, by the way, has come up as well in this over. And so once again, and he floats another one up there, and it's high, and only just over Reichs, who makes a tremendous effort. And just for the moment there, I mean, I could see the bowler, Zachary Simpson. He's looking, his arms are up, he's thinking maybe, catch it for me, sunshine, but he just can't. He's not tall enough. And it's another Maximo for the captain of the Netherlands.
Yeah, he's on a heater, isn't he? He's probably one guy that isn't too worried about the wickets lost because it means he can get out there. And again, this is hit. Is it hit? Flat.
Oh, it's a chance.
He's dropped him. Can you believe it? It's Reichs there. And so Bratt, he took Simpson to the cleaners, but he kept the receipt. And, well, Reichs, he has to try and catch a bullet. He can't. Disappointment for Zach Simpson. Can't get his first T10 international wicket. It's 59 for 4 after 4.
Well, that could have been an amazing highlight. I told you, he always finds a way, finds a knack. This time it's the fielder, Philip Reichs, that lets him down. Well, that's quite an interesting looking graphic. Those 3 wickets coming in Horrocks is over.
It looks like it's kind of bending the line a bit, those 3 wickets. But, yeah, it bounced back with 21 off the 4th, but maybe should have been 1 for 20. I want to say hello to Maxie Hornweg, who's watching from the Netherlands. Hello, Max. How are you? Good to see you. We've got quite a few Dutch viewers, as you imagine, but no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're in Europe or not, we certainly appreciate you viewing and spending your weekend with us. Okay, let's go back to Mirapuri.
But why? Tell me why. Why isn't Horrocks bowling the next over?
Good question. Anyway, I'll tell you why. Because it's going to be a wicket, and this time it's taken. And so, change is as good as a holiday, they say sometimes. And Reichs gets a second chance. And so Bratt, he gets dropped, but he gets caught the very next ball by the same fielder. I wonder what Zach Simpson's emotions are right now. I think they'll be happy to see the end of Sebastian, who goes for a lightning 21, and it's 59 for 5.
Well, you couldn't ride it, could you? First of all, I'm gobsmacked that Zach Horrocks isn't coming back onto bowl after taking 3 wickets. And then the fielder that put Bratt down, just the very last ball, comes on and takes the catch. And it's Mirapuri that is jumping and punching with joy as he takes another wicket. Well, it's time for us to welcome out into the middle the birthday boy. And it's the time to see how Alfonso gets on out there. Right, Alfonso, happy birthday to you. And, well, I hope he has a good knock. Well, he's already got some issues.
Yeah,
and I think
3.1.
I think his number's coming off.
Looks like a birthday candle, really. Yeah, because of the luggage going missing, they are missing a couple of their shirts, Netherlands. So that's why they haven't improvised. Anyway, here's Mirapuri.
And Alfonso goes down on one knee and he smashes this big bolle kinna sona shaka lagya ajda birthday here. And well, Rata Alfonso says it is my birthday. I'll have 6, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's still quite remarkable. I'll come back to that in a second because I'm going to get straight to the next ball. And it could be a 6 and out. Oh, fielder can't get there. Sammy Boda couldn't get off his feet. So just a single. I was going to say the fact that they went back to, they made a change to go away from Horrocks and to have more spin after spin had been smashed in the last over.
Interesting decision.
But, I mean, it's next level thinking from Avinash Pye because it does result in the wicket of Bratt, who was maybe getting bored with smashing 6s, and he just hit one straight to the fielder again. Ipuri to Zulfikar.
This is played beautifully along the deck, through the gap. Well, sometimes you can go the Erie route, or you can play a classy shot like this from Sukhinder Zulfikar. Uses his feet, gives himself a little bit of room, and just carves this through the offside, and that's 4 runs in the area of extra cover.
That's really good, isn't it? And that's low-risk scoring. It's a low-risk shot. It's a proper cricket shot, and this crowd will reward you for those kind of strokes. Sukhinder so talented with the bat.
Whips this away. Good reply also from Mirpuri. Gets that ball right up there.
So we've got all 3 Zulfikar triplets playing in this game. Pretty rare to get triplets in one team. And then the other thing is they got another brother, Rima. There's 4 Zulfikars that will often play for Punjab Rotterdam. And so this is the end of the over, and the score is 72 for 5. I want to welcome you into the cube, the Spider Cube here at the Santarang Cricket Grounds. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full. You know, sometimes I like to shine a light on some people behind the scenes. And of course, Tyrone Peters, he is our tournament referee. We'll probably show Tyrone. But did you know that we've got some of his modelling shots here? So he's very multi-talented, and that one's my favourite there. So yeah, if you want to know how to get respect as a match referee, I think that, yeah, be a model. So it makes it look very easy, doesn't it?
I mean, look, I've had him in with me and Coms a few times. We've done a few gigs together. He's never mentioned that before.
He's very modest about it. I don't mind shining a light at it. Have you got that last one again? Maybe we can look at the last one again. That's probably my favourite. Anyway, it's going to be Pye that comes out, and he gets launched into the sky, and that one's not coming down for a long time. Maximo Alphonse to the party, and here's the thing about this batting lineup. It's long. They've listed Clayton Floyd at 10, so they're not too worried about the wickets lost. They are swinging for the fences, and they're connecting with quite a few of them.
Well, Alphonse is the batter. Somebody says Pye. He says, Pye what? I'm talking birthday cake. Bang. But Pye, he made a boulder Pye, and he gets treated, goes the distance. But he's looking to bounce back. And, well, this is going to be a wide. I'm liking that also from the batter from Alphonse. He starts to come, realises he's not going to get there, also realises he's a little bit too wide. It goes back in his crease.
Cat and mouse there. Clever bowling by Avi to push it wide, maybe sneak for the stumping.
Talking about stumping, it should have happened there. It's a missed opportunity. Stagno recovers to hit the stumps over. But I think the batters get in. Well, I think he snatches at this minute.
Yeah, he does. He's kind of going back already, but he just had to glove it cleanly.
But Alphonse, if he wanted a birthday present, he gets one. He gets a life.
Yeah, see how he's spending it before he gets it. He almost breaks the plane. But, yeah, that hurts. And then almost a run-out chance. But, yeah, see the bat comes down before the ball comes in. Yeah, it was a huge chance. I mean, they're all big wickets, aren't they? You keep moving the line. Your best chance to keep this score down is probably to bowl him out, you know.
Place this to the third man area. Well, that's one way to do it. Kung Fu style.
Yeah, that's the Freyone zone.
Andrew Reyes.
Yeah. No, I think that we saw Julian having a few issues down there. So now he's got it sorted out. He got everything behind that.
Flights this up, but it's too well flighted, and he gets right under this. There's Alphonse. He takes another Maximo. And that's 3 Maximos from him. I just like the way he goes down, gets right under it, hits this one dead straight, right out of the middle. Well, that is sweet. Sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a nun's belly, as that goes for a big 6.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Just pick up length, and Alphonse has started so well here. Now wants to get funkified. And He misses out. Probably again, I think sometimes these guys get bored of hitting sixes the same way, so they start to try something else. Again, it's a slide of the back foot. These guys are pretty good at not lifting it until they're sure the ball's clear of the keeper.
Shorter. Good comeback delivery from Pye. Quicker one, flatter.
Quick hello to Kitty Hundley, who's watching from the USA. Hopefully well today. Kitty, good morning to you. Take us to the end of the 6 over now. It's 87 for 5. So, look, run rate's pretty good. It's about 145 pace. I just think the Netherlands, they've played enough of this now. They know the approach. They are the reigning European champions, and they have a lot of confidence in their lineup that they can mix and match the batters, and they're not too worried about losing wickets along the way because they're all good enough to compete pretty much straight away. Here's a good moment as Sammy Boda is coming in to bowl over number 7. Let's see how he goes. Again, great test for this Gibraltarian team.
It's a good start, pretty full, and well, Louis Bruce. It's a difficult one. It's one where you very quickly have to make up your mind and say, right, am I catching this or am I stopping it? In the end, he does neither. He stands still, stands stationary, gets nothing behind it, and unfortunately for him, it goes for 4.
So the best chance of stopping it is actually to intercept it on the full. Once you let it bounce, it's death, right? So that's one that probably bounces a metre in front of him, not much more than that. So, yeah, even if he gets forward and blocks it, and he might catch it, who knows? Yeah. It might stick. So that one hurts, doesn't it? Because it was a pretty good ball from Boda, but also pretty significant bat speed generated by Sikandar to get it to go that far off the bat.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed, Boda, and I think also Gibraltar, because that ball shouldn't have gone for 4. It's a good ball. One thing I know about Boda is that he does bowl the Yorker very well. He's coming back into fitness as well. I know when we were in Gibraltar, he wasn't 100%, so we didn't see him bowl much. And here comes again. This one, wow, bit of vicious movement. He gets this to swing late away. That's why Stagno can't catch up with it.
Yeah, and Stagno again. So look at this, he's kind of bringing it back before. Well, that time maybe just got done by the movement, but he doesn't get that lateral movement to get his eyes closer to the ball. So it's not an easy job, obviously, keeping up to medium paces. And Sammy, he has had a few injury problems for someone that's this young.
This is hit on the up, and there's going to be 4 more. That's a nice shot played by Alphonse. He just backs himself, doesn't he? He knows what the ball's doing. He knows that it's going to swing away, and he anticipates that. He plays for it, and he gets it right. 4 more.
Yeah, good batting and through the arc. Alphonse is batting really well. And gloves this time will go to Verhagen. It was a late change made by the Netherlands, but Alphonse essentially playing as a specialist batter, and he's doing some batting here. I think very good.
He reacts to this quite well. He wants to come down and charge. I like the response from Boda as well. Sees him coming, bangs it in a little bit shorter. Good bit of cricket, good little bit of competitiveness between batter and bowler.
Just realised, seeing we showed those modelling shots, we should probably give a shout out to Yassis, which was the brand that Tyrone was modelling for.
Okay.
Okay, so hello to everyone from Yassis, and Janine that runs that as well. She's a big supporter of European cricket. Anyway, this is whipped away, leg side. This is going to be 4 into the gap. And Sikandar Zulfikar saying, well, I'm still here, you know. There's Richie Cunningham doing the fielding. Well, he might be auditioning for an on-field role. But, you know, Richie's a real gentleman of Gibraltar cricket. This was more about the placement than the power.
Yeah, just strays, goes for the Yorker, but gets it on the pads, and that's whipped away by Zulfikar this time. These two, they're scoring runs pretty quickly. They want to get, oh, well, this is a Gundy ball. It will be a no-ball call, but it will also go all the way. That's another 7 up. Is another man new. This comes out wrong. It's a slow ball going wrong. And you can see Zulfikar says, I don't care where it is. If I can reach it, I'm going to club it. And he hits this Captain Caveman style for 6. 7 runs with that ball.
Yeah, the jump cut. You got to love it. And yeah, Zulfikar puts it away. And that's like a free hit before it's a free hit as well, because he knows that's a no ball. And now he gets another freebie.
Yeah, he swings hard at it, misses out on it. Good stop by Stagno. So gets a dot ball in there, bowler. He'll be looking to finish well, but this over has already gone magical. 22 of it.
Still, maybe he can come back with a wicket. Simpson almost pulled one back after going magical.
Well, he goes for another shorter one. It goes to the fielder. Does well. Nicely dealt with. That's the captain, Avinash Pai out there in the danger zone, if you like. And just like that, well, that score rockets to 110 5 wickets down, 7 overs complete, so already gone past the mark what the bat to ball was predicting, and I just thought that they would be looking for a score between 130 and 150.
Nice to see the ECN Gibraltar T20 Internationals on the calendar. That's a bit of a sneak-in event. Starting on the 4th of May, it runs for 4 days. Still finalising exactly who will be involved. I'm pretty sure, obviously the host, Gibraltar, but Portugal and Malta, I think, confirmed for that event. Potentially, we'll have another side there as well. So stay tuned. Charlie Hunt, who's watching right now, and he's in the chat, he will be back at the Rock at Europa Point for that series. So also, I think there's some matches planned between Gibraltar and Portugal after this series is finished as well on Monday. Flight Tour 2, got plenty of time to see it. That's Reich down there. That makes the stop. Louis Bruce coming back for his second over in over number 8.
Yeah, Bruce is back. His first wasn't his worst, but he's hoping to get the ball better in the right areas, be a bit fuller. Not a bad delivery, but it's a delightful shot incoming and just to the right of us. We were ready for it. Lovely shot. What a beautiful hit this is. He's played some sensational shots this time. Just that little shuffle.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the old Ali shuffle as he gets to the pitch and then clean, sweet, through the line of the ball. You can't hit straighter than that.
That was pure from Alphonse. He's having such a good birthday, really. I mean, that was a beautiful shot right where it needed to go. Hold the pose. The follow-through was there. Sweet timing.
Well, he goes for another. But this time, he could be in trouble, and it's going to be 6 runs. Avinash Pai, he loses it for a moment. Look, he signaled, well, he puts his, oh, yaar, huna ka pa liya, pehla pa raha. He loses it. He says, I can't find it. It goes over him for 6. And the best moment of this is when he then turns around when nobody's looking and he puts his shades on. Just in case somebody says, hey, you got the shades on your head, why aren't they on your eyes? Oh, we ain't got that on camera.
I don't think he was going to matrix that out of the ground. This one's probably fine because it's straight over the body. Decent bounce up from Louis Bruce. So, yeah, in that one, originally, I think Avi was saying to the other fielder, hey, come here, because if I grab it, I'm going to have to throw it to you. But then he couldn't find his way to get out of bounds.
He's not the first to say this. I know when the Netherlands were out there before the start of this match doing some fielding drills. And this one, he goes right across the stumps, but I think he's lucky he gets a bit of bat onto this. Otherwise, it would have been curtains.
Yeah, maybe would have hit him outside the line as well. Maybe not, actually, looking at that.
He would have been out.
Must have been the edge that saves him then.
Yeah, so Louis Bruce looking to finish his spell.
Yeah, so you're talking about the Netherlands players. How were they picking up the ball in the outfield?
When they were out there, they were saying the same thing. You just can't, because it's a hazy sort of sky, isn't it? Well, I tell you who else doesn't pick it up. Sekinder Zulfikar, he makes a quick fire 23 of 10 deliveries, but ball number 11 is too good for him. It's that slower ball again from Louis Bruce that he bowls so cleverly. It just goes to show just how good a delivery it is when it gets good batters like Sekinder out.
Yeah, it's a good slow ball. I mean, I'd even consider maybe bowling backwards. And what I mean by that is he's bowling mostly slower balls and then using the pace on one as a variation. So bowling 4 or 5 slower balls and over. Because even if you pick it, you still got to hit it. And I think that it's kind of throwing the timing off of the Dutch batters a little bit more than the pace on delivery. Still, nice little cameo from Sekinder Zulfikar. He's a player I always love to watch bat. He makes 23 off 11, and he's the 6th wicket to fall. End of 8 overs, it's 124 for 6.
I'm glad you clarified that, bowling backwards. I thought maybe you're going to be talking about the sort of bowling you were doing yesterday.
Not the literal bowling backwards. Who was it that bowled one backwards yesterday? Someone almost took Paolo's head off when the ball slipped out backwards. So I want to say hello to Siddharth as well, who's saying happiest birthday for Alphonse.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's been a good one. He'd love a player of the match, I'm sure, for his birthday. He's facing up now in the 9th, and he's going to have to deal with Horrocks, who finally comes back after taking 3 wickets in the 3rd over. We haven't seen him since.
And, well, they're asking the question. There's a shake of the head from Bucci. There's a bit of a smile on the face of Horrocks, and I think he knows there's nothing on this.
Yeah, he's saying that there was a noise. Hey? Yeah, Alphonse saying, yeah, they didn't hit it. So he says, oh, fair enough. Yeah, if that would have been out, then Horrocks would have been on a hat-trick because he did take a wicket with his last delivery in the 3rd over. Arian Dutt, the new batter, but he's the non-striker's end at the moment.
Oh, this is a full toss, and it's been hit pretty well. It will go all the way. I think they're going to look at this side on as well. I get the feeling he might be okay because he's going towards it. He charges at it. But how high is it? See, it's, well, he's on. Nah, can't be calling that. But anyway, it's a good hit. It's 4 more to Alphonse. He moves now into the 40s.
Yeah,
42.
good shot. I mean, that kind of shows you how fast this outfield is and with the slope, because Avinash Pai, normally that's in his range. He can get sideways and make that stop. He doesn't have a play on that ball. So Alphonse is into the 40s.
And this is high up in the air. It's going, it's gone. Bolle, brrrr. Shaka, lagya, kinna sona, apana, birthday munna, batting kar rahe the, Ratha Alphonse. It's another one. So he's 1 shot away from bringing up a half century on his birthday. What a way to celebrate.
Yeah, it'd be good, wouldn't it? But he's not there yet.
Vinny, just a massive spider just walked under your laptop, by the way. We'll go back to the
Thanks for
action.
that.
He misses out on this one.
When you say massive,
I'm talking massive. Big.
how big's that?
About the size of a €2 coin.
Wow.
What do you mean?
Spider
Well,
webs everywhere.
yeah, you've got a little hub of, you talk about networks, or you've got a web network going on there. It's all happening.
Well, I'm going to spend the last 2 overs watching for this spider. Meanwhile, let's watch Alphonse. He's on 48.
Horrocks comes into him, and he wants to get funky. He misses out on this one as well. And Horrocks is saying, well, you want your 50. I want to try and get you out.
Me here. Let's go on spider watch.
It was big. I'm telling you, it was big. The thing is, though, you see them, then they disappear. They hide somewhere.
That is what worries me the most, is when you don't see them, because you know they're here. If I can see them, that's fine. Anyway, I think Rathett is doing it this ball. So Horrocks, he's been brilliant, hasn't he? 3 for 21.
He hits this pretty well. Should just be a single. It will be. Well done to Avinash Pai. Make sure that this one does not escape him. They're learning very quickly. End of the over. A great spell of bowling from Jack Horrocks. He's picked up 3 for 22. The score at the end of 9 is 135 for 6.
So 49, and the strike for Ratha Alphonse. 3 for 22, Horrocks. Is that the big one?
Did you see it?
No, that's just a medium-sized one. Is it that one?
What did you just do with that?
I still got quick hands.
You threw it on my side now.
Well.
Did you muller it? Is it mullered?
It's no longer part of this earth, unfortunately. Anyway, I know we don't want to focus on spider chat too much, but it is a constant presence and threat to our livelihood here. 49, though, for Ratha.
How many do you think we've eaten?
I was left-handed. Oh, don't say that.
Apparently, they're always
the
on
average
here.
human consumes, I can't remember how much in bugs every year, but it's a staggering number. I'll tell you in a minute. Right now, it's going to be Sammy Boda to bowl the last over. He starts with a wide. This isn't one that you
didn't want to run. He definitely didn't want to run. But Aaron Dutt is saying, well, you want one for your 50. I want one just to get off the mark. Look at this. He doesn't want to, but he says, all right, if you're coming, I better go. I'm sure he'll still get an opportunity because there's still 6 balls to go. That one a wide.
Are you ready?
Go on.
Apparently, the average person consumes up to 1.5 pounds of insects annually, mostly through fruits and vegetables. That's about 500 bugs a year.
Oh, nice.
That you eat.
Well, we've done that and more here already. This is going to be a single, so Ratha.
And so how many are we eating? We're not realising it right now. That's more than one a day. It's crazy. Anyway, guess what? He's back. Looks like Sabzal Puri's in the chat. Hello to you. And let's have a look at Alphonse on 49.
Hits it well. And he says, hey, it's my birthday and I want to party in style. And he does. And he brings up his 50 with a maximum. So well done to Alphonse. 55 unbeaten. Shaba. To Ratha Alphonse, era birthday we ajwa, tapni 50 we puri kali. That's magnificent knock from Ratha Alphonse. Well done, well batted.
Look at his wagon wheel, everything in front of the wicket. Yeah, so he doesn't have to get funky, Ratha. I think this suits him. He's looked really correct out there. It's a wonderful innings. And he's still got 4 balls to party with. Here's Sammy.
Yeah, he hits this hard, but how far is this one going? It will go all the way as well. Balle. And even with the shades on, Avinash Pai can't deal with these.
I'm telling you, This is like fielding on another planet. The way it comes out of the atmosphere, it seems like the gravity's different. He's not seeing this till it's too late. You're constantly late in the ball.
That was earlier.
Glasses on, glasses off, whatever you like. I mean, that's the 150 up. And, well, now he's going to finally get some runs behind the wicket as this edge goes for 4. And the hand breaks off for the Netherlands. Still 2 to play, 154 and counting.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been quite the return that Bordeaux wanted. He's been out of action for a while, comes back. He's unlucky not to have got a wicket. We know that. The catch went down. But the Netherlands, once again, showing as they did against Portugal, if you give them chances, they will make you pay. And, well, what a good knock this has been from Rafa Alphonse. And he's not done yet. Still a couple of deliveries to go. Swings hard at this one, and he probably says to her on that, there you go, you can have one more ball. Well, maybe not. He was, he's not thinking that. Well, Dutt is saying, no, I will stay here, thank you very much for one more, because I want the strike.
What about Dutt? I mean, just going to South Africa, playing in front of some huge crowds over there. Now, he's at this beautiful SCG in Portugal. I don't know what he's thinking. I know what he's thinking right now. I want to pump this ball for 6. Here is the last ball.
He doesn't quite get there. It's another spider comes down to say, oh, how did they move so far? Now I know where that Spider-Man movie comes from when they're going from one place to another so quickly.
Yeah, they go through some of these wormholes. I don't know. But anyway, look, really, for me, when you have this long batting lineup, they bat all the way down to 10 here, then you can be attacking and hope that someone comes off for an extended period. No one wasted balls in that innings. Rafa Alphonse, he was the star, though. Considering he came out at, I'm going to say, number 7.
You did,
I mean, that's a really good innings. 66 from your number 7. But, I mean, he obviously could bat a lot higher than that. And he put on a show, but, yeah, early on, they went with a different combination. Asad Zulfiqar and Rel Verhagen, 2 keepers opening the innings. There was another keeper to steal the show later. Again, Gibraltar throwing themselves around. I think was an improved effort from them. But again, they couldn't really sustain it against the quality of this Dutch batting lineup.
Yeah, very much so. Isn't it a nice feeling? You know, when you have a special day and people say to you, oh, it was your birthday yesterday. What did you do? Well, Alphonse can say, I'll show you what I did. Here you go, have a look at that. But early on, it was Mir Puri. It was a bit of a thicky Puri because he was too hot to handle for some of the Netherlands players. And he bowled well, actually. I think he bowled at difficult times. And how about that? Ian Landon showing his footballing skills. So that was a save off the line. Zachary Simpson couldn't quite pick the ball up. And, well, he's probably hoping the ball never actually came back to him again because when he came on the bowl, he went for a few as well as it was matched all over the place. You'd have to say that this man here, Jack Horrocks, I think he bowled beautifully well. I mean, outstanding figures from him. 3 for 22, especially when you think of how much carnage there was from some of the other bowlers. But even he, well, that was, first of all, what a catch that was. Mir Puri, I said he was spicy when he was bowling. Well, that was hot and spicy with the catching as he adds a little bit of masala to the innings. But the thing was, as Maximo said, one batter came and went, but another one came and took over. That was a good moment also to pick up that wicket off Verhagen, who was starting to look dangerous. He's got that in the slot after being hit for a boundary. And then, well, Simpson came out and we thought there was going to be trouble as Bratt went 1, 2, big 6s. And then there was the chance as well as this one was hammered hard and the fielder, it was Reichs wasn't able to take the catch. But this one went over him. I think this is the one that he had the chance to get the wicket for Simpson. It wasn't to be. That was, well, a painful drop. But they did get Brad. It was a surprise, really. They went back to Mir Puri to come on to bowl. I thought they would not have gone for spin. They would have gone back to Horrocks. They never did. And there was a catch there, nicely taken. And just little things like that. I think they did bring Horrocks back in the 9th. I just think when you got a bowler that's on fire, he just took 3 wickets in 1 over, you go back to him straight away, and maybe that was a little bit of mismanagement there from Gibraltar. But you can't take anything away from the Netherlands. And what about Alphonse? His batting was beautiful, but there was an opportunity to get him out. Stagner could have removed him when he was on 14. This is another one that goes a long, long way. And 6 more. And also you saw that little partnership between him and Sikander Zulfiqar was pretty promising as well. He batted really well, played some really nice shots. And I just think, I mean, you can't really say too many bad things about the bowling. I mean, a delivery like that from Boda when he's going for the slower ball, okay, that hurts you. but some of the hitting was so pure. That was probably, for me, the shot of the day. Just look at the footwork. Una, dos, tres, straight through the line. And what a lovely shot that was. This was a good moment having this by. They said, put your shades on. All right then, Mum, I'll put me shades on. But it made no difference. As Louis Brewster, there's that slow delivery. And that's a good moment from here as he does pick up the wicket of Sikander Zulfiqar. And well done, young man. But that slow ball, I think he's got to use that more often. You don't get too many deliveries in this T10 version. Only 12 balls, so you've got to make it count. And if the slow one's working for you, that's what you've got to go with. We're talking about going. There's a lot of balls that kept on going over the boundary. This is another one that Avanes couldn't quite get to. And well batted from the young man there, bringing up his half-century in style. What a good knock it was. There's a number of occasions, just couldn't the fielders get to the ball. And then a slice of luck there from Alphonse as well. This time he did score in that area of the match as well. So he's looking forward to getting a little bit of his birthday cake. Well, he's probably thinking, oh, I've got to buy the drinks later as well, as it is my birthday, but not before I get me birthday cake. Well, there you go. Well batted to the birthday boy. 155 for 6. It's like I said, didn't I, when we saw that fantasy dashboard and the back to ball score prediction. I said they'll be looking for 130, 150. Will they go beyond that? They go to 155. And, well, it's another big score that we've seen today. Remember, Portugal scored 164 against Gibraltar. Now they've had 155 against them. Of course, it was a good batting performance all round, really. But Ratha on 66 to 24 and Sikander Zulfiqar really did entertain us with their innings. With the bowlers, well, I think there's no shortage of trying. I was very impressed once again with Kabir Mirpuri bowling. You know, one of those overs outside of the power, inside the power play. I think he bowls really well. 2 wickets for 28 for him, but 3 for 22 for Jack Horrocks. I think he bowled just superbly well. And really, if it wasn't for those 2 sort of pretty economical overs, it could have been a lot worse. So, well done to Horrocks, good bowling from him, but also well done to the birthday boy, Ratha Alphonse, 66 and 24. Well batted indeed, which leaves Netherlands in, once again, a very strong position. They got the runs on the board, and Gibraltar, who struggled with the bat, trying to get to the 164 against Portugal, got to 91. They've got it all to do once more. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo when we come back in around about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 3.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the middle at the SCG. The sun is shining. It's another glorious day. And not a cloud in the sky. A gentle breeze blowing across the ground, which the players will really appreciate. And, well, it's going to be another hard run chase for Gibraltar. They're going to need to go some here. They need 156 of their 60 deliveries as the Netherlands with, well, slightly changed batting order. There was no Clayton Floyd. He didn't come out at all, but didn't really need him. And Ratha Alphonse batted beautifully for his half century, scoring 66 in just 24 deliveries. And they were supported well there by a number of batters, but mainly Sikander Zulfikar as well. And let's see what reply we can see here from Gibraltar. Paula Buttamati, the umpire, along with Shubhanavjot Singh, are ready for the proceedings to start. There's a slight change in the openers for this one. Philip Rykes. He's going to start, and it's going to be Julian Ferrone. He's out there. I don't mind this. And Julian Ferrone, I think he's a very good stroke player. And they'll be looking for him to give them a steady start. The question is whether these two can go at the rate that we need, or they need. That's nicely played, good movement, but once again, he's in no man's land. If this one hits, he's in trouble. Sebastian Braat doing the fielding once more. Just watch this. So you can see there's no eye contact at all. Rykes has played it, and then he's got his back to the man running to the danger end, to Ferrone. And this one's going to be wide. You can see what the bowler Roy is trying to do. I like the look of Roy as well. Once again, another typical tall, lanky fast bowler. And because of the movement he's got, I think he's tried, okay, well, if I start on leg, maybe that'll come in as well. But it doesn't. It just stays on its line. Alex Roy. Oh, that's a good delivery. Bit of pace from Roy as well. Nice take by the keeper. Verhagen behind the stumps in this one. Ratha probably grateful that the decision was made that he wouldn't keep in this one, because he's probably feeling just a little bit out of breath after his batting. Philip Rykes, he charges at this one, and that's an outstanding catch. Brilliantly done. And Verhagen, and diving to his right, takes an absolute humdinger. And unfortunately, Philip Rykes, well, maybe he should have run when Julian Ferrone was trying to get him off the mark. He doesn't, and therefore he doesn't score. A really good catch there taken by the keeper, Verhagen. So it's going to be it's Derek the Duck. Comes on the screen to walk off the opener, and gets given an opportunity at the top of the order. And I just think he sees little things like, I mean, he's going to be disappointed that he's not being able to make a longer stay out there, but you've got to take the runs out of there. You have to have trust in your partner. And a couple of times, I think Julian Ferrone goes charging down to try and get to the other end, which would have got his partner off the mark. Rykes didn't really even look at him, and as a result of that, he doesn't get any. So that brings Stagno out to the middle. I think Karen Stagno's got to be out there in the power play. It's a big hitter of the ball. I wouldn't even mind seeing you open with the likes of Stagno and maybe even Latin, or perhaps Kendall Iniesta, just trying to get the most out of the first 3 overs, the power play. Alex Roy starts well. He's got a slip in place here now as well. And this one doesn't quite come up as much, I think, as what the batter Stagno is expecting. So just the one off the over, and that was the wide down the leg side. Well, he charges at him, and not really going to make too much contact here. Stagno, he's running down the leg side. I mean, he practices the same shot again, but surely he's got to be coming straight down the wicket or going towards the ball, not away from it. 89 matches now without a golden ball. As that over, it's just that one wide and one wicket from it, from Alex Roy, and I certainly liked what he delivered. And Gibraltar, well, they find themselves even further behind the rate now. James Stewart is saying good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon back to you, James Stewart. And hello to Kitty Hundley as well, who's saying highs. And Chris is on the chat as well. Hello to everybody. I hope you're enjoying the international action. I hope you're enjoying a very good weekend. So get ready for the second over. Oliver Allenbass. And finds the edge, and it will go all the way down to the boundary. 4 runs. So thick edge, but it goes all along the ground past the wicketkeeper. And I'm not saying he plays this, or doesn't play it, I should say, but I don't think he meant to play it as fine as that, that's for sure. So 4 runs. And, well, it doesn't matter how you get them, as long as you get them. Well, they will be gratefully received as Varone uses that to get him off the mark. Allenbass will probably not deter from keeping it down with that line. And this time he goes just a little bit fuller, a bit of a way swing as well. Good time to welcome back into the queue Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, welcome back.
Yeah, nice to be back. Well, if you can't hit them, nick them. And they do get the first boundary. It's such a good test, I think, for this Gibraltar batting lineup. Allenbass getting the second over after a pretty lean first one.
Well, this is well bowled, but very well played as well, and that's how quick this outfield is. It races to the boundary, and there's no way that Aaron Dutt is going to catch up with this. A lovely shot. He just gets himself in the position, just that little nudge as this races away. Nicely played, 4 runs.
Yeah, just accelerates, doesn't it? Yeah, just that first over, I was watching it, I was just coming around the ground. Alex Roy impressed me. You know, he got in good areas, didn't he? Yeah, this ground, it is fantastic viewing. And right now, we're seeing a Dutch side full of confidence.
Well, this is high up in the air, and that's a confident shot as well from Julian Ferrone. And I did say I'd like to see him up in the top of the order. He does play some really good, nice cricket shots. And I said, well, maybe he's not the muscle man. Maybe he doesn't bring all of the blast to it. Well, that's a bit of a blast. Nicely hit. Well, he's going wild. As we say hello to Jay Wild in the chat. Hello, Jay. I hope you're well. And hello to everybody else on the chat as well.
Rickismo is what Jay Wild says. What a shot that was from Freyane, though.
Well, shout of no. Let's go straight to the fielder. You don't want to be chanting some of the arms of the Dutch.
Yeah.
No run there.
I suppose you're looking at putting a good score on the board. If you're not chasing the 156, which maybe you can. I mean, if you have an outstanding time, we have seen 150s chased, but yeah, you just try to give a better account of yourself, I think, with the bat. And you got some one-on-one battles. You're going to have to probably deal with Sakib Zulfikar in the middle of the innings and some really tough spin options as well. Good start this from Freyane, though.
Well, just as you say that, he fires one down the leg side. You got this knack of really sort of putting the lurgies on some of the players, didn't you?
Oh, you know, Freyane probably needs all the help he can get because he's been thrown out there against this Dutch opening partnership. But I think they've been pretty good so far. Julian has at least. Always like to see him bat. He's got quite a good technique.
Oh, this is a nice looking shot. Oh, that is beautiful. That is top draw. Well, we've seen some really good batting from the Portuguese and from the Dutch already today, but none outclass that. That is a classy shot as well. He's right up there as one of the shots of the day.
That has to be shot of the day just for aesthetics. I mean, there were some good ones. Alphonse played some good ones. I guess it's a bit different to a lot of the shots we've seen elevated, but that was poetry in motion as we get to the end of the second over. It is 20 for 1. Looking at the table, we're still trying to find that Gibraltar flag. Maybe next game. But You can see that they are at the bottom of the ladder. Netherlands 2 points, so are Portugal. They can go clear at the top with a win here in match number 3.
Yeah, Gibraltar. Though, you know, I said this leading up to this. I can see all teams picking up victories, and I think Gibraltar, they will have their say, and they just got to use every opportunity when they're out there to just get better and get more comfortable with the pitch they're playing on. This is an absolute jaffa. What a delivery this is from Alex Roy. Well, we've probably just seen the shot of the day a little while ago. This is the ball of the day.
Yeah, that was a fantastic delivery. You know, like Roy, it's a bit old school, isn't he? Bustles in, puts it in dangerous areas. There's Shub. He's umpiring, having a little look around, making sure there's not more than 2 outfielders.
Well, short to one, and well, I don't think the batter didn't like the look of it, and well, 1 or 2 people won't probably like the look of the bowler here because he's probably shown a little bit more than he wanted to.
Yeah, maybe he has, but it still came out all right.
What did? Oh, yeah, the ball.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Well, luckily, that's the only ball
that's
that
got
came
to
out.
be. That's got to be the one for the over as well.
Stagno yet to score. Still yet to score. He's struggling to deal with what's being offered at the moment.
Yeah, he's just short of a length. A couple of. I still think. I mean, he's just setting him up, isn't he? 1, 2 in that sort of area. I think the Yorker will come soon. The only thing is that every time Roy has tried to go for the Yorker, I think the ball doesn't quite doesn't play ball, if you like, doesn't do what he wants. He just tends to sneak it down the leg side.
He's had 5 dots on Stagno so far.
This is that one he's going for. I reckon he's going to be given. Yep. This is the one. This is right on cue. I just knew it was coming. He's short. And he's tried this before, but it hasn't come back. This time it does come back. It hits in line. It doesn't pitch outside leg. He's knocking him over, and I think that's a straightforward decision
Certainly
for bowler
straightens
Butsamazzi.
live,
Yeah, it does.
comes
Watch
back
this.
a little bit there, and I don't see that missing the stumps. I think it's probably going to cartwheel leg stump, and so it's an unhappy 6 balls from Stagno as he's eventually put out of his misery.
Yeah.
He plays his own personal maiden, and it's 20 for 2.
Well, there's Derek. And Stagno just couldn't get going this time, could he? It was basically he plays out a maiden and doesn't get any runs on the board.
And you can see he's already walking, I think, before the finger came up. He had a bad feeling about it, and he was right. So he and the team comes out at number 4. See if he can do something about this. Again, this would be a great test for Ian. I talked about the fact he's made piles of runs in the domestic competition, but you always want to perform at that next level. And they've got a big summer ahead, Gibraltar. And obviously those T20 internationals coming up in May. I know there's more cricket planned, so let's see what he can do to Alex Roy. He's having a heater.
That's another good delivery, isn't he? And you just get the feeling, don't you, when you watch Alex Roy running in here. It's like at the moment he's in third gear. I think he can go up a notch as well, you know, Vinny.
Yeah, probably can. Looks like Steve might be leaving us now. But yeah, Steve, thanks for your kind words. And he said he's had a great time here over the weekend in Santarém. That's great to hear.
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, star as well. Thank you once again for the eggs. And this time is a genuine leave from Ian Latin. He knows that that's just a little bit too good for him. Can't do anything with it. Here's an end of the over. And what a great spell of bowling that is. Just 1 run came off it, and that was a wide.
Yeah.
So that is a wicket maiden. So 2 for 1.
So he actually has 12 dot balls still in his analysis of balls that aren't scored off legal balls. So yeah, it's a bit of a rough one, but yeah, Roy impressed me there, and I think impressed a few around this Santarém cricket ground. 20 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, great bit of bowling, and I think you know, I say this a lot. If you can, we always say that you bowl well if you go for under 20 in your 2 overs in T20. Well, when you just concede 1 and you pick up 2 wickets, that's just magnificent bowling. So it looks like Clayton Floyd. It wasn't called upon to bat. I suppose he had a good knock in the very first match, so others were given an opportunity by Netherlands in this one. But he will have a bowl, and let's see how he gets on. Floats it up there. This is, well fielded. Hits it pretty well, but I think the stumps were in danger of being shattered here as well. So just a nice clean pick up by Clayton.
He probably didn't bowl as well as he would have liked this morning, Clayton. Batted well, got a bit of a life early, the way to a half century. But yeah, I actually kind of like that ball where he really tosses it up, but it's hard to drive because it bounces so much. And we haven't really seen him trying that one too often. He's going to be over the wicket now to Ian Latine.
Latine waits for it. It's a nice shot. There is a fielder out there that does well. And that is Alan Bass, I think, keeps his eye on it to get the throw in.
And Gibraltar, what can they get to here? Maybe they can get on a heater, maybe get up to 100 or something. No Nesta in the lineup this time. Here's one guy which I can does clear the boundaries. We've only seen, I think, 2 Maximos from them today. One in the first game. Frioni does have one in his innings at the moment, but yeah, you need to be hitting sixes to be competitive. That's a ball which pits outside leg stump. Maybe you can just go at it. You know, it's a tough one. The bowling is good. That's the thing you've got to understand. You know, the bowling is probably a cut above what they've had to face throughout this year so far.
Oh, this one beats him. It's going to be buys. It's with Hagen. Couldn't pick it up. And he's so good at changing it up, isn't he? And this time he decides to come around the wicket, really flights it up. And buys to finish. And ended the over just a couple of runs from it. 23 for 2 at the end of 4.
Yeah, I think that's the one that actually comes back. Floyd doesn't really spin it. It looks like it'll spin, but in fact it comes back the other way with that angle. And it did the keeper as well, Hagen, getting a bit of an initiation. Looks like it's going the wrong way at the moment. Let's see if Gibraltar can at least get a competitive score on the board, or a score on the board which is, I suppose, a bit more respectable. But this isn't going to be easy either, because Saqib Zulfikar is going to bowl now. And he was probably, for me, he was the bowler of the Euros last year. I just think he bowled so well. Hardly bowls any bad balls. He can spin it both ways. He's hard to pick. And even if you pick it, you still got to hit it. So yeah, this is well located. And Fernie plays it away for a dot.
Yeah, I thought for a moment there's going to be overcommitment from Latin. I like the way he started. I think he's looking to keep the score moving. That's a nice looking shot. He's getting into good position. He's looking the part, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he's got such good technique. But this is why I think this will be a great test for him, because it's one thing to bowl a ball, which you pretty much know what it's going to do, but Saqib's got a fairly whippy action, and sometimes he lets it go out of the back of the hand. That's that wrong, and it looks like it'll spin right to left, but actually spins left to right. Always try and pick him from here. It's not easy.
This has been picked up pretty well, and it will go all the way. Balle, Kinnasona. And in Latin, I think he chances his arm here. So he thinks, right, we've got to try and get going, got to get moving. There's a little instep. He gets down really low, gets right under it. Cracking shot.
That flew over the scorer's tent. There's Marzi and Meter. Yeah, he gets pretty close to the pitch of that, so it negates the spin somewhat. Really good from Latin. Let's see if he can do it again.
This time he gets beaten. And there's that bounce and that extra movement. So it gets done by the spin and the bounce there.
Such a good adjustment. It's just a micro adjustment. It's a little bit shorter. So Latin couldn't get to the pitch of it. Great bowling. There's the wrong one.
Yeah. You can almost see it's coming, but the question is, you don't have too much time to react.
Have a look at the hand here. He turns his wrist the other way, and that's the one that spins left to right instead of right to left. So you can see why it's tough, because it all happens so quickly.
Yeah.
Brilliant bowling. And like I said, one thing to pick it, then you still got to play it.
Yeah. Well, he goes for it again, I think, this time. And this almost takes the off stump. Let's watch this.
That one was more the orthodox one that breaks a bit right to left, but again, the bounce takes it over the top. You see it, and to the left of the off stump as well. But still, yeah, you love to watch a genius at work. I think he is. He's such a good wrist spinner at Saqib. And that's the end of the 5th over. It's 31 for 2. Anyone that would like to send us a message, please do. You can get me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Rico at Rico Full. And don't forget, you can also follow at European Cricket for all the best bits that you might have missed. I'm sure we'll have quite a few highlights of this series as well as all the highlights from the ECS that we've just had here in Portugal. So it's going to be Arian Dutt now to bowl over number 6. So yeah, the Dutch, they can mix and match their bowlers and their batters. I mean, they've got a wealth of riches, don't they? So let's see if Gibraltar can get moving. Just 31 off the first half of this innings.
Comes Arian Dutt and starts with one with a bit of width.
Yeah, this, I think, at the popping crease, it's just inside. It is. You know, with that angle, it goes quite wide, but I think that's probably a fair enough call from Shumanand.
Well, Kitty is saying, come on, let's go, Ian Latin. We'll try. He plays theirs up in the air, and it's a comfortable catch. Just tries to manufacture something, doesn't he? As Latin, he says, and he tries to just find a gap. So, unfortunately, Kitty, we tried, didn't we? Kitty Hundley. We tried to give him some support. You can see what he's trying to do. Trying to guide that into the gap, really, between where Floyd was and the man at point. When he finds Clayton Floyd, he takes an easy catch. Ian Latin, he has to depart, and he'll go for 8 of 8 deliveries.
Yeah, and he's just kind of feeling for that, isn't he? Yeah, Dutt, you have to play, I think, as a medium pacer. I just don't think he's tossing many up at all. You know what his plan is, and even it's still hard to deal with it. So he's just kind of feeling for that one. Offers a fairly simple catch. Clayton Floyd does the rest. So run a ball 8 for Ian Latin, and he's the third wicket to fall. It is 31 for 3, and this will bring Andrew Reyes to the crease at number 5.
Yeah, Andrew Reyes, we saw him put good all-round performance in at the Europa Point cricket ground there in Gibraltar. And, called upon more here now for his batting.
Kitty saying, come on, Ian. Does that count as a viewer jinx?
It could be.
Feel like she jinxed him. Anyway, Arian Dutt. Tough bowler to have to deal with. Reyes on the block. Pushes and runs and gets off the mark.
Yeah. First priority in his first knockout there, and he's in an international when he's off the mark.
So at some point, I think they'll spend Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce, who we haven't seen in the top 5. I know the plan might have been to open them in about half the games and give some other opportunities in some of the other games.
They want to take the single on, they will do.
I think Dutt now attacks the stumps a bit more, feeling, okay, you know, we're in a good position. I don't have to be too defensive. I'm going to go hunting for some wickets. Fun as it is to rack up the dot balls. I mean, again, you don't go to bed looking at the ceiling, dreaming of all your dot balls. You think of the wickets. So I think at some point you change gears. I think he will be attacking the stumps a bit more.
Well, he waits for this one, just sort of a gentle paddle to the leg side where it gets fielded.
I mean, if there are bowlers out there that go to bed dreaming of wide Yorkers that they've snuck in through the wide line, that's a bit sad state of affairs for cricket, isn't it? Yeah. You still got to try and get wickets, I think, especially when you're so far ahead in the game. The bowlers are sickos, though, you know.
That. I think you could be a bit of a sicko if you go to bed dreaming of cricket anyway.
That's a normal thing.
Other things you could be
Didn't
dreaming
you must have been after, we'll get to the end of the 6th over here, 35 for 3. Didn't you used to kind of, after a game when you were younger, and even when you're playing adult cricket, you know, you just kind of replay the best moments in your head and how you felt? Do you never have that?
Not while I'm dreaming, no, not when I go to bed. I do that in the bar when you're celebrating afterwards.
You know, just visualise how good. I mean, I haven't played for so long, I've kind of forgotten what that's like, but I used to really enjoy it.
You played more recently than I have. What are you talking about? I haven't played for so long.
The problem was the amount of drinks they gave me after the game every time I play. Everyone's so generous that I actually can't remember the game pretty soon after it's finished. Anyway.
You probably can't even remember going to bed. So all your dreams for that matter. Okay, where are we? This innings just hasn't really got going, has it? It's 35 for 3 now, 6 overs gone. And it's not about to get any easier. It's I think Zulfikar has bowled really well. And it'll go back to a bit of pace now.
Sikandar gets bowled. Hey, what I do remember, an actual cricket dream I used to have, it was a bit of a recurring one, and it was a bit of a nightmare. It was, you know, in dreams, it's hard to run. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to run.
Yeah.
So I would hit the ball, call for a run, and say, yeah, I want to run, and then my partner would run, and I'd find myself glued to the spot, and I'd just have to say sorry, and I'd put my bat back in the crease. That was the nightmare that I used to have.
So you don't actually...
Why is it you can't run in dreams?
So you don't actually try to get there,
Yeah,
you just think, I'm not going.
I'm telling my feet to run. They're not going anywhere. Meanwhile, so, Vinny, what are you doing? Sorry, buddy. Put my bat back in. It's the end of you. Anyway, just obviously going to the chapter 6, which is how to deal with this situation where Gibraltar need 33 and over in the last 4. Here's Fletcher, doing the coaching for the Netherlands in this series.
Fletcher just having a little chat with the captain there, Sebastian Bratt.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're using a fair few different bowlers. Roy gets his two. Everyone else has just had one. Scanazorfa gets an over here. Share it around. Keep the team happy. I mean, they're enjoying their cricket this weekend. The Netherlands, professional but having a good time. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. That's the way they go about it all the time, actually, when we see them on the European Cricket Network. I'm sure that a lot of their, I suppose, ODI and T20 international teammates are probably watching them as well. Maxi was in before. And I know they've played a lot of cricket recently. I'm sure they would love to come here and be a part of it as well, of course, with the schedule. It's a bit tough. But I'd love to see the day where we get Scotty Edwards and Maxi back. Of course, they start for the ECI Rotterdam. Still the highest partnership we've ever had, 222 for the first wicket in the ECL 19 final. And so let's just watch this space. Reyes taking on Scanazorfa. Doesn't have to do too much this time. Going on the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, it's not the best delivery. He's been pretty good outside the off stump. I think he just tried something different there, maybe just trying to go wicket to wicket. And they've made a change in the field, so they have actually brought the man who was on the boundary and the leg side up to square leg. So I think the thinking is that here, that Reyes may just not hit one too hard and try and clip it to the fielder. Well, he hits this well.
It's a pretty good shot.
And it's well fielded, well dealt with by the fielder out there. It's never easy. And it just goes to show that top players adjust to the surroundings pretty quickly, and that's Alex Roy.
Yeah, he finds out how fast this field is really quickly. First, yeah, he knocks it away, loses his glasses. Don't step on them. Here's the glasses. Careful, you start a fire. First, Ellenbas didn't see too much of it at short cover. He was kind of glued to the spot. Good save, though. Oh, it was always going to be a slow ball.
Slower, short delivery, and it totally does fall.
Look, I can just tell the way he's holding it. Look, how's a dead giveaway with the grip. Anyway, obviously we're seeing a different angle that the batter sees, and Reyes doesn't pick it at all. I don't know. There was just something about this, the way he's hiding the ball, where he had it was that back spinner. I don't know. These are little things that good batters can pick up on, I guess, as we get to the end of the over. And the score's 39 for 3. Coming up, Portugal-Netherlands rematch of the first game. A bit of discussion about it. I think Portugal were disappointed at how they played themselves. You know, whether it's good enough for a win or not. I mean, that's not really as relevant as how well you play. They didn't play very well earlier. They want to sort that out. Nice to see Mohamed Siraj Nippo into the lineup for the first time for the Portuguese. Another spin option. And apart from that, looks like a similar kind of lineup. So that match is coming in about 40 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Here's Dutt back for over number 8.
Yeah, well played. Sort of tucks the batter up. But Ferron, I've liked his innings. He probably hasn't had too much in terms of support from another batter. But he's played some good, solid shots to look the business. Reyes, bit of a struggle for him at the moment. Floats this up and wants to get the single.
I like to see him occasionally taking the pace off. Arian Dutt, who he's had a busy time of it, playing cricket, jet setting all around the world. But you know, I just think, you just never think you would play cricket in Portugal, and here you are. It's a great experience, and obviously, I'm sure that tour of South Africa would have been a fantastic stepping stone for him in his cricket career.
It's well bowled, and
it's actually pretty strange because it seems like only a few days ago we were watching Arian on the TV here because everyone was watching the South Africa-Netherlands matches, and then here he is out in the middle. It's crazy. That's the modern world, I guess. Yeah, it's globalization and high-speed travel for you.
Yeah, this one is being clipped away, and he's going to get his boundaries, and that's nicely played. And well done to Andrew Reyes. It will, well, what's the signal here? Is that 4 or 6?
Yeah, I think it's been called 6. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, easily. Clears it. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
It is indeed. You can see the fielder there. Scanazorfa putting his hands up, saying, put him up, umpire, put him up. There's 6. A nice shot there from Reyes. Gets the double figures. That'll give him a bit of confidence as well. Duck, though, won't like it. And he doesn't like it. Well, here we go. That's going to be, is it wide or buys? But it's 4, whatever it is.
Let's have a look how high it is.
It's given us wide.
Duddy likes to throw in a bouncer when he gets a bit cross. I don't think that's above the head.
I don't think it was, but it has been given us wide.
Oh, yeah, maybe it was. Look, it is. It's above his head. It's a good call.
Yeah.
Yep. It's above the head. And the keeper's happy. He's had a bit of a rough time for Hagen, to be honest. And they got a bunch of keepers. So,
how'd you deal with that with your keeper, though? You don't.
Well, you try and stop it. I mean, you got to, in all seriousness, you need to spring. Comes from the bottom. You got to get a jump in. Yeah, starting low, finishing high. Well, and then that time he stays low. Yeah, so, yeah, it's not easy, but you need to quickly change your normal hand position to fingers up. It's an interesting one. I think the heel stays down.
Yeah, he keeps his foot planted as the balls get taken off by Verhagen. Okay, so last one in the spell of Dutt. It's gone for 16. And, well, Reyes wants to strike back, and you can see there that Ferran saying, no, I want the strike. And Reyes say, come on, there's a single there. He's saying, yeah, definitely is a single, I think, there.
Yeah, so nice little pick up. Safely home. Takes us to the end of the over, and it's 51 for 3 off 8. So, yeah, just a smidgen above the runner ball pace at the moment. I hope at some point that they maybe do bat their regular openers against the Netherlands, just because I think that'll be a good contest to see how they'll handle maybe Alex Roy or maybe Maes van Vliet. It's hard to say what the Dutch bowling lineup will be, you know, but yeah, I do think the more players you can play against and get those contests against, the better.
Yeah.
It's hard to criticise. I think they have tried to be attacking here, but there's a bit of a pattern, I think, with the Gibraltar batting that they haven't scored a lot, but they haven't lost a lot of wickets either. So they can certainly afford to take a few more risks, I think. Easier said than done, I know. Last time they were 91 for 5 off their 10.
Bit of swing there from Manabas. Will they do run this time? So Reyes will be given the strike back again from Ferron, who was keen to stay on strike. I just thought what he wanted to try and dominate some of the strike, and he thinks, nah, you know what, yeah, you can have it back.
Yeah, so there's a bit of the ticky-tacker about this. So I'd like to see at this stage maybe, look, rather than just kind of opting out of an aggressive shot and bunting it for 1, maybe just go through with the shot and see what happens. You know?
It comes back to what we talked about. It's almost very much like we saw Portugal in their first match against the Netherlands, and Gibraltar pretty much saying their reply against Portugal in the second match is like, don't worry about the wickets. You got, you know, when we look at the players in that squad and we see who's still to come in, all these guys can hit the ball. I mean, Kabir Mirpuri, just give you an example. This guy can really smack it. He's done good work with the spin. I know Jack Horrocks can give the ball a big whack, but they've got guys that can hit the ball. So I'd like to see them not be worried. I mean, if that's hit 52 for 7, I'd say, right, I understand it. I understand the position they're in. But 52 for 3 tells me that they haven't really gone for this.
That'll help because this is lifted over cover. Bit of a stand and deliver job, and it does run away for 4. So nice shot by Reyes. Doesn't really move the feet, but he gets a little bit of length to work with. And he's off to the races, 4 runs. Better.
Yeah, that is better. So he's played the shot on the square leg, and this one goes into that extra cover area.
Zalpuri in the chat saying, yeah, not forgetting the players wanting to play in this innovative format. Plays with international pedigree, yeah. So I know the guys, they would love to be on the trip. Some of the guys that aren't picked.
That's whipped away nicely. Fielder's got work to do.
And so, yeah, obviously, it's a matter of managing your squads these days. So that's why, you know, we're not seeing Scott Edwards, who's now the Dutch captain, or you know, Maxi O'Dowd or some of those other guys just coming back from a big tour. I mean, it's good to see Aaron Dutt there, of the players that were in South Africa. But, you know, I think also these players, the nucleus of this team, they've created their own vibe and their own sense of teamship, if you like. So yeah, they've got a way they play it. Sebastian Bratt leads them well. And obviously, the European champions for a reason.
Good delivery. This is not far from giving the off peg a little bit of kiss. Yeah, and I think also, Netherlands, probably this is the squad maybe that we're going to see at the ECC as well. So every opportunity they get to play this sort of format of the game. They want this team to play it, and
100%.
you know that's important because they're probably not going to play too much of it.
Yeah, I mean the occasional ECI. It's great to have them playing ECIs, of course. But yeah, it's a good point you make there. Last ball, the over.
A bit of a wild swing from Ferrone, nothing from it. It is a dot. And it goes for 25 of these 2 overs. There's Alan Bass in the score, 57 for 3. So not a lot happening in the ninth either. As we go to the last 6 deliveries, 57 for 3. So just have a look at those bowling figures there. So Alan Bass, a little bit expensive really. So he goes with 25. 2 overs were bowled by Dutt. And also 2 overs for Roy. Roy was outstanding. 2 wickets for just 1 run. It will be the man who normally does always finish the proceedings off for his side. Looks like the captain, Sebastian Brutt, will bowl the last. And in the last match that he played against Portugal, he finished with figures of 2 for 8 off his 1 over.
So Sebastian Brutt comes out to close things. Again, might see some slow balls from him. We might see some Yorkers speared at the stumps. Sebastian's very clever. He knows more wickets fall in the 10th than any other over. So if he's going to have one, he's going to have it now and hopefully pad his stats. I know how he thinks. Anyway, here's Seb.
This one's a little bit down leg side, and Reyes misses out on this. To be fair, it's in the slot to be put away. So ends up being a dot.
So I think that there's some discussion at the moment. Like to see Tim in there as well, and yeah, Chris is watching from the Netherlands, and his club is VCC, or Voorburg Cricket Club, the club of Bas de Leijden, the Prince of Voorburg. Tim de Leijden, of course, the King of Voorburg. Anyway, this is in the air. This should be caught, and hey presto, just rock up in the 10th, and the wickets will come. Sekanda Zulfiqar takes the catch. Sebastian Brutt with the breakthrough. Has rolled to lose a 4th wicket. But I do like the intent there. Again, he's similar shot, but this one is a bit far away from him. It's more or less off the end of the bat. And so, end of the road for Andrew Reyes. But he does contribute a handy little 15. The score is 57 for 4.
Yeah, he goes at a runnable 15. It didn't start too sprightly, but he did play a few boundaries afterwards. He does have to depart. Yeah, got 1-6 and 1-4. I suppose Lizzie hit a 6. Not too many players have hit a 6 from Gibraltar, and that's his. Looks like this young Louis Bruce will come out for well, to face just 4 deliveries.
Let's see if he can whack a few away, Louis. Be a good contest.
Yeah, I just think here, like for example, I mean, probably you think the batting order is set as Bratt comes in to bowl this one. And he's going to go first ball. It's going to be a golden duck for Louis Bruce. And Bratt just gets this through a little bit quicker. Verhagen, he takes a catch. And Louis Bruce, he comes, he faces one, he gets out. And maybe this touches on what I was about to say. I was about to say we've seen Louis Bruce out there with a bat. I would have liked to see maybe somebody like Midpuri or somebody else who hasn't had a bat come out there, have a go.
Well, Louis doesn't waste much time.
Derek will come again.
Derek?
Yeah, and it's going to be a quack quack.
Tell you what, if you're an opener and you are going to nick off, probably the 10th over the game when you're losing by about 100 runs is probably a good time to use up one of your nick-offs first ball, because it would be pretty annoying if you go out there in the first over and that happens. Anyway, told you, Bratt is high IQ. He's just cleaning up, and this could be the 8th hat-trick of the season. And we did have an international. We had 3 international hat-tricks, including in Malta, where Umar Tariq took 2 hat-tricks in the same innings in a 6-for. That was ridiculous.
It was amazing. It's the first time I've ever seen that in all the games that I've seen him played in. So that was quite exciting. Brighton just bringing the fielders up. Look at this, 2 slips in place.
So if you're Horrocks,
hat-trick.
you've got to be a party pooper here. You've got to block it. Don't let him have the satisfaction. Hat-trick ball.
He's not thinking about blocking it. He was given the width. And well, 2 slips in place and the keeper.
Both of them flinched. Look at the slips here, because if this gets nicked, it's going miles. Look. Oh, they're like, whoa. Actually, if that's nicked, we don't want a part of that. It was probably going to go to 6. That
doesn't give Bratt too much confidence, does he, the bowler, when the slips are running out of the way. He's probably thinking, okay, guys. Anyway, they stay in place.
Yeah. Probably against their will.
flicks his away. He'll get off the mark. He'll take a single.
Yeah, Horrocks bowled well, I think. You know, it's not easy when you have a bit of a gulf between the two teams. I think, you know, there is a bit of a Venn diagram where they might come together if Gibraltar play out of their skin and Netherlands have an off game. But then you're just really looking at contests, one-on-one contests, trying to get something out of it, trying to, you know, even individually. I mean, Freona's batted through this innings. I mean, he can say that at least. And he's played some nice shots along the way. But in the end, it's going to be quite a margin between the two teams. Here's the last ball.
So this gets played away out to the onside as well. So will be just a single. So, yeah, it's been very much a tiki-taka kind of innings. And, in fact, they finish at, well, less than run a ball. 59 it will finish on. So Netherlands, once again, showing their dominance and their strength as they get a very comfortable victory here. And Gibraltar, I suppose, the highlights. I think Julian Ferrone batted really well. But once again, you got one batter and put a good performance in, 26 of 24 deliveries, but didn't really get too much support from the others. The Netherlands winning this one by a big margin, winning by 96 runs.
Yeah, so this is what's coming up next. Portugal and the Netherlands, rematch of match 1, where I don't think Portugal played very well. Netherlands, obviously, they go into that as favourites. That's the listed batting order. I mean, obviously, they're mixing it up a fair bit, but whoever they bat, I think they're going to be attacking. That game is starting in around about 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Nippo comes in for the first time for the Portuguese 11. As we look back at the highlights, there was a bit of fire early, wasn't it? I like the bowling of Roy, and I love the keeping as well. That was a bright spot for Verhagen, who had his hands full pretty literally in this 10 overs. That was a rare boundary. Again, they just weren't given too many bad balls, and it's going to be tough, isn't it? They did hit 3 Maximos in the innings, but only 4 fours, and that wasn't really enough to get that scoreboard pressure. Some bright spots there. I think Freone, he played some nice shots along the way, but you can see that Roy was putting on a bit of a show. Ended a miserable 6 balls for Stagno as he was caught in front. Zulfikar, again, he was taken down by Latin. This was a nice shot, but again, you know, they're not too bothered. When they get hit at these bowlers, they're used to it. I mean, they've played a lot of this cricket at the ECC. They normally come back with the answers, and yeah, Dutt chipping in with a wicket as well. I just think pretty polished stuff from the Netherlands. You might have thought they'd been a bit rusty, but these guys, you know, they take this pretty seriously. They've done their prep and they've executed. Even though Duddy got a bit grumpy there and he fired in the bouncer, which only bounced about 2 more times before it left the field. Yeah, but ultimately 59, Gibraltar not quite able to go at a decent pace against this polished Dutch side.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the word polish. I think you're absolutely right. I think you watch them out there, you'd think that maybe they were the team that have been here for the last fortnight and playing the cricket. They're used to and being used to the pitch and the surroundings. They've just played really well. They haven't, I think, really been made to sweat at the moment. They're just doing it all in this stride. A lot of talented players, a lot of players that want to use this as an opportunity to showcase their talents. And at the moment, you got to say that they're doing it. I think they will have tougher matches to come. Whether Gibraltar will ever be able to be competitive enough against the Netherlands, we'll have to wait and see. But they will get better. I'm still expecting them to put some good performances in, maybe against Portugal.
And Gibraltar do have one more game in match 5 against Portugal as well. There's the tail of the tape. Ferroni bats through for 26. Not out, but yeah, it was a rough one for Gibraltar, no doubt about it. How about Alex Roy? 2 overs, including a maiden.
Yep.
His only run he gave away was a wide, in fact, 2 for 1. His final figures, Brat not too far behind with 2 for 2. And apart from that, Arian Dutt with a wicket. But yeah, Floyd's over only went for 2. Skander Zulfikar's over only went for 4. Even Sakib Zulfikar's over going for 8. One of those was a Maximo. But anyway, we will take a break. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes, take you into match 4. And I think it'll be a good one. Portugal and the Netherlands to lock horns. And Netherlands batting first in that one. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode, European Cricket International.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello everybody, welcome back, and apologies for the late to the start of match 4 between Portugal and Netherlands. We had a power outage at the venue in the local area. Not much you can do about that, unfortunately, but we are back with the power on. The lights are on. Netherlands winning the toss and batting here in match 4. That's Nippo who's into the side. He's going to start with a dot. So I know that Portugal will be looking to avenge the defeat in match 1 of this series, and just didn't play the best cricket really earlier on. Many sound to hear Mr. Maximo with you for ECN. Welcome back to everyone in the chat as well. Hitched up and driven nicely through the covers. So Tim Etman gets another opportunity at the top of the order, and yeah, he looks pretty composed. He plays this one all the way along the deck, and this is such a fast outfield. That's 4 runs. So the good news is we're back up and running. So Nippo has been playing this cricket in the UK recently, so he's back in Portuguese colours, back in Portugal for this series. This one's a little bit shorter, and it's going to be away into the gap. It's going to be 4 more. So it's been pretty destructive stuff so far from Tim Etman. So they've gone back to the kind of order that we saw from the Netherlands in that first match of Etman and Floyd. Yeah, this is the side. So he's not quite as it's listed there, with Floyd up the top with Etman. Probably see Gawley at 3, Steve Zulficar potentially at 4. Then you got Sebastian Brandt, Skander Zulficar. Ratherall Fonts is listed at 7, but he just whacked off it. A pretty impressive 60 odd. This one's pushed through a bit from Nippo. And that's the jump Shazam that does the fielding. Want to welcome everyone back, like I said, and just again, literally, once the power went on, we got on as soon as possible. So still turning everything on here in the commentary cube, or the spider cube as we like to call it. So can Portugal hold the Netherlands this time? Portugal will be chasing instead of setting. Yeah, this is a pace on delivery, and it's up, and it is out of the ground. Maximo Etman making hay while the sun's shining here at Santarém. This is more or less just a medium pacer from Nippo. It's a powerful strike out of the ground. So an impressive start, building up to 14. Last ball, the over coming up. This time, it's a little bit slower, but it's going to go the same way. Maximo! And a magical start for the Oranje. Yes, that was just classic playing on length, wasn't it? It's probably maybe hitting the off stump, maybe just outside the off stump, but it had to go. And it's 20 without loss after 1. Welcome back, Mohamed Siraj Nippo. Clayton Floyd at the other end gave a chance very early in his innings in the previous match against Portugal, but did go on to strike a pretty well put together half century. 53 off 19 for Clayton in the end. Former MVP in the ECC, the Euros of cricket. Junaid Khan then is going to bowl over number 2, so they decided to gamble on pace in the first over, and didn't work out too well for Portugal. Again, I think the delay is pretty frustrating for everyone involved, including the players. What I will say is this game, because it's a power outage, it wasn't rain or anything like that, and we try not to reduce the overs, so it still will be a 10-over game here in match 4. Junaid Khan then to Clayton Floyd. Oh, that one surprised him for pace. This one really jumps on Floyd, and I think this hits him in the grill, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that one is knocking his 2 front teeth out if he's not wearing the helmet. It just shows you, I mean, Floyd's a very accomplished player, very good player, and he's smart enough to wear the helmet, and that's why he's still there. Go down as a leg by, or a head by, really, should be. Swing and a miss this time. So Junaid certainly getting the most out of this wicket, which is a fairly new cricket pitch. And so it's only been in for about 3 weeks, and I think it's actually played pretty well so far. can kind of move the ball both ways, but he's more of an in-swing bowler normally, Junaid. Slides in, but going down the leg side. Scramble through for another leg bye. Looking at that Netherlands lineup, Roel Verhagen, who we saw behind the stumps in the previous game, he's not in the 11 this time around, so we've got Asad Zulfikar doing the keeping duty. So 3 matches, 3 different keepers for the Netherlands. And yeah, they do have 3 very good options there with the gloves. Nice to see the management sharing it around a little bit. Swing and a miss. Yeah, this is the one that Junaid bowls. It kind of goes the other way. It doesn't go miles, but it doesn't have to when you can shape the ball both ways. Yeah, Steve's got a good point, saying if we didn't have enough light to get the matches in, we could play the extra one tomorrow. Well, that's true. I think we'll be okay. It depends how long this game goes. I'm sure they'll be hustling to get it in. Again, sliding. And so Junaid Khan hasn't allowed a run off the bat so far. Had one that's been kicked and one that's been headed away. It's a good comeback for Junaid. Love the way he plays this cricket. You know, he's generally got a smile on his face and really enjoys the opportunity. He's immensely proud to play for Portugal. So bringing it back in this second over, Portugal. But can they survive this delivery? Well, maybe not. Oh, no, well, it's a bit of a shocker for Nippo, who can't deal with the bounce. It's going to be 4. That just lets the pressure all dissipate, doesn't it? Yeah, he wasn't quite sure and then got beaten for pace. Again, that first bounce really sneaks up on you, so it's the end of the second over. Still a very good one from Junaid Khan. And it is 26 without loss after 2. He did so well building the pressure up. Leg bite, dot, 4 to finish it. Well, still no Gibraltar flag. Working on it. And Netherlands and Portugal, they are in that order. And that is the pecking order, really. 1, 2, 3. Just wonder, will the order be upset at some point in this series? Looks like Najam Shazad's going to bowl the 3rd over, so not going back to Nippo straight away. He went for 20 in that first over. John says it's good to have you back. It's good to have you guys back. And yeah, so we started this at what, about 4:25. So you'd imagine it would finish about 6:10. This is up, and it's going to be a forlorn chase with the field. In fact, it's going to go all the way. Maximo Edmund continues on. I know they don't change ends, but he's liked this end so far. In overs 1 and 3, he's been super destructive, and he's raced to 26 off just 9 balls. Yeah, so let's say with the sun setting tonight at, I think it's around about 8:05 local. We'll just do a few calculations. I think we'll be okay. This time he skies it, and this one should be taken. It's not, and Machado, it's a good fielder normally. Again, just misjudges it in the sky. Doesn't pick it up as well as he likes. It's very hazy. And down it goes. And Edmund's up and racing, but he should have been gone on 26. Instead, he will survive. Yeah, just didn't pick it up. And yeah, fielder's not looking confident. It's a bit like fielding on another planet with a different gravity and a different atmosphere. The Portuguese should be the most used to it, though. Wow, this is a lucky one for Edmund. He's going to say that you're going to have luck. You might as well make the most of it. This is one that sneaks through. Could have easily taken out the stumps. Instead, it's 4 runs. So if we were to start the last game, say around 6:20 local, then you still finish before sunset, which would be the plan. So Shazad is probably scratching his head, wondering how this over's gone for 12 so far. It's gone 6, 2 off drop catch, and then French Cup for 4. Any sound to him, Mr. Maximo joining me back in the commentary box after a bit of a break. Here's Rico Full. Welcome, Rico.
It's good to be back. And looking forward to this contest between the Netherlands and the national team of Portugal.
This is upstairs from Najam. Bit extra on that one. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any truth to the rumours that spiders got into the power box and started eating away at the wires. But we did have some issues. Well done to the crews from Spring Productions. I mean, it was so hard to make sure we could get up and running again. It's amazing some of the issues that they're able to overcome down here on the ground. So, yeah, apologise for the delay, but we are back and racing. This is just a flat bat smack. Maximo, straight over the cube. That was absolutely horned by Ettman. Not an easy shot at all. Gets deep in his crease, gets the length, and that one went miles. What a shot.
What a shot. Well, how much of it did you see? That's the question, because I had no idea what that was.
I saw
they're all looking our way, and I thought,
yeah,
oh, we're in trouble.
I saw it was going over it, so I didn't panic. But just have a look. That's our cube. That's the spider cube. And this one, there you go, straight over us. You got to judge distance. That's probably one of the commentary skills you need here in the European Cricket Network. You probably don't need.
You got to see it.
When you're up at the media box at Lords, I don't think you have to deal with the balls flying your way too often. I'm glad we don't have windows on our commentary box as well, because that'd be big trouble. Shazad pitches up. Pretty good comeback from Najam. But it will be a 19-run over, and it's 45 without loss after 3.
Yeah, and one thing that Portugal need to do when they do get an opportunity is take it. We've seen another one that doesn't get taken, and when you don't take it, you're in trouble. Hello to everybody on the chat. Nice to have you back. Jim Redmond on there as well. Just reminding everybody, don't forget to share and subscribe. Tell your friends, tell your family, and let's make this group even bigger and better. Remember, we're coming up to 350,000 viewers now. And, well, we'd like to have that by now, wouldn't we?
Yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, always nice when we did it in Milan. So, what was the most recent count? 344. That's what I got right now. And amazingly, on our channel, over 8,000 videos as well. So, yeah, check it out. ECI European Cricket Network. Here's Junaid. Kept things quiet the first time around. This time, he's going to be unlucky. This could be the dreaded Maximo. I think that's gone all the way. Maximo, the backwards, the Maximo, and Tim Ettman. Well, put this on the wagon wheel. That's straight up, and it's straight out of the ground.
Well, he's just on song, isn't he? That brings the 50 up as well for the Netherlands. And, well, Tim Ettman, he amazingly has scored 45 of them.
Yeah, and he's kind of dominated the strike as well. 51 partnership in just 19 balls. Poor Junaid, his last 2 balls were a misfield that went for 4, and then a top edge that flies over the keeper for 6. Slower ball, clever stuff. And Junaid, you know, might not always go his way, but you certainly know he's always going to give you 100% effort, despite what the outcomes are. So, you know, he's stood up so far in this spell. Let's see if he can maybe break this partnership.
Yeah, he's been a hard-working, long campaigner for Portugal. And he's not going to give up. He's going to still keep plucking away.
And this time it's in the air again, flying, and abracadabra. That one disappears out of the ground as well. Maximo, as Clayton Floyd gets in on the action. Again, it's only the 5th ball he's faced, but there's a nice, easy, free swing of the bat from Clayton here, as he sends that one for half a dozen more.
Yeah, sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than, well, sweeter than a bar of chocolate. Sweeter than, oh, nata de chocolate that you get out here in Portugal. Some lovely pastries. What a big shot that was.
Yeah, that was massive. Now, a little bit shorter, doesn't really get this, hanging in the air. And again, had to make the block, can't get off his feet there. It's Parveen, who's on his international debut today. But yeah, just a frustrating one, because even those ones, ordinarily you'd expect a field to be able to get there. That one just fell in a pocket of space.
Yeah, on another day, quite easily been different, like the top edge that went for 6, but just not happening at the moment.
Junaid probably wonders what he has to do to take a wicket at the moment. Misses up, and it's probably going to be tough for Nippo. Almost pulls it down again. He's got the Tortugas to deal with out there in that quarter of the field, and this one, a bit like Bambi on ice. It's Nippo that goes down, and the ball finds its way over the rope. It's like a goalkeeping blunder.
Well, Nippo's saying he got off the plane for this. He's not gone down for him, has it? First of all, he went for magical with his bowling, and then twice he's been done out there on the field. I think they might think about moving him somewhere else, perhaps.
Now slower ball.
What's that? He's hurt himself. I don't know
no.
what he's done here. When he's played this, he's definitely hurt himself.
And it's gone for 4 as well, by the way. So Edmund has reached 50. But let's have a look. I mean, Junaid might have the best none for 26 that I've ever seen. Yeah, that's always the risk.
What happens here, Vinny? Because he plays this shot, one hand comes off, but what happens as he plays it?
Oh, maybe that's. I hope it's just a cramp. I think he's all right now because he's moving it around. But yeah, it could just be a cramp in the shoulder. Anyway, well, plenty going on so far as we reach the end of the over. The score is 67 without loss. What a start this is for the Netherlands. Up and away.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're just going for anything and everything. And, of course, got so many good batters still to come in. They're going to throw the bat at everything. It's still, Tim, still holding that shoulder. I mean, I don't know if it was just a muscle cramp or what, but I'm pretty sure that if he's still feeling discomfort, he may decide that it's not worth staying on there. Shazad comes back. He's very close to the front foot here. Just got to keep an eye on his feet as well, does Najam Shazad. He's certainly getting better with each match.
I think when you're motored to a half century and 4 overs, you want to stay out there no matter what. I mean, Clayton Floyd, he's a guy that does have a T10 international century. Hetman, he's motoring at 3 aboard at the moment. This is another hook shot, doesn't quite get it, hanging in the air, but he gets lucky again. It falls safely in the infield.
Yeah, well, Najam says, okay, I'll give you a short one. It's got a bit of firepower to it. And Clayton Floyd, once again, he's not executing this shot well. That was the kind of delivery that in their very first match, Junaid Khan should have had him called and bowled.
Yeah, but this is what I got to realize. I want to say hi to Chris as well in the chat, but this field is not normal. Seeing the ball in this field is not regular. There's so much sky in the background, and the sky is pretty bright and pretty white. There's a kind of haze, and consistently we've seen fielders, and pretty good fielders as well, just misjudge the ball and get rushed. So, you know, it looks really easy on TV. I don't think you appreciate actually how difficult it is. And then that's the high balls. On the ground, it's not much easier because there's Tortugas everywhere. But I think the result is highly entertaining stuff. Lloyd's ridden his luck today so far. Faces up again now. And this time they try him out with a hook again. He's not going to miss out. Maximo! 6 to Clayton Floyd. This opening partnership spiralling out of control. Portugal on the defensive.
Yeah, well, he's played a couple, got them wrong, but now he executes it beautifully. He doesn't rush to this one. He waits on it, and he gets it just right. And whizzes to the boundary.
It's hard because he's got no obvious weaknesses, Floyd. He's missed a couple of those pull shots and created chances, so I can understand why they're bowling there to him. Now you pitch up. You know, he's strong on the drive as well. He's going to get this into the gap, square of the wicket, and that's 4 more. So raining boundaries at the SCG. Things getting out of control.
Yeah, this is a very good shot, isn't it? He's only got that one gap to aim for there, the one between point and the man that is in cover. He gets it perfectly right all along the deck. 4 more. And I think as a batter, you're probably thinking, get in on here and you'll score big runs because, well, we know that you're going to be well supported by the speed of this outfield.
Yeah, the over so far, 20 and 6, 19, 22. This one's gone for 13. And make that 14 after this ball. Greenshields does the fielding. You know, I think they're also missing Conrad with the ball because of that shoulder injury. We haven't seen him bowling too much. Well, they do have plenty of bowling options, you would say, Portugal. And Shazad on his return had a good outing in the previous match, but finding it pretty hard going here. Slower ball, it's whipped away and gone. So finally we have a wicket, and it's Etman who is going to go. We saw him in a bit of discomfort, so maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Make sure everything's all right with that shoulder. Yeah, it's high-ish, isn't it? Probably top of the pad height. That's a nice catch taken out there by Amandeep Singh. We'll see here on the replay. Yeah, no problems there for height. Just didn't quite get out of the middle, so it's the end of the over as well. It's 81 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximum here with Rico Full. Just a couple of matches to go together before you get on the plane for Cyprus tonight. Where are you going through, by the way?
Going through? No, well, it's a
straight there?
direct flight, but it's a late one.
Yeah, it's a late one.
Yeah,
was it 12:30 a.m. or something?
12:30 a.m. and
Spare a thought for Rico tonight. That's 2:30 a.m. Cyprus time. But
that'll be telling me, keep rubbing it in.
That'll be great to see you with Nish on Monday morning. I'll be here tomorrow for international action again. Isn't it great to see some of our favourites from past series locking horns here at the Santarém cricket ground? Right now, Portugal scratching for answers against the Dutch.
Yeah, well, they've got a wicket. They've got a breakthrough, and sometimes you find once you get one breakthrough, things happen. And good catch taken by Amandeep Singh. We know he's very, very good out there. Classy. He's bowled really well as well. He's been the pick of the bowlers for the Portuguese, and he's on to bowl here now with the score 81 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, so see, his spin can change the narrative. Gawley is the new batter, but he's not facing up at the moment. This one is wide of the off stump, and it's going to beat the fielder. And we talked about this as well, the fact that the balls that are near fielders, they still can't chase them down. You don't have that horizontal range that you normally would. That's a ball that I think on most fields, the sweeper cuts that off, but no chance here. As Floyd, there's a race to 27 now. Up and deep. Does he bring it back a bit? Yeah, this is going to get through everyone. Don't know if there's a little edge on it or not. I had a feeling maybe not. It's going to be 4 byes. That hurts, you know. It's bad enough when you're getting hit for runs, but Golia really should stop that.
Yeah, I was going to say as a keeper, when you've got to stop. I think he sees enough of it. I suppose he just ends up being in the wrong position.
He actually just gets up a bit too quick there, and I think when batters are smashing all over the place, you don't necessarily expect them to miss it, but you still have to expect that they're not going to hit the ball. Get better this time. It was just a concentration error from Kuldeep, really. A bit of a technical error with getting up a bit too quickly, but it's mostly a concentration error. Not one they can really afford at this stage. Now, another sky ball. Amandeep is going to go do it himself, and he'll take the catch. I've got to say, he has been a standout for Portugal today, Amandeep, taking this opportunity with both hands, and he takes that catch with both hands as well. So Floyd, the first wicket for Amandeep here in match 4, as both openers back in the pavilion now, 90 for 2.
Yeah, I can't. I ditto everything you say. Amandeep has been superb. I think you said he's making his debut, right? Is this his international debut?
Yeah, I believe so.
So international debut, and I think he just bowled brilliantly. You know, he hasn't shown any fear against these top batters. He says he backs himself. He knows what he's doing. He's been good. We saw him just take that catch to give Shazad his wicket, and then he comes on the ball and he's picked up another. He's picked up a wicket in every match so far. So well done to Amandeep Singh. He picks up a very important wicket of Clayton Floyd. And, of course, caught and bowled. That was not an easy catch. We know that. Catching out there is difficult. He finds it. He gets there. He's got a lot of ground to cover and then takes a very good catch.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I can't emphasise enough how difficult catching and seeing is out there. But Amandeep did very well. I want to say hello to James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. Hello to Danush as well. He's enjoying looking at your beard. Is the beard going to stay now for a while? Will we get another couple of weeks?
Well,
promise me, and when we meet again, which is 2 weeks today, you'll be bearded up.
I'm not making no promises. You know that. Let's have to see what the girls think of it back home. You know, I think you know what they think of it, the girls back home. I've got no excuses to keep it when I
They
get home.
should just want what everyone else wants, which is Beard Rico. Beard Rico has already been really popular. Maybe we have to start raising money.
Yeah, James Stewart saying best of luck for the night shift. Will, thank you. And let's just hope we get a bit of sleep on the flight and it's a smooth journey. I know there's a lot of people talking about strike action around the globe as well. I hope we're not affected by any of that. Amandeep to continue.
I didn't know there was a Lisbon-Cyprus flight, so okay. That'll save you a bit of time at least. What would the flight be? Probably
About 3 hours.
Is that all?
Yeah, 3 hours.
Okay, it's not so
I
bad.
think it's about 3 hours anyway.
Last ball, deep side. It's been a good one. Draws him into a shot. They won't get a run. So that's a brilliant over. Only goes for 6. And there was the 4 byes in there as well. So I suppose that's 10. Still a good one from the spin up. It's 91 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, well bowled. I mean, when you were just reading out some of the runs per over. So, you know, when you take that into account, Amandeep comes on, knows that you got 2 set batters that are going to go after you. And he bowls a really nice tidy over like that.
So who are you with? How many of our crew go to Cyprus? It's pretty much a shift change. This is you and Diana?
Me, Diana, and Nilkesh.
And Nilkesh as well. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Make our way over there, and I think...
Because of the schedule now, we're not having as many people doing back-to-back events because it is now a 7-day-a-week schedule, 5 matches a day. So certainly, it takes a bit of a toll on the Blue crew. They are really committed to keeping the quality high of what we're doing and putting out fires on the ground, sometimes literally. Anyway, 4 overs to go. Nippo's coming back. His first over wasn't a happy one. He went for 2 4s and 2 Maximos off the bat of Ettman, but he's history. Here's the reverse straight away. And, well, there's the reversage as well. Nippo would know exactly how this feels, I think.
Oh, this is
that
crazy.
Junaid down there? Let's just check out this bounce.
This is going to be a ridiculous bounce. Watch this. I mean, this is the batter throwing the googly at you. Watch this one.
Yeah, that's the proper Tortuga. Don't know if we've got that again, maybe a bit.
That is just vicious. And if you're a fielder, there's no way that you can contend for that. He's coming in, he's doing everything right, and the next moment he gets totally wrong-footed by the Tortuga bounce. Well, there you go. That's and he tries to do the same again. This time, it's a dot ball.
Yeah, let's have a look. It's this bounce here. Bang. It's a huge Tortuga up and to the right of the fielder. Good shot, though, I guess. Nice Saqib Zulfikar. And now, one of my skills is trying to tell. It's not really a skill. It's more of a guessing game. There's 3 Zulfikar triplets. Obviously, they're all playing in this team right now. Assad is fraternal, so he's not identical, but with either of his triplet brothers. A bit of a risky one, but risks are worth it sometimes. This one is going to fly, and it's gone out of the ground. Maximo! Boris off the mark. Just picks it up and makes good position, early position. So, Nippo finding it tough going. Yeah, so Sikandar and Saqib, though, they are identical. So they do look, well, identical. But normally I can pick them apart, but this morning I got them wrong. Normally I have this trick where I pretend that they're bowling and I can just tell.
All right.
Right? Again, wants to get funky, and he does. He's got a great eye. Gawley slams this the same way. Maximo doesn't, coming off the last 2 balls. And Netherlands continuing to climb. They're past the 100, and there's plenty of balls left in this innings.
Yeah, well, Gawley, I was already, I was licking my lips knowing that Boris Gawley's coming here because I know he's the sort of batter with his technique, his style, that will love batting out there. I think with the bounce that he gets on this one, I knew he was going to get funky. And I think he's liking it. And he's, at the moment, you can see what he's doing here. He just goes right across his stumps, playing this way. But I'm pretty sure he's going to get even more funkier. Let's see. And, well, he tries, and they're asking the question. And, well, is there anything on this? And Nipu's asking the question. He said, Lagiesi. Let's see. Well, it doesn't get taken. I think there is. I think, how does he put that down? I reckon that would have been out there, definitely. That's a drop chance, and Nipu cannot believe it. Gulaya lets down not only the bowler but his team. That's a straightforward one there, Vinny.
Yeah, it's always tough when the batter reverses though, because it throws you into the firing line. So yeah, maybe an opportunity missed. 108 for 2 after 7. Talking to Cyprus, that starts on Monday. It's a 2-week tournament. It's just 14 days of pure ECS cricket, 6-game matches before we head to Milan, and after that, we'll be in Austria, and in the middle we'll have a T20 International Series from Gibraltar broadcast as well. Charlie Hunt will be on that one. 8th overtime, Amandeep coming back and trying to stop the bleeding once again.
Yeah, Amandeep being very good, but nobody's been able to give him too much support at the other end. And once again, Portugal haven't helped themselves in the field. Goes after him, he gets a fair bit of bat on this, and it will go all the way. Balle, Ginnasona, Shaka, Lagia. Boris Gawley says, yeah, I can be funky, I can be snazzy, but I also can be orthodox as well.
That's the thing about him. It's not like he's weak down the ground. He's just got so many tools in this form of the game. This time he probably limits himself by going that way, but it doesn't hurt him too much. He still gets the boundary, so you can see he does like to open up that leg side. This is a ball that's way outside off. But again, when it's a full toss, you can pretty much pick your spot, and that's exactly what Boris does.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say there. He knows, he eyes up this spot. Look, he's looking already here now. Knows where the gaps are. Plays it away. Look, he's having a look at the man. He's saying, right, okay, he's there, he's there. What have I got? Who's there if I wanted to go the reverse? Who's there if I'm going to play the scoop? So he's got that image in his mind now.
This time he steps across. He's got such fast feet. This is a touch and go one, and it's taken. That's a really good catch by Faf Stoneman, who was put all the way back to the rope. He got low and he held on. He went that fingers up technique again. So Boris gets it 95% of the way there, but it's not far enough. He's going to go for a quick fire 22. And the Netherlands break through. It's 119 for 3. Amandeep Singh with another wicket.
Yeah, well done to Amandeep. Okay, he'd got a bit of tap in that one, but he stuck to his gun. He could see that Gawley was looking around, and Bruce Gawley goes for the biggie. But once again, the man, I mentioned him already, Faf Stoneman, he's catching while I've been here in Portugal. It has been sensational. He's taken some exceptional catches. And this, when everybody else is struggling, is also a very good one. Look, he's got to be aware of where the rope is. I think he actually just goes back a little bit and feels for it, so he knows he's close. He comes forward, gives himself sort of a few yards and takes a very good catch. Well done to him, and also well done to Amandeep. That brings the captain, Sebastian Braat, out to the middle. So Sebastian will want to go straight away again. He won't want to slow things down. He hits this pretty hard. Watch the bounce, and well judged. That's beautifully handled there. He could go anyway, and Sean Gomes makes no mistakes. Amandeep 2 for 18 with the ball to go in his spell, but the 120 on the board already for the Netherlands.
Yeah, they're not going to slow down. They're going to keep going for it. This one is catchable, and it's put down by Greenshield. Just wouldn't bet that he would drop that, but again, he's got the dark glasses on, but he's staring straight into the sun. Again, it's another misjudgment. Look, to catch a cricket ball, you got to get everything right. I mean, if it's slightly not in the middle of the hands, it goes down. So, yeah, these small misjudgments having big consequences for the Portuguese, and that's the end of the over as well. 121 for 3. Really, Amandeep Singh could have had 3 wickets, but ends up with pretty good figures. 2 for 19 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, that hurts you, doesn't it? You got to take those, and Conor Greenshields, well, if he's dropping them as well, it's just been the story, I think, for Portugal. I'm not saying results would have been different, Vinny, but they would have been closer. I think they haven't taken the catches at the right time, and players have gone on to make big scores. I mean, the very first match was a good example of that when they dropped Clayton Floyd on 0. Faf Stoneman into the attack.
Yeah, good start from Faf as well. He gets full, he gets straights, and again, this is the problem, I suppose, is he can take wickets along the way, but all these Dutch batters, they're looking pretty comfortable straight away, getting off to good starts. They're not really needing those balls to get their eye in. They're coming out and they're hitting confident shots from the get-go.
Yeah, good start from Faf. He's right on the money. He's worked hard with his bowling the last 2 weeks.
This time he bangs it in a bit, but it's going to have bad consequences. It's going to run away for 4. Well, there's Richards down there. He looks like he's playing some PlayStation or something, but I think he's just working on camera 4. Yeah, but yeah, just the extra pace works against Faf Stoneman there.
Yeah, it's again, we've seen this a few times in this innings, really. I think the Netherlands will be the first to admit that some of these have gone their way, but it's the way they play, it's the way to play. And I think you've got to be brave, and you know you've got plenty of batting. Each batter that's out there is, well, they're taking the risk. They don't mind, because if it doesn't pay off, somebody else will come and carry on. Sebastian Braat gets lucky with one.
Goes back to the Yorkie here, I think. No, he doesn't. He bangs it in. And Braat, he works his way to the leg side. Amandeep, he's looked right at home in a Portugal shirt, hasn't he? Does the fielding, keeps it to 1. So, look, it's just hard to see Portugal chasing this down. Ordinarily, you'd say, okay, if you can still keep them to 140 here or so, 140s, you bat really well, someone makes a big score. It's just hard to see the Netherlands attack giving up that many runs, because they're making batters work so hard for every run. This is pitched up and it's banged by Saqib. Goes whack over long on. Maximo. That's just a good shot, isn't it? That's just that length, which is not quite a Yorker. It's not quite short enough to force a horizontal bat shot, and that one disappears.
Yeah, but still, having said that, it's not a bad ball, is it? I'm not going to turn around and say it's a bad ball. It's a decent delivery, but you're up against quality batters. Saqib Zulfikar put that away, and it's a glorious shot, you've got to admit.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball, but I think at this level, it's the kind of length that batters are comfortable driving under. This is a little bit shorter, forces a pull. It's going to be catchable, and it's taken. He's caught so well, hasn't he? And so, yeah, it was hanging up a long time. And, yeah, Amandeep does the rest. So, wicket for Stoneman. He just makes the slight adjustment to the length, pulls it back and forces that pull shot. Again, loving the hands there. These are not easy catches, but it will be the fourth wicket to fall. And once again, nice little cameo innings. But it comes to an end. Saqib Zulfikar is the fourth wicket to fall, 133 for 4.
Yeah, you know, one thing I'm going to say, you just saw him there in the background, and you'll see him again in the replay of this catch. I mean, this is, for me, the reason why I think the European Cricket Network is so important, especially with those European Cricket Series, because as a result of those series, players like Amandeep get found. He gets found, he gets seen, and now he's wearing the Portuguese jersey, and, well, what a find he is.
It's well bowled. This is another Zulfikar to replace the one that went. This is Sakanda, who can't quite deal with that wide Yorker. And a 9, it is 133 for 4. Not a bad over at all from Faf Stoneman. Again, you know, he's a guy that's only really just transitioned to being a seam bowler.
Yeah.
And he was a batter mostly, and even a keeper. He bowled a little bit, but he's really worked hard in his bowling. So now he's having to test himself against, you know, some of the best players in this format in Europe. So I think he does pretty well there. And now we'll go to the 10th.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I like about that, also that bit of action there, you saw Faf Stoneman taking the catch when Amandeep was bowling, and Amandeep says, okay, buddy, you're my partner. You catch him off me, I'll catch him off you. It's like for like. 133 for 4, last 6 deliveries.
Stuart in the chat saying he's enjoyed the last couple of weeks in Portugal on and off the pitch. Well, so have we, Stuart. All right, this one is drivable. It's back to the wall. It's out of here. Maximo once again. I mean, that length, which isn't quite a Yorker. In Parveen, he's not expressive. He's Sebastian Brandt. He's confident enough to whack that first ball out of the ground of the 10th over. And also, he said that Rico will be glad to leave the spiders behind, I'm sure, unless in Cyprus there are snakes or something that lurk in the olive groves over there.
I'll tell you about Cyprus. Now, me and you know this. You mentioned the word snakes. There's a load of snakes, big snakes. And, well, more on that after this delivery. Short, and it's been whacked pretty well. Fielder's coming across. Well, good backing up there. That's Faf Stoneman again. That's very good from him.
Clever, looking to maybe take a second, but actually deflected back to the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, Cyprus is known of a country of cats, and the reason is the cats. You know why the cats were brought in?
Yeah, wasn't it to take care of the snakes?
Yeah, to take care of the snakes. So
they should bring in, I don't know, so what can take care of the cats? Anyway, it's going to be 4. Yeah, it doesn't quite get there on the full, but still scatters Zulfikar. He comes to the party with a boundary. And Parveen kind of running in bowling kind of length he'd probably gotten away with for a couple of weeks. But yeah, these guys are all over it at the moment.
150 almost up now. He's got to try and get Fuller. Come on, get that ball, Fuller.
Yeah, good ball. And knock it away for a single. And that's the famous thing in Australia. Have you ever heard of cane toads? No. So there was this kind of pest that was ruining the crops. So they imported these cane toads, these huge, big, froggy-looking things.
Really? Yeah.
They became such a bigger problem than the pests they were meant to eradicate. And they still, this is 80 years ago, they still have problems. There's a plague of them. And they're such a menace. And they're an introduced species, right? This pitch is outside leg stump, so it won't be out, but it will be a leg by. Yeah, so there's sometimes that you can try and fix a problem and end up with a bigger problem.
That was a big one, yeah. We're talking about animals. It's worth mentioning that today is International Pygmy Hippo Day. And it's all about bringing awareness of the pygmy hippo species.
Well, that's good because I wasn't aware at all.
Yeah,
so
it's the cousin to the hippopotamus. There's only around 2,000 of them left. As this one is hit big. It's just to the right of our cube, and that will be a nice way to finish the innings, because I think that will now take it to, the 150 does come up. That's what they iron up. And it will go to 152 for 4. So I thought that's what they were looking at. Once again, I think the bat versus ball was a little bit low, expecting the score to be around about 110, I think it was. But these guys, no, they're not settling for anything less than 150 when they have a bat first. It was 155 against Gibraltar, and now here against Netherlands, they put 152 up as we have a look at the highlights. And really, they went from the word go. Certainly, Tim Hetman did. He certainly hit the ball beautifully well. What a knock it was from him.
Yeah, the opening partnership, I think it's their preferred opening partnership, and they've rolled it out in their first and third matches today, Netherlands, but he just had all the answers, didn't he? But again, there were a few gifted, and Nippo struggled in that zone. That's kind of new vortex down there in third man. Also, made the most of a little bit of luck as well. We saw Machado just not really judging that one at all. Then he had the French cut, also an edge went over the keeper. So look, you got to make your own luck, but also I don't think it bothers them. They're going to have this attacking approach. They've got confidence. They've got a long, strong batting lineup, and the Dutch have used it today.
Yeah, they have. But once again, I think one thing that these teams, Portugal and of course Gibraltar, will learn very quickly, that especially with Portugal, look, unlike when they played in the European Cricket Series here, where you got away with dropping players 2 or 3 times and still got them out cheaply. It doesn't happen in this level, at this level. The Netherlands guys, you give them a chance, they'll make you pay. And we saw there that one beam drop by Machado. There also was one there from Greenshields. And now you can't do that at this level, and you've got to be 100% on your game. I'm not saying players mean to drop catches, of course they don't, but it's just the standards. And I think the more competitive cricket that they play, the more practice they get at this level, the better they'll get. Well, one man who certainly didn't let his side down was Amandeep Singh. He caught beautifully, didn't he? Took two very good catches, and then, well, though he was unlucky a few times, he also did pick up 2 wickets, 2 for 19. Bowling his spin, and this was the first. Doesn't he do well? There's a long way to go, and where others couldn't find it, well, not only can he find it, he takes a catch as well. Nipu, it just didn't happen. Watch out for this one. There is nothing you can do about that, and but you can do something about Boris Gawley, and that's maybe get the ball fuller to him. You bowl short, and he'll play this shot until the cows come home. Speaking of the cows, I'm sure they're still out there somewhere. There's been plenty of action, because the plenty have ended up in cow corner as well. And this was a nicely timed shot in the gap before he went to go the aerial way as well. Gave himself the room, gave it a good clobber, but this time it was Faf Stone when he says, all right, brother, you take the catches of my bowling, I'll take them of your bowling. And a little glimpse of the little pop socks of Dan Oro's in the background there, snapping away and taking the photograph. So this is the one from Greenshields that goes down. Yeah, look out for those pictures and a few interviews as well on the social media. You can see them on the Instagram, Facebook, or also just go into EuropeanCricket.com. This was another one, another biggie towards the end. Yeah, with just no let up or boundaries. They went clubbing, didn't they, the Netherlands? Well, maybe that's why they came to Portugal, to do a little bit of clubbing. 10, 14 sixes. In fact, every batter that came in smashed a 6, and every batter that came in also hit a boundary for 4. Tim Hetman, 5 and 5. He was superb. And Clayton Floyd, 2 6s, 3 4s. And even Boris Gawley in that 22, 3 6s and 1 4. It was just a very good batting performance, a good assault. And I think maybe the Netherlands quickly learning that in this format, and maybe the philosophy of teams like Belgium perhaps, which is it's all about hitting 6s, is what they're trying to imitate here now. Every batter that goes out just wants to hit a big boundary. That looks quite a productive scorecard, doesn't it? Hetman led the way, and then good bursts there from Clayton Floyd and also from Boris Gawley. And then towards the end there, the batters also not letting their side down. The captain, Pratt, 13 off 6, and also Sikander Zulfiqar, 11 not out off 4. The bowlers, a little bit of pain. One man that stands out from everyone, Amandeep Singh, well done to him. Take a bow. It's another very good performance in the field all round from him. Francis Stoneman only got the 1 over. He picked up 1 for 12. I think you'd be pretty happy with that. But all the others really did take a little bit of stick as well. It was better, though, I think, from Junaid Khan. This time he goes for 26, and I think he was getting the ball in those better areas. But it's not a good return for Siraj Nipu. So at the midway innings of this match number 4 in this ECI's It is Netherlands that once again have got the runs on the board, 152. So Portugal, they've got to go big, and they've got to go big fast if they're to get to the 153 for victory in this one. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 4.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hola mi familia, bienvenidos, hello and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. And it's international weekend, isn't it, with these ECIs? And we're getting ready for the conclusion of match number 4, where the Netherlands have batted first and they've put plenty of runs on the board, 152. So 153 for victory for Portugal. And no change in their openers, so they're still sticking with Kulugulaya and Sean Gomes. Here's the first delivery. He's up in the air and he gets plenty of this. It will be 4 runs. Nice shot Good shot to play in the power play. It is Alex Roy, who bowled really well in the last match against Gibraltar. And, well, not too many runs came off him. He took 2 wickets and only conceded 1 run. Well, here, his first ball goes for 4. So not quite the start that Roy wanted in this one, but a good shot from Galaya. I think I'd just like to see all the Portuguese batters here just go bang, just go for it. Don't worry about it if you lose wickets. Yeah, I don't mind that. I really don't mind that. He gets beaten, but he's playing an aggressive shot. I think you've got batters, and if you don't succeed, have faith in the others. Really go for it. Galaya plays and misses at that one. Hello to everybody in the chat as well. Great to have you back. Hello to everybody around the world, a global family, wherever you're tuning in from. Namaste. There he goes down the ground. Bolle. Así me gusta. Adelante, adelante. No para, sigue. No para, sigue. Así. That's more like it. Just go for it. Go for broke and see how far you get. Good approach this from Galaya. This is more like it. So, what's next here for Roy? Well, he goes towards the pad, and this is clipped away beautifully as well. And 4 more runs, 6 and 4. He's hungry for more. I like it to do. This one even gets Wolfie off his chair to go retrieve the ball. There they are, working very hard. There's Mars Baji and Medadalb doing the scoring here. We always talk about the umpires. Big shout out to the scorers as well. Part of the ECN crew doing a grand job. Alex Roy now realising it's not so easy. This time he goes upstairs and it's going to fall in no man's land. So a bit of that, bit of the luck that you could say went in the way of the Netherlands. Now working in the way of Portugal as well. Well, if you're chasing the score of 150, what do you need? A good power play. And, they've already got the right kind of start that they want. Namaste, Salim Gum, Sasri Akal, Iber 1. Hello to everybody watching via FanCode. Hope you're enjoying this international weekend. Short, and this one will be called a wide. I think this is the height. I think you'll probably just catch this on the camera. Let's see it here. And yeah, good call. And that's great work. Once again from our match officials, that's Naeem. Malik Akhtar has been absolutely fantastic. And of course, Nukesh Patel, man from Barcelona, at the bowler's end. Roy, will he go for another short one? And I'm just wondering about this one, about the height on it. If this is around over the shoulder, this would be called a no ball. And let's have a look at this when he makes contact. I think, well, I'd like to see, I reckon that needs to be called. That should be a no ball for me. The short one that was called a wide would have been the one for the over. That one's gone missed. He's lucky to get away with that. Matches without a golden ball is 90. Yeah, the officials are just keep saying how good they've been. But look, I suppose at the end of the day, they're only human. And that's happened pretty quickly. They don't have the, I suppose, the advantage of the umpires on the field to use the technology only if they call for it. They felt that was okay. So that's one I think that Roy gets away with. But still, it's a good start, isn't it? 19 after first. They're on their way. And it looks like they're going to go with Oliver Allenbass to bowl the second. So let's see how Gomes goes about things. I hope he'll have the same positive approach there as what Kuldeep did. And it's an easy game, really, a simple game. If he does this, if every batter faces 6 balls and does the same sort of thing, even if you're out after doing it, you'll win the match, wouldn't you? He's quite happy to play this out. It's, good work from the fielder. They've also rotated the wicket keepers, have the Netherlands. You can see they've got Asad Zulfikar behind the stumps this time around. And Abbas walks back to his mark as the man who walks back into our cube, the spider's den, is Mr. Maximo.
Good to be back, I suppose. I like your company. The Spiders Probably not so much. Yeah, I think they missed the call on that. That could have been so handy for Portugal to turn it into something even bigger because it would have been a free hit as well. Yeah, but that's just kind of summing up how it's gone for Portugal today. But it certainly does seem to be more intent. Goalie hits this one down the ground just for a single. And yeah, look, it's hard for the umpire live. He probably sees, look, he hits it from below his shoulder, so he feels like it's all right. But I think you got to realise that you got to judge those where it would have been at the crease, and it was still going up.
Yeah.
So the fact that he was in front of the line, you know, probably didn't give the umpire the best look. And he has. It's a tough one to decide in real time from square on. Anyway, Alan Bass, used to affectionately call him the tourist because he wasn't getting too much game time. Can't say that anymore, though. He's been integral so far today. Bowling to left-handed Gomes, who just whips this away. Pretty straight. It's a good effort, but Roy can't quite pull it back. This is like grease lightning out there right now. And it's fast hands from Gomes. Gets him a boundary.
That's a good shot. That's almost like a left-handed version of Miguel Machado. He plays that really well, hits it well, and despite the efforts of Roy, can't stop it. So much better, much positive response this from Portugal. I like it.
Yeah, it's going to be tough dealing with his attack, but I mean, attack's the best form of defence, I think. This one hurries him up a little bit, just a single nick onto the pad there.
Yeah, it's a slightly quicker, I think, this one from Alan Vaz, and it hurries to Gomes, but he still gets back on the ball. He eliminates a dot ball, so it's another run. And also, I think it's very key. I mean, if these batters can do as they're doing here, one hits a boundary, take a single, rotate the strike, try to put the pressure on the Netherlands and the bowlers and getting the line right to the left and right combi can work in their favour. And this one, well, I think this is the slower delivery. Well, there's the glove ejection there from Asad Zulfikar, who says, well, just in case they're going to try and take me on, I'm ready to have a shot. Yeah, that's that. I think this is seems to be a delivery that seems to have been mastered in this format of the game. It's that slow, short delivery. Batters think they're going to be whacking it away, a short ball, but it hardly gets to them. And that's what happens to that one with Kuldeep. A chance. Oh, he puts it down. It would have been a jalebi catch, wouldn't it, from Alan Bass? And down it goes. He's disappointed with himself. It comes at a good height, really. And the only person who was in trouble with that was the umpire, Naeem Malik. Well, not a good look for him. Hey, I tell you what, give me a pen and some crayons. I'll draw the blooming flag if I have to. Come on, it's a Gibraltar flag. It ain't that difficult.
Get on with it. Up there.
Get on with it.
Sports Interactive. Have to go find it. Yeah, hopefully. We see it there soon. I'm sure for day 2. Maybe once you leave the country, they'll be comfortable putting it up. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, the Netherlands running away with it so far. Healthy net run rate as well. But yeah, I mean, that's the natural pecking order, I think, with the 3 teams. Spain, Gibraltar. Not Spain, Gibraltar. I don't think you'll see that game anytime soon. Portugal, Gibraltar coming up in the last game of the day. So, you know, a chance for Gibraltar to get something out of their day. But, you know, the Portuguese, I think they're pretty happy how they played against Gibraltar. And you can see them trying to take some of that intent into this innings where they're chasing a bunch. Here's Brutt. And beats Goliath outside the off stump. So, yeah, when it comes down to it, you just need to have the right approach. I mean, I know that Netherlands have a pretty strong, deep kind of bowling lineup and batting lineup, but you can only play the ball bowled to you, and you've got to have that attacking instinct, which I think has been missing sometimes against the Dutch attack today.
Yeah, you know the players can hear us when we're talking, right?
Sometimes.
More on after this Gundy ball from Brutt. It's the slower one that goes wrong. Well, Sebastian Brutt has probably got a little tired of you saying that he only comes on to bowl the 10th over because he wants to take a hatload of wickets. So he's bowling now.
Yeah, so interesting. But you know that he'll probably bowl this and the 10th. So he's just got more chances to take.
Let's see how he gets with this one.
Wickets then. I mean, yeah, well, he gets that wrong, doesn't he? So that's a no ball for height, and a free hit is coming up. So, yeah, chance for Gomes to go for it. This is a little jump hook. It's above the shoulder. It'll be the one for the over. But, yeah, he bowls this one really well. It's this kind of slower bounce that he holds back. And so normally when you're facing a bounce that you're thinking, okay, I've got to hurry because it's quick. It might get me. So it just throws off the throws off the timing of that horizontal bat shot.
Yeah, I mean, he plays a shot there that's gone. I think in hindsight, not that you're thinking about this when you're facing a free hit, if he had left it, it would have been a wide. Because it was going over his head.
Yeah, you're definitely in a hitting mentality, aren't you? This is in the air, carries and put down. That's Gawley. It lands awkwardly as well. We've said it all day. It's not about making excuses, but it is hard to pick it up. This is one that probably should have, though, because it never went that high. Yeah, he was a bit concerned with the landing. Forgot the kind of most important thing, which was to hold on to the ball. He got two hands to it there, Boris.
Yeah, well, look, Kuldeep Goliath's not the sort of batter you want to give a chance to. They put him down on 21. And I don't think the captain, Sebastian Brat's going to be too happy or too pleased about that.
Nice looking shot from Gomes. And Saqib Zulfikar does the fielding. Sebastian Brat, though, love the way he leads this side. He's a triple threat as well. I mean, with the ball, with the bat, and his powerful middle order hitting, typically comes in around the 5 mark. And also his fielding. I mean, he took one of the catches of the European Cricket Championship last year, running back one-handed, right in front of the dream box, in fact. And so, well, he's always got his standards set high, doesn't he? This would have been a big wide, but Collier gets in the way. Nice 10-pin bowling skills from Sebastian Brat. And so things coming back down to a bit more normality, a bit more reality, I think, after a strong opening over of 19, where we thought maybe there could have been a no ball at the end of it. Then just 8 off the second and 5 off the third. And we've just had one boundary since the end of that first over.
Yeah, I think that's why Sebastian took the ball. He thought, okay, lads, just I'll bowl this one here just to get that rate back high up again, because it was a good positive start the first 2 overs. So 27 came off the first 2. And whereas this one at the moment, only 5 will come off it, and it will only be the 5 as well. Well, that's the quality of the captain on the Netherlands. 5 off the over, and at the end of the power play, 32 without loss. And I get the feeling now that the fielders can be spread, that we may see a bit of spin.
Yeah, I think we might. Spin worked really well for them in the ECC. In these middle overs, they had bowlers like Clayton Floyd, like Saqib Zulfikar, and some other options as well, like Nasheer when he was in the side. I just think they're hard to deal with. Wasava is another guy that we saw doing some good things. And, well, hey, presto, he asked for a spinner. I think we are going to get one with Clayton Floyd ready to bowl over number 4.
Yeah, Clayton, I think out of all the spinners so far, he's probably just been below par on where he normally is, though his last over was much more like it, much more what we're used to seeing from him. So Clayton Floyd coming on, and you'll probably see that the batters will still, I think they'll sense the opportunity, or they'll sense they have to take the opportunity to go after him, especially with that rate now around about 17, coming up to 17.5. They won't want it going any higher than that.
Yeah, left-hander as well. So let's see if Gomes is hyper-attacking. But yeah, he's got this ball. I don't quite understand how it goes the other way, but it's kind of a little deuce run. He flicks it out the front of his fingers, and you see how that one actually leaves the left-hander. It's kind of a front of the hand.
Really changing now here.
Yeah.
Interesting. Coming from the other end. And this one will be a wide.
Same ball, though. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It certainly gets you thinking as a batter, going, hold on, this guy's meant to be turning the ball one way. It's going the other way. Yeah. And it was a wide.
Yeah, he's saying he doesn't think it was, but the umpire, yeah, that's a wide.
Put your glasses on, Clayton. And the next one will leave the building. Well, you might need binoculars, not glasses. That one's up into the VIP area.
Oh, look at that. They're
runs.
fighting to get their hands on it.
Maximo time.
Oh, there's the horses in the back there.
Yeah.
We've got a horsey. So on that, for the left-hander, we ain't got a cow corner. We've got a horse corner.
That was a powerful hit as well. Oh, they have no problem.
Doesn't like it.
I like the physicality off the field. Let's have a look. I reckon because Clayton complained about the first one, he gets this call. Let's have a look. Okay, that one might have just been okay. It's when it passes the crease, but here's the thing. When you complain about one to the umpires, I don't care what anyone says, the next 50-50 one tends to go your way. So it's a little bit of soft influence which creeps into the game. A bit like my theory, which is now scientists have proved it. The third appeal's always out. The third appeal's always out. 2 big appeals. You can refuse 2 big appeals. Third big appeal, fingers going up. That's a little wicket keeper secret for all you guys out there.
Well, I know that you spend a bit of time in the gambling field. You've probably done some work on that one as this one gets past the right-hander. So Kuldukalaya still wants to stay positive. Doesn't want to get bogged down. It goes for the big shot, but look, it really hasn't got his feet in the right area at all, has he?
It's clever bowling. Floyd's so crafty.
And does he get back in time? This is going to be, well, you're going to go down to the wire, and he's saying, hey, can we have a line review here?
I reckon he's back. If this stays down, I just think he got back super quick. But does it bounce? Does it stay down? Yeah. Oh, watch the bounce.
Oh, it does go up, but I think he does manage to get it. Oh, does it get down in time? Does he get it back down in time? There it's up. There it's up. There it's probably. Oh, it's so tight. So tight. You're going to have to give it not out, I think.
I think it's not out. It's super close. So that's one of those times if the bat bounces, it's not good enough for the batter because it's a stumping, not a run out. So, end of the over. Yeah, Clayton, he's got more tricks than a sidewalk magician, doesn't he? And it's the end of 4. It's 40 without loss.
40 without loss. And it looks like the ball has been passed on Saqib Zulfikar, who has, I have to say, has bowled well. You can see they started pretty well, didn't they? Portugal, but now they're starting to go on a downward trend. They've got to get a big over from somewhere.
This is a good shot from Gomes as he goes out of the ground. Maximo! I said if you can't pick it, sweep it. That's what they say. And he just kind of decides he's going to plant his front foot down the pitch and swing away. Gets it 6 runs. Yeah, that graph was looking a bit like the 1929 stock market ticker there for a second. But that'll help from the opener.
Yeah, good shot. That is nice, solid shot. Good partnership. But they'll know that they're starting to fall a bit behind. So, will he go for it again? And will he get it? It's going, and it's gone. Shaba, Ginna Sona. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es una 6. Es una grande. Es un golpe muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 más.
Yeah, good shot. And Saqib, not an easy guy to get after. You have to be skillful with the bat. It's not a matter of just closing your eyes and swinging, although that's an approach I'd probably be trying to Zulfikar. But, yeah, you're pretty much playing him on length if you're not really picking him. I mean, if you watch really closely, you can probably see the wrong end, but it's just not easy. He's got quite a whippy action, and he bowls with a lot of overspin, so it's not an obvious kind of reversal of the wrist. 50 partnerships up. So, yeah, I mean, like I say, I don't think they'll get to the 153, but it certainly is a much more positive batting performance from Portugal, and that's all you can hope for.
Yeah, it is, and I like it, and I hope that. I like the way that Kuldik came out firing. He's still going strong. Gomes as well, 28 of 12, much better strike rate from him compared to the way he batted in the first. Kuldik makes some room. He hits it hard, and it will stay hit as well. Bolle, Kinna Zona. Well, that's another one that goes in the horsey corner. And, well, there they are. They're like getting their hands on that delivery. Well, what's that they found? I think they found one in there. Said, okay, we'll keep hold of that. Well, look at it. They're doing parcel. It goes round the houses. Okay.
Find one, get one free. Multi-ball activated. Another overspinner from Zulfikar. He's gone for a few. This over in danger of going magical. He's got the strong sunglasses game, though, Saqib. I think of all the triplets, I think his sunglasses game is the strongest. Last ball of his over coming up. That's the wrong one. Not sure it was picked, but knocked away, and a rare magical over off the bowling of Saqib. And that's 5 overs down. The score is 60 without loss.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though, isn't it? It goes to show that it can be done, even against a classy bowler like Saqib, who's bowled really well. And, of course, well, I'm going to leave you here tomorrow. I hope you're going to be okay. And I'm going to go off to Cyprus.
I'll survive, but I'm looking forward to tuning in Monday morning as well from wherever I am in the world and watching Nicosia Tigers taking on Limassol Calendars. And we've got a mixture of teams we have seen before, some we haven't seen before as well. So you're excited to be back in Cyprus for ECS cricket. All starts at the hideously early time for Rico Fool, who'll be jet lagged. The earlier time, 5:30 a.m. GMT, 7:30 in Central Europe, and 11 a.m. in India. 5 games a day of ECS starting Monday.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing some, well, not just old, but new friends in Cyprus. And that's a beautiful, beautiful country, beautiful island, isn't it, Cyprus? It's a lot to do, and I think we're at the same base that we last time. We're well situated, and there's certainly plenty of interesting facts about Cyprus as well. We've already mentioned the snakes. It's back to the action, and this one is hit very, very well, and it's going to be 4 runs, 1 bounce, 4 carreras. So Sikander Zulfikar comes into the attack. Well, he's just seen his brother go for a magical over. He doesn't start well. 4 off his ball.
Yeah, I think it's this kind of slightly off-speed bouncer which is dug in and trying to induce a judgment error. But Golia had it covered, didn't he? Went up and away, and that's rarely a area of the boundary which is covered with an outfielder. So smart batting this time. Pretty much pace on the stumps and worked away for 1. So, I mean, it'll be confidence-boosting innings so far from Portugal, who I think at times today they've just seemed a bit flat. And we talked about the fact that they've had some cricket heading into this as a positive, and it probably is. And even though you're trying to get yourself up for that next level, it's been a little bit of a tired performance, I think, at times from the Portuguese.
Yeah, I think they've shown it in the field more than anywhere else. And with the bat, though, much better energy levels from them in this one. They've been a lot more positive. That's a good delivery to the left-hander from Zulfikar. It's a good length. And that's one thing that I don't think Portugal, their bowlers did very well. They didn't bowl this length, did they? They bowled a little bit too short. The likes of Praveen and even the likes of Najam just a little bit too short at times. And they got punished. Only Deep played well. This one's another delightful shot, straight down the ground this time to Gomes. He moves into the 30s, 32. So after being beaten, this time Sikander goes short, and it's almost like a straight pull down the ground, 4 runs.
Well, I think he's actually late on that. So he's trying to originally hit that to the leg side, but when he's late, but he still makes good contact. And yeah, I suppose that's the margin of error you have. If you try and aim that pull shot to leg, you can still hit it straight down the ground. So 32 or 14. He looks a bit better for the run, doesn't he? This one's down the leg side. So, you wondered about this morning when people saying, do you bring Sean in? Do you put him in that spot? He's their opener. That's what they're saying. They're saying, you're our opener. Obviously, there's T20 cricket they're going to play after this as well. And you can already see, I mean, he is one guy that can handle the level up in bowling. So, yeah, I can understand why they're sticking with him up there. Golia, I mean, same thing. He's been given another opportunity, taking it with both hands at the moment. This time it's elevated out of the ground. It was sweet out of the middle. It is a Maximo. And both Zulfikars that have been tried with the ball have been taken down. This is just a good step hit drive straight down the ground. And a beautiful kind of lofted off drive for 6.
Oh, this one is bombastic. I love it. It's a slower delivery. It's slightly slower, but it's footwork. That's what it's all about. We're so used to seeing batters that like to swing from the hip and don't use their feet. Well, if you don't use your feet, you're not going to place classy shots like that. That's a delightful stroke.
Let's see what he goes to here. Maybe slower bouncer again. It's hard to know what to call her now. This is more just a length delivery, angled away, knocked down partially. So it's just a single, end of the over. So 17 come off that one as this innings has gotten moving. It is 77 without loss after 6. Having a look at what's transpired so far. I mean, it's been a funny old innings, to be honest, but they haven't given too many extras away. That's one thing as well. When you've got a big score on the board, you don't want to make it easier for the batting team. But the over 19-8-5-8. They're kind of in a bit of a hole there. 40 without loss after 4, and then 20 and 17 off the last 2 overs. So good rebound from Portugal.
Yeah,
and it looks like Ellenbus is going to come back.
There's a lampshade missing in my hotel room. I know where it is now.
Yeah.
That's that lampshade. What's he doing with my lampshade?
Is that Macy down there? I think it is. A long way from us. He knows how to protect himself.
That's one way to enjoy the cricket, isn't it?
Hello to Mabeen Tariq, who's watching from Porto. Hello, Mabeen. How are you? Wish you could be here, of course. Anyway. Here's Olivier. Yeah, this one is turned on, but he's clunked it, and he's going to be gone. Well, this is a ball that Gomes really feel like he should put away, but it's Mays Van Vliet that takes the catch. It was kind of clunked high up the bat, wasn't it? And that's a good catch low down from the big man. The opening partnership is broken at 77 for 1.
Yeah, he'd be so disappointed when I don't know whether this just creeps up on him or whether he's a little bit late on the shot.
Probably a
But
bit of
he's-
both, yeah.
Yeah, he's played handsomely, hasn't he? He's played some really good shots. I think you're absolutely right, Vinny. I mean, I was the one, I think, I'll put my hand up saying I was a little bit surprised that they went for him opening in the very first match. It took him a long time. I think he batted all the way through the innings for 31 not out of 23, and I was thinking, nah, because we've seen some of the batters like Saman and Amardeep. I was wondering why they didn't get a go, but at the same time, I said I understand it because he is your opener and you want him to get in and get playing straight away, and that is probably going to get better as the day and this series goes on. And he's shown that already. That was such a good knock from him. He plays from delightful shots, 39 of 17. But again, he'll be unlucky to get out there.
Yeah, just would have loved to get it around or over the fielder. Pretty hard to go over Mace, but still, this is Conrad Greenshields coming to the crease in over number 7.
Yeah, Conrad Greenshields. And Vinny Sandu now finding a bit of the hay fever. Either that or the spiders have literally gone up his nostrils.
It's quite possible, actually. This is interesting conditions. Anyway, tell us what it's like in Cyprus, because I'll be there towards the end. Let me try and...
We know what it's going to be like in Cyprus. I'm just going to put the olives up your nostrils.
Going to need a full spacesuit, I think, potentially. Anyway, Conrad gets a crack, and Alan Bass, the successful bowler, continues. Oh, he goes big. That one really took off. And that's probably over the head, but it's not because Alan Bass meant for it to be so high, but it completely took off on Conrad. And not surprisingly, he couldn't catch up with it, but it will be the one for the over. Alan Bass probably just saying, how did I get so strong? I don't remember being this strong. That one flew off this pitch.
Yeah, I think it hits right on the seam and literally takes off.
Well, Conrad, with head still attached to shoulders, has another go at a first ball. And again, kind of premeditates the charge and gets himself in a bit of trouble and has to bunt it back.
Yeah, good delivery from Alan Bass, though. He follows him. He knows Conrad's trying to give himself a little bit of space, so he says, okay, see where you're going. I like this here with shot now, and again, it just tells us and shows us where the field is, so you can see there.
I thought we were watching that to see where the cows are at any given point.
Well,
see any migration
yeah,
patterns?
we haven't seen much of cow corner today. Come on, Andres. We want to see a bit of cow corner. There we go.
There we go. That's nice. That's the shot I'm more interested in.
Thank you very much indeed. Oh, this is a Gundy delivery. Once again, he follows him and he's saying, how can you, well...
It's still gone outside his body, and the other thing is,
it's sort of gone over him.
Yeah,
so I can see why
I want to see the height. Because is that above the shoulder? Almost. Touch and go. It's a bit lucky not to get no ball there.
Yeah.
But hey, Oliver, you're not Alan Donald. Try and hit the wickets. Stop trying to scare people.
I think
Chase the stats.
I don't mind what he's doing. He's seen Conrad moving around. He said, well, you want to move that way, I'll follow you. He's got a point, though.
He's got a point, but if in doubt, it's a wide, I think. It's outside his head. This is kind of what I'd use. This one would have been a wide, except goes between the batter and the stumps. I don't know why Conrad's dancing to leg, though.
I don't know either. I mean,
he doesn't know. Look at him. He's saying, why am I doing this?
Yeah, when we see him back, when he made that superb innings the other day, what was it, 70 on?
He's
stood
68
still.
off 20, yeah.
He stood still and mashed it big. So, yeah, and that one was clever from Alan Bass because he takes all the pace off this one. The slow delivery. Sebastian Bright just having a chat with Alan Bass there as well. I think he's probably saying, hey, you don't let him put you off your game. Stick to your areas. And he does.
Conrad is in a bad place in the last 2 minutes with his batting. He's not playing the ball that's bowled. He's playing the ball that he's seeing in his head before the ball's bowled. So he's just backing away. He kind of trying to take on the offside. I just like to see him standing still a bit more, holding his ground.
Yeah, I think Conrad himself indicated that he's going fishing. I don't know if you saw that or whether we caught that on camera. He's just looking at somebody there, said, yeah, I'm fishing. Alan Bass again. Oh, this is well, yeah. It's because he's already bowled one that is short that has been signalled for the height, and this one is way over him again. I'm not so sure. I mean, this is all about Alan Bass saying, well, if you're coming forward to me, I'm banging it in. But it's not the most sensible type of bowling.
Yeah, it's not. Alan Bass is a very interesting character in this over. Free hit. You can't hear this either. Oh, Conrad needs a wider bat out there. Yeah, I don't know if he's running on diesel or what's going on here, but Greenshields, it's not a great place to be, 0 off 5. Again, it's not lack of intent. And Alan Bass, even though he's been all over the dartboard, He's still held things really quiet.
I'd like to see him just stand still for this one. Stand still. And even if it's just bad on the board to take the single, which probably I wouldn't like, but just stand still. Don't try and whack it. Just try and get bad onto it. When he tries to whack it, and it's going to be a victory for the bowler, Alan Bass, and Conrad Greenshields. That's not a good impact from him. He's a good player, and he's going to go without scoring.
That's cricket, though.
Alan
I mean,
Bass,
isn't that cricket? Cricket's the great evener. In a couple of days, he goes through looking like he's just dominating this. He's impossible to bowl to. And then again, a couple of days later, and look, I think Conrad, if he wasn't caught there, he was going to get run out, and he was happy to go, I think, in the end, because that was just an awful 2 or 3 minutes. But again, you got to shake it off. And well, Derek, he's moonwalking back with a new batter, but yeah, Conrad, an innings to forget. That's going to happen, I think, with this volume of cricket and the amount of matches. But Alan Bass putting his skills on show there. The score is 80 for 2.
Yeah, that's pretty disappointing. I think we are all as disappointed as probably Conrad Greenshields and probably everyone else that's been watching that know that normally when Conrad goes out there, you're going to see a few fireworks. Alan Bass, I think all the runs that came off that over were wides.
Yeah, you'd be right. It actually went so long. I'll have to get back to you on that because I've run out of space on my sheet. But yeah, well, certainly Conrad wasn't able to get any off the bat. We had,
three
we
wides?
count the wides, 1, 2, 2 wides and no ball in the over. Yeah. So 3 off the over. But I mean, that's, like I say, that's cricket. I mean, it's easy when it's easy, and other times it's just really tough. And yeah, Conrad just have to shake that off, and he's still got another match today. Don't forget with Gibraltar waiting in match 5, and then of course 2 more matches for the Portuguese tomorrow.
Well, we saw at one point Conrad Greenshields when he swung and missed, he said, "I'm fishing." He actually gave the signal with the fishing rod. Well, at least he can go back to fishing for a while because he's got a little bit of time prepared for the next match that they've got up against Gibraltar. But look, he's the sort of player, I know him really well. He himself will know he's let his side down. I think he's going to come back pretty strong in the last match of the day.
Well, if he was fishing, I'd change the kind of bait he'd be using because he didn't get any nibbles, did he? This should be the one for the over, I think, because it whistles past the nose. Not sure if it's signalled or not. And Goliath, he's kind of the silent partner in the moment, isn't he? He's been stuck there and watching it all unfold from the other end. This is Mays Van Vliet, who's coming back in over number 8.
Yeah. He bowled very well in the very first match. I was impressed with his bowling. Back in to bowl to Kuldeep, and Kuldeep needs to get going straight away. It's another swing and a miss.
I love the variations, though, in pace, and it's not a straight stock ball, slower ball. There's in-betweens that the Netherlands bowl. They've got several types of off-pace delivery. So, yeah, sometimes if it's an obvious slower ball, it's pickable. But it's these ones that are kind of in between. It might be 10% slower, not kind of 25, 30% slower like a back-of-the-hand slower ball, for example, is. Yeah, I really love the skills they're employing. Goliath might be swinging for the fences here.
Okay, high up in the air. I think he's going to get lucky here. He's going to drop in an acre of space.
Yeah, I don't know what Dutch for yours is, but I think that's what Van Vliet yells out, at least to himself, and then realises there's nobody there.
Nobody there.
And he's a man, I mean, he looks like he's got stilts for legs, doesn't he? So it probably needed to take about 3 or 4 steps and he would have gotten that. But, yeah, still, Goliath gets a single, and here's Miggy Machado. And let's see if he can hit his straps a little bit towards the end of this innings.
Yeah, I like the way that Miguel Machado plays his cricket, takes it seriously. He's, I know he's he monitors himself well, pretty critical of his performances. He wants to improve. He forever is looking to get better. And I like what he's brought. I like what he brought to the European Cricket Series last week here. And so far, I like the way he's batted, wearing the Portuguese shirt as well. He's a good player. He's a talented player. And, he could quite easily, and I know that Kuldeep Goliath, the man he's batting out there with at the moment, has been behind the stumps. He could quite easily take the gloves as well.
Can I give you a robot update? Because I saw it was mentioned in the chat just then.
Yeah, go on.
Robot Suit 1, okay, had some issues with it being filthy. Robot Suit 2, even though I asked for a refund, I got an email saying that it was at the post office in Khartoum. The second robot, which I said don't bother sending because we're not there anymore. By the way, Goliath picks this up and he picks it out of the ground. Maximo! Not a bad shot. Again, Mays has this natural angle in to the right-hander. And yeah, Just they changed bats a moment ago, didn't they, Rico? And yeah, that might be a keeper, that one.
Well, that one went a bit better, so he's probably thinking, all right, I had an upgrade. This one goes better. This one goes like a goalie. So 40s he's into now. He just went through a little phase where he was off the strike. Oh, he's clobbered this one. What a hit this is. And, he has no idea. He says, sorry, I have no idea where this is. Well, this is Roy, Alex Roy. Watch this. I mean, he's hit it well. It is uppish.
Yeah.
And he's taking evasive action. He said, not me. Sorry, I won't do it again. Oh, dear.
Welcome to cricket on Venus, where you're flying pretty close to the sun. And, yeah, Alex Roy, he wanted to be anywhere else, didn't he? It goes for 4, so if he sees it, it might have been even a chance. Having a look at the Worms, well, they kind of matched each other early, but not for long. And so, at the moment, it's a reasonable rate they're going. 115 pace Portugal, but yeah, they're going to go down once again to the Dutch. That was a proper lost it in the sun / the sky.
Just loved some of the reactions there. But look, in all fairness, I know we keep talking about it. It's just not easy because there is no background. We're talking about background. Smile, everybody. Donald's got the camera out. Nice shot. Has he got enough to get past the fielder? No. So a good shot for a single from Machado, but it means that Kulip Gulaya comes back on strike, and he's facing Clayton Floyd. See if he can bring up what would be a very good half century. And he goes for it, and he's going to get 6 here. As this one will just poodle along to the side of our comedy box. 6 runs, and that is his 50. International style from Kulip Gulaya. Gulaya ne goli mari apni 50 puri kali. Well batted. Bahut badaiyan. 51 or 27.
Brilliant innings, really, from Kuldeep. And yeah, shots all around the ground as well. So to do it against good opposition, I think it's worth a bit more.
Yeah.
This 50. He's been the one batter that's been able to handle the bowling and kind of consistently do it through the 8.5 overs so far, even though he hasn't always had the strike. Machado probably try and sweep it. No, he gets squared up. And they go with a hit and get there in the end.
Yeah, I think he's comfortably in. And let's just see here. I thought he's gone past the keeper before the bells come off, or more or less.
Yeah, safe. But yeah, well batted to goalie. I think he's been brilliant. Anyway, Portugal 100 coming up. So that's a respectable effort. I mean, the first game, I think Portugal lacked that bit of sparkle, didn't they? Just batting first, only able to make 85 off their 10 overs. They're well past that, at least. Floyd coming back here in the 9th. And yeah, anyway, so yeah, Robot, apparently the post office. Concerning. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on what's happening with that. But they're just not the most communicative company I've dealt with. So my Mandarin is not particularly good.
But you know
either.
what? If it does go to Karma, I think we should donate it to the Cricket's Cool program.
Yeah,
and
they loved it.
The robot could be used there when Jay Wild and the Costa del Sol do the coaching for the kids.
It's a good weight loss tool as well. Anyone in the robot suit is losing a lot of mass. Anyway, hanging in the air. Fielder goes back. What a catch!
Yeah, baby!
Unbelievable catch. Can you believe what you're seeing? I mean, they haven't seen everything, but that is one of the best catches you'll ever see. He was rocketing back there, wasn't he? And Alex Roy, I don't think he saw anything a moment ago. I don't know what he saw this time. Get the neck brace and get out the champagne corks. That's the catch of the tournament so far.
Oh, yeah, that is an absolute beaut. Well, you can see there he's quite a tall man. Well, he's got to be tall. And I think he might have lost his glasses in the process of taking this one, but at least he had them on to take it.
Oh, is that one-hander?
That is a great catch. That is a absolute corker. Well, that's a jalebi catch if you ever saw one. Just have a look at this.
Yeah.
It is a one-hand jalebi delight.
He goes 2, it sticks to 1. Oh, well, they say you can't catch what you can't see. Well, maybe Alex Roy bucking the trend. That was an absolute hanger, and whatever permanent spine damage that he sustained as he collapsed into the SCG, I think it's worth it. 102 for 3 after 9.
Well, great. We've seen something special, haven't we? That's absolutely beautiful. Well, this is what's coming up next. Portugal stay out there. They're back in action, and they'll be boosted with this performance with the bat from them. And they're up against Gibraltar, who are looking to bounce back after a couple of disappointing defeats for them. And that's the last match. Match number 5 of this ECI. Well, there he is, the man of the moment, who's taken this Amazing catch.
I loved it, and he could not protect himself from the fall. That hurt, but it also felt really good. All right, Sebastian Bratt, shocker, bowling the 10th over, and the first ball up, and it's another great catch. So it's Mace Van Vliet this time. Sebastian Bratt brings himself back. He loves the clean-up, doesn't he? He has his first wicket of this contest, and some really good fielding. So you can see that Goliath batted so well for 53, but a brilliant bit of fielding ends his innings, and the score is 102 for 4.
Well, I hope Diana Ores and her burrito, that's the name of her camera, took that, because that was right in front of her. And he's still holding his jacksie. He's saying, oh, that hurts. I've got a bruise there. Somebody's going to have to rub it better for me. And this is the next one. So 2 wickets and 2 balls at the moment here for the Netherlands. That's another good catch, another nice moment there. This time is Willett that takes the catch. And, well, Sebastian Bratt bowling the last, picks up a wicket. And that's it. That's Praveen now who's coming out there. And that's also the end of Kulikulai. But what a good knock it was from him, 53 of 30.
Now, he can be very proud of how well he batted. But yeah, nice work by Mace Van Vliet. And Sebastian Bratt, he's crafty, like I said. He knows what he's doing. That house in the background, if you didn't realise, that is the Butchimartsa homestead.
Yeah.
That's essentially where they're living, and they built this cricket ground in their backyard. It's a beautiful ground. Like I said, it's a bit different, but I mean, the differences make it even more beautiful. Parveen, bit of a 10th over specialist, isn't he, at the moment, with the bat. And this is a pretty nice shot. That's going to be cut away for 4. Again, he waits for it. I think it's slightly off speed from Sebastian. Digs into the pitch, but yeah, pretty good contact, solid contact. Brings a boundary for Portugal.
Yeah, nicely done. It's, there's the man. Lampshade. Well, maybe he's wearing that to protect his head, because you know he had an issue a couple of weeks ago.
Alex Macy has played in the final yesterday. He doesn't have cricket today. He's not playing, so he's probably had a relaxing night, put it that way, and
yeah,
he's not rushing anywhere. I wouldn't either if I was him. Oh, big swing and a miss from Parveen. Have you mentioned the fact that this format allows teams to pick players that might not have had international exposure before? And I think Parveen's one of them. I think it's a great opportunity to test yourself against better cricketers and cricketers you wouldn't normally play against.
Yeah. What's Junaid Khan started, by the way, with this? He's the one who was the first Portuguese guy with this face paint, and now they're all copying it. Short, well, he's missed this again. So, yeah, you see Pravin now, he's got the old the sunblock all around his face. Look at that there. We saw that it's a couple of the players have now got that. Well, this is one for the over, because it was shoulder height. So Sebastian Bratt's got a smile on his face. Says, oh, I didn't think it was, but it's been given.
Just got information saying the next game will start 6:10 local time, which is in 14 minutes. Yep, so 14 minutes from now. So it'll be a quick turnaround. This will be a dot ball, sneaks in. So that is 5:10 p.m. GMT, which is 7:10 in Central Europe, and it will be 10:40 p.m. in India. So Bratt, let's see if he can finish with a wicket here. Parveen will be trying to bang this out of the ground. Let's roll. And he knocks him over. So a cheeky brace for Sebastian Bratt once again. And Portugal, they lose Parveen for 4. Look, they certainly played better this time against the Dutch. They were blasted out of the contest earlier, but this time the margin a lot closer. Final score, Netherlands, the winners 152 to 106. Congratulations. The Dutch go further into their perfect day so far. That is 3 out of 3 for the Netherlands. That's the end of their performances on day 1. We'll see them tomorrow for 3 more matches. Let's roll the highlights. I've got to say, a fairly good opening partnership put together by the Portuguese this time.
Yeah, we did. I think we'll see more of them, not tomorrow. We'll see more of them sitting around this ground and enjoying maybe a cool beverage or two as they enjoy the last game in the sunshine, which is coming up. Remember, that's coming up in just about 10 minutes' time with Gibraltar in action in Portugal. But you're right, it was a very good positive start. I'm loving the way that both Kulip and Gomes went about things here. That was half a chance, almost took a jalebi catch. Well, if you want to see a jalebi catch, we do have one coming up for you a bit later. But that was a rare one. That was a drop catch, and that was, Zulfikar putting down, I think it was that was Kulip being dropped by Gawley.
Yeah, Gawley put him down, and This was an interesting one where they said, oh, is this out? And it kind of looked like maybe the bat hopped in the air a little bit. I think we looked at it and I think they made the right decision there. But yeah, Gomes certainly showed a bit more of what he could do this time around. He was only going to get better as well. And he's one guy that can handle the better calibre of bowling. So I think it's one reason that they want him at the top of the order. But yeah, Goliath certainly, it was a bit of a breakout into him as well against the Dutch, 53 off 30. And yeah, I'm not sure who'll go the player of the match, but yeah, it's Etman who scored 55 off 20. Thought he would be my choice to get the player of the match. But, you know, it's certainly a bit more intent. Unfortunately, you know, we saw Gomes go and then Greenshields just could not get anything going, and that's going to happen. You know, he just had a few minutes to forget. Ellenbaas worked him over. He was pretty good, and yeah, you see there, even if you didn't catch that, when he went out, he gives a little kiss. I think it was a salivaless kiss, which is okay these days.
It was a distant one.
You're allowed to give a kiss, but it must be closed mouth. I think that's the rules. But anyway, some late constellation runs as Goliath, like this one, he goes up and under. Don't think that the fielder enjoyed it that much, but he enjoyed this a lot more. One we'll see in a second as Goliath reached his 50. But there was a bit of drama to come, wasn't there? And Machado went to an absolute hanger. One-hander, brace for impact. It's a spine tingler. That does send chills up your spine. I think it sent chills up Alex Roy's spine, that's for sure. Might have to check into the chiropractor on Monday morning. And then this one is if not to be outdone. Maze Van Vliet with a late catch as well. Diana so shocked she couldn't even take a photo of that. And then last ball, Brett blasted through Parveen. And well, it was Parveen, not in that order, but he went 4 and out. This is what's coming up with Gibraltar trying to take some points out of day one. They'll take Portugal, and they might fancy the chances there. Gibraltar, Portugal playing their 4th game of the day. Side Meissen comes into the lineup. I think they've got to make some changes. They've got 4-game programs, so you need to kind of rotate your squad a little bit. That's coming up in just 10 minutes. Let's roll with the scorecard now. You can see Portugal couldn't quite put it together with the target, but still not a bad batting effort from them. 106 for 5. Kuldeep Goliath with 53 led the scorers. Gomes with 39 as well. No one else reaching double figures with the ball. I've got to say, Sebastian Brantway keeps cleaning up, doesn't he? He's a very crafty guy. 2 for 9 off his 2 overs. 2 for 11, Ellenbaas. The other wicket went to Clayton Floyd. We will take a quick break. We're back in around about 5 minutes, take you into the last match of the day. We'll see if the Gibraltarians can take anything out of this day. And Portugal, they're 4th in day one. They will be keen to finish with a win. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you after the break. A very short break for more European Cricket International.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Sunday cricket ground out here in the middle. Beautiful afternoon, early evening now for cricket actually. And well, these two teams, I know that they would love to finish the day with a win. It's Portugal, the hosts against Gibraltar in match 5. The last match of the day. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Portugal to call.
Tails.
Tails.
We'll have a ball.
So Conrad Greenshields wins the toss and elects to bowl. I think they want to do a number on Gibraltar. And Portugal, they have just been flat at times today. Having said that, they did account for Gibraltar pretty comfortably in match 2 earlier on today. But I do think they've just had a bit of a funny day. They haven't really gelled as a team. But, of course, if they can have a good performance here and get their second win, I think they'll feel very good about themselves. Gibraltar, of course, they struggled. I'd just like to see a bit more intent in their batting. They haven't really struggled losing wickets, but they have struggled getting the boundaries. Maybe a few adjustments to make in the batting order there. Look, it's a learning experience, no doubt about that, but you have to learn pretty quick in this 2-day format. Let's go over to Rico Full. It's our last game together for a while. Let's have a good one, Rico. News from the toss in match 5 is that Portugal, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. And yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. Portugal winning the toss, putting Gibraltar in. Gibraltar, looks like they made a slight change to the batting lineup. Having a spy listed to open with Ian Latin. That's the one they're going to go with here. So Louis Bruce probably may come in around about number 3, unless they elect to go with a hard hitter, Karen Stagno. But looking to make a better outing out there in the middle, I think, Gibraltar. I think they've let themselves slightly, especially with the bat. I think with the ball, they were much better, like the bowling of Miripuri, the spinner. And Jack Horrocks certainly is starting to find his rhythm as well. And Avanesh Pai, I think with the ball will always be useful. But good to see Avanesh going out there straight away. With Portugal, the slight change. No, the Jamshahid. He's going to take a break. But a good man to come in his place, of course, will be Misam. So he's going to be one to watch as well. Side Misam was very, very impressed with the way the Marlow player played the last few games for Marlow, helping them to that European Cricket Series success. And, of course, Coolip and Gomes, they've already shown what they can do if they get going. Gibraltar, 95 opposed to Portugal's 99. So Portugal just being pipped to win this one. The problem for Gibraltar has been the runs for being much less than the ones that have gone against them. That's not a good sign. They've got to make a change to that pretty early. No change though from Portugal when it comes to the man opening up. It's going to be Junaid Khan. And Junaid, he's got to be feeling it a bit now. 37 years old. He's played a big part in that European Cricket Series where they just narrowly missed out to a victory to Marlow once more. He played practically, I think he played every match. He didn't miss a match. But now, of course, he's trying to do it for his country. In he comes, first ball to Avanesh Pai. It's a short one down the leg side. That's been an issue for Junaid. I think seen that be more and more part of his game in the last few days, and I think that is all down to just the tiredness, which normally gets the ball much fuller and gets the Yorker led delivery ball coming in from off the middle. Haven't seen too much of that from him today. It's better areas outside the off, gets played out. Nice stop there, beautifully done. Amandeep Singh, he's been good. I've loved his work in the field and with the ball as well. Good standards, gets the knock on there. I think that gets past you, though there's a fielder who's trying to back him up. I think they're going to struggle to get there. Avanesh gets off the mark. And Ian Latin opening up with him this time. Plays his way to the man who comes charging in from the circle and gets beaten to it by Faf Stoneman. Just be a single. So it's been a long day, an exciting day. I hope you, wherever you tuned in from, have enjoyed the international action. There are a lot of people have been enjoying it in the chat, and wherever you are around the world, around the globe, our global cricket family, I hope you've enjoyed it too. Junaid played out once again to him. Amandeep having a shy, he suspects or notices that Avanesh is not really rushing to get back, so good vision and alertness from him. Fires it in and well backed up. I don't mind that at all. I think it's always good when you see fielders having a go. It keeps the keeps the fielders that are backing up on their toes. Latin places, oh, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful from Amandeep. He's been so good, isn't he? What an addition. Yeah, you can see Conrad Greenshields giving him a clap there. What a difference he makes. What a great stop this is from him. And look at that, gets the throw in as well. And just setting the tone, setting the standards, which you can keep hearing Portugal talking about all the time. Their captain, Conrad Greenshields. Standards, that's what he wants. This is up his chance and taken. And you know what? This wicket, it belongs to me for Amandeep. Amandeep Singh makes an unbelievable stop. Keep the batters without scoring. There's no runs. The same batter therefore is on strike. And maybe a little bit frustrated. Ian Laddin goes for this shot, which is not on. And a nice catch taken there. I'm not letting go of it, says Suman Gamir. He takes a wicket. And the change that got made with Latin coming higher up the order doesn't quite work for them. And I think that's all about the pressure that was put on there early on from the fielders more than anything else. And Amandeep Singh, good work from him. I mean, this is it again. What a great bit of fielding. It means that Ian Laddin stays at that end, and the very next ball, Latin is out. Vinny Sandhu back in the cube.
Building pressure, isn't it? That's what it comes down to. It was nicely taken. Gamira, he's got a good pair of hands, we know that. So, yeah, disappointment for Latin, who can't do too much. Now, I like this move. Looks like they're going with big K-Nest, Kenroy Nesta at 3. So he's a guy, you know, he's a hitter. I think you got to take the bull by the horns. If you ask any of the cows at Cow Corner that, they'll tell you that. And, you know, he is a naturally attacking kind of guy. Comes in with the ball to face in the first.
Into the pads, and he's a bit slow to respond, but he will get there.
But you know what? I like that he responds in the end. So I don't know if we got this on the replay, but you see, he looks at the ball quickly, but he's more concerned with what his partner's doing. When he sees his partner running, then he's just running. He's not really thinking twice. He's not trying to overrule his partner because Kenroy had no idea where that ball had gone. So into the first over, it's 5 for 1.
Yeah, well, Kenroy Nesta gets 1 on the board thanks to that calling from Evan Aspire. He got a bit of bat onto it as it hits the pad. And, well, of course, this is our 100th event as well. So, well, we will certainly have a little mini party before I get on the bus back to base and get on that flight to Cyprus. We'll have a few drinks, of course. 100 events, that's quite amazing.
It is, and it's been so exciting to be a part of it. Big thank you to you as well, Rico. I know you've put in some long hours. I know that you have been part of our coverage pretty much continuously ever since you started the season in Gibraltar. So kind of a bit of a homecoming in a way. This is a ball that isn't coming home anytime soon. This is Maximo Nesta. We kept the strike because of that quick leg by. And this is what he can do. And that's why I'm actually quite amazed we haven't seen more of him so far, because this format is built for a man like Kenroy.
Yeah, this is what he does, and this is why and I think for me, quite simply, he and Stagnant need to be in the power play. They need to be your openers, because if they click in the first 3 overs when you got those field restrictions, you get off to a good start. If they don't, you got plenty of batting. You got plenty of other batters that can come in and fill the other roles. But there's only certain batters that can fill the role of the power play. He's one of them.
Let's see if the show continues. Yeah, like this, it was a good ball. He respects it. Has to rush.
Oh,
that probably could have been out, you know.
Good combination with Amandeep, and also Saman Gamir. He says, go on, give it a go. I'm backing it up. Let's have a look. He doesn't put his bat down at all. He would have maybe just got there.
I reckon he might have been out because the foot was in the air.
It's not good running though, isn't it? No, come on, he's got to be sliding the bat in.
Hey, I want to say hello to Iggy, who's in the chat.
Iggy
is in the chat right now. He's watching. Saying, come on, Kenners. Well, survives a bit of a hairy moment there. Avinash Pai, though, he's a class act. Let's see if he can get going. Just faced 2 balls so far. This is one that moves away from him. He gets plenty of bat on it. It'll be 4. So this is just an intent thing. I mean, he's kind of wandering down the wicket. And to be honest, I think he's beaten by the ball, but he's good enough to kind of slash inside out. Does get away for 4. So not bad bowling, but also clever adapting by the batter.
Yeah, I mean, having a spy. I mean, we've both seen him bat. We've seen him in Gibraltar. He's a good player. I've seen him play some international T20s as well. He's one of the key men, the captain. He's really helped to build a good side in Gibraltar. And also he's put a lot of emphasis and development in the youth as well. So it's good to see him out there. And good to see him batting and scoring some runs. This one, though, I think this is where he lets himself down with the intent, really. Is on the leg side. I think he sees it early enough. He needs to be looking to whip this away. Look, rather than be defensive, he should be looking to attack this ball.
I suppose the thing there is protecting his stumps. He feels like, I'm not confident I'm going to hit this if I play that shot, and I don't want to be out. So I suppose I can understand that because it did kind of come back down the line a little bit. But yeah, if you're seeing him better, he probably does whip that one away. It's a good point you make there.
Well, this is in the same area, but this time he does go for it. He misses out on it. So, well, Faf, he's got away with a couple.
Yeah, that one bouncing over the top. Avinash not quite able to catch up. Iggy saying he didn't realise this was on. What a treat. Well, we're happy to treat you, Iggy. I know that you probably follow a lot of the guys, particularly from the Gibraltar team. They're not too far from Cartmore, of course. Geographically, it's just over an hour's drive. Anyway, good contest at the moment. Stoneman versus Pye. Last ball of the second coming up.
Got it. What a beaut this is. I get the feeling, that surely hasn't moved that much. I think it's taken a bit of the bat. Let's have a look at this. This is such a good delivery. But he gets in the right areas. He takes it away from the legs. He gets it just outside the off stump. And I get the feeling that Avinash Pye just got a bit of inside edge on this and crashes it back onto his stumps. Yeah,
it's a really good bit of bowling. And it's the end of a pretty interesting contest between these two. But have a look at it come back just a touch. Just a touch. And that's the reason it flicks the inside edge of the bat. And he is pumped up. I'm glad there was no one in the way of that fist punch because that would have probably knocked him out. It's Pye, the Gibraltarian skipper that's knocked out for now. He's the second wicket to fall. It's 16 for 2.
Yeah, really good bowling. I'm really pleased for Faf because me and him have had a lot of chats, and I've always questioned, and I've voiced it on air as well. For such a good bowler, he sometimes has so many issues getting the ball right. He bowls sometimes he bowls some really horrible wides, and he just always says to me, he said, Rico, it's just about not playing enough cricket. He said, but as this, and he said, I spoke to him almost 2 weeks ago, as this series progresses, I'll work on it, I'll get better, and he's done just that. He's ironed out those wides. A lot of them are dirty ones down the leg side. He's got the ball in the right areas, and he's picking up wickets.
Here's Junaid back for over number 3.
Junaid goes short. Now, Junaid is one bowler who has struggled a little bit with his time. He's normally bowling good, full, pitched up, in-swinging Yorkers. That side of his game has gone a little bit here today, and I just think that maybe it's just tiredness, and that's why he's starting to drop the ball a little bit short.
Tell you what, Kenroy, not a huge fan of wearing a helmet. That one was snout high. I'm glad it wasn't a bit straighter. That is the bouncer for the over, I think.
Well, this one's clobbered high up in the air, but Saman Gamiri gets under it, and he doesn't make any mistakes at all. And Junaid Khan picks up his second wicket. Kenroy Nesta, he goes with a big one, gets it wrong, gets more height than distance on it. He'll go for 8 off ball number 5.
Yes, I'd much rather see the Gibraltar bats getting out like this. He takes on the mid-on who's in the circle, but he just gets the contact point wrong, doesn't he? It flies in the air. Suman isn't dropping too many catches in this couple of weeks in Portugal. So Nesta, a bit of a one-hit wonder, but still it was a good one that he got away. He'll be disappointed to go for just 8. And Gibraltar lose the third wicket, 16 for 3.
Yeah, we know what he can do, Nesta. This time he just doesn't get it right, doesn't he? I think it's a better delivery also from Junaid Khan. And you see here, it's he tries to give himself a little bit of room and still hit straight. And I think for me, the question is, because he's moving down the leg and then still trying to hit straight, he's not really getting any weight into the shot. I think that's the sort of ball that really you're stepping the other way and hitting it to the leg side.
Yeah, maybe. The shot was on there. If he gets it close in the middle of the bat, it's fine. And he gets a piece of it, just mistimes it, and goes higher than it goes long. Doesn't even leave the infield in the end. So Fitzgerald will be the new batter facing up. Stagno's there, but he hasn't faced the ball yet. We'll say quick hello to Thunder as well. He's watching from Bangladesh, as well as Chris Smith, who's watching. Reminding everyone to come back tomorrow for more ECI action.
Good delivery. That's better. That's the Junaid we know. And just gets it past it. Been picked up. Well, I think it was picked up by Saman Gamiri. Don't know what happens here.
He had to pick himself up because I like the intent. He puts his body on the line, but he just becomes a bit of a rag doll here, doesn't he? And he wipes himself out. But he again, sticks the landing. He says, what are you talking about? That's a bit of ninja style there.
Ninja style breakdancing. Beautifully done. And, so we will see Stagno now. Junaid to Stagno. Well, this one is into the pads. No run. I want to see Stagno play his normal game as well.
Yeah.
You know, I know he's such a good hitter. I didn't see the best of him. I think he didn't play a lot of cricket while I was there. He started the tournament off at the Europa Point Stadium while I know Charlie knows all about him, and then I think he came back to play the last few games as well once I departed. But he's a thunderous hitter off the ball.
Back your instincts, that's what I'd say. It's good batting conditions.
Firmly hit and shouts wait. That's not a bad call because Gamir, who's patrolling the other end, just shouts quickly to Gomes and says, yours. And Gomes is there on a flash.
Yeah. So, I mean, you get in the gap, it might go for 4, but yeah, Gomes is a good fielder.
Yeah, that's the face paint I was talking about. Junaid Khan's the one who started this off. Now it seems to be rubbing off on all of the Portuguese players. Slower delivery, clever bowling, well bowled. A good way to end the over. And what a good spell. Well, welcome back, Junaid Khan. This is more like it. 2 overs, 6 runs conceded, and also has picked up 2 valuable wickets. Took the wicket of Ian Latin, and then also there of Kenroy Nesta. So at the end of the power play, it's the score moves on to 17 for 3.
Yeah, it's moving pretty slowly at the moment. Junaid bowls really well, 2 for 6. Just had that one bad over in the last game. Again, he's a guy who'll give you 100% all the time. You know, he's not going to be perfect. No one's going to be perfect, but you know, he's a guy, I feel like he could probably bowl 100 overs in a row. He'd still give you 100%, Junaid Khan. So now they are going to turn to spin. And this has been my MVP for Portugal today, Amandeep Singh, who's going to come on to bowl over number 4.
Yeah, not too many have had a better day than him. Well, what's that low-flying object?
I think it's a stork. We saw a stork last night. You know, that's everyone. Obviously, Maria's pregnant at the moment, Paolo's wife, and they're saying, be careful, the stork's here. Stay inside.
Let's play it away. I thought the stork's supposed to bring the babies.
The stork delivers babies, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do. So, yeah, stay inside. It's not right ready yet. And Andres just told me that the stork's the national bird of Latvia.
Oh, really?
There you go. Must be busy up there.
So how come, all right, this is what the question now. This is what the Awaras have to work on. I mean, they're the Swans, right? Where's the Swans? They need to put a lake in here somewhere
6
with
of
the
them in the
Swans.
squad. What more do you want?
They need some Swans out here as well. Goes big, and he gets his clean out of the middle. That is an absolute biggie. Well, that is sweet. Sweeter than the pastel de nata that we have got here in the comedy box. Thanks very much to Fatima. These are delicious.
Well,
I've had one already.
Stagno's coming off pretty much 0 off 10 leading into that shot, and he absolutely banged it out of the ground. What a shot, what a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, so thank you very much to Fatima.
Auntie Fatima, she's
pastels de
lovely.
nata.
So many good people around this club.
Oh, and this one, he goes for the same shot. Wicketkeeper can't take it. It's rolling, 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 and...
I actually think he's done well there.
I think he stops his... Does he have both feet inside the field of play when he picks it up?
I reckon it just lands before in the rope, in the field, before he touches it. So that's fine. I don't think it touches. And then look at this foot here. It's about to land. It's inside for me. Yep.
Yeah, he's okay. He
Yep.
does well.
He's done very
Great
well there.
work. Well, there's that face paint again. Junaid Khan, what have you started?
But that surprised him for bouncing. So, yeah, Machado's got the gloves. They're giving Goliath a rest after that last game. He had plenty to do.
Played along the deck. Watch the bounce. Well, he gets the long barrier down, so that's well done. Well fielded.
And interesting because you've got Suman Gamire coming in. He's a really good keeper, but I think they want to potentially use him as a spin bowler. So that's why they've given the gloves to Miggy Machado that did a fair bit of it for Werash in the recent ECS.
Oh, this is thumped, and this is big. It's a humongous shot. A monster 6 from Stagno. This is the Stagno we know. This is the Stagno you've heard about. And this is what he does. Boom! Shakalagia.
Yeah, he's built for power, isn't he? And K-Run goes large. And that one went a long way over the boundary. Also, it's the end of the over. So it's 32 for 3 after 4. And that run rate, it takes a bit of an uptick in the 4th, which ends up being worth, hold please.
14? 14?
I'm going to go 15 because there was a buy in there. But yeah, still best over so far. No doubt about it. Amandeep, you know, he takes the other side of the coin, doesn't he, in that 4th over.
Okay, well, this is a man who wants to bounce back well. He didn't have the best of matches against the Netherlands, and that's with his bowling or with the field, because the field was unkind to him. He got some nasty bounces, but he is another one. He's a trooper. And, well, Siraj Nipu will come on to have a bowl here now.
Yeah, left arm spin. He's a good option at this stage. Fitzgerald, 3 off 3.
Oh, this one goes right through him. He doesn't have a clue about it, and it's another one. Oh, well, what a throw this is. Will they go upstairs? I think they might do, you know. Go upstairs, have a look at this. I suspect that he's in.
In by mile. Probably an unnecessary throw, but it looks good for the cameras. Yeah, definitely in. Destroys them. Don't think Machado was particularly thrilled about the throw. That's the rock that hurled it in as if he had to throw 50 metres. He had to throw about 5. But yeah, safely in for a run.
Yeah, I think Tyrone Peters there at square. Hello, Tyrone. Nice to see that he's doing a little bit of umpiring as well. The tournament referee out there in the middle with Naheem. I think he decides, well, I'm going to have to go sort the stumps out. I might as well give you time to have a look at the replay on it, and we'll see it again. The good pick-up, and he just lasers the throw in. He knocks the stumps over, chuck their foot to start.
Machado, not out. So happy that didn't hit me. Well, there's Tyrone. But you see Tyrone there on the camera. I'm going to show you a little bit more of Tyrone in case you missed it earlier.
Oh, wow, hang on a minute. There's a catching opportunity.
Well, it's a funny one.
I don't think it's a deliberate
Well, he's
action.
trying to jump out the way, but he actually jumps in the way.
Let's see here. And...
Well,
no, he doesn't. He actually gets out of the way of the ball. I don't think there's any obstruction there at all.
If he'd
just
stayed
unfortunate.
where he was going to get hit.
And I like the fact, I mean, they could have taken a single. I like the fact they don't as well. Stagno in the end says, all right, let's not go.
Look at this at the end. I think he's out, but I don't think they appeal. Because look what happens at the very end here. The ball comes back, and then he says, are we going to run? And he's out, but they don't appeal.
But they don't have the ball. What are you talking about?
Didn't the ball hit the stumps?
Nah, he hit him with his body.
Okay, fair enough. That was a weird one. Anyway, this is up and it's out of the ground. Maximo.
Cow corner. That's gone into cow corner. Well, the cows, this is one for them to field. This is a big hit. Oh, he's a big unit. This gets absolutely clobbered. That's a monster strike. That is gone cow corner. Where's the cows gone? Well, they're out of here. They're thinking Stagno's in the house. Let's get out of this. Let's do a runner. Well, where's all the cows gone? That's the question.
I reckon they were scared of the stork.
And this time, it's better delivery from Nipu. Plenty of action in this over already. Nipu certainly is always in the action, and he's that sort of player. And when he gets the ball in his hand, things happen. Nipu again, this time to Stagno. Shorter, and he fires his wide. This could be, oh, it will be. Will it be? No, he manages to get something on it. It will be. Will it be? Yes, it will be. It's going to be a minimal 5 wides.
It's trouble, really. You know, Machado does what he can, but it's not a good ball from Nippo at all. And then slight Tortuga, and the result is...
That goes through the rock. Goes through the rock.
It's drilled through the rock, hasn't it?
Must have been going really quick. And I mean, Zahib, known as the Rock, goes through him. And now this is uppish, but where is it going to land? It's going to land in the gap. It's going to be 4 more. So Nipu just can't get things going for him. He rocks back. He hits it up. It could have quite easily gone to hands. But it's cuatro carreras más.
There we go. We found the cows.
Where are they off to?
Did you know that large animal migrations actually affects the rotation of the Earth and gravity? That's something that I learnt fairly recently.
Well, I tell you what, it's be a big hit to get the ball over there now. They've really gone wandering.
Yeah, all sorts of wildlife down here. It's nice to see something except for just kind of dogs, cats and birds on the wildlife watch. Spring Productions always looking out for some new animals. Anyway, Stagno, he's been pretty good, 22 off 11. Hippo, last ball, the 5th. Nice, a really good shot. It's going to get him 4. So how about that? Again, putting pressure on the fielder. Kind of jances the wrong way, doesn't he? So Stagno gaining momentum. And he started slow in this innings too, but that one, Tortuga's a bit on Junaid. And it's 26 now. The reverse is out, and that's the end of the 5th. It's also brought up the 50 at 52 for 3 after 5. Want to say hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sound to you, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full. Rico, I've really enjoyed working with you over the last couple of months. This isn't goodbye, but it's au revoir for now, because we'll be back in exactly 2 weeks on the Saturday, the second last day of Cyprus. I know you'll be with Nish on Monday. You're travelling tonight. Wish you the best for a journey.
Thank you very much.
Look after Cyprus. I'll be lurking.
I will do. I'll look after Cyprus, and you look after the spiders tomorrow.
I will.
Give them farewell
I
from me.
will. I'll feed them. I'll look after them.
That wasn't a good look there from Junaid. It looks like, I said he's looking a bit tired. I think if you gave him a pillow and a duvet, he'll be happy at home there. Happy as Larry, as they'll say. But, I'm liking that shot from Stagno. A little bit of sexy cricket as well.
To be fair, though, he does get down. I mean, it's a good effort. He just judges it wrong, and we know that there's going to be some ground balls that are going to get through. Here's Said Meisom, who's finally into the side in their 4th match.
Lovely looking shot. Punches it down the ground. Watch the bounce. Well watched there as it bobbles around there for Gomes. He's got used to this outfit pretty quick.
Bit of a smile there, saying, I'm happy they hit my hands and not the front teeth. But he got a little bit of the midriff from Sean as well. Here's so Meisom. He should be fresh. I think he just could have used an injection of a player or two, and that's what they've done.
It's a wild swing. It's an awkward one for Machado. Now, remember what he did yesterday with a direct hit. This time his radar's a little bit off.
Almost did it twice. And the second time, he almost pulled off a run out, went straight over the middle stump. So, yeah, Meisom's got that good slow ball, doesn't he? He's not afraid to use it. He's a pretty good death bowler. Between him and Adnan Gondal, we're really good at closing out innings for Marlow in ECS cricket.
Edge, and he's going to race to the boundary with it. No, good work, good pick up. Well, there's Junaid. He picked himself up. He had a little cat nap.
Yeah.
He's up and about again.
Nah, good on him. Yeah, Junaid, he again, gives everything for his team. This one, I thought it was 4 as soon as it was edged, but again, he anticipates it. 1, 2 bounces, clean pick up. Yeah, just easy throw in. So he saves 3 runs for his team there, Junaid Khan.
Oh, not quite right there. It gives me a chance once again to say they really hope they're enjoying their empanadas wherever you are on International Empanada Day.
I'm going to have to message them at the El Mundo de la Empanada in Benalmádena in Spain and say, happy National Empanada Day.
You know what you should do? This one's a wide, and well, it's always going to be difficult for Miguel. They just think about going for the single as well to make it 2 wides. It's only just going to be the one. You should have asked them to send the empanadas to our hotel partner there at Sunset Beach Club for the robot.
Yeah.
The robot can have a few empanadas.
The robot's stuck at the post office. I'm now more confused with what's happening with the robot.
Slower delivery, and it might be he's undoing. Oh, they leave it to each other. What's going on here? Communication failure. And Nipu saying, you see that? That's the ball. You're supposed to catch it. Said Meisom just turns his back on him and then mumbles something, but this is a big let-off. Well, somebody's got to go for this.
There may have been no communication when the ball was in the air, but there was a bit of 2-way communication once the ball landed halfway between Meisom and Nippo. Conrad, he's probably got some internal communication going on that we probably can't air. But, yeah, that's just a classic double leave. So Fitzgerald survives. Still on 100 pace here, Gibraltar.
Oh, this is a thunderbolt, and this is where you got to be quick on your toes if you're the umpire. What a hit this is. It's a superb shot. And Tyrone Pete as well. I tell you what, he's got to be doing it Matrix style. Well, maybe that's him. We saw him looking pretty dashing when the camera was on him when he was the model. Well, he had to be dashing to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, that was the hot zone, wasn't it? That almost knocked his hat off.
Shot.
Tyrone. That was absolutely well timed. Right, Stagno, he's up and next one down the leg side. Interesting one. He says it's fine. This is an interesting one because is it over the leg stump or is it wide of the leg stump? I think Tyrone thinks it's over it, so he says that's the end of the over. And at the end of 6, 61 for 3. So yeah, he wasn't sure. I mean, let the bowler have it as his one for them. I don't mind that. 61 for 3 after 6.
It's not I mean, it's a good fight, this, isn't it, from Gibraltar. They lost those early wickets with Pye going early in Latin, but I think Stagno's kept them going. Fitzgerald is starting to play some nice shots here now, so let's see where they can get to here. I mean, maybe they get to about 110, 115?
Yeah, even 100 plus. You've got to realise that Goalie is not in the 11, so I wonder who they'll open. Probably Machado might open with Sean Gomes.
Oh, this is high up in the air. It's an opportunity. Who's going to get there? Good luck. And that's a really good catch. Beautifully taken by Praveen Singh. So Praveen Singh picks up a wicket and he's making his international debut. This one goes to the moon and comes back But Pravin Singh says, don't worry, I've had a box of jalebis. Mere haath chipa kar diya, bolta main farda leni. But he had to find it first, and when he finds it, he takes a sensational catch.
So well done to Parveen. Finally gets his wicket, doesn't he? He got so close to that return crease, but I think probably the heel was in the air, so that was a legal delivery. And I thought he did so many little kind of spins, I thought there's no way he was going to end up catching that, but he did really well. And so he is able to pick up his first wicket in international cricket, and it's 61 for 4, and he gets the big wicket of Stagno for 28.
Yeah, Stagno, 28 of 15, caught and bowled by Pavni. But just wonder now if we were mentioning the score around about 115 at the rate of the game, but can somebody else come in and just keep him going that way? This guy, though, Julian Ferrone, I think he batted really well. I'm a little bit surprised that he's coming in actually at number 6.
Yeah, I mean, they're mixing up their order. I mean, that's obvious. They want to give a few guys opportunities, but he's one guy. He's got the guns out, doesn't he? I hope he's got a license for them. But he does hit the ball pretty correctly as well, and he hits it pretty powerfully. Here's Parveen.
Misses out on this one. It's I mean, you say powerfully, but he played legitimate pucker shots. That's the good thing I liked about him. He's a orthodox player, and he'd be disappointed he's missed out on that one.
Yeah, true, but first ball, natural angle. Again, Parveen, he's getting too close to return crease for me. He's probably just okay because the heel's in the air, but if he was to ground it there, then there'd be trouble. It's a hard one for the on-field official to call. Again, I don't really like the sideline rule. I think it's out of date. Probably should have been changed 50 years ago. That's the rules that we're playing under. There's Saman Gamira. I wonder if he'll get a bowl with his off spin in this innings.
This was earlier, wasn't it? We've not had a repeat of that again, have we?
Yeah, no,
that was
he's
earlier.
still throwing himself around. I'm liking the enthusiasm.
Bit of break dancing. Short and absolutely clobbered. Lovely shot. What a hook shot this is. He smashes this, that's Fitzgerald. Praveen Singh just a little bit short. And Fitzgerald, well, he gets onto this. There's a swivel. Ooh, as that goes to the boundary. One bounce.
That's a good shot. Really good shot. He advances. So I think Parveen says, all right, I'll bang it in. See what you can do with that. He says, yeah, this is what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to whack it sideways. I'm going to get 4. First time Parveen's gone to the boundary.
Edge and over Miguel Machado.
Great fielding.
And Junaid chests it down just like Ronaldo would do before he gets it on the half volley back to the keeper. Well, this one goes over Miguel Machado by how much? Let's see, by a fair bit.
Well, most football players do spend a fair bit of time on the ground, don't they, rolling around. I think in cricket, he's got a good reason to do it. So Junaid, you like that, puts his body on the line and turns a 4 into a 1, not for the first time. Pretty fine in that position as well. I think it's smart captaincy to have him there.
This one, it's a good delivery, tucks up. Julian Ferrone a little bit, he gets a single. And that's also the end of the over. It's not a bad over at all. Praveen Singh picks up his first international wicket, and he had to do it all by himself.
This is what's coming up tomorrow. Same start time, which is 8:45 GMT, 10:45 in Central Europe, and 2:15 p.m. in India. Netherlands play 3 times, so do well, actually 3 for the Netherlands, and yeah, Gibraltar play 3 times as well. Portugal, that's right, they only have the 2 matches tomorrow, matches 7 and 8. So join us from that same start time, a little bit later. And we started the ECS, so we'll be having our Sunday brunch. Then we'll be coming in for 4 more cricket matches. Know that, Rico, you'll probably already be in Cyprus by the time we start the first ball tomorrow. That's the crazy life of being in the Blue Crew, hey?
Yeah, it's up and about all over the place. We've been bizzed away tonight. And, this one doesn't miss by much. I really do like Simon as a player.
Yeah.
I think in that final, I think he bowled brilliantly. I think he wasn't he the player of the match in the final?
Yeah,
he took 3 for 8 or something. He was sensational, and he got them back in the game for Marlow, and it's nice to see him playing here. Hey, listen, how's your Feng Shui? You know, Feng Shui is so important. It's International Feng Shui Day today.
Ah, right, which is just aligning everything, right?
Yeah.
To have good energy. How's the Feng Shui in our cube?
In our cube, we've got a great view. So I think the view you have is good. We haven't got any sharp lines, which is good as well. Yeah, Feng Shui. And you have to help it to harmonise the environment. This is a traditional ancient Chinese practice. So it's all about good Feng Shui improves your wealth, happiness, and the family.
Scientific. I think we have to align our spiders, right? All I know about Feng Shui is you can't have your front door and your back door in a line in your house. because apparently all the good energy comes in and then disappears out the back. That's the
right.
only rule I know.
It shouldn't be on a main road, as this one is a blast, but it could go to the fielder, and it does. It's a very comfortable looking catch there from Zaman Gamir. He has no problems picking it. He's another guy that over the 2 weeks here in Portugal has taken some sensational catches. I mean, we know that he can keep wicket. I'm more than happy to have him out in the outfield because he takes some great catches.
Yeah, he does. You know, I think it's a very useful position to have somebody out there. And Gamir just knew where he was on the field as well. So they've slowly but surely worked their way into this game over the last two and a half overs. I think Meisman's had a lot to do with that. He gets a wicket now, first of the series for him. And Gibraltar, they are 69 for 5. Fitzgerald departs for 14.
Yeah, well, Fitzgerald, have a look at your Feng Shui, work it out, and maybe that'll give you a bit more luck. The other thing about Feng Shui, of course, the very important one, you never leave the toilet seat up. Got to put it down.
Is that a Feng Shui thing, or is that just
no,
angry
no, it's a
partner
Feng Shui thing. You got to put the seat. You got to put the lid down.
Even the big
the
lid?
lid. It's got to put it down. Otherwise, all your sort of wealth flushes away.
Is that right?
Yep. You
Okay.
see, that's where you're going wrong. You leave it up.
Going to get the plunger, trying to
leave
get
it
it
up.
back. All right, here we go.
Flicked away. And the chase is on. On the Eva. And what a pickup this is. I reckon the rope may have assisted here because there seems to be a little loop in the
Well,
rope.
it's not just that. It was a head-on collision waiting to happen.
What's
and
the-
look,
look at the
ball,
rope.
again, the ball's accelerating, and then last one he says, oh, there's Faf. Whoa, I'm out of here.
Yeah, but look at the wide berth on the rope there. That's like, you know, when you have that little lanes overhead and you have the sort of pull-ins with the big trucks coming the other way. It's one of those.
Should have had the big exclamation mark danger ahead sign there, because there was a fielder coming straight at him. Louis Bruce into the action here.
Hit hard, but how hard? Hard enough. Yes, it goes all the way. Balle. Kinda zona. Shaka Lagia. Así me gusta. Qué grande, qué guay. Eso es unas 6 carreras.
This time Shub goes to one hand, fumbles it once. Let's have a look again.
Shuba yaar
She
kitni
should-
glacier
I think he
pitiyan.
fumbled it
He's
the
hiding
second
now.
time as
He
well.
knows we're on him. He's hiding. You can't hide from us, Shub. I love the sound of the ball when it comes off the bat of Bruce. It
He's
sounds
got a good one.
absolutely beautiful.
He's got a good one, Louis Bruce. And so this will take us to the end of the 8th over. Gibraltar, I mean, still could possibly get that 100, which I think will test Portugal, who must be fatiguing a little bit, and then to their 4th match of the day. 78 for 5 after 8. Kind of stabilised there at around the 10 and over mark. But I've got to say, Meissen, he's been really good. He ends up going 9 in his first, 10 in his second. Does pick up a wicket. Not a bad spell, not a bad entry to the series for him. Parveen has got a big job to do here in over number 9.
Yeah, Parveen Singh, but he'll be boosted with the fact that he has picked up his first wicket. And like I said, he had to do it all his own. It was a great caught and bowl from him, and he comes again. This is a nice looking shot, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. Once again, the sound of that willow sounds absolutely immaculate as he plays this away. Another good shot.
Yeah, just see, probably that's in the range of the infielder, but he couldn't make the stop. I think Sheev just might be getting a few fielding tips off the Portuguese bench there. Let's have a look. He fumbles this one, and then it's pretty much stopped. I feel like he fumbles it again. Again, we won't be able to see it on the replay. There's something you have to work on. Back to the training ground, Shub.
It's been a long day for some of us
That's
as
true.
well, you know, for the
That's
ECI
true.
crew.
Not an easy fielding ground.
Yeah. Okay. Bruce. Oh, and this one is going to be 4 runs. Is off the bat as well. This was so close to the lid as well on the ground.
It really
Watch
was.
this.
He's really wide to get a look at the angle, but was there a little bit of an edge on that?
Ooh, yeah, there was. It's 4 runs. He's off the bat.
So it's bounced over the helmet. And yeah, Machado, acrobatic stuff, but it's going to be a boundary. They all help. To me, potentially, I think the closest match of the day. Potentially. We haven't had a real close finish today. But yeah, I think that 100 plus is a bit of a psychological barrier. I think just Portugal, no goal out in the 11. Greenshield's had a bit of an off game last game with the bat. Should be a really good finish of the day.
He hits his on the up, but it's a chance and he's well taken. No problems from Gomes, who takes the catch. So Louis Bruce, I like what he does. He comes out, quick fire, 17 of 6 deliveries. There's not much of Louis Bruce, but when he hits it, it stays hit, right?
Yeah, wiry, but it's pretty tough wire. That puts him together. And yeah, I mean, it just hits that too well, and that's why it ends up carrying all the way to Gomes, but still really handy impact innings. I mean, that's what Louis is going to have to do if he's going to bat in the middle order. He has to come out, not waste any time, play shots straight away. Has a bit of luck there as well, but he's out of luck on 17. He's the 6th wicket to fall. It's 86 for 6. But, you know, I'm a huge fan of Louis ever since I first saw him at the start of the 2022 season when we had a night series at the Rock. So his cricket keeps heading in the right direction. He's had some good performances in T20 international cricket too. As we see Philip Rykes, who's going to come to the crease here in the 8th spot. And so Parveen with a cheeky 2 for now.
Yeah, well done to Parveen. Still got 3 deliveries to go here. He knows that all the batters coming in now are going to be throwing the willow and trying to get more boundaries. He has a quick look around at his field. I think he's just got to get one right up there. Haven't seen him get the Yorker going. Let's see if he can get it up there. He goes with width. So they do. He gets sent back. He's out. This is brilliant work. Well, fantastically done. And it is El Capitan, Conrad Greenshields, finally puts a smile on his face. And something to smile about as he picks his up and knocks them over. Oh, this is good work. This.
Great stuff. Prowls around, slides to his wrong side. He sees the target, has one stump to aim at and hits it. So, yeah, they weren't even trying for a run there in the end. That's what makes it even worse. So, well, Derek was probably going to make a quick dash off the ground as Rykes goes first ball, but it will be Reyes who comes to the crease.
Yeah, Rakes will have to go, and as a result of this magical bit of work from the Portuguese captain, good pick up, good throw, and well, there he goes. Well, maybe it's the last time we see Derek. We never know.
We need to do a golden version. I think it's a simple paint job to give him a bit of gold metallic paint. I think we got to do a golden Derek, I think, as well. It's something for someone to work on in the background. Anyway, Parveen, 2.5 for 15, I guess, because he creates that run out as well. And Reyes likes to swing. He's got 2 balls to deal with.
Oh, this is so close to knocking the off stump down. This one does stay a little bit low.
Yeah, and it's actually pretty good stop by Machado on the second bounce. This is the thing with Miguel. He seems to take a lot of balls on the second bounce. I don't know whether he can maybe just change his depth a little bit. We tend to talk a lot about wicketkeeper positioning, don't we? I think it's so important. You've got to try and make your life easy in the first place. Last ball of the night coming up.
Oh, well, this is looked like it was going to be head height. It dips viciously.
Yeah.
It ends up being quite a clever slow delivery. It's just unfortunate he wasn't able to field it himself. Have a look at this.
Yeah, it's a great slow ball. And yeah, he just knocks it straight through Malik's legs as well. So pretty handy Fred Astaire moves from Malik as well. The umpire at the end of the 9th over, the score is 87 for 7. And Gibraltar still trying to fight for 100 plus. Won't be easy. You can see 6 bowlers used so far. Parveen, brilliant, 2 for 16 for him. Junaid was great up front as well, 2 for 6. Wickets for Faf Stoneman in there, as well as Said Myson. Probably think Stoneman will be the man to bowl the 10th. He's pretty comfortable in that role. And it will be Faf to bowl over number 10.
Yeah, Faf to bowl. Reyes is the man who's come out. Only faced 2 deliveries, and I think, okay, I'd like to see them really go for it, these deliveries. If they can get the 100 on the board, I mean, I think it would. 100 always sounds better than a score in the 90s, doesn't it? Even 99 to 100, you think 100 is much more. It's just a good sound to it.
Yeah.
I think if they're defending 100, they'll be a bit boosted by it. Let's see where they can get to. Been hit pretty well. Wants to get off the mark straight away. The ball bobbles around. No mistakes from Amandeep. He's one man you're not going to take. And I think this is fair enough. I think if anyone's likely to get a few boundaries here, it's probably Julian Ferrone.
Yeah, Ferrone, I think, is the man here. He actually came in above Louis Bruce, but he just hasn't had a lot of the strike, hasn't been able to do too much with it either. But now he has to try and find a way, I think, to elevate. I'm looking over cover as a potential scoring zone for him. He tries to go that way, but he misses. He's beaten for a bit of pace by Stoneman.
Yeah, this is where Stoneman, for me, has been so improved. There are no issues. I think, and the captain, he with confidence can give the ball to Faf here, knowing that he's going to give you 6 good balls on the money, which is what you want at the death here.
Stoneman probably defaults to Yorker here. Full and straight. Tries, doesn't quite get it in the block hole, but still. Freddie just able to push. Yeah, again, at this stage, I think you've got wickets in hand still. I'd say maybe a bit more intent there to make something more out of that. Did have a little bit of length to work with. Faf Stoneman, slowly that moustache is coming along. You give that 3 or 4 more months, you know, it'll be casting a shadow. At least he's trying, though. 100's looking a long way off at the moment.
Yes, runs quickly. Think about having a shot, but raises there already. So it's another single. Tiki-taka once again here. I mean, there's been some good shots. There's been a lot more boundaries this time than before. I mean, in terms of Maximos, we've seen 5 of them, but they haven't been able to really get too many back-to-back ones. Come around, give them a big finish with 2 balls to go. Well, he hits this pretty well, and it's straight to who else but Amardeep Singh, who takes another good catch. It doesn't matter where you put him, he's always going to come up with some fancy bit of work, and that's another really good catch. He's been blasted, and he just makes it look easy.
He's caught really well, Amardeep Singh. He's been the exception to the rule, I think, that it's difficult to catch out here. And that's a bit unlucky for Freone because he absolutely nails that, but he picks out the one man in that hectare. It was good contact, wasn't it? And I thought 4 or even 6 was on the cards, but Amardeep, the man in the giant hat, said, not on my watch. So 90 for 8, and this good final over continues. Just 3 singles and a wicket off it so far. Gibraltar 90 for 8 with the ball remaining.
Yeah, I've said it before, I've been very impressed with his introduction to the ECIs. I think he's just taken to it like, well, a duck to water, really. He really has been good. He hasn't been frazzled. He's bowled well. He's fielded well. I'd like to see maybe in this match we're going to see him get an opportunity with the bat. He is an opener.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, it's me last ball. Horrocks gets 1 chance at glory. Freone just couldn't do too much in that innings at all, could he? So 90 plus this for the Gibraltarians. Miss, and they ain't going nowhere. So it will be an even 90. Stoneman, really good effort from him there. Bowls the second, bowls the last, 2 for 14. That last over, only 3 singles come off it. And Gibraltar, look, they were 52 at the halfway, but they kind of hit the skids, didn't they? Only 38 in the second half. And I think, Portugal, they'll fancy their chances of chasing that 91. Having said that, they're going to have to bat well. A lot of the runs in the last came from Golia. He came from Golia, who's not in the lineup. And I think probably Machado and Gomes will be up there. Gibraltar will need to take care of that top order if they're going to be competitive here in match 5, the final match of day 1 in this ECI.
Yeah, and one thing I will say, I mean, they don't get to the 100, but you're going to see probably some good bit of fielding from Portugal. We saw that from Amardeep. That would have probably been 4, and in the end they got nothing, and the very next ball resulted in a wicket. And there's going to be some other work as well, maybe from Junaid Khan when he gets his body in the way to stop one. And that's the fielding really that keeps us though. But, well, what a beauty that was from Faf.
Yeah, that was a brilliant ball, wasn't it? And that was after he'd had a bit of a rough first half of the over. Went 6-1-4 to start, but then dot wicket to come back. Gamire's caught well. I think, Portugal have held some of their catches. They put it that way. It's been inconsistent. Gamire, got to say, I'm loving this. And look, Ennis, as a stuntman, you got to learn how to fall out of a moving vehicle and keep your feet. He did it perfectly there, didn't he? But yeah, 5 Maximos in innings, like you said. So it looks not the worst batting performance. I think in Gibraltar, 90s win you a lot more games probably than here. But I think they will just feel if they bowl and field well, hold their catches, if they can remove the top 3, then Gibraltar will be feeling like this is a winning game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I think again it's the power play. I think if they let Portugal get going in the power play, it could be interesting. But if they get a good power play, if they contain Portugal, then anything is possible. But no, this is what I'm talking about. They frame themselves around. This one did get away from the fielder.
It got through the rock.
There was other ones here. I mean, this one through the gap. There's plenty of time that they threw themselves at it. This one, though, was the one that
it was like when you sent the keeper the wrong way in a penalty shootout, wasn't it, that one? That one had everyone kind of matrixing out the way, crashed into the sight screen. Parveen, he was pretty good here. Look at him. He turns. He's turning around, spinning around like Kylie Minogue in the early 2000s, but he held on to the catch. And then it's on a bit of a half track and was put away. Look, there's no lack of intent, I think, for the most part for Gibraltar. And you've got to realise they had lost a few wickets, so they probably couldn't go at absolutely anything. But yeah, 90, it's something to bowl at. Again, I don't think it's quite a pass score, but they'll have to bowl and field out of their skins. Portugal, I mean, you've got to realise it's their 4th match in the day as well, and most of them have played all 4, so there's got to be a bit of fatigue creeping in, especially on the back of that 2-week ECS we've had as well. This was a nice shot late in the piece as Myson got taken deep for the only time, but I think, Parveen Singh went for a couple of boundaries, but then he came back well once again. Shoop's fielding again, it's a little bit disappointing. Going with the one hand. That one almost hit the helmet. Still would have been 4. It was 4. And, laid on. Louis Bruce, after a pretty handy 17, he just drilled one to Gomsh, who was down at long off, low down. How about this run out, though, from Conrad late in the piece?
Yeah, superb, wasn't it? He's darted this in. It's a good pickup. And then, well, you can see from the angle he's at, he's got one stump to hit. And he nails it. Puts a smile on the captain's face. And then this was a cracking catch.
Yeah.
He's game for 6. Amandeep plucks it out. So you can see they were on target even at the halfway point for that 100, but they couldn't quite get there. So you saw the good effort from Gibraltar, but they're going to have to be at their best, aren't they? As we have a quick look at the scorecard.
Yeah, so 90 for 8. Karen Stagno, top scores with 20 off 15. Handy contributions from Louis Bruce, 17, and James Fitzgerald, 14 as far as the bowling went. 2 wickets apiece for Junaid Khan as well as Faf Stoneman. And Parveen Singh, the other one, went to Myson. And the other one was a great run out from Conrad Greenshields. We'll be back in literally a couple of minutes to take you home. It's the early evening, but we're still partying here at the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal. 91 will be the target for Portugal if they are to account for Gibraltar again. Until then, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you after the break for more ECN Cricket. This is the FanCode ECI Portugal.
European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the final ECI here on this magnificent Saturday as we see the conclusion of the match between Portugal and Gibraltar. Gibraltar have had a bat and, well, they put score on the board and get to a score of 90. Remember, they got to 91, struggling to get to 164 the first time these two teams met when Portugal really did pile on the runs. Najam Shazad made 60 of 24. He's not playing in this one, but it's a good replacement for him. Saeed comes into the side, Saeed Misam. Yeah, seen a change in the opening as well. No Kuldeep Gulaya. He's been rested in this match as well by Portugal. Saman Gamiri gets his chance. I'm liking that. I like the way this kid bats. Certainly batted very well in the ECIs in the last 12 days that we were here. And he was good in the field as well. So he gets an opportunity. Miguel Machado will be out there with him as well. These two, if they can get going, can be quite explosive. Saman Gamiri likes to play shots on the up outside the offside. He certainly will be looking to go over the infield on the offside. And, well, he goes offside straight away and gets well fielded. And there by Kenroy Nesta. So start with a single. So they're sticking with having Mir Puri opening the bowling. So Kabir Mirpuri once again. So Machado gets one flighted, and they decide not to go this time as Kenroy onto it pretty quickly and keeps them to, well, to nothing. Nada in this one. Yeah, I think it's always it's a good move. I think just Mirpuri. I think because as openers, you're not expecting it. Maybe tomorrow teams might change their batting lineup slightly if they know that's what's going to be happening here. They're asking the question here. Now the question is one foot at least down or not? One was up. Let's have a look. So he's backpedaling here. What? Foot in the air. And no, he just keeps it on the ground. I do think it comes up eventually. If we kept going here, it does there, just there. I think if he just waited, this is all about timing. Sometimes you get lucky. It's a good effort from the keeper, but not quite. Good work there from Stagno. Oh, this is high up in the air, and it should be taken, and it will be taken. Louis Bruce, the youngster, takes the catch, and Machado is going to go without scoring. So Miguel Machado is going to have to walk back here. So once again, he takes a spin on, but he slices it up. And Louis Bruce, that's a fantastic catch from the young man. Well done. He just has a look around and says, what are you doing covering me? No way. So, hello, Derek. It's another one. So another one that will go into the pool at the Centurum Hotel. And a good time as this wicket falls. We see the highlights again from Louis Bruce taking a great catch. So welcome back into the box, Mini Sandhu.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Great bowling by Mirpuri. He's done a really good job bowling in the power play today. I think that's a testing length. You know, he forces Machado to make the running. Look, I think the shot's on as well. He just doesn't hit it very well. I mean, you don't mind getting out with intent. And I think the shot was there. It just wasn't well executed. So 1 for 1. I've got to say, I love that Gamiro's out there opening. I think he deserves an opportunity. Faf Stoneman getting a chance at number 3. So, I mean, yes, it's giving people a go, but they're also people that I think are very, very capable of executing a chase like this. So, yeah, Faf in particular, since his bowling has been a bit more of a focus, I think we haven't seen as much of him with the bat. But having said that, he whacked a 50 or 14 balls in one match in the recent ECS. Let's see how he goes here. Coming in the first over.
Oh, he just sees it go by. Oh, that's a tight call.
I think it's wide. Like
Do you?
He moves late. He doesn't move early. So he's still in front of the stumps. And I think for me, that gets a bit of the line.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't, for me, it wasn't wholly inside. It was just mostly inside.
Tough call.
Anyway, bolt the stumps.
Well, this one gets played, but no run. Liking that field position there. I like it. This is what we saw Evanesh Pai do a lot. And in Gibraltar at the Europa point, he just puts a squeeze in. He likes to have one man in close there.
So then he goes back as his last ball the over, so he doesn't mind the one. He's just trying to cover a bit more range now.
shorter, and he misses out on this Faf. I think that's there for the hit, and be disappointed. He doesn't get off the mark, but what a very good first over there. Samir Puri. Well, sometimes we like to eat our puris, but sometimes they can be a little bit spicy, and Kabir Mir Puri has been a little bit spicy, and only 2 off the first.
Yeah, Tyrone. I mean, Tyrone, he's probably saying, how are you missing that, Faf? That's unbelievable. It was a Gundy ball, but he was early on it. So it is 2-1 after 1. I love Tyrone's expressions out there. 91 matches since the Golden Ball, and we're a couple of days away from the ton, believe it or not. We're 48 hours away from the ton, which will come up last game today in Cyprus. If we don't get one earlier than that, it wasn't that funny. And Tyrone, we can see the kind of expressions that made him one of the top models. We saw some of his work earlier today. Gamiro will face up to Horrocks, and he gets hit now. So, this chase is no gimme, 91. And Portugal haven't made a very productive start at all.
No, they haven't. I mean, with that very good first over, only 2 from it, a wicket as well. It's almost like you're now chasing a score of around 100. And, well, Subhan Gamir, you can see he's not had a knock today. He plays that so early. But I like it that he's there. He's a good batter. And he goes for the same shot once again. And I think Jack Horrocks is probably thinking, okay, I've got your number. And Horrocks can get a really good Yorker in there as well. So you can see the Portuguese camp there just looking a little bit nervy, and they're just trying to shout out some positive instructions to the batter.
Here's the thing. I mean, we wondered at what stage will this natural pecking order be challenged. I think it's now with this kind of Netherlands, then Portugal, then Gibraltar, based on the results we've seen so far.
Flipped away, and this is more like it. That's the sort of shots he plays. And when he does play, when he does get going, he is so fluent, and he's pretty nifty and nippy as well. What a lovely shot this is. Look, he's down the leg side, gets into position, elevates it over the infield, and just one bounce to the boundary. Good shot.
Brilliant batting. Really, really good batting. Wasn't a good ball from Horrocks, so was it. Drifted into the pads. It's very hard to protect that quarter of the field.
Yeah, I think he does go for the Yorker, thinking he can knock the stumps over because of the first 2 swings and misses, but gets it wrong and gets punished. And this time it's straight down the ground. It's going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. It's a lovely shot. So back-to-back boundaries there, and this one, well, he just waits on it, and yeah, look at that. I like the way he just sort of does a little bit of a hoppity hop here. Just this is all about go on, a little bit further, a little bit further. Yeah, I got it.
He writes it like a jockey, doesn't it? Doesn't he? Give me a right. He sprung to life here. I think he just probably needed the nerves settled a little bit, and now he can kind of relax into his work. So yeah, Horrocks, I mean, he's another guy. He'll try all day for you. Jack Horrocks, just making a slight adjustment to the field. Again, got to penetrate this top order.
And, well, this one is called a wide, so it just goes, Horrocks is, come on up, give me a break.
Yeah, probably is just, again, it's close. When it bounces, it's almost inside. Almost not really good enough. Their judgment calls, I mean, if there's doubt on those, they normally go the batter's way, because it's a batter's game, this T10. I want the bowlers to at least challenge the batter, something reachable.
Okay, this is played out on the off there, so stopped. Okay, look, there's what a ball to go in the second over. We know the graphics are going to come up. If that flag's not up there, I'm finding someone. I'm straggling them.
I gotta tell you,
yeah,
I think we're gonna have to wait for tomorrow. But at least we'll have something to look forward to. Tune in from the airport, Rico, or whenever you're.
Can't I just go sort them out? Can't I just go and say, hey, it's not that difficult? I mean,
well, it's not difficult, but getting stuff on the screen
come on,
is a modern miracle that we're able to do what we're doing. So brace yourself, maybe look away now.
If I wanted to have
12 for 1 after 2.
If I wanted to have a picture of you in your budgie smugglers on there now, I could do it in 5 minutes. I can organise it. Me and Andrews will get it. So why can't they get the flag of Gibraltar up there? It's ridiculous.
Some things take time.
Okay.
Anyway,
there you go, Gibraltar. I'm for you. I'm backing you. I'm shouting for it.
Just concentrate on the piece of pizza logo, which you've picked out now.
But that is,
pepperoni pizza.
Even when you look at it on the shirts, doesn't it look like a slice of pepperoni pizza?
Yeah, I'm liking it.
Wake up,
Alex Macy.
Wake up, Macy, wake up.
Look at that. Edge of your seat action. Anyway, Mirpuri coming back. I don't mind this. Bowled a good first over. Going to bowl over number 3.
Okay, it's played out to the fielder. Liking this field.
It's a nice time of day. We've never actually finished this late, have we?
Yeah, look at the squeeze there on the offside. I'm liking that. And they've got Avinash Pai just inside as well, saying, go on, no single. Liking it. It's good. And he tries to go underneath this to try and hit over that field. We're still in the power play, so this is good stuff.
Yeah, I'm liking it at the moment. It's a good power play ball. Look how high that bounces. It's not an easy ball to get away.
This time's a little bit short, and he gets it past the infielder, and it's 4 runs. Nicely done. Nice bit of fielding there done. Also, I might say Misamu just has to wake up from his little cat nap to stop this one.
Natural variation. That's a similar length to the one that bounced about chest height. This one doesn't bounce as much. And again, it's the placement. Gets it past the infielder. It's so fast. Runs away. Puri won't be too phased by that, though. He's hunting this wicket.
Oh, well, that's an absolute beauty. And Mipuri, yeah, he's loving it. Turns around, looks at the camera, he punches up to the sky. You know who he reminds me of a little bit? There's a little bit Roger Federer look about it.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
And
this was picture perfect, wasn't it?
Yeah,
from
look at that. It's Roger Federer. Well, he's retired from tennis. He's playing a bit of cricket, and he's loving this one because, well, he serves up an absolute beauty.
Just plays down the wrong line. It's a bit of guesswork. I think he thought it would turn a bit more than it did, Gamire, and yeah, I'm liking that. It's little horns and little, I don't know what you call that one. It's a bit of a jump and double punch from Mirapuri, who's bowled brilliantly here in match 5. He puts his team ahead in this cricket match right now. He's got 2 for 6, and the score is 16 for 2.
Yeah, and well, Conrad Greenshields now comes out as we see that magnificent delivery one more time. Absolute humdinger of ball. There he is, Roger Federer. Yeah, I like it. Well, he's liking it as well. And, well, may have retired from international cricket, but not from international cricket, tennis, I should say, but not cricket. As Conrad Greenshields, who was all over the place in the match earlier. Let's see if he's been able to compose himself, and he's back to his best. Mipuri to continue to him. And Greenshields gets bad onto this one. It took him 6 deliveries to try and get going last time. He couldn't when he gets a run from the very first delivery.
New game, new opportunity. That's what I love about this format as well. You get multiple opportunities as a batter. You might have a shocker, but you can always come back. Stuart, really enjoyed your old man rant, Rico. It's been a while since you've had a good old man rant out of you. I had a bit of an old man rant with bowlers running in front of the umpire earlier in this Portugal adventure. It's mostly been improved now. Shot.
Got to get down.
Oh, great
beautiful. Louis Bruce.
That's brilliant work from Louis, because that looked 4 for all money. Had to slide, had to get the height right as well. And it's not an easy field to go to ground on. You see the skid marks. That's brilliant work.
Nicely done. And hopefully his leg will be all right there as well. And good work, Louis. Gives us a thumbs up. There you go. That's
Louis
what I like.
the Bruce. Yeah, I quite like this time of day with it. It's not quite twilight, but we're only about, what is it, about 40 minutes away from, or 50 minutes away from sunset now. So it's kind of cooled off now. Sun's not really a factor as much. But yeah, what a good opportunity for the 2 Welsh players, Faf Stoneman and Greenshields, to build a partnership, potentially a match-winning partnership for Portugal. Remember, these 2 had some good partnerships back in the ECC as well. So they've done it before. Here's Avinash Pai getting a bowl in the 4th.
Ball. Take a single. Good running. Well, put the brakes on. Where's he going? Stoneman just keeps up. Well, there he is. He just comes back into the shot. It's, well, his running is okay, but the braking is not so good. He needs to check those brake pads. Avinash. Be a good competition, this, between these 2. The 2 captains, and he's walking. He's got it. Well, the competition doesn't last too long. Conrad Greenshields, although he does get off the mark of the first ball, the second ball he faces, he snicks behind, and Stagno makes no mistakes. It would have been a wide, and that's what makes it so filthy. And you can see Conrad Greenshields, credit to him, though he's disappointed. He doesn't wait to be given, though I'm pretty sure that Jerome Peters has got a bit of a smile on his face and a nod, which indicates to the batter, look, you can either walk or I'll put my finger up.
Yeah, I think, now Conrad is a sportsman at the end of the day. And you're right, I think it would have been a wide. Great take behind the stumps as well by Kieron Stagno. He didn't snatch at that one. He just allowed it to nestle in his gloves. So, yeah, I think he's better when he's not trying to be as snatchy and get the ball back to the stumps quickly. And so Conrad, well, sums up his afternoon, really. There goes the bonsai bat, as he's the third wicket to fall. It's 19 for 3. And Sean Gomsh, not a bad number 5 at all to call on. So again, they still got the batting to do it. But the issue here, that run rate required has quietly gone up to about 11 and over required now.
There's still, though, look, the rate is going to be more the issue than the wickets. Have a look who's still to come. And these are players that we've seen perform brilliantly. Saad Misam, Amir Zaib, you know, Amardeep Singh.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, there shouldn't be, I don't think they'd be too disappointed with where they are. They just don't want the rate to fall. That's the only thing that they're probably hurting them at the moment. Well,
okay.
He deflects it away, chase after it.
Uh-oh.
And they will get there, but this one, did it take 2? I think they should have taken 2 here. Yeah, they get 2.
Well, we had 2 big bodies hitting the ground here, and it was a case of who was going to get up first. And let's just have a look here. It was Reyes. That's a bit of multitasking work there, but he does get on it eventually.
Okay, we're just in that area again, and this time it's well picked up by Fitzgerald that fizzes it in. James Fitzgerald, just a single.
What an over from Pye at the moment. John's asking, is the reduced light a factor for the batters? Maybe a little bit. I wouldn't say it's that dark, though. It's still pretty clear. Just a bit darker. If anything, you don't have that glare factor that was an issue later.
I think it becomes probably easier for the fielding side, right? I don't think it's a disadvantage for anybody at the moment. Not the way things are there. It's still pretty bright. Let's put it this way, as Avinash. Well, a little bit short. It's good contact. Trying to get it in the gap. It doesn't. Let's just say it's like starting a match of cricket on a cloud. It's better than a cloudy day in the UK. Goes pretty wide there, doesn't he, Avinash?
I'm looking at where he bowls. His front foot's in line with the stumps pretty much. So he's lengthening the pitch, and he's just trying to say a few things there. But yeah, he will vary things. He'll vary his pace. He'll vary the length of the delivery as well. Much more front line again. This one shoots through to the keeper. So game on here at the SCG. It's the end of the over. Very good one from Avi. And the score is 23 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, great over. Just the 5 runs. Picks up the all-important wicket of Conrad Greensius now. So this becomes a pretty key partnership. And all I'm saying here, this partnership for me is the case of get on with it or get out of the way, because you still got good batters that can make that rate of, under 12 and over look like nothing. But they've got to get out there before that rate gets to something like 16 and 17. So if you're not going to do it, if you're not going to keep up with it, if you're not going to find the boundary fence, then just move out the way, because I'm pretty sure that you've got batters in there can do it. I've mentioned a few of them. I haven't even talked about Junaid Khan. Remember what he can do.
He's batting 10, Junaid Khan, in this lineup. So, he's much better than your average number 10. Now, here's the thing. The 3 overs this spin have gone for 2, 6 and 5. So I think they're trying to keep the pace off for the most part. Reyes is coming on. Still got the sunglasses on despite the slightly reduced light. But yeah, the only over that's gone double figures was Horrocks, who went for back-to-back boundaries in the second and went for 10. Anyway, time for over number 5. Something's got to give here.
Andrew Reyes. There's no pace on it at all, and work to be done for the fielder, and he deals with it nicely, just a single.
Well done by Horrocks.
I think that this is not a bad bowling change, because I think basically Avinash Pye is saying, well, okay, this is one guy who, when he comes on the bowl, people are thinking, right, and I've seen him bowl in jib, and he takes a lot of wickets, Reyes. So they probably think, right, this is our moment, this is our time to try and get in the game, but if you don't execute it well, you could lose your wicket.
Yeah, exactly right. Gomsh, again, he's an accomplished player, isn't he? Oh, this one does him, though. Leaves him off the pitch. Yeah, I like the fact that Gibraltar's saying, look, we're going to make you generate all the pace here. And it's not so easy.
Yeah. And it's harder, isn't it? As we know, it's harder when there's no pace on the ball. So clever bowling change this from Avinash. And this is uppish and I'm talking just over the outstretched hand of James Fitzgerald. He doesn't really clobber this. He looks to get the timing right. And just watch this. You're talking centimetres.
It's good batting, though. I mean, he aims to go over the infield, and he does. Because if you get it over an infielder's head, there's normally a gap in the outfield behind them. So he does get 4. As long as Gomsh is there, I think Portugal are winning the game.
Works his way. Well, that's a pretty strong statement, but yeah, I see where you're coming from.
I just think he's too good at controlling a chase, and I think he'll take calculated risks when he needs to. I don't think he'll let the rate get out of hand. It's that faff. It's a bit concerning that he hasn't been able to get going so far, but I think, yeah, this is the line in the sand moment. Yeah, it's time to go big or get out the way, I think. We'll see him taking some big risks.
He goes straight and tries to pierce the field. Lou Bruce is onto it pretty quickly, but good backing up, though, there as well from Philip Reichs. He's right there just saying, well, if you miss it, I'm here. You can attack it, don't worry. It's just good over, isn't it, from Reyes? Only 7 off it with the ball to go.
Yeah, it's worked out well. Well, saying that, only 5 balls into the overs. That's risky. Last ball of the 5th.
There, once again, it will just be just a single. Yes, it gets picked up and underarm back. So well bowled. And Reyes just concedes 8. And the score after 5 at the halfway point reaches 31 for 3.
Coming up on Monday, it'll be Rico Fall and Nishate Butt. That will be taking you through the first 5 matches of the ECS Cyprus. Get to see the Nicosia Tigers as well as the Limassol Calendars, as well as Everest. We haven't seen the Everest before. Also, the Battle of the Kings in match 4, CSK versus NRK. And it all starts slightly earlier time due to the different time zone there in Cyprus. It's 5:30 a.m. GMT, 7:30 in the morning in Central Europe, and 11 a.m. in India. For more FanCode European Cricket Series, of course, tomorrow we'll have cricket coming from right here. And right now, it's game on as we head into the dusk session. Comp faces up. Avinash Pai comes back for a second over. So they're really taking the pace off. And this is a tactic we've seen them use really effectively. Gibraltar, and even when we saw Avinash Pai play for Costa del Sol, for example, in the Spanish T10 finals a couple of years ago, they used a lot of spin. Lathbury Lightning, a team that kept using a lot of spin.
Yeah.
And I just think that good players make more errors against spin rather than pace. And yeah, Stoneman, he knows the score. He can't really let this over drift by without firing a shot. So I think he's going to go after him. It's just a matter of whether he gets away with it or not.
Yeah. I'm slightly disappointed he wasn't able to stop the single there. It sort of ricochets off his knee, gets away from him. And,
shot.
Okay, funky, but to the fielder.
It's actually a really good shot. It's just a bit unlucky. Hits it straight at the fielder. But yeah, trying to be inventive, fast hands. We've certainly seen a few of these go to the boundary today because also the spin can do the fielders. But that was ill-directed from Faf Stoneman.
Yeah, I think when you play that shot, you take a chance in terms of the placement of it. Avinash. Yeah, that's really well bowled. And good work from the keeper as well, Stegner. I think he's upped his game in this one as well, hasn't he?
I think because you're trying to generate the pace, you can lose a bit of your form, a little bit of technique. You can kind of see that with that shot from Gomsh. It's kind of going for extra power.
Shorter, uppish, and once again, he just gets it over the flying man. Well, what's going on there? Bit of fun and games. Who's going to get there first? It's me. No, it's me. But Miguel Stoneman wins the race.
Yeah. Have a look.
Uppish.
Yeah, and then Keegan De Silva and Miguel Stoneman. Oh, just having a bit of fun. We can see they want the ball. And I don't know if you need to have ball retrievers that close to each other, but it certainly made for an interesting bit of competition. Over 2 a ball required, though, now for Portugal.
Oh, this is so close.
I just think of all the bowlers that are running in off 25, 30 yards and bowling their heart out. And all you have to do is just rock your arm over like this and making Gomsh look a little bit inadequate compared to someone like Horrocks who is really kind of getting it down there. Where's the reward for the faster guys?
A bit fuller. Good variations from Avinash. And one thing he hasn't allowed the batters to do is predict what he's going to bowl. He's always been different, sometimes shorter, sometimes quicker, fuller, holds it back. Very, very good spell of bowling. I mean, in this contest, when you haven't got too many runs on the board, I mean, to bowl the way he's done his 2 overs, he's only conceded just, 12 runs, 1 for 12. That's outstanding.
Brilliant work. And the other thing is, only 2 wides in his first 6 overs. They're not giving away for free. Tricky 4 overs here for Portugal. They don't want to drop this game because it kind of throws that second spot up for grabs. And yeah, they're just sticking with what works. I don't mind there. So Reyes, again, he's going to come back and bowl over number 7. And then I mean, they've got options down the stretch, don't they? Yes, they can bring back Horrocks. I mean, they're going to have to go for a fifth bowler, but you'd imagine Louis Bruce probably would be bowled. You've even got other spin options like Ian Lattin that you haven't seen bowling yet. Anyway, here we go with over number 7. Something's got to give here.
Well, this is hit hard. Louis Bruce can't get to this. This is such a powerful hit. And Gomes this time, well, it's in the slot, isn't it? Because he makes that initial movement towards the off stump, he gets right in line with it early, and then he hits through it. A good shot, classy hit, and not even Louis Bruce can catch up to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing on this field. It gains pace because everything's hitting the field on a downslope. So even though it wasn't too far from Louis, he had absolutely no chance of stopping that. Good shot by Gomes.
And he goes for another one across the line, and it would go all the way. Bolle, kinna zona, shaka, lagia, 6 runs, and well, even the VIP section has vacated that zone. Well, they've made their way to the clubhouse where everybody is waiting for the finale.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it? I mean, the negative about bringing someone like Reyes yet is, okay, they've had a good look at him. They've kind of timed him up now.
Yeah.
It's a risky shot, I suppose, to go across the line, but he's got a good eye, gets 6, and so this could be the over that brings Portugal back in the conversation. Should just be one down to Bruce, assuming he picks it up cleanly, and he does. But yeah, Faf Stoneman, yeah, I don't know if you can retire him out here, but you certainly want him to go for it. And if he's out, you've got other options. It's not that he's not capable, but it hasn't really happened for him so far in this innings.
Yeah, I think he'd turn it on, Vinny. He's too good a player. He's been out there. He's not his natural game to be aggressive. He's had 9 balls now. I think we'll start to see him. He'll either turn it on or he'll make way for somebody else. Good straight hit down the ground. Yeah, it's well fielded, and it's a good work there from Philip Rakes.
Yeah, Rakes is a pretty handy pickup. I haven't seen him in the T10 format before.
Well,
that's very Alfred Hitchcock. Yeah, the birds are coming.
Well, there they go.
They're after the cows.
So is that a Storks as well then?
I cannot tell you from this distance. Yeah, maybe ducks.
Sliced up in the air, and it's a catch. So there he is. Roger Federer takes another one. And, well, leaping with joy. And he says, don't do it to me. Look over there, because that's where the camera is. Mirpuri says, I know where the camera is. Don't worry about it.
I don't have a problem with Mirpuri doing this, but I think that then he should have to lift up Reyes as well, who created the chance in the first place. But anyway, it's a nice bit of lifting from the keeper, Stagno. 50's come up, but that's a big wicket in the context of the game, isn't it? Because it is the wicket of Sean Gomes, who he batted pretty well, but he's going to have to go. And yeah, big moment. He goes for 26.
Yeah, and you said it. You said that if Gomes goes, while he's there, they're winning the game. So that could really be the big wicket. Also, it's a gamble to go back to Ray. I think Ray's the sort of bowler you bowl him. If he gives you one good over, you settle for it and say, right, okay, you've done your job.
Bring him back in
to go back to him, the way it started, I thought, oh no, with 2 balls going to boundaries. But give credit to Reyes, picks up his first wicket.
And you stick with what's working. I mean, he bowled a very good first over and he went for 8. Okay, Amandeep Singh gets a hit.
Hits it well, and just going to be a single, I believe. Yeah, Amandeep, I'm liking him out here. This guy, for me, can change the way the match goes. Amandeep, and also someone like Saeed Misam, who I would like to think is going to be in next. End of the over. Well done to Reyes. He only goes for 21. All right, that one. Few more in it, but he picks up the big wicket. Oh, Gomes.
It's worth it to get the wicket of Gomes, I think. As we look ahead to tomorrow, matches 6 through 9. So just a straight triple round robin format here in the ECI. Netherlands versus Gibraltar first thing in the morning. And Portugal will play the middle matches. And yeah, the Netherlands-Gibraltar matches bookend day 2 here in Portugal. Join me tomorrow and perhaps some special guests on the European Cricket Network for our coverage of day 2 in this FanCode ECI Portugal. Okay, well, there's the Portugal bench. 40 off 3. So, yeah, Louis Bruce, I think he'll probably get 2 overs. That'll be the plan at least. So, if you can get after Bruce, you've got a chance. If you can't, I don't think you do have a chance. So, yeah, Gibraltar yet to win a T10 International. This is their 3rd attempt today. At the moment, they're in the box seat. But, again, can someone like Amandeep come and turn things around? Plenty of batting still to come for the Portuguese. Here's over number 8, and here's Louis.
It's high up in the air, and it's been muffed, and it also goes to the boundary. That is a huge moment. Julian Ferrone doesn't pick it up, and Amandeep gets given a chance. You don't want to give this guy too many opportunities. You drop him, it could be to your peril. He's a dangerous player.
The perils of fielding in the vortex, and what's worse, it ends up going to the boundary. I thought Louis had done the first ball trick again. So just remember that Amandeep Singh dropped on 1, and it goes for 4. Handy runs for Portugal. This game, much of a muchness at the moment. I think it's in the balance, and Amandeep, he gets another life.
It's well bowled. Good comeback from Bruce.
So that's the kind of quicker one that slides through, but he's also got this really good kind of rolling cutter. It's a slower ball. So I wonder if he'll bowl it here, actually, because he's just surprised him for pace. So normally the batter would have this adjustment saying, okay, come on, I don't want to be late on it.
Yeah.
And the bowler normally in this situation would take the pace off. He goes the same again. And this time, is there an edge? There is. And so he's caught behind. So how about that? He went pace on again. Bruce with the wicket of Amandeep Singh, who got lucky. He got 4 he probably didn't deserve, but he'll get no more. And Portugal in a real dogfight here, and they're losing it at the moment. It's 55 for 5.
Yeah, that's another big wicket. I said that Amandeep, maybe he can make things, but you can see he's just really trying to hit the ball so hard. He knows he's nicked it. He's making no effort to get back. He's staring right at Jerome Peters, and Jerome Peters saying, well, all right, if you really want me to put the finger up, I will. And it's all the 5s. 55 for 5. Amandeep goes. And, well, who's walking out there now? It looks like they're going with Amir Zahib.
Yeah, I mean, here's a guy, I remember him scoring some big runs in the ECC. The man they call the Rock. They're going to have to do something pretty special. Again, these guys are very capable, but they're new to the crease. And so, yeah, Faf Stoneman at the other end, he's still there. 36 off 15. I feel like you need a boundary this over just to kind of stay in the contest. Another boundary. I mean, here's Zahib on strike.
And this one gets played into the gap. It's 4 runs. And this time, Julian Ferrone, who dropped Amandeep, and he's probably was smiling afterwards once the wicket was taken. But this is one, I think, if you watch it and let it go by, forget it.
Yeah.
You've got to commit. You've got to dive. You've got to get dirty.
You're fielding on Venus, and you can't trust your own sense of gravity.
There's that boundary. There's that boundary.
Yeah, exactly. And you feel like for Portugal to win, an individual has to have a heater.
Oh, yeah.
And it could be Zahib. He's made a good start there. They're going to push Ferrone back, and they're going to bring up the deep square. So that's Louis basically saying, look, I'm going to bowl offside. Zahib say, yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll hit you offside. Let's see how I go.
Nice. In that area and down.
Oh, no.
He's having
that's
an
the vortex.
absolute mare. And it's Ferrone again. And this is expensive. Remember the drop catch. Not so much a catch, but it goes to the boundary.
See,
now this one goes to the boundary
I
as
made
well.
the sound effect because that was the sound that Ferrone's insides were making around now, because he knows he's had a bit of a rough time. I'd actually just get him out of that position because it's not an easy place to field. He's a bit low on confidence. So Zahib gets back-to-back boundaries. And 2 of the 3 boundaries in this overs have been unearned, I think, from the batting team.
Yeah, they have. Well, that rate went to 14, and now it's got back down to just over 12. And it still goes in that area. And this time he comes across. He does get to it. And, well, that's the way it goes. Louis Bruce, he'll probably wonder how this over has gone for 13 because, well, 8 of them certainly shouldn't have been there. But still, it's not a bad over at all. He does pick up a wicket, and a valuable wicket of Amandeep. It is 63 now for 5.
Have a look how close this cricket match is. So the red line is the run rate from the first innings where it ended up. And they're just creeping up on it. If they can get ahead of it at the end of the 10 overs, then they win the match. They go back to pace now. Looks like Horrocks is coming back. So you've got Horrocks in the 9th. You'll have Louis Bruce in the 10th. So they're back to pace. This game is anybody's at the moment. So the biggest over of the day perhaps coming up, and it's Horrocks to bowl it.
And he's got to wicket straight away. It's played on. And Amir Zahib, the Rock, well, he might be the Rock, he might be indestructible, but he destructs himself as he puts it onto the stumps. Horrocks, well, he's a rock of his own. He's a Horrocks, and he knocks the stumps over. And it's another vital breakthrough. More importantly, it's a dot as well.
He doesn't really move his feet there, does he? Doesn't get in a great position. And yeah, inside edge onto the stump. So, I mean, look, has some luck while he's there. It's not a bad innings from Zahib. I mean, he keeps the show on the road, doesn't he? He has 2 boundaries in his 4 deliveries, but the 4th one, he chops onto Horrocks. Good comeback from Jack. I think he's actually bowled pretty well today. Hasn't always had luck. Hasn't always had a second over either.
No.
But, yeah, that was a nice piece of bowling. Now, Parveen can come out and be a hero. Left-hander as well coming out, so that kind of throws you a bit. But yeah, this game takes a twist, and I still think it's got to be advantage Gibraltar in this situation. But like I said, someone has to come out and have a heater. Who says it won't be Parveen Singh?
Yeah, look, you're absolutely right. Somebody's just got to get in there, get going, crack a couple of boundaries, and just makes it interesting. I mean, Parveen, we know we can do it. He's still got Saeed and Hissam as well. Okay, here we go. Parveen comes out, left-hander. Horrocks needs to get his line right straight away.
Yeah.
You can see that the keeper, Stagno, just making sure the field is right. So 14, it's how quickly the rate changes. It was here, goes to 12, and within a few balls, back to 14. Nicely played. This is going to take some stopping. And it's well stopped. And added delight. They do move him.
I love it for Aaron. He stops it, but then he decides to create another problem by almost taking the keeper's head off. He says, here, take this. This is how hard it is. Stagner's saying, I know. I can see. He does well to block that throw, and in the end, it's just a single.
Got to keep their cool here, Gibraltar. Faf, he's got to up the gear now. He's been going tiki-taka, like a 2-cylinder tuk-tuk. Well, he needs to change up now to a V12 and start to crunching a few.
Has to put that out of his mind. Has to treat himself like a new batter here. Come out, swing the bat. They need boundaries.
So he does swing the bat. And
That's
wow.
great spin.
It's well backed up. But look who the fielder was again. Yeah, I think Julian Ferrone is just thinking, can somebody please take me out of this here?
That is an end of the bat job, and it spun one way, then the other. I mean, they're just lucky they got Avinash Pai to cover. But that's gone. It's hit a whole family of Tortugas on the way through, and I'm not surprised he didn't get anything on that. I don't blame him at all there. It's entertaining.
Changing the field, square leg gets pushed back. So this is all about Horrocks getting the feeling that Faf is more likely to go on the leg side. So 3 men on the leg side now on the boundary.
Got to stand his ground, not back away. Back away now, but when he gets into his stance, I think he's got to hold his ground, and if anything come across a little bit, they're normally bowling outside the off stump, trying to make him reach.
Oh, and they're going for this. Stagno, I think he gets there. And I think he thinks about throwing and decides not to. Doesn't want to throw it away, doesn't want to give any runs away unnecessarily. The batter, I think, only just gets in.
Yeah, does get in. He decides not to throw. That shows it pretty clearly. And he gets the bat down. So
I think that's a good decision. If he throws and misses, they get another run.
Yeah, true. And he might have still got him. You know, he wasn't sure. So, yeah, Parveen, he could have hit a boundary first ball, but he picked out the fielder. Freuno. And really entertaining one. I don't get a boundary this over. I think Gibraltar are miles ahead.
Well bowled. Really good delivery to the left-hander. And just, well, they're taking him on. Oh, no, it's a total mess up. Well, we've had the Bry here at the ground. Well, this is a bit of a Bry out there. He's been barbecued. They lose another wicket. And, well, huge disappointment for Praveen, because I think he's been well and truly cooked here.
Yeah, and I think at this stage you probably would rather lose Stoneman. But you see that Stoneman runs and crosses as the established batter, quote unquote. So it'll be one and run out. Parveen. I just think his left-handedness was handy. And with Stoneman not really hitting too many in the middle of the bat, I think you could have chosen who was out if you're a Portuguese fan. I like the little leg raise from Tyrone. But yeah, they just miscommunicated, didn't they? An easy bounce throw, easy finish for Stagno. So Junaid Khan comes in. Again, I don't mind Junaid coming out at this stage. He came out and hit boundaries straight away, hit 3 boundaries in the final yesterday. He's better than your average number 9. But yeah, Horrocks has put in a shift here, hasn't he? 1 for 15. He's been brilliant. Kabir Mapuri back in the game again as the thrower of that run out.
Huge delivery. 1 ball of this over. Junaid wants to hit a boundary. They're needing 22 at the moment from 7 deliveries. And he hits it well, but Louis Bruce is there. He'll keep it to 1, so that's a good result for Gibraltar. So Gibraltar eyeing up their first ever victory in an ECI. and looking to do it here against the host nation, Portugal. Portugal will go to the last, and they need 21 for victory.
They'll need a magical finish, won't they? And, well, it's our last game together for a couple of weeks, Rico. Imagine if it was a golden ball. It's on the cards. I mean, it would have to be a magical finish. 20 to push a golden ball. We've had 6 golden balls this year. 5 of them in Malta. I mean, that was a crazy series, wasn't it? Yeah. Golden ball 43 was back on the 21st of March, which seems like a long time ago now. It's almost 3 weeks ago. And, of course, golden ball rules say if the game's tied, it'll be dark, number 1, but also that the batters will need 2 off that additional delivery.
Louis Bruce, first ball for me, slow ball. Let's see. Now he goes for slower short delivery. Not quite full, but it's a dot, and well, it's a single rather, which is as good as a dot, really. And, well, that takes the equation to 20 or 5.
It's a hard place to be, Faf Stoneman, right now. I mean, that's the thing. If you could choose right now, I suppose you can. Would you rather Stoneman be batting or just gamble on someone that hasn't batted at all?
Gamble.
You know, like
you know why gamble? Side me some big hitter sitting there.
So look where he's taking up his stance. He's basically, he's wanting the leg side. They've bowled pretty well to him. And if he does take up that stance, then you've probably got a little bit more leeway with that offside wide line. But
yeah, see what happens there. By him doing that, the only thing he allows the fielding side to do is change the field.
Yeah, he does change the field, then he goes back and stands in a normal place.
Well bowled. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You know what? The more I see this young man play, Louis Bruce, the more I like him. I saw him doing things like this in Gibraltar at that Europa Point cricket complex. Done the same here. So smart, so intelligent. He knows. I mean, I'm thinking it already. Slower ball, because you know he's going to try and give space. That's exactly what he does. Slow, on the pegs, knocks them over. Top bowling, top player. He's going places, this young man.
Yeah, and for Faf Stone, you've got to feel for him. I mean, his bowling's come a long way. Just having a bit of a rough time with the bat at the moment. That was not an easy innings to watch as he goes for 10 off 13. Credit Louis Bruce, though. I mean, that's how he won the game for Lathbury Lightning in a pretty dramatic chase that Alton were attempting against the Gibraltarian champion club. And, yeah, hit the stumps. We saw it. Even players that are good at that shot, like Boris Gawley, for example, you know, you test him. You bowl at full, you bowl at the stumps, and you can pick up a wicket that way. Solves the problem. Now, Nippo comes out at 10. So, yeah, have they not batted Mysom here at all?
I don't get it. 20 for 4, and you got big hit. I mean, Nippo, I mean, he can whack it. He's an entertaining guy. I've seen him play a great innings back in Coimbra. But, you know, it's a hard ask now, isn't it? You need 20 or 4 deliveries.
All right, time to be a hero, Nippo. Oh, yeah. That'll make it 3 6s to tie. With Junaid, I say things come in threes. Hit 3 boundaries back-to-back yesterday. Let's see if he can clear the ropes here, keep this game alive as the sun's about to set in 20 minutes. I think the sun's setting on Portugal's chances here in the last match of day 1.
So, here we go. Junaid hits it well and should be swept out there by, well, eventually by the fielder who finds it. Nicely done by Jack Horrocks. Hasn't he bowled well as well? What a moment this is as well. As we see now what we're needing 18 of 2 deliveries. Great moment this for Gibraltar. Great moment for something like our very own Samir Nayak, who is the coach of Gibraltar. I mean, he's really worked the boys hard. Considering the 2 disappointments they've had, what a comeback for Gibraltar.
Credit to them, you know.
This has been well hit, and we'll take some stopping. And, well,
good luck.
Where's the this is where fielders do need a helmet. This has been absolutely whacked. Good hit from Nipu. Look at this takeoff. Great.
If you believe they put a fielder on the moon, and poor was that Canis down there that tried to stop that. I mean, that's just blasted through him. Bang. And it's a great goalkeeping save. Sign him up in the Premier League for that tap over the bar. It is so hard to deal with those first bounces. Anyway, last ball in a memorable match for Gibraltar.
It might not be. It might be a no ball. Where's his gain? It won't go to the boundary at least, but he goes. I mean, there's no need for the slower delivery. He goes for it. He should have just bowled a normal delivery. I think this will be called no ball. They're checking it.
I think so. I think it's high.
Yeah, I think it's high. So looks like that'll be 3. So that takes it to 11. I mean, they're still okay, but yeah, that's a no ball.
I think I know you can argue.
No ball.
Yeah, the way they've been umpiring, I think they have been calling these.
Got to
so I
call
think it keeps the game alive.
It's got to be called. Well, TP, I'll tell you no ball. Just go with me.
Yeah.
He's got to call that.
I think, there's doubt, and so you can scratch that for now because that will be called, and that'll be a warning. And yeah, it's waist tight. Louis saying, hey, cut us a break, said, hey, we're going to make it interesting. Hey, look, if that had gotten hit for 6, then right now, then they could potentially still force a golden ball, I reckon. Anyway, I think it's the right call based on how it's been umpired. And yeah, he shouldn't have gone that high in the first place.
Louis just saying, it's all right, calm down.
Just don't worry. He said, don't worry, I'm not going to bowl a wide or no ball. Last ball coming up, second attempt, and this one does drop, and they'll get a leg by. So well done to Gibraltar. They win their first ever T10 International. They do take some points out of the day. And really what it does do, it opens up that second place, doesn't it? Because these two teams will meet again tomorrow. And if the Netherlands go undefeated tomorrow, that match will decide who gets second place. But yeah, well done to Gibraltar. They are winners. It is 90-81. Portugal, tough day at the office for them. But they do take some points out as well. Pretty entertaining day in the first day of this ECI.
Yeah, very good. And one thing I've said, and I'm glad that I'm here to see it as well. I said before the start of this that all teams will get victories, and I'm glad that Gibraltar got a victory here. They deserved it. They worked hard. They hustled. They made some changes with the batting. They had a different approach when they were out there. I mean, okay, they still fell short of the 100, but boy, didn't they defend well.
And the other thing you'd say is, okay, the Portuguese batting lineup, they made some changes. But the thing is, they all got a bat, didn't they? In the end, maybe except for Meissen. So it's not like there were guys that weren't used. Maybe the exception of Meissen, that Gibraltar didn't get through, so no credit to them. I like the strategy to take the pace off. It worked from the beginning and it worked in the middle as well. And then it was down to the paces towards the end just to make sure there weren't any late staggers. And yeah, I've got to say, Mipuri, he's been a bit of a revelation in the power play with his off spin, and he got that one past Gamire.
He's my player of the match. You could go with him or with Bruce. I think Bruce played a good part when he got some quick runs with the bat. That's 17 of 6 deliveries. That was pretty important as well. But I think Mirpuri, just for the fact that he bowled bowling spin and he bowled his overs, he bowled over number 1 and 3, right? Yeah. Bowled really well. And look, his figures 2 for 8, fantastic.
He did.
And then
he does get the
catch as well.
Gets the player of the match, and he was in the game. It also came out with a run out as well. So it was just, I suppose it summed up Portugal's day. It was a little bit low energy, and we talked about maybe the advantage of playing cricket going into this. Yes, but also, I mean, they're coming off a final. A lot of these guys, or a finals day. A lot of these guys. So I mean, it's hard to consistently be bringing yourself up. And that's not even to speak of the few days before where they had intense matches even to make the finals, right? Yeah. Maybe with the exception of Marlowe, who were pretty comfortably in the top 4. Tell you what, Fraioni might never want to go in that quarter of the field again. He wasn't the only one, though. But you saw this with Louis Bruce being able to grab a wicket there. He was good again. I think for a young player, he handles his emotions really well. And he's already a bit of a leader in this lineup, I think, with all that he brings to the table. Again, this is one that you could see a mile away. It was always going to go for 4, trying to serve him, trying to field in the vortex. Zyber played, he could have been the man, but then he chopped on. And really, there weren't too many more highlights for Portugal.
No, there weren't. And we kept saying, didn't we, between ourselves, oh, they've still got this man to come. They've still got this guy. They've still got this guy. The thing was, they have the batting. They have the players. We know it. They know it. Conrad Greenshields, their captain, knows it. But nobody really was able to up the tempo when they needed to. And yeah, you're right. You've got to feel for Faf as well. He was there a long time. He tried to be imaginative. But this is just the maturity of Louis Bruce. Well bowled. I mean, towards the end here, this was a...
I mean, look at the pace on that ball on the bounce.
Laser. Watch this. Look at this take off.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that Kenroy went down, because if he stayed up higher, I think probably it takes him with it. Conrad, he'll be disappointed, I think, with the team showing today. Having said that, I mean, they're in the hunt for second place, aren't they? I tell you, Netherlands love that result, because those teams taking points off each other makes it really hard for them to lose the trophy. But it's not necessarily about that. It's about gaining experience. I think every match is important in itself. 26 for Sean Gomes. He was the top scorer, batting at 5. I said, as long as he was there, I thought they were going to get home, but he got out at a key time. Mipuri was brilliant, wasn't he? Caught Gomes out. He also came up with the big wickets of the openers, also featured in the run-out of Parveen Singh, and it was a tough one. Gamire looked good while he was there, 14 off 10 with 3 boundaries. As far as the bowlers went, pretty complete performance, wasn't it? In particular, the spinners were super important. They're just choking this innings with Mapuri 2 for 8, best of the bowlers, player of the match, 2 wickets for Bruce as well at the end, singles for Horrocks, Avinash Pai and Andrew Ray. I think Reyes was important, wasn't he? Just kept that trend of pace off in the innings. He didn't get hurt too much, came up with the big wicket as well. So well done to Gibraltar. They are 9-run winners in match 5 and they take 2 points out of day 1.
Yeah, congratulations. It's really good. For me, it's fantastic that we've seen all 3 teams victorious. Gibraltar, remember, they took a bit of hiding in their matches against the Netherlands and the first time around against Portugal. And I just like the way they came back. And for me, that really summarises that if you play as a team and if you have belief, you can achieve anything.
Yeah, congratulations. So, yeah, their first win in T10 international cricket. Big thank you to all of you. I know it's been a long day. We had a bit of an unscheduled outage with the power, which held us back for a little while before the 4th match. But, yeah, it's been great to have these ECIs as a part of our schedule now and to expose more players to international cricket, to expose the international players to more cricket and high-intensity cricket where you're under pressure against good players. And I think watching the Netherlands again has been a real highlight for me today. They're the European champions for a reason. You can tell that they've got such an exciting way they play the game. They've got confidence in their teammates as well. Probably for Portugal and Gibraltar, both disappointing in patches, both okay in patches. I think the game between Portugal and Gibraltar tomorrow will be probably the biggest game of the day in a way because it will determine who finishes second and who finishes third, I think, at this stage. But Netherlands, we'll get to see them again. I know you'll be watching from afar. I want to say a big thank you to you, Rico, because you put in a big stint and you still are. And I'll be watching you on Monday morning, of course, and throughout the 2 weeks of that Cyprus series before I rejoin you for the finals.
Well, yeah, I wish you a very great day here tomorrow. And, of course, you're going to take a bit of a break as well. So enjoy your break. And, of course, look forward to reuniting with you in Cyprus.
So fly safe. Get up in the morning. I want a full report, half a page on each of the ECIs, please, as well. That'd be nice. Yeah, and so big thank you to Dinah and, of course, to Neil Kesh, they're travelling tonight on the Red Eye. And, well, we're going to leave you with some highlights today. Big thank you to all our crew, and they were magnificent getting things up and running after that unscheduled outage earlier today. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, have a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow. And Rico, you'll see him on Monday on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you here tomorrow in Portugal, I should say, for more FanCode ECI. And for now, it's Dustin Manana.
Adios, mi familia.
Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Mentioned turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's going into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.